The emperor passed the throne to his most incompetent son on his deathbed, which not only drew the covetous gaze of the empress dowager toward you but also set your imperial brothers sharpening their knives. In an instant, everyone seemed eager to crush you to dust. Just as you were cornered and preparing to fake your death to escape, the multiverse conquest system suddenly awakened, granting you not only the cultivation of a grandmaster at its peak but also the ability to summon peerless talents. The next moment, a figure in Taoist robes materialized from the void. Your subject, Yuan Tiangang, pays homage to your highness the crown prince. Seeing his cultivation at the pinnacle of the grandmaster realm, you nodded in satisfaction. At that very moment, a shadow flickered outside the door, and Yuan Tiangang vanished into the darkness. Your highness, the commander of the imperial guards requests an audience. The eunuch Fuan, your personal attendant, bowed and reported from outside the door. Hearing this, you narrowed your eyes slightly. The commander of the imperial guards? What could he want at this hour? Commander Zhao Yi, a 6th-level grandmaster, was a trusted confidant of your late father, Emperor Li Yutian, and controlled the 30,000 imperial guards stationed in the palace. However, his loyalty had always been solely to the emperor. Now that your father had passed, it was unclear whom he served. You had never interacted with him before. This visit likely boded ill. As you pondered, the study door was suddenly flung open with force. General, this is the royal study. You must not act so rudely. Fuan repeatedly tried to dissuade the impatient Zhao Yi. This commander has urgent matters to discuss with the second prince. Who are you, a mere eunuch, to dictate terms? Zhao Yi shoved Fuan aside and strode in, his right hand hovering near the hilt of his sword. A cold glint flashed in your eyes. This man was indeed a rare and formidable warrior, but alas, he could not be of use to you. Zhao Yi walked to the center of the study and casually cupped his hands. This general greets your highness. Forgive me for not performing a full salute. I am clad in armor. Clad in armor? You suddenly chuckled. Then take it off. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Your highness jests. This general is tasked with guarding the imperial city. Remaining armored is my duty. Yet I command you to kneel when you speak. Your tone was calm, but the words were startling. Fuan, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how you, usually as gentle as jade, dared to say such a thing. Zhao Yi froze momentarily, staring at you in disbelief. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, your voice suddenly rose 2 notches. I am the legitimate son of the late emperor, born of Empress Xiaoda. Does this status not warrant your kneel? Either kneel and speak to me, or get out of this palace. Zhao Yi's teeth nearly shattered from clenching, but he had not forgotten his mission tonight. With that, he dropped to his knees. Seeing this, you returned to composure. Commander Zhao, what brings you here so late at night? Zhao Yi took a deep breath, his gaze lingering momentarily on the imperial seal before he spoke solemnly. The late emperor's decree names the 9th prince as his successor. I have come to retrieve the imperial seal. He paused briefly before adding, furthermore, by order of the Empress Dowager, your highness is to proceed immediately to Sinang Palace. As his words fell, the temperature in the study plummeted, shadows seeming to ripple with unseen currents. Zhao Yi frowned, uncertain of the source of this sudden chill. At this moment, you let out a soft laugh. Commander Zhao, you know full well that my father passed the throne to me. Are you truly willing to falsify imperial edicts? What has the Empress Dowager promised you, to turn such a loyal general against the imperial bloodline? With the pretense shattered, Zhao Yi dropped all pretenses. Your highness, the situation is already decided. The Yi family controls the 6 ministries, and half the imperial guards now answer to the Empress Dowager. You rose slowly, lifting the imperial seal. I never imagined that Commander Zhao, after years of loyalty to the late emperor, would willingly become the Yi family's lapdog. Zhao Yi's face darkened at your words. He knew his actions were treasonous, but he had no choice. You lacked any foundation of power and were ill-suited for the throne, while the Yi family's influence was overwhelming. If he did not comply, death would be his only fate. Zhao Yi stood gripping his sword, gritting his teeth as he said, Your Highness must understand, this subordinate is merely following orders. If you comply, your life may yet be spared. You smirked mockingly. Do you even believe that yourself? Zhao Yi fell silent. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, he knew better than anyone the methods of the Yi family. If you were taken to Sinang Palace, the best outcome would be leaving with an intact corpse. It seems your highness has no desire for dignity, Zhao Yi sighed, slowly drawing his blade. But the moment his sword left its sheath by 3 inches, a sudden gale swept through the study. Before Zhao Yi could even comprehend what was happening, he was sent flying backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Only when the smoke cleared did Zhao Yi barely open his eyes. Only then did he realize with horror that at Li Taizong's side, there was a black shadow at some point. That person was dressed in plain black clothes, with a bronze mask covering his face, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. Great Grandmaster? Zhao Yi coughed out a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. He had been fighting for 20 years and had never seen such a terrifying figure. With just one move, it left him, a Grandmaster 6th-level expert, powerless to fight back. Moreover, his heart vein was broken at this moment, and he was already powerless. This was the result of Yuan Tiangang not exerting any force at all, otherwise, he could have exploded into a bloody mist by turning his palm over. Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands in the air, condescendingly looking down on the dying commander of the Forbidden Army, his voice icy cold. You are worthy to draw your sword in front of His Highness? The forbidden soldiers outside the courtyard were about to rush in when they heard the commotion, but Yuan Tiangang waved his sleeve robe, and dozens of chi energy broke through the air. Those elite soldiers didn't even have time to scream before they fell to the ground. You guys! Zhao gasped with difficulty, his eyes filled with disbelief. He finally understood why the second prince was emboldened, with a Grand Master in attendance, who in the entire imperial city could do anything to him? Could it be that the late emperor had left the second prince a card? Impossible. If the late emperor could really command a great master, those family clans wouldn't have made the late emperor so anxious. Li Taizong walked to Zhao and bent down to pick up the saber that had fallen to the ground. He gently stroked over the blade and indifferently said, Lone remembered that this saber was given to you by Father Emperor, right? I have given you a chance, but unfortunately you can't even do the most basic loyalty to the king. Zhao Yi froze for a moment, and a pained look appeared on his face. He had been loyal to the late emperor for his entire life, but he had a treacherous heart at the end of it. He looked at Li Taizong and smiled bitterly in his heart. No wonder the late emperor wanted to pass on the position to the second highness. To be able to command a great master is enough to prove that this seemingly gentle second highness has a terrifying city and means hidden in his bones. Your Highness, I know I am wrong. Please, Your Highness, give my general and the Forbidden Army another chance. Zhao Yi struggled to beg for mercy, but saw Li Taizong looking down at him with cold eyes. There is only one chance. The moment you chose to serve Empress Yi, you should have thought of this ending. Before the words fell, the saber in Li Taizong's hand had already stabbed into Zhao Yi's throat. Blood gushed out. What's the use of keeping an unfaithful general? Li Taizong pulled out his sword and looked at Zhao Yi's eyes as he gradually lost his vigor. Don't worry, you won't be alone on your way to the Yellow Springs, the entire Yi family will come to accompany you. Yuan Tiangang stepped forward at the right time and whispered. Your Highness, there are still 30 forbidden soldiers outside the courtyard. Deal with it cleanly. Li Taizong threw the blood-stained saber on the ground. Send someone to send Zhao Yi's head to Xianing Palace, and tell them that on the day I will personally go to the Empress Dowager to pay my respects. Yes, sir. Yuan Tiangang bowed to receive the order and turned towards the door. Chapter 4 Summoning Gao Li Shi. Silence soon returned to the royal mansion, leaving only the rustling sound of the night wind blowing through the courtyard. Li Taizong looked around at the empty royal mansion and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Over the years, in order to bide his time, he deliberately kept a low profile, and there weren't even a few decent guards in the residence. Now that he had to do something big, he didn't even have anyone to call. Turning his head to look at Fuan beside him, this little eunuch had already been scared to death, his legs were shaking constantly, he couldn't even stand up steadily. Li Taizong frowned tightly and muttered. Apart from Yuan Tiangang, there is no one who can be used. Right at this moment, the system popped up a pop-up window at the right time. Ding! Z hour has passed, refreshing the number of check-ins. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoning number 1. Do you wish to summon now? You're really the worm in my stomach. After experiencing so much, Li Taizong had almost figured out the system's laws. Where is it signing up for random items? It's clearly Li Taizong what he wants and what he has. Immediately summoned. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the famous eunuch of the ages, Gao Li Shi. Character, Gao Li Shi. Cultivation level, peak of the 9th level of the clan. Technique, the Sutra of the Phaseless Een Talisman. Summoning a eunuch. Looking at Gao Li Shi's attribute panel, he nodded with satisfaction. Regarding Gao Li Shi, he was aware of it. The eunuch beside Tang Xuanzong. Historically, Gao Li Shi was not only superb in martial arts, what was even more rare was his tactfulness. Although he had power over the dynasty, he was never bossy and domineering, instead he often advised Emperor Xuanzong to be diligent and love the people. He could put up with a man as arrogant as Li Bai and took off his boots for him without being cynical. In the court, he was able to work harmoniously with Yao Chong, Song Jing, and other famous ministers in the harem. He properly handled the relationship between Yang Guifei and Mei Fei. What's more, he considered everything from the standpoint of Emperor Xuanzong. After all, he could make the late Emperor Xuanzong have trust in him, so you can imagine the excellence of Gao Li Shi. Where is Gao Li Shi? Between the flickering of the candle flame, a figure dressed in a red robe silently appeared. The person was about 20 years old, with a white face and no needles, but his eyebrows and eyes hit a sharp edge. Slave servant Gao Li Shi, see your highness. His voice was unhurried and carried a characteristic feminine quality. Li Taizong nodded in satisfaction. Get up, from today onwards, you are the chief administrator beside Lone. Gao Li Shi got up and looked towards Zhao Yi's corpse as well as the bloodstains on the ground. Your highness, don't worry, these trivial matters will be handled properly by the slave girl. Fuan looked dumbfounded at this mysterious eunuch who suddenly appeared, only to see the other party's sleeves lightly waving. Zhao Yi's corpse and the bloodstains on the ground slowly disappeared. That use of spiritual power proved that this was a sect master powerhouse. At this moment, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. The chief steward at His Highness's side, that was replacing his position. Moreover, for some reason, His Highness was so trusting of this sudden appearance of a strong person. He had followed around since His Highness' infancy, but he didn't even know when His Highness had hooked up with these strong men. His Highness had hidden it from him to death. Just as he was thinking, Li Taizong called out to him. Fuan. Only then did Fuan come back to his senses and stammered. Your Highness, forgive me, Eunuch Gao's methods are extraordinary. The slave girl was momentarily dumbfounded. Li Taizong looked at him meaningfully. Fuan, how long have you been with Lone? Fuan respectfully knelt on the ground, recalled and smiled. Slave servant has been serving your Highness since the age of 4 after purification. To date, it has been 20 years. 20 years. Li Taizong repeated softly, with a color of remembrance in his eyes. Fuan was pleased in his heart. No matter if His Highness was defending him or not, these 20 years of experience could not be erased. When His Highness was humiliated by the Yi family countless times, it was him who accompanied His Highness. This new eunuch Gao could not replace him no matter what. However, the next sentence Li Taizong spat out made him instantly fall into an ice cave. Why did you betray me? Why did you betray me? Fuan was shaken, his face showing doubt and disbelief. Why did your Highness say this? Since I entered the palace at the age of 4 to serve your Highness, I have been doing my best for 20 years, and I have never had any second thoughts. Is that so? Li Taizong said indifferently. Fuan's voice was hoarse and her tone was broken. Slave girl knows that your Highness has been suppressed by the Yi family for many years, and it is difficult to resolve the depression in your heart. If killing the slave girl can make your Highness relieve, then kill the slave girl. The words were sincere and could not be faulted. Li Taizong let out a light laugh, making Fuan's scalp go a little numb. He did not understand why the second prince's personality changed so much after a trip to the palace. In his impression, the second prince had always been gentle as jade, elegant and easygoing. But now, just one sentence made him tremble. Li Taizong stood up, condescendingly looking down at the kneeling Fuan, his voice icy cold. Retreating to advance, Fuan, you're not a waste either. It doesn't matter even if you die without admitting it, killing you a slave girl alone doesn't need any evidence. Merely suspicion is enough. It seems that he knows his end. Fuan slowly straightened up, the panic and aggravation in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unspeakably complex look. He sighed deeply. When did your Highness start suspecting the slave girl? Li Taizong's gaze was deep, the corner of his lips hooked into a cold smile. I have suspected since I can remember. Lone's identity is sensitive, the son of the former empress, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside are all eyes, even the daily meals have to be tested for poison 3 times, not to mention the personal eunuchs. How can it be your own people? If you are the former emperor's people, but also better, after all, although the former emperor dislike Lone, but will not want Lone life. But your life is too innocent, then it is inevitable that you are not the late emperor's people. Fuan was silent for a moment and finally let out a bitter smile. It turns out that your Highness has always been clear. What I am clear about is much more than you think. Li Taizong slowly approached, gazing at him from above. Fuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the bottom of his eyes were already open. Since your Highness has already seen through it, why do you still keep your slave girl till now? Li Taizong let out a low laugh. Because sometimes a known spy is more useful than an unknown enemy. Cleared you, their suppression of Lone is bound to be even greater, then I am afraid that Lone even the basic freedom is gone. It would be no different from a pig in captivity. Fuan was stunned, then realized what was going on and blanched slightly. Your Highness, you have been hiding your clumsiness for today? Li Taizong didn't answer, just turned towards the window and looked at the dark night, faintly said. Remembering the master and servant, I will give you a good time. Gao Li Shi, send him on his way. Gao Li Shi respectfully answered, his right hand lightly pressed on top of Fuan's head. Fuan did not even have time to scream, and fell to the ground like mud. His appearance was intact, but in reality, all his organs were broken. Clean up. Li Taizong straightened his clothes and crown. It was time to enter the palace and prepare to ascend the throne. Chapter 5 Why Li Qin often has a bright king. At the same time, Ci Ning Palace is brightly lit. Yi Queen has now changed into plain clothes, hairpin only a white jade phoenix hairpin. Although not powdered, but that stunning beauty still looks breathtaking under the candlelight. At this moment, she was patting the 9th prince in her arms. The little prince is only 4 years old, at this moment is sleeping sweetly, tender little face still with a shallow smile. Your Highness, the night is already late. The personal palace maid softly advised. Empress Yi shook her head, her fingertips gently brushing the little prince's forehead. There is no hurry, no news has come from Zhao Yi's side yet. Until the jade seal is in hand, this palace cannot sleep. Afterward, she gazed down at the little prince's sleeping face, a rare tenderness showing in her eyes. If the Pang people saw this kind of sentiment, they would be astonished. This resolute and decisive Empress Yi would even have the appearance of a loving mother. Your Highness needn't worry, Zhao Commander has always been steady, and you are not unaware of the second prince, avoiding that position like a snake scorpion. Before the words fell, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall. A eunuch knelt outside the door in panic. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, something has happened on the side of the royal residence. Empress Yi's complexion suddenly changed, but the movement of her hand patting and caressing was not disturbed in the slightest. She handed over the sleeping child to the maid before asking in a cold voice, "Speak clearly, what happened?" At this moment, Her Majesty was on display, and her well-maintained face no longer had any trace of the gentleness of the previous moment, only a chilling coldness remained. Commander Zhao's head was sent outside the palace gates with a letter attached. It said that Second Highness would be coming tomorrow to greet the Empress Dowager. Empress Yi stood up violently, the hands in her sleeves shaking slightly. But soon, she regained her usual majesty. Summon Minister Yi to enter the palace immediately to deliberate. After a pause, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Also go and bring Fu Wen's family. After everyone retired, Empress Yi murmured softly. Li Taizong, think that you can turn over the sky just because you have the backing of a patriarch? The Yi family's energy is not something you can imagine. This world can only be my Yuan heirs, no one can take it away. Yi Xiang, also known as Yi Qingzhou, is now the head of the Yi family. He was also Empress Ye's own brother. At this moment, he was unapologetically breaking through the palace gates in large strides, and his red official robes were extremely conspicuous in the night. According to the laws of Great Qin, for a foreign minister to break into the harem at night, even if the person he meets is his own sister, it is still an act of treason. If it's not, you'll be banished, if it's not, you'll be decapitated. But he just came in without fear. When the guards and palace people saw that red-clothed figure, not only did they not dare to stop him, but instead, they did not even dare to look at him, and brushed past him with their heads down. At this moment in Xianing Palace, Empress Yi had already dismissed her left and right. As soon as she saw Yi Qingzhou step into the door of the palace, Empress Yi quickly stepped forward with a grave expression. Elder brother, Zhao Yi was killed. Yi Qingzhou nodded her head, signaling her to be at ease. The matter is already known to me. To be able to silently kill Zhao Yi in the royal residence, it is by no means the power of one person. Don't be in a hurry, the possibility of a Grand Master making a move is slim to none. With my Yi family's intelligence network, I have yet to receive any news of a Grand Master leaving the residence. Moreover, with Li Taizong's current situation, what promise can he give to a great master? Zhao Yi is at the 6th level of patriarch cultivation, and he is even fiercely powerful on the battlefield. Ordinary Zhongshe powerhouses were simply not its one and the same enemy, and even if they were 1 or 2 realms higher, they wouldn't be able to take Zhao Yi. However, Zhao Yi died in a short period of time in the royal residence. What's even more strange is that the entire process didn't even spread out half a bit of fighting movement. You have to know that when a sect master powerhouse fights, the aftermath alone is enough to destroy half of the royal residence. According to my speculation, there should be at least 3 or more peak Zhongshe powerhouses joining hands to sneak attack. Moreover, these 3 Zhong masters also belong to different forces. Those who can continuously send out several Zhongshe masters to protect Li Taizong cannot be a single force. Patriarchs were the backbone of a force, not to mention that the peak patriarchs were basically the first and second in command of each family, so it was impossible for them to come out in full force. Therefore, there should be a few sects and lineages joining forces to assist Li Taizong. The purpose was self-evident. If Li Taizong succeeded in ascending the throne, he would definitely want to suppress the Yi family. There were too many people staring at the Yi family's position today. If the 9th prince ascended the throne, the Yi family would wind up even more powerful, and many people were unwilling to see this situation, especially those lineage clans that were only a head weaker than the Yi family. Brother, what should we do? There was a hint of uneasiness in Empress Ye's tone, her fingertips unconsciously pinched into her palms. If it was just a few sect masters, they were not to be feared, but the forces they represented behind them had to be guarded against. All of them wanted to step on the Yi family to get to the top. Yi Qingzhou stood with his arms folded, his eyes shadowy. Didn't he, Li Taizong, want to come to the palace to ask for peace? Then come with a hand to invite the king into the jar. Immediately send the forbidden army to surround the palace. I will arrange for the 4 elders of the Yi family and the 2 envoys to enter the palace. After a pause, he added. To play it safe, I'll go back and wake up the Grandmaster's elder ancestor. Tomorrow, in front of Li Yutin's spirit, will be his burial place. After Yi Qingzhou left the harem, he did not return to the prime minister's residence, but instead went straight to the forbidden land in the Yi family's backyard. At this moment outside a secret room, Yi Qingzhou knelt down devoutly. Ungrateful grandson, Yi Lightship, begs to see the old ancestor. After a long time, the heavy secret room door opened silently. Yi Qingzhou entered on his knees, and under the dim candlelight, he saw an old man with white hair sitting on a futon. The old man's figure was withered and thin, yet he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Disturbing the old man's seclusion, is the Yi family in trouble? Yi Qingzhou did not dare to raise his head and said in a deep voice. Reporting to the old ancestor, Li Taitsong is suspected to have the support of a great master behind him, and openly killed my Yi family's beloved Zhao Yi. My grandson has the audacity to implore the old ancestor to come out and sit on the mountain. The atmosphere fell into silence, although the candle flame was dim and it was difficult to see the surroundings. Yi Qingzhou could still feel the Yi family's old ancestor's sharp gaze. This was a Grand Master, the apex of personal force in the great Qin world. It was also the underpinning that allowed their Yi family to stand. Don't you know there's a rule that a grandmaster can't interfere in the first wife's election? Do you think that because the Li Qin royal family is weak, my Yi family can do whatever they want? Yi Qingzhou lowered his head and did not say anything, cold sweat oozing from his forehead as a tacit admission. He did think this way. Over the years the Yi family's power has swelled. He himself is the prime minister, overseeing the government, his sister is the empress, most of the courtiers in the court are under his Yi family. Even Zhao Yi, the commander of the Forbidden Army at the 6th level of the Zongshi, belonged to his Yi family. He even had the thought of replacing him at a certain moment. However, right now, the priority was to first raise his nephew to the throne. Seeing that he was silent, the old ancestor snorted coldly. Do you think that the world has been in turmoil for so many years? Why is the Li Qin royal family still standing? Yi Qingzhou's heart was shaken. This question he had also thought about, but only thought that it was because the kingdom should not be extinct, and that the Li Qin royal family would come out with a bright ruler every few generations to renew their lives. The few old men in the imperial temple, although they don't ask about world affairs, but if someone dares to shake the foundation of Li Qin. Before he finished speaking, the old ancestor suddenly coughed violently. Yi Qingzhou was shocked to find that a trace of blood was seeping from the corner of the old ancestor's mouth. Old ancestor, what are you? No harm done. Many years ago, when I was still the head of the Yi family, I fought with those people in the imperial temple and left an old wound. Yi Qingzhou was struck by lightning. He then realized that the original old ancestor had long tested the bottom line of the royal family. The throne only Li Qin royal family can sit. It is fortunate that their Yi family has the 9th prince as a royal heir. The old ancestor slowly opened his cloudy eyes. Do you think that the royal family really knows nothing about what you did in the courtroom? Yi Qingzhou only felt a chill down his spine. He suddenly realized that his own moves over the years of forming parties and excluding dissidents in the court were probably all under the tacit approval and even connivance of the royal family. Since the royal family had such an underpinning, why did they tolerate a foolish ruler who misled the country? Why should they sit back and watch the powerful ministers in power? The Yi family's old ancestor laughed softly. This was the imperial technique of the Li Qin royal family. They used the relatives, powerful ministers, and eunuchs as touchstones to sharpen the monarch. Yi Qingzhou's pupils shrunk. He suddenly remembered those Li Qin Ming rulers recorded in history books. Each of them grew up in an environment surrounded by powerful officials. This is one of the reasons why they did not allow Grand Masters to intervene in the seizure of the first wife. Grand Masters are exceedingly powerful. That is not a whetstone, it is a guillotine. For example, that 4-year-old royal heir of my Yi family, if he grows up to be able to counteract the Yi family, then it is bound to be a majestic and wise ruler. If not, it's nothing, just wait for the next generation. Otherwise, what do you think is the reason why the Li Qin royal family can produce a wise ruler every few generations? Go back, I will not interfere in this matter. Remember, the Yi family can be powerful, but never covet that position. Looking at Yi Qingzhou, who could not calm down for a long time, the Yi family's old ancestor said meaningfully. Relax, as long as my Yi family does not want to sit in that position, even if you break the sky, those old guys will not make a move. Moreover, this time, those old guys will be on the side of the Yi family. As soon as the words fell, Yi Qingzhou only felt a blur before his eyes, and his entire person had been sent out of the secret room by an invisible force. Yi Qingzhou chewed over the last sentence of the old ancestor. The royal underbelly in the imperial temple would be on the side of the Yi family? Why? Could it be that? Yi Qingzhou's pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints. A terrifying speculation surfaced in his mind. If what the old ancestor said was true, then there was only one possibility. There was indeed a great sect master behind Li Taitsong who had stepped in to help, and this had already violated the iron law that the royal family was not allowed to intervene in the seizure of the first wife. Zhao Yi wasn't killed by a sect master's sneak attack, he was killed by a single blow from a great sect master. Chapter 6. None of the imperial princes are simple. A few hours ago, while Yuan Tiangang was killing Zhao Yi, deep in the depths of the imperial temple, under the golden statue of Great Qin's great ancestor High Emperor, 5 old and withered figures slowly emerged. The pressure emanating from them caused the candle flame to sway gently. The power that had erupted in that split second in the royal palace had gathered these old ancestors of the royal family together. The old man on the far left looked in the direction of the royal mansion. The great patriarch had struck. That was the second prince's residence. When had he recruited such a character? The old man on the right side said in a cold voice. Ancestral training explicitly said that the battle for the first wife should not borrow the power of foreigners, and even more so, it is not allowed to intervene above the Grand Master. This Li Taitsong is so bold. The old man in the center slowly got up, his old voice contained a coldness that was hard to suppress. Back then, Emperor Taizu set up the rule for fear that his children and grandchildren would lead the wolves into the house. Now it seems. This prince, does he think that my Li clan's kingdom is sitting too securely? Let's go, let's see which family's patriarch is this. Does he think that my Li Qin royal family has no one? The 5 figures took a step at the same time, and their figures disappeared into the imperial temple. And the guards on duty outside the imperial temple suddenly fell to their knees, only to feel bone-chilling coldness sweeping through their entire body. Fought to look up, only to see the usual cleaning in the temple. A few old people actually stepped floating in the air, surrounded by a dragon-shaped shadow wandering. They instantly sweated like rain. Grand Masters. There were actually 5 Grand Masters in the imperial temple, and they were all from the Li Qin royal family. The old man on the right frowned lightly and waved his right hand. Boom! 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 The bodies of more than 10 guards exploded at the same time. The old man wiped his hands in disgust. He had long looked at them with displeasure. Even the heavy ground of the imperial temple had become a sieve. The descendants were really living more and more back. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. The Grand Prince's residence. At this moment, 4 young people are talking in detail in a secret room. The leader, Grand Prince Li Taiqian, had a grave expression on his face as he said in a deep voice. The secret report from the palace is that father has handed over the jade seal of transmission to the second son. Seeing that their next words were somewhat treacherous, 5th Prince Li Taiyan was silent for a long time and suddenly stood up and said seriously. Several elder brothers, you know my nature. Over the years, I have never participated in courtroom disputes, so please forgive me for not being able to accompany you in today's matter. Saying this, he was about to turn around and leave. 4th Prince Li Taihan cast a sidelong glance at him and shouted sternly. Stop! Old 5th, do you think you can still stay out of this now? The 5th Prince's feet lurched, his back turned to the crowd, his shoulders trembling slightly. 4th Prince Li Taihong stood up and walked step by step behind the 5th Prince. Old 5th, you are too naive. The Yi family has been making every effort to support the 9th Prince to the throne all these years, in order to completely control the dynasty. When the time comes, all of us adult princes will be thorns in the side of the family. The eldest prince even heavily slapped the table, coldly said. Old 5th, do you still remember how noble consort Chen and 8th brother died a year ago? Just because the 8th brother accidentally touched and cried the 9th brother while playing, Empress Yi was able to find an excuse to bestow death on their mother and son. In the eyes of the Yi family, we are similar to pigs and dogs. 3rd Prince Li Taiming also chimed in. 5th brother, even if you really have no desire for power, with 2nd brother's previous experience, the Yi family won't spare any adult royal son. 5th Prince Li Taiyan turned around, his face pale. Yes, his 2nd brother Li Taizong lived in deep simplicity, didn't form parties, and didn't engage in self-interest, but how is it now? Not still became a victim of power. Now, even more so, he was enduring the wild storms of the Yi family. Once the 9th Prince of the Leaf Queen to the throne, the Leaf family, in order to ensure the status of the 9th Prince, will certainly eliminate all possible threats to the adult prince. 5th Prince Li Taiyan helplessly said. However, what can we do? The Yi family controls the 6 ministries, and most of the Forbidden Army is also in their hands. That's why we have to join forces. The Grand Prince lowered his voice and said. Since father was able to give the jade seal of transmission to eldest, he must have left eldest a card. Tomorrow, Lao Heir will be entering the palace, so instead of sitting around waiting to die, we might as well. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood what he meant. The 3rd prince suddenly took out a secret letter from his sleeve. I have already contacted my master, and the Xian Tian sect is willing to send 2 patriarchal 6th grade elders to help. The Shen Tian sect was one of the top sects in Great Shin. The sect master had a peak sect master cultivation, and there were an unknown number of great sect master elders lying within the sect. The 4th prince also opened his mouth. My mother's family has some power in Jiangnan, and can mobilize 8,000 private soldiers when necessary. The 4th prince's mother's family, the Zhao family, rich, only so many years under the suppression of the Yi family, has been weak. But there is still not to be underestimated. The 5th prince sighed and clenched his teeth. I am weak, but the guard left to me by my mother's clan is a clan master 5th power. The Grand Prince nodded and said. I have secretly contacted the commander-in-chief of the Jinbei army, and he has clearly expressed his opposition to Empress Ye's interference in the government. The commander of the Jinbei army is a Zhongzhi 8th level powerhouse, and the 200,000 border troops under his command are valiant and warlike. Although he had clashed with the Yi family many times, the Yi family did not dare to act rashly due to the heavy responsibility of guarding the border. The 4 princes looked at each other, all saw from each other's eyes the color of determination. Tomorrow morning is the time to see the difference. If Empress Yi dares to openly defy her father's wishes, then don't blame us for disregarding royal decency. Looking at the appearance of a few people, the 3rd prince let out a light laugh. There is no need to be too pessimistic, even a hardcore like Zhao Yi can be plucked out. The chips in 2nd brother's hand must not be light in weight. As soon as these words came out, a ghostly light flashed in the eyes of the other three princes at the same time. The atmosphere within the chamber suddenly became subtle. The illusion of brotherly friendship was instantly shattered. Under the dim candlelight, the shadows of the four emperors were like four dormant scaly dragons waiting for the moment to transform into dragons. Although all four of them tacitly did not mention the ownership of the throne, everyone knew in their hearts that once they brought down Yiho, the real contest would begin. After all, who wouldn't want that supreme position? Although the eldest prince's mother's family had withered away, he had joined the army at the border in his early years and had a love of robe with the commander of the Jinbei army. He holds the trump card of the Jinbei army in his hand. 200,000 border troops are enough to deter the dynasty. The third prince has the support of Xiantian sect. Xiantian sect is the world's great sect, not only has several masters strong, in the Jianghu influence is not to be underestimated. The third prince is not only the personal disciple of the grand elder of the Xiantian sect, but he is also married to the first daughter of the Xiantian sect's patriarch. The relationship between the two sides is close. And the fourth prince's mother's family had been operating in Jiangnan for many years. Even though it was severely suppressed by the Yi family, it could still afford to raise 8,000 private soldiers. These 8,000 private soldiers are not mortal troops, they are all elite soldiers with cultivation. Moreover, these 8,000 private soldiers were by no means the entire strength of the Zhao family. Even the seemingly weakest of the five emperors, Li Tian, was surrounded by Zhongsher 5th grade guards. A Zhongsher 5th grader was a guest of honor everywhere, and to be able to willingly serve as Li Tian's protector, one could only imagine how terrifying the forces behind him were. Of course, right now in the hearts of these princes, Li Taizong, who had always been unassuming, was equally unfathomable. Being able to hold back under the eyes of the Yi family for many years, and now suddenly showing his claws and teeth, he must have something to fall back on. With the jade seal in his hand and the late emperor's last orders, he has all the legal advantages. More scary is, can silently get rid of Zhao Yi and other masters strong, behind the hidden forces I am afraid that far beyond the imagination of the people. This was precisely the frightening aspect of the Li Qin royal family. Almost every few generations, there would be a rising lord. In order to survive in such a maelstrom of power, the princes would either have to grow in the struggle or become stepping stones for others to ascend to the top. Those who were incompetent often died before they could succeed the throne. And ultimately can ascend to the throne, all are through the trials and tribulations of the people in the dragon. Li Yutian's sons, don't look at what they just said, as if the Yi family on the throne, they will certainly die. Even if these people failed in their fight for power, they still had the ability to escape back to their home base and then fight for the Central Plains. Even if there was no Li Taizong, the deviant, Empress Yi and her ninth prince Li Taiyuan would not necessarily be able to hold that position. None of these sons of Li Yushan were simple. Chapter 7, Two Princesses' Opposite Choices. There were more than just men with ambitions in Li Qin's royal family. 6th Princess Residence. Chang'an cannot be stayed in, escort this palace out of the city immediately. When the situation in Chang'an is clear, this palace will then lead the army back to the capital. Li Yige was dressed in a strong suit and ordered the black-clothed men in front of her with a grave expression. She had already received the news of Zhao Yi's death at the second prince's residence. All parties had long been paying more attention to people like Zhao Yi, especially since he had traveled to the second prince's residence this night. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that he had gone to deal with the second prince. However, he led a group of forbidden soldiers out, and when he came out, there was only one guard left hurrying towards Xianing Palace. That guard couldn't hide the bloody aura. Zhao Yi's head was sent out from the second prince's residence. To be able to kill the 6th level of a Zhongsher at will, this second brother of mine is hiding really deep. Li Yige's eyelids jumped. She never expected that the most neglected second prince would have such strong energy behind him. In her impression, her second brother was a weak and mediocre male. There was still an apologetic smile on his face after being bullied. At one time, she was displeased that such a person was worthy of having a royal bloodline and occupying the status of first son. But now, she changed her mind. The submerged dragon should not be used, and the hidden front should be guarded. Right now, Li Taizong was more terrifying than anyone else in his heart. Empress Yi and several royal brothers are not easy to deal with. If we stay in Chang'an and maneuver with them now, the chances of winning are slim. Big Brother and Jinbei army commander friendship is very shallow, we'll certainly use this relationship. At that time, the dynasty is in turmoil. It is the best time for this palace to lead the army into the capital and seize the throne in the name of clearing the sight of the king. Li Yige's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. Her mother was a county princess of the Skywolf dynasty, and the grasslands were where her maternal clan was located. This led to Li Yige having the most special status amongst the many royal princes and princesses. Even though those courtiers were respectful on the surface, they could still see through their eyes that they loathed and despised her in their bones. Even her father, Li Yutian, never gave her a second glance. In everyone's mind, the daughter of a foreign race, with the blood of the late emperor flowing in her body is no different from tainting the royal bloodline. But Li Yige never felt inferior, she thought that her bloodline was the most honorable. What do those pedants know? The blood of the two great royal families flows within this palace. This is the true supreme bloodline. Li Yige took out a bronze wolf talisman from her bosom and handed it over to the black-clothed man. There is no time to lose. You immediately send someone to the Skywolf dynasty and ask Uncle to deploy 30,000 iron horsemen to stand by at the border. Remember, the most elite Song Wolf Guards. She paused for a moment and added, "Tell Uncle again, just say that what Night Song is fighting for this time is that position." Saying that, she pointed in the direction of the palace. Li Night Song knew her own advantages. With elite cavalry like the Song Wolf Guards, plus the forces she had secretly cultivated over the years, she might not be unable to come out on top later in this battle for the throne. Go, leave the city through the secret passage. Before leaving, she stood in the courtyard and took one last glance around this princess residence that she had lived in for more than 20 years. Under the moonlight, her eyes were somewhat paranoid and crazy. When this palace returns to Chang'an again, it will surely become the third female emperor of Great Qin. Ambition burned in Li Yige's heart. She seemed to even see herself wearing the imperial robes of dragon and phoenix. There were more than just princes and princesses in the Li Qin royal family who coveted that supreme throne. In the history of Great Qin, not only the royal son could ascend to that supreme position. The Zhaoming Empress from 1300 years ago and the Jinghe Empress from 600 years ago were all powerful and renowned monarchs. If they could do it, why can't I, Li Yige? Jinling in the south of the Yangtze River, the smoky rain is hazy. In an elegant courtyard built by the water, 7th Princess Li Fuya was lazily lying on a rocking chair, gnawing on a chicken leg. Suddenly, her brows furrowed slightly, and the chicken leg in her hand stopped in mid-air. Did this body's biological father die? Li Fuyan was the 7th princess of Great Qin, and her mother was the first daughter of the Su family of the Jiangnan family. Back then, when Li Yutian was on a southern tour, he fell in love at first sight with this talented and beautiful Miss Su family. As the crystallization of the bloodline between the royal family and the Jiangnan family, Li Fushang was born with bright eyes and white teeth, with a dusty temperament, and was deeply favored by Li Yutian. Compared to Li Yege, who never asked questions, Li Fushang was really favored to the extreme. Even the Su family is on par with the Zhao family in Jiangnan. Li Fushang himself is a perfect interpretation of what is called lazy days into. Can lie down by no means sit, can sit by no means stand, the whole day in addition to research around the food and then nothing else. She left Chang'an and came to Jinling this time, purely because she was tired of eating the northern dishes and wanted to taste the flavor of Jiangnan. However, she also had another identity, which was the female emperor of the Great Qian Phoenix dynasty. Its realm had long surpassed Celestials by an unknown amount. Dynasties like Great Qin were but a drop in the ocean in her eyes. In order to defend herself from the enemy, she sacrificed her life for her country, leaving only a remnant of her soul to be reincarnated. The Son of Heaven guards the gate of the country, and the king dies for the gods. She has always believed that this is the natural right. I just don't know how the Great Qian Phoenix dynasty is nowadays. It wasn't until 3 days ago that she awakened some of her memories and knew her true origin. It's a pity, with Li Yushan's qualifications shouldn't be confined to the small Qin dynasty. Is power more tempting than martial arts? Li Fushang sighed as she gnawed on a chicken leg, the vicissitudes of her eyes and the grease stains at the corners of her mouth forming a drastic contrast. Despite her extraordinary insights, she never belittled the people of this realm. In her opinion, the limitations of the world did not cover up the light of these excellence. If they were placed in the upper realm, these characters who stood at the top of the world would still be able to stand proudly over the crowd. Just like Li Yutian, this kind of character who swallowed the mountains and rivers was also a generation of male masters when placed in their place. In just now, the bloodline of this body throbbed, and she then realized that the biological father of this body had died. She only regretted that such a celestial pride was trapped and died in this world where it was difficult for even celestials to break through. That Empress Yi should be on her way to the throne, but those brothers of this body are not oil-saving lights. All of them are characters that are black to the bone. TSK, no matter which realm it is, there really is nothing new under the sun. As an empress, she was all too familiar with these people. In order to fight for power and gain, even the closest relatives could be used and sold out. The faces of several emperors floated in her mind. Although they were well hidden, she could tell that each of these people had a deep heart and ruthless methods. On the contrary, that second brother was considered a rare good person. It was just a pity that the identity was sensitive and Empress Yi would not let her go. From memory, Li Taizong was always humble and courteous, intoxicated with cultivation and never involved in power struggles. Treating his younger siblings wasn't unadulteratedly good either. One must know that even his father, who favored him, was suspected of pulling the Su family's strings. A good person born into the royal family was destined to be a tragedy. Just as well, the recovery of cultivation would take time anyway. How a good person shouldn't end up like this. She threw away the chicken bones and stretched her waist. Her figure faded away, leaving only the rocking chair still swaying slightly. Let's consider it as returning a karma to this body. Li's character had always been so spontaneous and free-spirited, never caring about worldly etiquette. If it wasn't for this transcendent disposition, he wouldn't have chosen to sacrifice himself in a moment of crisis to preserve the entire dynasty in his previous life. Although her cultivation had yet to be fully restored, with her current strength, wanting to protect an ordinary person in the dark was nothing more than a show of hands. Chapter 8 Dying under the sword is your honor. Along with the reactions of all parties, in just one night, the entire Chang'an city was in a stormy situation. The light of day dawned. The vermilion-red door of the second prince's residence, which had been the focus of countless people, slowly opened. Li Taizong slowly stepped out, followed by a red-robed eunuch and a black-robed man. His steps were steady and calm, without the slightest hint of the caution he once felt. He held the jade seal of transmission in one hand, and the white jade seal was unashamedly exposed to the eyes of the world. As the three of them appeared, the scouts hidden everywhere held their breath, some immediately turned around to report, while others continued to lurk and observe. Although Li Taizong and the three of them didn't even look at them, these scouts inexplicably had an illusion. It was as if their lives were hanging in the balance between the other party's thoughts. The empty streets were terribly quiet, only the footsteps of the three were clearly audible. Li Taizong did not look away and walked straight towards the direction of the palace. His expression was as calm as water, not the slightest bit of tension or fear could be seen. But everyone knew that this first son of the late Emperor and Empress Xiaoda was going to stir up a terrifying storm. Right on the street approaching the palace, a group of forbidden soldiers blocked the way. The general at the head was a member of Zhao Yi's inner circle, and he knew that something bad had happened to his superior. But the orders from the top, he, a vice-general, could not resist at all. He could only stiffly go forward to stop Li Taizong. Second Highness, the Empress Dowager has an order. Before he could finish his words, the black-robed man slightly raised his head, and his cold eyes flashed under the mask. That general suddenly felt like falling into an ice cave. The rest of his words were swallowed, lowered his head and made way. Li Taizong slowly walked forward, not caring about this little episode. Not far away, on the top floor of a tea house, four imperial princes were standing against the fence. They looked at Li Taizong's trio with some meaningful eyes. That eunuch exudes the aura of a high-level zongshi, and that black-robed man is surprisingly impervious even to me. It's likely that it's a peak zongshi. A zongshi powerhouse beside the imperial princes said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, everyone present locked their gazes on the covering black-robed man. It was unknown which sovereign it was. The peak of a sovereign master was almost always the headmaster of each family clan. They were only a hair's breadth away from being a grandmaster, and after breaking through to grandmaster, they would step down and go into seclusion, becoming the family clan's underbelly. Such people would not make a move easily. And the reason why this black-robed man covered his face, I'm afraid that he didn't want people to know about his sect. The third prince said meaningfully. It seems that second brother has not really been uncontested in the world all these years. Fifth Prince Li Taiyan frowned. To be able to invite the peak of the sect masters to make a move, I'm afraid that the price paid by second brother is not small. The fourth prince lightly grunted, his tone carrying obvious dissatisfaction. It is also possible that it is a card left by father to second brother. Father is also really biased, leaving such a strong person to second brother. The eldest prince narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Several seniors, please make sure to protect my second brother's safety. These several sect master powerhouses did not respond at first upon hearing this, but instead coincidentally looked towards their respective auxiliary emperors. The three imperial princes nodded their heads. After receiving the signal, almost at the same moment, several figures swept out from the window of the tea house. Their movements were so incredibly fast that the Xianhai realm powerhouses couldn't even see their exact figures, and could only capture a few blurry remnants. In an instant, these sect master powerhouses had already appeared behind Li Taizong and his party. The gray-robed old man at the head took a step forward and cupped his fists in salute. Your Highness, a few of your brothers ordered us to come and help. Li Taizong seemed to have anticipated this as his gaze seemingly swept in the direction of the tea house. Li Taiyan, the fifth prince with the sharpest spiritual sense, frowned. Did second brother just glance at us? Old fifth, did you see wrongly? There is a concealment spell formation operating here. Relax, let's just watch the show. Regardless of who wins or loses in this battle between second brother and Empress Yi, it will be favorable to us. As a matter of fact, the four princes have already reached a consensus that they will never personally set foot in the palace. Nowadays, the palace has long been run by the Yi family as if it were solid gold, so they naturally won't risk their lives. Sending a few patriarchs to assist Li Taizong was already the limit of what they could do. What was more secretive was that before they set off, the four princes coincidentally gave the same secret order to the sect masters they had sent out, that when Li Taizong and Empress Yi were both defeated, they would immediately come out to eliminate both of them together. At that time, the four of them would then compete for the throne with their own skills. Grand Prince Li Taiqian narrowed his eyes. Everyone, the show is about to begin. There was a short silence in the tea house. The four emperors each had their own thoughts, but all tacitly agreed not to point out that unspoken plan, snipe and clam, fisherman's prophet. Regardless of what happened in the palace today, they had already prepared for everything. However, there was going to be an accident if there was no accident. Li Taizong indifferently looked at these several sect master powerhouses. What favors did those few brothers of Lone promise your clan? The tone of his voice was hard, causing the several patriarchs to frown. The gray-robed old man at the head of the group sank his face. Your Highness might as well take care of yourself first. We were ordered to come to help and will help your Highness deal with Empress Yi. Yuan Qing, kill them. Obey the order. Before the words fell, a cold aura flashed by. The Big Dipper's chi poured down like a torrential downpour, and several sect master powerhouses could not even react in time before they were already dead. These middle to high-level Zhongshe powerhouses who were renowned in the Great Qin dynasty were actually killed in an instant. Snap! The four emperors on the tea-house stood up violently, the teacups in their hands falling to pieces. Grand Imperial Prince Li Taiqian's face turned pale. Grand Sovereign! Elder had actually allowed a great Zong master to strike. To be able to instantly kill so many sect masters in a second, there was absolutely no other possibility other than a great sect master. Third Prince Li Taiming's hands trembled. Straight away, he called out that it was impossible. They had to know that the forces behind them also had Grand Masters sitting on their backs, but no matter how much they tried to persuade them, all they got in return was a statement that Grand Masters wouldn't intervene in seizing the throne. They didn't know what kind of price Li Taizong had paid to persuade the Great Master. Just as they were shocked, the red-robed eunuch beside Li Taizong suddenly disappeared. Not good. Fifth Prince Li Taiyan was the first to react, but it was too late. Your Highnesses, come with me. The next moment, a strong wind wrapped around them as they left the tea house. It was then that they realized that this red-robed eunuch who had been following behind Li Taizong was a peak Zhongshe. Their realms were only at the Xian High realm, and although they were all called Heaven's Pride, there was still a considerable distance from a Zhongshe. Not to mention a peak Zong master who could be the head of a clan. When they came back to their senses, they were already standing in front of Li Taizong. Their faces were pale and fine beads of sweat oozed from their foreheads. Only then did they realize that they had made a fatal mistake by sending out all of the sect master protectors around them, and they had all been decimated by that black-robed great sect master, and at this moment, there were no more protectors around them to protect them. It was this oversight that allowed that red-robed eunuch to capture them so easily. Grand Prince Li Taiqian was the first to calm down, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, questioning in a deep voice. Second brother, what do you mean by this? We kindly sent patriarchs to help, but you instructed the Grand Patriarch to kill them? Do you know what kind of characters stand behind these sect masters? Third Prince Li Taiming took a deep breath, his face as gloomy as water. An entire 5 sect master powerhouses were killed here, is second brother digging his own grave? The forces behind them would never let up. Facing his brother's questioning, Li Taizong's expression remained calm. He slowly spoke, his voice indifferent as ice. Jinbei Marshal, Xian Tian sect, Zhao family, hidden sect. With every name he uttered, the faces of the 4 princes became uglier. What benefits did you promise them? Ceding the country? Trafficking in people? Or giving away the lifeblood of the court? The 4 emperors' faces were ugly. Even though they had a cordial relationship with the power behind them, it wasn't enough for it to send out these mainstay patriarchs to do their bidding. They were also promising a lot of things. The Grand Prince promised the commander of the Jinbei army that the 3 northern counties would be categorized as autonomous territories. The third prince promised the Xian Tian sect that he would open up the imperial family's secret collection of cultivation texts. The fourth prince promised the Zhao family that he would give up as much of the tax revenue from the Jiangnan waterway. The fifth prince even promised the Hidden World sect that they could choose the royal family's children as disciples at will. However, they have the confidence to let the forces behind them spit these things out after ascending the throne. Fourth Prince Li Taihong suddenly sneered and forced himself to calm down. Why does second brother need to be moralistic here? You were able to ask the Grand Master to make a move, didn't you pay a price? Let me guess, was it to rule the world with it? Li Taizong sniffed and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. This smile caused the hearts of the 4 princes to tighten, and they unanimously took half a step back. I don't need to promise anything to anyone. As for you guys colluding with the clan and betraying the country, your crimes are unpardonable. An ancient longsword appeared out of thin air in Li Taizong's hand. It exudes an ancient and honorable royal aura. It is your honor to die under this sword. The pupils of the 4 emperors shrank. Li Taizong, are you crazy? Killing an heir in the street, or your own flesh and blood, how will you convince the public if this gets out? How can you sit on the throne? Empress Yi is in the palace right now watching our brothers fight each other. Are you surrendering Li Qin's kingdom to the Yi family? Chapter 9, Death of the First Prince. The scene suddenly shifted and only a headless corpse dripping with blood remained in Li Taizong's field of vision. Yuan Tiangang was protecting Li Taizong like an iron tower, the long sword in his hand dripping with blood. Gao Lishur, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and looked around vigilantly. Your Highness, the Great Master just struck, and there is more than one. Yuan Tiangang said in a deep voice. Just now, just as Li Taizong's longsword landed on the necks of the imperial princes, several attacks came. Yuan Tiangang returned to protect Li Taizong, which gave them the opportunity to save a few of the imperial sons. Of course, they didn't save them all. The eldest prince, Li Taiqian, was left behind. As the backer of the commander of the Jinbei army, he did not have a great master sitting behind him. In the chaos of the party, the other three princes were all saved by the great masters behind their respective backs, but he was the only one who was left behind and became the soul under Li Taizong's sword. Actually, Yuan Tiangang was capable of chasing after those great masters. Just in case he was caught in their tiger transfer scheme, he didn't leave Li Taizong's side. However, just now, he had also heavily injured a great master, and the blood dripping from his long sword was proof of that. If he wasn't worried about Li Taizong's safety, Yuan Tiangang even had the confidence to leave a few of them behind. In fact, Li Taizong didn't need Yuan Tiangang's protection just now. Although the difference between a grandmaster and a grandmaster was like a heavenly rift, with the human emperor's world-suppressing technique at his side, even a grandmaster would not be able to benefit. But now those great masters had already run far away, and Yuan Tiangang would have to run into their territory if he chased after them again. He could escape for a while, but not for a lifetime. Li Taizong looked at the headless body of the Grand Prince and said, "They can't escape Great Qin, deal with them after they ascend the throne. The Zhao family, Xian Tian sect, and the Hidden sect, Lone will not let any of them go." Afterwards, the three of them turned around and left. The corpse of Grand Prince Li Taiqian was thus exposed to the market. The remains of the noble family, but at this moment no one dares to come forward to collect the coffin. Countless scouts in the shadows have long been shocked and dumbfounded. Crazy, really crazy. The second prince actually dared to really kill his elder brother in the street, not afraid to leave a stain on himself? This is still a small matter. What I can't believe is that great masters have actually appeared, and there is more than one. Those can be legendary figures, not seen showing up for decades. The third, fourth, and fifth emperors have all been saved by the great masters. Let them return to their home base, then the world is going to be in chaos. The group of heroes, this great Qin sky, I'm afraid it's going to change. Li Taizong held the jade seal of transmission and came to the palace unhindered. Anyone with eyes can see that the second prince has one meaning. I am the rightful heir. Today, there can only be one prince to ascend the throne, and that is me, Li Taizong. Who dares to oppose, who is a rebel? At this point in time, the gate of the palace had already changed its garrison, with Yi clan patriarch Yi Qingshan acting as the guard. Yi Qingshan didn't stop and opened the gate to let in. Just after Li Taizong entered the palace, the heavy palace gate behind him then closed with a dull thud. The palace became a siege. Yi family patriarch Yi Qingshan arched his hand and said, "Your Highness, please follow me. Empress Dowager and Lord Prime Minister are already waiting at the Taiji Hall." The Taiji Hall is exactly where Liu Tian's spiritual hall is located. Instead of Xianing Palace, the Yi family deliberately chose to meet here, and their intention was clear. They wanted to forcefully seize the jade seal in front of the late emperor's spirit to complete the so-called succession ceremony. Stepping into the inner palace, Li Taizong immediately noticed something strange. Both sides of the palace road were filled with guards and palace maids, and everyone's gazes were cast towards them in unison. These people's eyes were cold and vigilant, completely unlike ordinary palace people. Obviously, the entire palace had been thoroughly cleansed by the Yi family, and those on duty here now were all the Yi family's carefully cultivated dead soldiers. However, Li Taizong did not place these people in his eyes. Griffins were only griffins no matter how many they were. Just like this, Li Taizong came all the way to the Taiji Hall unhindered. Here, the white cloth was already hanging high, and the candle flame was ghostly. Li Yutian's coffin was placed in the center of the hall, and more than 100 monks were chanting in a low voice. 5 old and withered figures stood not far away, resting their eyes. Those 5 figures viewed their appearance as 5 ordinary old men, but they exuded a suffocating pressure all over their bodies. And behind the 5 people, Empress Yi was kneeling in front of the spirit with a coat of white silk. The 4-year-old 9th prince, Li Taiyuan, ignorantly knelt in the position of the heir emperor. That child's small hand grasped the corner of his sleeve, oblivious to the fact that he was being used as a pawn. Empress Yi's absolutely beautiful face was now as pale as paper, her phoenix eyes were now red, and her porcelain white cheeks were hung with undried tear stains. No one could hardly imagine that the depths of those tearful phoenix eyes hid a piece of cold calculation. And not far from them, Yi Xiang stood with a sad face, seemingly mourning the late emperor. However, his gaze kept wandering between Li Taizong and those 5 pale and withered figures. Yuan Tiangang stepped forward and whispered, "Your Highness, those 5 people, 1 Grandmaster 9th, 2 Grandmaster 8th, and 2 Grandmaster 7th. Li Taizong nodded calmly. However, waves of shock were raised in his heart. He recognized these 5 people. He had seen these 5 people back then when he followed Li Yutian to offer his ancestor at the imperial temple. These people were all old men of the clan, and even Li Gadian did not know their ages. He only knew that at a very early age, these old men guarded the imperial temple and never asked about mundane matters. Who would have thought that the old men who guarded the imperial temple every day were actually 5 great masters? and they were all old men of his Li Qin royal family. At this moment, those 5 old men ignored everyone, their gazes locked onto Yuan Tiangang. Everyone present could feel the killing intent permeating the air if anything. Yuan Tiangang stood with his arms folded, calmly looking at the 5 great masters, his body emanating the slightest hint of cold and tyrannical killing intent. Under the heavens, there was only one person who could make him, Yuan Tiangang, bend over. These 5 people were not qualified enough. The collision of this pure killing intent caused the monks who were chanting to break out in cold sweat. The candle flames were all shaking violently. Between the interplay of light and shadow, an aura of solemn killing filled the entire hall. These old men don't care about the Yi family regency, instead they want to target me? Li Taizong has some dissatisfaction in his heart. As an old man of the clan, instead of helping his juniors, he is helping the family that oppresses his juniors. Li Taizong sees these old men as senile. Empress Yi was the first to break the heavy atmosphere in the hall. She raised her tearful phoenix eyes and called out with a choked voice. Is Tsanger here to see your father? She trembled and extended her hand. Come quickly, your father emperor usually loves you the most. Li Taizong suddenly shouted sternly. Come person. The sound was like a thunderous explosion, startling the chanting to a halt. He pointed to the palace maid kneeling beside Empress Yi. Can't you see that the Empress Dowager's phoenix body is not in harmony? If anything goes wrong, I will take you to task. Before the words left his mouth, several chamberlains had hurriedly held a warming stove and came quickly. Li Taizong turned to the young 9th prince, his tone turned gentle. 9th brother is still young and weak, how can he be cold here? Still not quick to bring down to take good care of. In the crowd's shocked eyes, Li Taizong went straight to the most honorable seat in front of the spirit. With a steady gait, he came to the 9th prince and said softly. 9th brother, get up a bit, you've taken your 2nd brother's place. The 9th prince was young and still a child, and was startled by Li Taizong's sudden outburst. Hurriedly got up and ran into Empress Ye's arms. Li Taizong steadily knelt on the seat of honor that should have belonged to the heir emperor. Placing the jade seal of transmission on the offering table. Father passed on the jade seal to my son, entrusting me with the important task of reviving Great Qin. I swear in front of the throne that I will work hard to reorganize the dynasty. I will clean up the past and revitalize Qin. If I violate this oath, I will be punished by heaven and earth, and I will not be allowed to die a good death. Li Taizong turned to face the crowd, the Taiya sword in his hand at some point. From today onwards, I will be the new ruler of Qin. Empress Yi is holding the 9th prince, her face is as gloomy as water. Is the 2nd prince plotting a rebellion? Chapter 10 You plotted against the late emperor and stole the jade seal. This behavior of Li Taizong caught them off guard. Never thought that Li Taizong would directly announce his ascension to the throne in front of Li Yutian's spirit. But on second thought, there was nothing wrong with Li Taizong's move. He already had the identity of the first eldest son, and also had the jade seal of transmission entrusted to him by Li Yutian. Now, the spirit before the throne, changed the orphan called me, does not have any jurisprudential problems. In her eyes, that position should have belonged to her son, and that jade seal also deserved to be in the possession of the 9th prince. Li Taizong's move was like taking away everything she had worked so hard for. Li Taizong, this evil animal, how dare he? Queen Ye's voice is light, but carries a bone-chilling chill. Is the 2nd prince plotting a rebellion? The late emperor's legacy clearly passed on to the 9th prince, you. Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Li Taizong. Empress Dowager, speak cautiously. My father's emperor, my mother is Empress Xiaoda. Regardless of the establishment of the first emperor, I am the highest priority. Can I still rebel against my own family? Seeing that Li Taizong had already called himself me, Empress Ye's heart and lungs were about to explode. Yi Guzhou even narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous cold aura. He looked scornfully at the covering black-robed Yuan Tiangang. Great masters were not something they could fight against. However, he was relieved when he looked at the 5 solemn-looking imperial ancestors. Fortunately, with the High Emperor's ancestral tradition restraining them, these 5 imperial ancestors would check and balance that masked black-robed man. Thinking of this, a trace of contempt could not help but rise in his heart. Really pedantic, irredeemable, these old codgers emptied Qin's strongest combat force, but will only sit back and watch the royal family internal strife. Even if you raise a parasite to raise a male lord, so what? In the face of a broken mountain and river, even a male lord can do nothing. Yi Guzhou took a step forward, his voice cold and piercing. 2nd prince, what evidence do you have to prove that this jade seal of state was passed down to you by the late emperor? This prime minister seriously suspects that it was you who inflicted harm on the late emperor last night and stole the jade seal of transmission from the palace. He forced his eyes sharply at Li Taizong. How else can you explain? You have left the late emperor's chambers. The late emperor will be the dragon master Bin Tian. Moreover, the late emperor had already anticipated your ambitions and entrusted the imperial decree of succession to this minister for safekeeping. Said, he took out a bright yellow silk from his bosom. This is the true posthumous edict of the late emperor, please take a look at it. Li Yi, one of the 5 imperial ancestors, raised his hand and the silk flew into his hands in the air. The hall was instantly silent, as the Yi family's side waited with bated breath for this Grand Master's verdict. Li Taizong did not comment on this, as he swept his gaze deeply over the people present. This was the perfect time to test the stance of the 5 royal ancestors. At the same time, he also wanted to see what other cards the Yi family could bring out. Empress Yi took the opportunity to step forward, her voice choking. All of you old ancestors, the late emperor himself said to this palace before his death that he would pass the throne to you honor. This rebellious son is ambitious. Not only did he murder the late emperor, but now he wants to take away his youngest brother's throne. Li Yi's cloudy eyes swept over the imperial edict and raised his eyes to look at Yi Guizhou with a somewhat intriguing expression, both like mockery and with a bit of playfulness. Yi Guizhou was pierced to the spine by this gaze, but the words he then heard caused his taut nerves to suddenly relax. The corners of his mouth even unconsciously hooked into a smug smile. His voice was hoarse but unquestionable. This imperial edict was indeed written by the late emperor's handwriting, and the seal of the state seal on it was also conclusive. The Yi family members present unanimously breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that the recognition of these 5 imperial ancestors meant that the Yi family had already passed the most crucial hurdle in this power game. More importantly, this proved that the overlying black-robed great patriarch was indeed as the Yi family's old ancestor had said. He would not intervene in the matter of seizing the throne, but would instead hold back the forces under Li Taizong's command. The pressure the great master was putting on them was too much. And without the great patriarch meddling, with only a patriarchal eunuch to assist them, the Yi family did not place Li Taizong in their eyes at all. Li Yi laughed coldly in his heart. Of course he knew that this imperial edict was forged by Yi Kuchu. Even when he was seriously ill, the jade seal of transmission was never far from Li Taizong's side. There was absolutely no way that the Yi family could have gotten their hands on the real jade seal of passage. Then there was only one possibility: the Yi family had the audacity to imitate a side of the state seal enough to mess with the real one. It's really treasonous. It's also a good whetstone. Li Yi was not prepared to personally deal with this traitor. On the contrary, he was looking forward to seeing how Li Taizong would respond to this situation. What other means could this imperial prince, who had been hiding his fronts and keeping his guard up, come up with to counter the Yi family after losing the advantage of being a grandmaster? However, it didn't matter even if Li Taizong lost. There were still 3, 4, and 5 more emperors outside of Chang'an, and they would gather their forces to fight for the Central Plains. As for the 9th prince produced by Empress Yi, although he seemed to be obsequious now, Li Yi knew that sooner or later, this child with the bloodline of the Li family would show his innate political talent. Their old Li family was born to be ruthless political machines. In the history of Great Qin, there were countless examples of teenage sons of heaven counteracting foreign relatives and regaining power. Li Yi's heart was vaguely looking forward to this generation of emperors. No matter who achieves supremacy, it will be a generation of great masters. A cold light flowed in Li Taizong's eyes. These 5 royal ancestors were really tired of living. Eyes wide open, they watched as the chaotic officials turned black and white upside down and brutalized the imperial heir. Empress Yi seized the moment and shouted in a stern and cold voice, "Li Taizong, you patricide and usurper traitor! The late emperor was your biological father, and just because he didn't pass the throne to you, you're going to inflict harm on him?" Yi Guizhou chimed in coldly. A man with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs is worthy to stand in front of the late emperor's spirit. Hand over the seal of transmission and my Yi family will give you the decency of being an imperial prince. Yi Guizhou snorted coldly as his own cultivation at the peak of Zhongshu erupted. He was originally the head of the family, and that year he even accompanied Li Yutian to personally conquer the grasslands. Having a peak Zhongshu cultivation is not unexpected. Queen Yi led the 9th prince to retreat to the back of the hall. And Yi Orphan's outburst was also a signal. In a split second, those chanting monks' figures stormed up and surrounded Li Taizong and Gao Li Shi. At this moment, where were these monks calm and peaceful, only endless killing intent? Surprisingly, these monks are all at the Xianhai realm, and their auras are mixed in one. Even high-level sect masters don't dare to underestimate them. The 5 Yi clan patriarchs hidden in the shadows also appeared and drew their swords. These 5 sect masters were all above the 7th level. Yuan Tiangong's eyes were cold, and he wanted to step in to help. However, he was surrounded by the 5 royal elders in a pentagonal shape. Chapter 11. Have you ever put the emperor in your eyes? Seeing the Yi family tearing their faces apart, Li Taizong looked towards the 5 imperial ancestors who had surrounded Yuan Tiangang. The Yi family wanted to kill the emperor, don't you old ancestors care? Of the 5 old men, only the youngest, Li Wu, frowned tightly when he saw the Yi family behaving in such a manner. But when he raised his hand, he was stopped by the eyes of the other 4 old men. Li Wu gritted his teeth and could only put his raised hand back down. Seeing this, Yi Guizhou sighed in relief. If these few people had stepped in to help Li Taizong, their Yi family would truly be dead. Not even the great patriarchal ancestors in the back of the mountain might be able to save them. The Yi family's crowd drew their long swords with murderous intent. Li Taizong, today is the day you die. Go down and apologize to His Majesty the late Emperor. Seeing these people draw their swords, Yuan Tiangang was furious. As a servant, how can I see my sovereign humiliated? Unbridled. Yuan Tiangang shouted angrily, and his killing intent erupted like a torrent. The aura of these patriarchs was instantly washed away by Yuan Tiangang's killing intent. There were many Yi clan sovereigns and they were strong, but he was a great sovereign. However, the moment he was about to strike, the 5 royal elders' figures stormed up. The torrent of killing intent was stopped, and in just the blink of an eye, Yuan Tiangong's aura was pressed down. The leader, Li Yi, questioned. Which sect or faction are you from? Why do you cover your face and dare not meet anyone? Don't you know that there is a rule that Grand Masters are not allowed to intervene in the seizing of the throne? Is the sect behind you tired of living? Yuan Tiangang said in a deep voice. I am His Majesty's vassal. Please also step aside, royal seniors. Hearing Yuan Tiangang reply in this manner, the veins on the forehead of the old man at the head of the group rippled, and his hoarse voice carried a thunderous might. By now, you still want to pretend? Do you think we don't know what's in your heart? I will ask for the last time, what sect did you learn from? Is your move to replace my Li Qin royal family and reign over the world? The auras of the 5 Grand Master high ranks erupted at the same time, and a storm of spiritual pressure suddenly rose within the hall. Warp streamers tore, candlesticks toppled over, and even Li Goshen's coffin made a toothsome friction sound. The palace people fell to the ground, but only Li Taizong sat motionless in the main seat, his robes hunting, his eyes growing colder and colder. Li Si also turned his gaze towards Li Taizong. And you? Incompetent scion, how dare you collude with a Grand Master? Do you think you can manipulate the Grand Master? Do you think my Li Qin's kingdom is too long? Li Gadian was also crazy to hand over the jade seal of transmission to a fool like you. Yi Guzhou's face shifted. He did not expect that the carefully prepared imperial edict had not coaxed these 5 royal ancestors. However, it was obvious that these 5 royal ancestors could tolerate his Yi family's pretense of an imperial edict, but they could not tolerate a great patriarch meddling in the royal family's affairs. Seeing that His Majesty was being abused, Gao Lishur couldn't help himself and made a gesture to go forward. But the next moment, by the great master's pressure shocked in place cannot move. Gao Lishur was a heavenly pride, but his cultivation level of peak Zongshur was still not enough in front of the Grand Master. Empress Yi looked smug at the back of the hall. Great masters were not allowed to meddle in the affairs of the royal family. This was the iron law of Great Qin. As long as the 5 great masters didn't die, no one would be able to subvert the position of Li Qin's royal family. As for who would sit on the throne for the sons and daughters of the Li family, they didn't care. Empress Yi took the opportunity to tighten the 9th prince into her arms, the corners of her lips curling into a sneer. Yuan you're going to be the emperor in the future. Be sure to be good to mother and your uncle, got it? Li Taiyuan nodded his head in ignorance. Empress Yi, however, did not realize that there was a cold ghostly light mixed in the depths of Li Taiyuan's clear eyes. At this moment, Li Taizang also understood why these royal ancestors could tolerate the dictatorship of the foreign relatives and did not aid the royal descendants. Great patriarchs were exceedingly powerful and were far from being able to be defeated by a pile of patriarchs. Their own role was to be used to deter the great patriarchs of the world. In short, great patriarchs were the nuclear weapons of the previous world on Earth. The deterrent effect was greater than the killing effect. Li Taizong did not give these 5 old men face, his tone was like ice. In a deep voice, he said, 5 old ancestors, openly defying my will, do you think you can override the emperor? Li Yi snorted coldly. What kind of thing are you that you dare to call me emperor? We won't go back until this great patriarch is removed. As for you, fend for yourself. As he spoke, the might of the 5 royal elders increased, and the Taiji Hall all made unbearable creaking noises. Li Goshen's spirit hall was even more disorganized. The corners of Empress Ye's mouth, however, hooked into a sneer. Yi Kouzhou also looked shaky, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. Just as they were thinking about the future life of Li Taiyuan's ascension to the throne, the hall suddenly erupted with terrifying heavenly might. It seemed like a true dragon was angry and roaring the sky. Unbridled. Clang. Li Taizong Taiya's sword was sheathed in response. In an instant, a blinding golden aura erupted from the blade of the sword, as brilliant as the rising sun, and wherever the sword light passed, the air seemed to be scorched with cracks. The pressure of the 5 royal ancestors, which had originally swept through the hall like a furious sea, was torn apart the instant the sword light cut down. The hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence. What? Impossible. A 20-year-old peak sovereign? It was definitely an illusion. Yi Kouzhou's eyes were wide with rage, and his hand holding the sword was trembling. Yi Ho's pupils suddenly shrunk and she lost her voice in shock. The two of them, brother and sister, were also high-level Zongshur powerhouses themselves, so they could naturally clearly perceive Li Taizong's realm at this moment. The peak of the Sovereign Master Realm. The ultimate of the Sovereign Master Realm. Only one step away from becoming a transcendent Grandmaster. Isn't he only 20 years old? How did his cultivation improve so quickly? In the history of Great Qin, the last 20-year-old at the peak of the sovereign master had to be traced back to the founding years. This kind of heavenly pride, the future is not break through the celestial, white day flying up. Was this still that second prince Li Taizong? One must know that although Li Taizong had always been intoxicated with cultivation, the royal family did not allocate much cultivation resources to him. Moreover, with Fuan at his side as a spy, the Yi family has been monitoring Li Taizong's cultivation progress. Being able to contact that overlying black-robed grandmaster, Empress Yi could understand. After all, there were countless ambitious people who valued Li Taizong's status as the first son. However, he had silently stepped into the peak of the sovereign master at the age of 20. This was simply against the common sense of martial arts. And most importantly, this prince at the extreme end of the Zhongshe realm had directly chopped through the storm generated by the joint efforts of 5 grandmasters. The distance between a sovereign master and a grand sovereign master was like a rift in the sky. This was also the reason why there was a scarcity of grandmasters in the world today. Patriarchal powerhouses could still be worn down by Xinhai cultivators, while patriarchal powerhouses were categorically incapable of resisting great patriarchal powerhouses even if they were numerous. But what had Li Taizong done? Surprisingly, he used the power of a Zhongshe to harden himself against a great Zhongshe. One had to know that he wasn't facing one, but 5. The 5 imperial ancestors frowned, their gazes heavy as they looked at the figure emanating supreme majesty, their hearts filled with thoughts. On the one hand, they were shocked that Li Taizong's cultivation was so high, and on the other hand, they were shocked that he had shaken down a grand master with a cultivation of the 9th level of the sovereign master. Li Taizong took a step forward, and the bricks under his feet turned into pieces. At this moment, he was like an ancient emperor descending to the world. The pressure around him was like an abyss like the sea, making those present gasp for breath. The late emperor's spiritual hall is located, not a place for you to be wild. The 5 of you, have you ever put the emperor in your eyes? Li Taizong bites the word emperor very hard. The emperor is the supreme ruler of the world. His word is the law. All living beings must submit, no one dares to overstep their bounds. And these 5 ancestors dare to strike at the emperor's spiritual hall. This is a great disrespect. This cry was like thunder in the 9 heavens, and the figures of the 5 retreated a step in unison. The 5 imperial ancestors' faces were unsightly, they actually felt threatened by Li Taizong's body. It was appalling to say this out loud. 5 supreme powerhouses at the high level of grandmaster were actually jealous of a peak grandmaster. Li Taizong, however, was not surprised. He had a clear perception of himself. Although he was only at the peak cultivation level of a grandmaster, the technique he cultivated was a supreme technique such as the human emperor's world suppressor technique. How could it be called a supreme technique if it couldn't cross 1 or 2 great realms to decimate the enemy? Moreover, Li Taizong's qi and blood was like a torrent, while the 5 of them had already had their qi and blood decayed, so it was reasonable for the 5 imperial ancestors to feel this way. Chapter 12 Empress Dowager can try to be able to walk. Looking at the atmosphere of swords and crossbows, a trace of uneasiness rose in Yi Guozhou's heart. He observed the situation without moving, and that uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Li Taizong's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. This prince who should have been under their firm control was as sharp as a sword out of its sheath at this moment. Yi Guozhou's sight swept through the people in the hall without any trace and finally landed on Empress Yi. The moment their gazes met, Empress Yi nodded imperceptibly. The 2 of them, brother and sister, had a heart-to-heart and could understand each other's meaning without the need for too many words. It was necessary to ensure that the 9th prince, Li Taiyuan, left safely. Empress Yi pulled the 9th prince behind her and commanded in a low voice. Yuan, you go home with sister first. By going home, Empress Yi did not mean Xianing Palace, but the Yi family. She handed Li Taiyuan over to the old sister beside her, who immediately understood and took Li Taiyuan's little hand. As long as they left the palace and returned to the Yi family. Regardless of the outcome of this strife, their Yi family had the cards on the table. The worst ending was nothing more than Li Taizong taking the throne and the Yi family being forced to leave Chang'an. However, with the Yi family's operations in various places, they were fully capable of gathering strength in a short period of time. The private soldiers in Jiangnan, the merchant routes in the north, the hidden stakes in the west, and so on, the pieces that have been secretly laid out over the years, will all come into play at the critical moment. And the 9th prince is their most important bargaining chip. As long as they keep this soul seedling, the 9th prince will be able to compete with all the princes in the world. The Yi family will still have the qualification to seize the world. At that time, Li Taizong, who is on the throne, will definitely become the target of all the princes. The throne is still unknown. The old sister led the 9th prince in slow steps backward, moving towards the hall door. Yi Guozhou's gaze was fixed on Li Taizong and Yuan Tiangang, confirming that their attention was completely held by the 5 royal ancestors. A trace of relief flashed across the taut little face of Li Taiyuan, the 9th prince. Despite his natural talent, the brutal aura of this power struggle in front of him still made it difficult for him to breathe. Leaving this cultivation ground would undoubtedly be a relief for him. However, just as old sister and Li Taiyuan were only a few steps away from the door of the Taiji Hall, a eunuch blocked the door. His red-clothed, fire-like figure blocked the sunlight that shone through. It shrouded old sister and the ninth prince in shadow. It was none other than Gao Lishur. He had a formulaic smile on his face, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He slowly fastened the gate, his voice soft but irresistible. His Majesty didn't say to let you go. That old sister's face changed, her already numerous wrinkles instantly twisting like old tree bark. The cloudy eyes erupted with a horrifyingly fierce light. The entire person instantly became dangerously horrifying. He said in a low voice. Unbridled. Open your eyes. This is His Highness the Ninth Prince. You, a eunuch, dare to stop His Highness the Ninth Prince. The voice was wrapped in a sharp killing intent, and a raging spirit pressure swept out. Surprisingly, it was a deeply hidden sect master powerhouse. The Yi family had deep roots. This old sister was Empress Yi's nursemaid, and now she was also the ninth prince's protector. Gao Lishur looked calm, only those narrow eyes scrutinized this old sister. The Phaseless Talisman Sutra was unleashed, and countless dark shadows began to float beneath his feet. Countless cold and bizarre runes began to spread, and in the blink of an eye, they attached themselves to the door of the Taiji Hall, forming a black barrier. I'm His Majesty's slave, not yours, the Yi family. Honestly, stay where you are and wait for His Majesty's holy judgment. The old sister's face was ugly, frozen in place, in a dilemma. At this moment, she saw the strength of this red-robed eunuch. Peak sovereign. The same realm as the family head. She herself was not even at the 8th level of the sovereign master. It was absolutely impossible to be this person's opponent. However, seeing that this person was so young, how could he give up his status as a heavenly pride and be willing to be a eunuch beside the second prince? Ninth Prince Li Taiyuan was also shocked by this sudden change. His face was bloodless and he hid behind the old sister, tightly grasping the corner of her coat. At the same time, a trace of resentment rose in the 4-year-old's heart. I am the emperor's son, a house slave like a eunuch dares to disrespect me. When I become the emperor, I will definitely clean up all the eunuchs in the palace. Yi Gushou's face instantly became ugly. It was then that he realized he had made a fatal mistake. He had focused his entire attention on Li Taizong and ignored the red-robed eunuch beside him. Those shadowy talismans released by that red-robed eunuch caused him, who was also at the peak of the sovereign master, to feel inexplicable palpitations. One must know that as the Yi family's family head, he had practiced the finest techniques since he was young, and his foundation had even been toughened by countless heavenly treasures, making him a rare talent amongst his peers. However, at this moment, he actually felt danger from a eunuch. Seeing her son's fear, Empress Yi immediately stepped forward and pulled the ninth prince into her arms. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and an unhidden anger rose between her brows. Bold. Empress Yi sternly rebuked. You, a lowly eunuch, dare to be rude to the prince? This palace is going to leave the palace today. Do you still want to take action against this palace? At this moment, Queen Yi's graceful atmosphere, majestic and cold. Her has a mother of a country's momentum. Gao Lishur, figure upright as a pine, face calmly watched the Leaf Queen. Not humble and not overbearing, said. Empress Dowager is overstating the case. How could a slave girl dare to disrespect the royal family? Then step aside. His Majesty has not issued a decree. He's not the emperor yet. The palace commands you to get out of the way. Gao Lishur narrowed his eyes slightly, glowing with coldness. Sidestep out of the way. Only, the gloomy talismans attached to the Tai Chi Palace are even more complicated. It was difficult to approach within nearly 3 feet. Empress Yi looked angrily at Gao Lishur, who still had a formulaic smile on his face, his hands folded in front of his belly, maintaining a standard serving posture. But anyone can see that the red eunuch's murderous intent is hidden under the calmness of this red-robed eunuch. He was almost explicitly telling Empress Yi, if you dare to approach the gate, I will dare to take action against you. He even deliberately controlled the release of his power, not only letting Empress Yi and the others feel the pressure, but also not forcing Empress Yi and the others to jump over the wall. Within this side of the Great Hall, other than those few great masters that he couldn't defeat, the rest of them, he didn't care about them. Gao Lishur was very clear about his duties. He didn't need to take the initiative, as long as he ensured that no one could leave the Taiji Hall without authorization. As for the subsequent disposition, naturally he had to wait for his master to decide. Of course, if Empress Yi made a move, he wouldn't mind taking care of family matters for his own majesty. In Great Qin, he only followed his own majesty's orders. It's better for His Majesty the Ninth and Empress Dowager to stay in the palace. His Majesty is very concerned about the safety of the two of you. The Empress Dowager can also try to leave the palace, only that the outlaws are rampant outside, and I can't guarantee the safety of the Empress Dowager and the Ninth Prince. Gao Lishur didn't even bother to be subtle anymore, almost explicitly threatening Empress Yi's mother and son. Empress Yi forcefully suppressed her violent anger, her spiritual energy rolling around her body, but she didn't dare to make a move. She didn't dare to gamble on the consequences of her striking out. She and the old sister combined couldn't defeat this red-clothed eunuch. Her own elder brother, Yi Kouzhou, also had no time to spare to help her at this moment. Li Taizong also noticed the situation over here and secretly nodded. Gao Lishur's performance pleased him greatly. Worthy of being a sage eunuch of the ages, he had an insight into the situation. He himself was confronting the royal ancestor and the Yi clan patriarch, and had no time to spare for Empress Yi, while Gao Lishur perfectly controlled the situation and did not let the ninth prince have the chance to escape back to the Yi clan. If the ninth prince Li Taiyuan escaped back to the Yi family, although not to shake the situation, but will certainly bring a lot of trouble. The Yi family has been operating outside for many years, and their forces are intertwined. Once they let the prince leave Chang'an, they will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. Although Li Taizong was not afraid, it would take a lot of energy. In a power struggle, potential threats must be nipped in the bud. The situation in the temple was clear. Gao Lishur was firmly in control of the exit, and Queen Ye's party could not escape. Now, it was time to settle these obstructive royal ancestors and Yi family patriarchs in front of them. Chapter 13, Self-Destruction? Do I look like Xiao Gong? The 5 imperial ancestors looked at Li Taizong in a complicated manner. The depth of this young scion city, the sophistication of his tactics, and the excellence of his talent truly shocked them. For 20 years of hiding his fronts and holding back, he had fooled all of them, the great patriarchs. He had even made a heavenly pride at the peak of the patriarchal master serve at his left and right as a eunuch. Now, with the help of Li Yutian's funeral, he even gathered Queen Ye's mother and son with Yi Kuchu to kill them all in one go. Such a heart, roots, and strategy made them feel that this Li Taizong was simply the reincarnation of Emperor Taizong. The 5 imperial ancestors looked at each other, and between their eye exchanges, they silently reached some sort of consensus. Such a majestic and wise ruler had to be kept. Li Yi gathered his qi and slowly spoke. Since Li Yutian passed the jade seal of transmission to you, you are the new emperor of Great Qin. As for that imperial edict, leave it at that. Li Yi's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky. The Yi family and the others had been scared as if their faces were ashen and they did not dare to speak. If the 5 imperial ancestors didn't clamp down on the black-robed Grand Master, what could their Yi family do to fight with Li Taizong? When a Grand Master struck, they wouldn't even be able to block a single move. Empress Ye's face turned white as she clung to Li Taiyuan. Yi Kozhou said bravely. 5 seniors, the High Emperor's ancestral training explicitly decrees that Grand Masters are not allowed to intervene in the seizure of the first wife. Before the words were finished, Li Wu scolded sternly. Shut up. Do we need you to remind the High Emperor what the ancestral instruction is? Is it your Yi family's motto that you teach your descendants to disrupt the dynasty and mutilate the heir? Yi Kozhou immediately sweated like a pig and said he didn't dare. Li Yi ignored Yi Kozhou and continued to say to Li Taizong. We believe that you can revitalize Great Qin, but Emperor Gao's ancestral instructions cannot be violated. Li Yi pointed at Yuan Tiangang and said. Hand him over to us, the 5 of us will immediately return to the imperial temple and will no longer ask about your affairs. Li San said bitterly. Son, the great master is not that easy to handle. The High Emperor has his own deep meaning when he established the ancestral training. Everything we old bones have done is for the sake of the Great Qin's kingdom to be eternal. Imperial underpinnings like Li Yi and the rest of them have been preparing for this since the time of the great ancestor, Emperor Gao. They were all the heavenly prides of the Li Qin royal family, and would have been chosen by the previous generation of great masters since they were young, and brought to the imperial temple to be cultivated. They were erased of their names, and after they broke through to the great patriarchs, they would be known by their numbers and passed down from generation to generation. For example, after the death of Li Yi of the previous generation, Li Er would change his name to Li Yi, Li San would change his name to Li Er, and so on. They had no freedom since they were young, and were born to be the protectors of the Li Qin royal family. And since they hadn't left the imperial temple much since they were young, they naturally valued the High Emperor's ancestral discipline more than their lives. For them, being able to spare Li Taizong from plotting and the great patriarch's seizure of the throne was already a great concession. However, this covered black-robed great patriarch who violated the ancestral instructions and interfered in the seizure of the first wife had to pay the price. Yi Guzhou's mood lightened after hearing the words of the royal ancestor. As long as there was no great patriarch, there was still hope for their Yi family. One must know that their Yi family's forces were intertwined, and when they played with power, Li Taizong was no match at all. Moreover, most importantly, his Yi family also had the underpinnings of a great patriarch. As long as his Yi family's Grand Masters did not interfere with the royal family's Grand Masters would not deal with the Yi family. And if Li Taizong wanted to eradicate the Yi family, he would also have to weigh the Yi family's Grand Master. This was also one of the reasons why many male lords in Li Qin's history were unable to completely eradicate the world family sect. The checks and balances between the imperial power and the lineage clans had long since penetrated into the bone marrow of Great Qin. If the imperial family's Grand Masters did not take action to restrain the world family sect's Grand Masters, the emperors could not do anything to eradicate the world family sect even if they wished to do so. If the emperors insisted on taking action, these imperial family's great masters would even drag the emperor's feet like they did today. Li Taizong's face was as cold as frost, his gaze swept over the 5 imperial grandmasters like a sword, and he said in a deep voice, If I don't hand over Yuan Qing to you, what are you going to do? Li Yi snorted coldly, his eyes were sharp, his aura suddenly climbed around him, the pressure of a great master swept across the hall like a tidal wave. Then we will see if you, the new ruler, can withstand the wrath of the 5 Grand Masters. Seeing this, Li San slowed his tone a little and persuaded. Child, with your means, even without the Grand Masters, you can still quell the Yi family's chaos. Why bother going against the High Emperor's ancestral instructions for the sake of an outsider? We are all doing this for your own good. Yuan Tiangang sheathed his sword and looked at Li Taizong with a complicated gaze. He was summoned by the system, and although there was a system setting to be absolutely loyal to Li Taizong, he did not understand the nature of this Li Taizong. In Yuan Tiangong's opinion, if Li Taizong handed him over, he would be able to quell the anger of these 5 royal ancestors. If he didn't hand him over, although he was confident in blocking the 5 great masters, there was still the Yi family that was waiting in the wings. This added an additional risk for Li Taizong. There was nothing wrong with Li Taizong being selfish, after all, emperors were inherently selfish. And as long as Li Taizong promises the 5 imperial ancestors, he, Yuan Tiangang, will instantly pull out his sword and cut himself. The original bad handsome Yuan Tiangang was loyal to the emperor and loved the country, not to mention the added buff of system loyalty. Regardless of what Li Taizong chooses, he Yuan Tiangang will unconditionally carry out. Looking at the aggressiveness of the 5 royal ancestors in Yuan Tiangong's determined eyes, Li Taizong was directly exasperated and laughed. What do you take me for? A self-destructive fool? The 5 of you together, can you compare to my Yuan Cheng? Damn it, he is not Zhao Gong, who killed Yu Pingju for the sake of compromising all parties. The friendship of 5 royal ancestors for his bad marshal? Does he, Li Taizong, look like Xiao Yong? How dim would he have to be to do such a thing? Do you guys really think that I will cut off my own arm just for the sake of the so-called ancestral tradition? If I hand over my loyal subjects today, who will dare to die for me tomorrow? Will I still have the face to be the emperor? Li Yi's face was gloomy and he was about to open his mouth, but he was stopped by Li Taizong raising his hand. Li Yi was about to speak, but Li Taizong raised his hand to stop him. I will make it clear today. Yuan Tiangang is my right-hand man, whoever touches him is my enemy. There was a dead silence in the hall. The faces of the 5 royal ancestors were as gloomy as water. They obviously did not expect this young new ruler to be so tough that he dared to oppose their royal ancestors. Chapter 14, The High Emperor is the Emperor, but I am not the Emperor? Yuan Tiangang looked at Li Taizong with some emotion. There was no subject who didn't like such an emperor. Willing to take risks and not give up his loyal subjects. In the original story, Yuan Tiangong's through 21 generations of emperors, he had only met one. That was the one who was the dragon and phoenix, the heavenly sun's watch, Tian Qihan. After that, even if he met a male lord, he could not be compared to that one. It was a pity that this Yuan Tiangang did not have memories of his previous life. But subconsciously, he was still excited to assist such an emperor. As a subject, he would dare not to die for such a saintly ruler. On the other hand, the Yi family side was excited. Empress Yi excitedly hugged Li Taiyuan, the smile on her face could not be hidden. Little true madness, even if you are a demon, it is impossible for a peak grandmaster to kill a grandmaster. It seems that today, my Yuaner will inevitably be crowned emperor. Her nails pinched deep into her palms, but she was oblivious to the pain, and her eyes flickered with madness. Yi Guzhou was even so excited that he was trembling, and he couldn't stop shouting inwardly. Fight, fight. It's best to fight to the death. At that time, my Yi family would not need to insist on assisting Tai Yuan. My Yi family could stand on its own as an emperor. Excited Yi Guzhou's eyes were red, and the image of himself sitting on top of the 9 defies supreme beings even appeared in his mind. Words followed the law, and his words became a constitution. On the contrary, the 5 royal ancestors were furious. Li Yi roared angrily. Li Taizong, do you really want to go against the legacy of the great ancestor? Li Si looked at Li Taizong angrily, gnashing his teeth, itching to eat him. You think you're invincible just because you're a peak Songsher at the age of 20? Li Wu's aura stirred around him like a volcano about to erupt. Who are you? How dare you question Emperor Taizu's sacred teachings? Is it possible that you think you are greater than the High Emperor? The terrifying mic came crashing down, blowing away Li Taizong's crown of hair. The long black hair flew wildly in the surge of spiritual energy. His sword brows are sharp and his eyes are radiant. Emperor Gao is an emperor, but I am not? I see that the High Emperor's ancestral tradition, these old calendars should have been changed a long time ago. If the temple protectors don't follow the emperor's will, what's the difference between plotting against the emperor and plotting against the emperor? Hearing Li Taizong's words so sharp, the 5 old ancestors immediately lost some control. Rebellious, you Li Taizong are truly rebellious. Treasonous traitor. Vulgar child. You can't dishonor the emperor's teachings. You're an arrogant child who forgets his ancestors. Li Taizong's eyes blazed with cold lightning, and his aura was as brilliant as the might of the heavens. The law of the ancestors is to govern the land of the ancestors, but we don't know how much of the land of the ancestors has been lost, and how many people listen to the decree when it goes out of Chang'an. I think it's because of the High Emperor's pedantic rules that the great clans are rampant today. You five, today either submit to the new king, or go down to see your High Emperor. Lier shouted angrily, his entire body's spiritual energy stirring, his white hair standing up at the roots. What an unfaithful and unfilial sinner. Today, I will do justice to heaven. Li Taizong's sword brows rose up and he said indifferently. Yuan Chang, do it. Boom. Yuan Tiangong's figure skyrocketed, and the Big Dipper technique was operated by him to the extreme. The entire Taiji hall was shrouded in a dense heavenly Dipper chi. He had long endured these 5 royal ancestors for a long time. These 5 old things dared to insult his majesty like this. The Lord insults his minister. Snap. A crisp slapping sound resounded through the great hall. Yuan Tiangang swung his right palm round and slapped Lier solidly in the face. The berserk chi energy directly tore the carpet behind Lier into pieces, and the aftermath even plowed a deep furrow in the floor of the great hall. Lier's body flew out backwards like a cannonball, drawing an arc in the air. The air was squeezed out with a popping sound. Li Yi's quick eyes and hands dodged forward to catch Lier, and he retreated several steps before dislodging the huge force. If you dare to insult his majesty again, this marshal will tear your mouth apart. At this moment, Lier was dizzy, his vision was blurred, and several teeth in his mouth had disappeared. Blood flowed down the corners of his mouth, and the feeling of humiliation in his heart almost drowned him. After living for hundreds of years, how had he, Lier, ever suffered such humiliation? And it was still being slapped in public by a junior. What a way to seek death. Insulting my great Qin Imperial Temple Protector, you hiding your head in the sand simply didn't put my Li Qin Imperial family in your eyes. The clan behind you doesn't want to live. After today, your clan will be slaughtered and your family exterminated. The 5 royal ancestors shouted in a stern voice. Terrifying might made the whole hall shaking. Saying you guys are stupid is really stupid. I'm the supreme ruler of Li Qin, what are you 5? Li Taizong coldly said, those starry eyes filled with disdain. He pointed in the direction of Yi Kouzhou and Empress Ye's mother and son. You guys don't care about the rebel thieves, but instead you want to brutalize my own people. Pedantic and old-fashioned generation, the new dynasty has no more ships to carry you. Considering you've guarded the temple for years. Yuan Qing, give them the honor. Yes, sir. As he spoke, Yuan Tiangang drew out his long sword, and the Big Dipper's chi attached to it. It exudes a rigid aura that cuts through everything. A terrifying killing intent swept over everything around him. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang was as horrifying as Ashura. The saber light streak swept across everything, chopping at the 5 royal ancestors. Unconscionable. Li Yi shouted out angrily and offered his own magic weapon. This artifact had been nurtured by countless generations of great masters, and it was terrifying. In an instant, the artifact transformed into an ancient bell. It was majestic and immovable, suppressing everything. Yuan Tiangong's long sword slashed at the ancient bell, emitting a violent popping sound. However, not only did the ancient bell remain unharmed, it instead absorbed that blade light. The remaining 4 old ancestors all struck their spiritual killing moves on the ancient bell. The absorbed blade light was even more terrifying at the moment and returned to Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangong's expression was grave, and his long sword blocked horizontally. Boom! A violent ringing sound came. Yuan Tiangang retreated dozens of steps. The long sword in his hand also shattered in response. Li Yi looked smug. Is my great Qin's 2,600 years of heritage something you can resist? This magic weapon has been contained since the first generation of Imperial Temple Protectors. It is simply not something that an ordinary weapon can resist. Yuan Tiangang threw away the remnants of his sword, and the chi of the Big Dipper transformed into a long sword, ready to attack the ancient bell again. However, Li Taizong suddenly spoke out. I'd like to see whether your turtle shell is hard or my sword is hard. After saying that, Li Taizong fully activated the Human Emperor World Suppressing skill, and the Taiya sword trembled violently, exuding an overbearing imperial aura to the extreme. Duanwuan Kong, please more points to urge more, thanks. Chapter 15 Killing Imperial Ancestors. The 5 imperial ancestors also sensed that Li Taizong was not simple. That ancient long sword made them feel threatened for their lives. A grandmaster's intuition was never without a purpose. The 5 of them didn't dare to be careless and simultaneously pinched. 5 channels of thick spiritual energy were once again injected into the ancient bell. This magic weapon that had been passed down for more than 2,000 years suddenly glowed with golden light and continued to expand, enveloping the great hall. A burst of golden ripples rippled out from the bell, standing like a divine mountain. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the ancient bell carried a destructive momentum towards Li Taizong. The divinity of that ancient bell caused the great pillars of the Taiji Hall to shake and tremble, and the ceilings all began to shatter and tiles to fall. History will record that you are the most foolish emperor of my great Qin. If you want to change the ancestral system, you have to weigh your own weight. Your Majesty. For the first time, urgency appeared in Yuan Tiangong's eyes. He could feel the terror of this strike. An ordinary Grandmaster 9 would have to die under this ancient bell. Even he would have to avoid it. What's more, his sire was only at the peak of the Grandmaster rank. Even if His Majesty was even more demonic and was the reincarnation of a human emperor, it was impossible for him to block it. However, Li Taizong snapped. Get out of the way. Yuan Tiangang stopped in place. Li Taizong's long hair was flying, his sword eyebrows were raised upside down, and his starry eyes were incomparably bright. His golden-colored robes were chillingly loud, matching his aura that was as brilliant as the heavenly might. Just like the young ancient emperor from the reappearance of the general. I'll use your 5 lives to tell the world. Great Qing can only have one voice. The overbearing sword intent on the Taiya sword shone brightly, seemingly triggering a trace of the sword spirit of the Taiya sword, enough to make all the swords submissive. Under the crazy operation of the human emperor's world-suppressing technique, Li Taizong's body was radiant with a monstrous river-like blazing light that completely exploded out. Death! Accompanied by Li Taizong's heaven-shaking roar. The sword light chopped out. Blazing and unstoppable, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, the deafening sword sound resounded through the clouds. The divine sword cracked the sky. It collided with the golden ancient bell. Rumble! Frighteningly, the golden ancient bell was instantly covered in cracks like spider webs. What? This is impossible. Is he really a human being? The 5 imperial ancestors stared in disbelief. That was a magic weapon that had been sacrificed by countless great masters, and it was also the backbone of their imperial temple protectors' pride in the world's great masters. But what happened now? A peak patriarch had directly beaten the magic weapon to the point of shattering? Li Taizong let out a cold snort. That ancient bell of yours was a magical weapon that countless great masters had sacrificed, while his Taiya sword was a national suppression artifact that had been warmed by countless generations of human kings. Li Taizong even doubted that he had utilized 1/millionth of the power of this Taiya sword. If it wasn't for the human emperor's world-suppressing technique and the system's reconciliation, Li Taizong didn't even think he was qualified to even wield the Taiya sword. Ancestral rules are just like your broken bells, it's time to break them and start over. Li Taizong sneered. The Taiya sword's sword rhythm was even greater. He seemed to be dissatisfied that he hadn't shattered the ancient bell with a single stroke of his sword. Rumble! In the next moment, the protector's artifact, which had been passed down for countless generations, shattered with a loud bang. It turned into golden light in the sky. Poof! The 5 imperial ancestors suffered a backlash and spat out blood from their mouths. Their faces were pale, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. On the Yi family's side, their faces were ashen. Especially the 100 or so Xian High Realm monks, who had long since died and injured most of them under the aftermath. Those who survived were cursing in their hearts. What the hell are you, a human being? The peak of the sect master almost slaughtered 5 great sect masters with one sword. After living for so long, they had only seen it in the Buddhist scriptures' mythological stories. Those were all used to swindle people. But damn it, now there really was such a demon in front of their eyes. Yi Guzhou's face was cloudy and his teeth clenched. He looked around and wanted to be the first to leave. But Gao Lishur's calm and deep gaze was always locked on him and Empress Yi's mother and son. There was a Yi family envoy who directly fled, and that Gao Lishur didn't even look at them, just staring at the 3 of them in death. Empress Yi was holding the shivering Li Taiyuan tightly, her delicate makeup had long been drenched in cold sweat. In just a few minutes, she had fallen from the ecstasy of victory into the abyss of despair, and this huge drop made her almost breathless. Li Taiyuan in her arms seemed to have felt his mother's fear as well, his small body trembling uncontrollably. Li Taizong's eyes' divine light dissipated, his sword rhythm was hidden, and his heavenly might was restrained. He didn't care about the 5 royal ancestors, but instead looked at the Taiya sword in his hand in amazement. The Taiya sword had become like an ordinary long sword, its sharpness had been restrained, like an ordinary ceremonial weapon, and there was no longer that kind of palpitation-inducing might. Li Taizong also did not have that kind of holding the long sword, the only I am the only one, the feeling of the king of the world. You know, just now, Li Taizong dared to stand up to the killing moves of the 5 grandmasters because when he held the Taiya sword, he had the feeling of looking down on the world. Li Taizong's slender fingers gently flicked the sword, emitting a crisp clang. Did they provoke you to anger? Divine swords have spirits, let alone a king's sword like the Taiya sword. The insults of those imperial ancestors just now, and the golden ancient bell's act of suppression had clearly angered this condescending emperor's sword. A mere magic weapon refined by a vassal, how dare you try to suppress a true emperor? Then it would be directly chopped to pieces. And now that the great enemy had been broken, it resumed its usual introversion, as if the earth-shattering sword of the square had never happened. Cough. Li coughed up blood, suffering from the backlash of the magic weapon they were no longer able to fight. They looked at Li Taizong with complicated eyes, among them were relief, admiration, and also hopelessness and unwillingness. What an absolute demon, much stronger than both Gaozu and Taizong. In his hands, Great Qin is likely to revive the glory of the 10,000 kingdoms again. But then, Li Yi, the oldest, opened his mouth to remind Li Taizong. Emperor, this great master who wears a mask and dares not see others must have ulterior motives, remember not to be deceived. Kill him if you can. The clan behind him must have the intention of replacing my Li Qin. If Qin falls in your hands, what face will you have to meet your ancestors underground? Li Taizong sighed. He was really convinced by these old stubborn people. However, he could understand that these people had been brought to the imperial temple since they were young and regarded the High Emperor's ancestral teachings as their faith. Even in death, they would still practice their path. He had no doubt about the loyalty of these 5 people, and if the Li Qin imperial family really came to a point of survival, these 5 people would also offer their lives. However, keeping these 5 people would only sow mischief for himself, constantly plotting against his ministers. Even if Li Taizong told them that these ministers were absolutely loyal to him, it was useless. People only believe what they want to believe. Moreover, they were above the emperor, treating the emperors will like nothing. If such people are not killed, they will only bring trouble to themselves. Yuan Qing, give them decency. Obey the decree. Yuan Tiangang looked at these imperial ancestors who hated him. Swung out 5 palms, shattering their heart veins. Soon, the 5 imperial ancestors lost their lives. The Yi family crowd watched this, not daring to breathe. Yi Guzhou sweated like a pig, opened his mouth and was just about to say something. However, he saw Li Taizong stroking the Taya sword's blade, his brows locked as if he was pondering something important. In the next moment, Li Taizong's figure flashed and waved his long sword. Bang! With a muffled sound, only to see the head of a Yi clan's patriarch burst open like a ripe watermelon. Blood sprayed out, setting off a rain of blood. This caused the scalps of everyone present except for the 3 Li Taikangs to go numb. It was because Li Taizong had just used no spiritual power, just brute force, and had exploded a patriarch's head alive. In the rain of blood, Li Taizong gently caressed the Taya sword's body. As if he was indifferent to what was going on around him. He said to himself. Although the sword's rhythm has been reduced, the hardness is still there, not bad. Yi Guzhou squeezed out a word but didn't dare to say it. Chapter 16, Abandoning a pawn to save a car, worthy of being a 1,000-year-old family head. Yi Guzhou's face was cloudy, his heart churning with unspeakable horror. He was never expecting that Li Taizong would be even more terrifying and dangerous than the face-covering black-robed great master. What was even more appalling was that he was only 20 years old, rising eastward like a blazing sunrise. Coupled with the fact that he was assisted by a peak sovereign and a grand sovereign, could the princes really compete with Li Taizong? The so-called group of heroes was nothing but a joke in front of Li Taizong. Were they qualified enough? In this world where martial arts is honored, absolute strength is enough to crush all power schemes and calculations. Yi Guzhou looked at Li Taizong who was gently caressing his long sword. A bitter sense of humiliation rose in his heart. At this moment, he unexpectedly did not even have the courage to draw his sword. However, the good thing is that the Yi family still has a great master at the helm, and although the Yi family has suffered a great deal of injuries after this battle, the family is still able to continue. Only, it is difficult to present this kind of power situation. Suddenly, Yi Guzhou seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Li Taizong's 3 people. Li Taizong usually lived in deep seclusion and was not interested in power, so only these 2 people were on his left and right. There wasn't even a servant following. Thinking of this, the light of hope burst back into Yi Guzhou's eyes. Clang! The buzzing sound of the long sword coming out of its sheath suddenly rang out. Yi Guzhou drew his sword and chopped out his strongest strike. However, shockingly, his Peak Zhongshi's full force strike was not chopping towards Li Taizong. Puff! 3 streaks of blood light erupted, and 3 powerful sect masters of the Yi family fell to the ground in response, cut off at the waist. Family master. Why? We are willing to die for our family. Master, you. Patriarchal masters were tenacious, and even if they were cut off at the waist, they would not die immediately. At this moment, they stared at Yi Guzhou with wide eyes in disbelief. If it was usual, no matter how strong Yi Guzhou was, it would be impossible for him to kill the 3 in one blow. But at this moment, the 3 of them were focused on Li Taizong. How could they have expected that their own family head would suddenly strike? Empress Yi looked at her elder brother in shock, simply unable to believe what was happening in front of her. Had his brother gone crazy? He was already unable to defeat Li Taizong and was at a disadvantage, but he even beheaded his own subordinates? Could it be that the successive blows had made him lose his mind? Li Taizong raised his eyebrows and gazed meaningfully at Yi Guzhou. Yi Guzhou's eyes were bloodshot at the moment, tears slid down his cheeks uncontrollably, and his entire body was trembling violently. But soon, he took a deep breath and forced his emotions to calm down, his face regaining its composure. Only to see him kneel heavily with both knees, his forehead pressed against the ground as he performed a most respectful salute. The guilty minister Yi Kuchu failed to discipline properly, causing the clan's children to dare to draw their swords on his majesty, really deserves to die. I have already cleaned up the family with my own hands, and I implore your majesty to forgive the Yi family's death penalty. From now on, the entire Yi family is willing to serve your majesty as a dog and horse to atone for their deadly sins. Yi Guzhou's calculations were clear. He saw through Li Taizong's weaknesses. Although his personal strength was the best in the world, his foundation was still shallow and he had very few people under his command. Even if he became emperor, it would be difficult for him to control the court in a short period of time. All the old and wise courtiers are very cunning and disobedient, and the local forces are even more intertwined with a complex network of relationships. Li Taizong's government orders, not to mention the local community, I am afraid that even the city of Chang'an is difficult to implement smoothly. Li Taizong is like half of Chang'an's governor. Of course, Li Taizong can choose to kill. But can he do it? When Emperor Gao was in power, he enacted harsh laws to punish corrupt officials. They were often beaten and flayed, and even had their 9 clans executed. Officials even had to leave a suicide note before going to court, and cry with their families before leaving. But even so, the corrupt officials are still like weeds, the spring breeze will rekindle. Li Taizong kills more and more, and those who come up again will still try to blindside Li Taizong. Human nature is unchangeable. And the Yi family is deeply rooted in the court. As long as they fully cooperate with Li Taizong, then he can quickly take control of the dynasty. It was also possible to quickly gather a large army and eradicate the princes and their families in the country. Although Li Taizong's trio is extremely powerful, but the Great Qin territory is vast, the princes and the forces behind them can lie dormant and wait for an opportunity to move like a lurking snake. To completely eliminate these hidden dangers, how easy is it to rely on Li Taizong's strength alone? And this is exactly where the Yi family's value lies. In order to clean up these persistent problems, their help was indispensable. And Yi Qiuzhou had nothing extravagant to ask for, as long as he could trade for his own life. To live, there is hope. And Yi Guozhou's killing of 3 Yi clan patriarchs with a single sword was the pitch to Li Taizong. As to whether Li Taizong would accept the offer, Yi Guozhou believed that there was no doubt. If Li Taizong was simply a dim-witted tyrant, he wouldn't dare to pack his bags, but from the fact that he had been holding back for 20 years and had struck a chord, he could tell that Li Taizong was definitely a majestic and wise ruler with a heart for the world. His eyesight could definitely see these things. As a majestic lord, what he wanted was a complete and solid world to fulfill his ambitions, not a broken world. Compared to this grand ambition, what was the district Yi family worth? Li Taizong's vision will certainly be able to see this point. Rather than consuming efforts to entangle with the Yi family, it is better to turn the enemy into a friend, using the Yi family's power to quickly stabilize the dynasty. As for the hatred between the Yi family and Li Taizong, Yi Guozhou did not give a damn. In a power struggle, there were no eternal friends and no eternal enemies. The closest relatives could also fight each other with swords, and mortal enemies could also cook wine and discuss heroes. In front of huge benefits that were enough to change the pattern of the world, personal grudges and feuds were not worth mentioning at all. Worthy of being the head of a 1,000-year-old family, in such a desperate situation, he was able to find a silver lining. Li Taizong's mouth smiled, and his tone was one of undisguised appreciation. Yi Guozhou heard the words, his heart immediately surged with a burst of ecstasy. Sure enough, Li Taizong has seen the world's situation clearly. On the side of the Leaf Queen is full of confusion, completely unable to understand the situation in front of him. How just fight and kill, now this Li Taizong but praise his own brother. Yi Guozhou glanced at his sister's appearance and couldn't help but sigh heavily in his heart. This sister, who was pampered since childhood, may be a good hand at fighting for favor in the harem, but when it comes to power and strategy in the courtroom and the world, she is really too shallow. If she is allowed to preside over the Yi family plan, I'm afraid that as early as Li Yutian's reign, the Yi family has already gone up in smoke. But fortunately, the Yi family was still in his hands, and he was confident that he could still be a fish out of water in Li Taizong's dynasty. Just as he was getting up, Li Taizong pressed down on Yi Guozhou's shoulder. That hand seemed to be resting casually, but it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making Yi Guozhou unable to move. His heart trembled as he slowly raised his head and was confronted with Li Taizong's eyes that contained a smile. Only in the depths of his eyes there was an icy cold glint. Yi family master, what do you think should be done with them? He said and looked behind Yi Guozhou. Yi Guozhou's heart sank. Behind him was Empress Yi's mother and son. Cold sweat instantly soaked Yi Guozhou's back. Empress Yi was fine, after all, she was Li Yutian's empress, or she could have a chance of survival. But Li Taiyuan, the 9th prince, living was a threat. He was also legally Li Yutian's first son. If he didn't die, he would always be a threat to Li Taizong's throne. Yi Guozhou's throat knots rolled with difficulty. He understood that if he wanted to preserve the Yi family, he had to abandon his pawns to protect his car. Li Taizong was forcing him to take a pitch, and it had to be the bloody, no turning back kind. Yi Guozhou looked back helplessly. It was a heartbreakingly complex look. The moment Empress Yi saw this look, her entire being was struck by lightning. Although her political wisdom was dull, she could read that look in her brother's eyes. Her brother would have that look every time he had to give up something. And now, that look was directed at Yuan in her arms. Her brother was going to give up Yuan Air. No! You can't do this. Empress Yi suddenly let out a heart-rending scream, her voice carrying unprecedented panic and despair. Yuan is only 4 years old, he doesn't understand anything. Empress Yi cried hysterically, tears rolling down like broken beads. She buried the child's face deep in her chest, like a lioness protecting her calf. Li Taiyuan was terrified by his mother's actions, writhing uneasily in her arms and letting out weak sobs. Chapter 17 Empress Yi's Complete Madness. Li Taizong walked slowly in front of Empress Yi. In the silent hall, Li Taizong's footsteps were exceptionally clear. It also made Empress Yi's mother and son even more fearful. That old sister of the Zongshe realm blocked in front of her, her wrinkled face full of death wish. She was just about to say something. Snap! With a muffled sound, Li Taizong casually waved his hand, and a terrifying spiritual power instantly poured onto the old sister. The old sister instantly exploded like a balloon. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and sticky blood splattered Empress Yi's mother and son's faces. Empress Yi dully wiped her face, her breathing became more rapid, and her pupils contracted violently. Although she had often caned palace concubines in the harem for trivial matters, she had never seen such a bloody scene. A person she was familiar with had been blown up alive. Even a strong master like her was scared, not to mention the 4-year-old Li Taiyuan in her arms. Li Taiyuan was now scared out of his wits, his eyes were wide open, and his mouth was so open that he could stuff an egg into it. However, he didn't make any sound and even forgot to cry. His face was pale and he couldn't stop trembling. Even though he was gifted, he was ultimately only 4 years old. In those tender and bright eyes, only the most primitive fear remained. Empress Yi looked at her son in such a state, her heart ached beyond measure. She wanted to wipe the blood from Li Taiyuan's face, but forgot that her hands were already covered in blood. She could only leave one bloodstain after another on Li Taiyuan's pale face. Li Taizong explored his hand and directly grabbed Li Taiyuan in Empress Yi's arms. Mother Empress! Being grabbed out of his mother's embrace, Li Taiyuan finally found his voice and let out a heartbreaking scream. The limbs struggled hard, trying to break free from Li Taizong's big hands. But in Li Taizong's eyes, Li Taiyuan was just a bug. How could a bug break free from the giant dragon's hand? Yuan, don't! Empress Yi went crazy and pounced forward, wanting to snatch back her child. She even mobilized all of her spiritual energy, but her little cultivation was like an ant in front of Li Taizong, it couldn't do anything at all. She could only watch her favorite son fall into Li Taizong's clutches. The eagle captures the young rabbit, and although the mother rabbit fights for her life, what's the use? Li Taizong caught Li Taiyuan in front of his eyes and chided. Don't cry! The voice was soft, but it shook like thunder in Li Taiyuan's ears. Li Taiyuan's crying came to an abrupt halt, his tiny body froze in mid-air, even his breathing became cautious. Li Taizong's expression suddenly softened, and a familiar doting look surfaced in his eyes. Ninth brother, are you that afraid of second brother? Li Taiyuan summoned up the courage to look up at Li Taizong. Every time second brother saw him during the weekdays, he was always this gentle and doting. But at this moment when he saw Li Taizong's familiar face again, an unprecedented fear rose in his heart. He didn't understand why that second brother who was always warm and gentle to him had become so terrifying, like a demon in a picture book. Li Taizong gently stroked the top of Li Taiyuan's head and said in a gentle voice. Ninth brother, if second brother releases you, what will you do in the future? Tell second brother honestly, second brother will not blame you. The hand that gently caressed the top of Li Taiyuan's head was the same hand that had just killed the old sister with a palm strike. It was still stained with the old sister's thick blood. The crimson blood slid down Li Taiyuan's forehead, and a drop of sticky blood hung on his eyelashes, blurring his vision. The familiar scent of blood drilled into his nostrils, it was the scent of the old sister. Li Taiyuan suddenly felt a surge of anger well up in his heart. Old sister treated him extremely well, often secretly bringing him treats and telling him stories to lull him to sleep. She would even hide her truancy from the queen mother. And now, she had died a horrible death at the hands of this gentle second brother in front of him. Li Taiyuan's voice trembled, but his words were clear. In those childish eyes, at this moment, there was actually a flicker of firmness that did not match his age. I am not yet strong, but strong is a change. Good. Have backbone. Worthy of being the son of my Li family. He hasn't lost his father's face. Li Taizong laughed out loud. That laughter spread in the silent hall and seemed extremely terrifying. Empress Yi sat paralyzed on the floor, her face bloodless. Yi Ko-jo lowered his head and closed his eyes, not daring to look directly at him. Ninth brother, do you still remember your eighth brother? Li Taizong suddenly mentioned that eighth prince who died early. Li Taiyuan looked blank, obviously having a vague impression of this elder brother who died early. However, when Empress Yi and Yi Ko-jo heard this, they were shaken and their faces suddenly changed. That eighth prince who had died suddenly and strangely 2 years ago. Even her mother consort had died suddenly after the death of the eighth prince. Although it was claimed to be an accident, those who knew the secrets of the palace knew that the eighth prince and his mother consort were killed. It was just an ordinary afternoon. Li Taiyuan pestered to find the eighth prince to play. The 5-year-old eighth prince held the 2-year-old Li Taiyuan to play in the imperial garden. In the middle of the children's play, Li Taiyuan accidentally fell down and cried. 2 children, a 5-year-old, a 2-year-old, fall is a very normal thing. But do not want in the early morning of the next day, the palace people in the eighth prince's bedchamber outside found his body. The cause of death is extremely absurd, fell from the roof of the bedchamber and died. A 5-year-old child, unless he had wings, how else could he have gotten to the roof of the bedchamber? And his mother's death was also ridiculous, the concubine of humble origin was killed by a falling candlestick in the palace. These accidents were truly clumsy and ridiculous. Everyone knew in their hearts that the black hand behind the scene was the powerful Empress Yi at that time. However, no one asked about this matter at all. Even Liu Tian only sighed, symbolically ordered to strengthen the palace guards and then no longer pursue. Simply because the 8th prince's mother consort started out as an ordinary palace maid, without any cultivation or background. So their lives were like grass in this deep palace. A pair of ordinary mother and son. But there is someone who has a snake heart and must drop a 5-year-old child to death. An ordinary mother is smashed to death. In Chang'an City, the 8th prince and his mother are the only two people who are willing to communicate with Li Taizong. They were also the only people in Chang'an City that Li Taizong had good feelings towards. Simply because they came from a humble background, they would not understand how sensitive Li Taizong's identity as the son of the former empress was. But it was also because they didn't understand that they had provoked Empress Yi. Perhaps the 8th prince's mother consort was still naive enough to think that everyone was family. But the heavenly family, where was there a family? Empress Yi's face was ashen at the moment, she never expected Li Taizong to suddenly bring up this old matter. Li Taizong's gaze like a knife swept over Yiho's trembling figure, his voice cold to the bone. The playfulness between children, but incurred such cruel retaliation. 5-year-old children, innocent mothers, just because they have no background, they deserve to die? Li Taizong lightly tapped Li Taiyuan's forehead, his voice was so calm that it was creepy. 9th brother, you are the same as your 8th brother, how he died, you are the same. This sentence directly broke the last shred of reasoning of Empress Yi. Your Majesty, don't ah. She suddenly let out a heart-rending scream, her entire body flung herself to the ground like a madman, her forehead smashing heavily on the hard lapis lazuli board. Bang! 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 A muffled sound echoed in the hall as Empress Yi frantically cowed out her head, blood quickly stained her forehead and flowed down her ghastly white cheeks. The lapis lazuli plate even cracked under her impact, showing how much force she used. Your Majesty! Please! She lifted her blood-soaked face and crawled forward trembling. You punish me, everything is my doing. The 8th prince was killed by me. I killed his mother's consort as well. I am willing to die by 1,000 cuts. I only beg you to spare you honor. Empress Yi got up and frantically slapped herself. Her voice was already hoarse. I admit it. I admit it. I'm the one with the heart of a snake. I'm the one who killed the heir. Yuan doesn't know anything. Please be merciful. Yuan is your brother. He's only 4 years old. Li Taizong's eyes were as indifferent as 10,000 years of ice. The cold murderous thoughts made the surrounding temperature drop a few points. My 8th brother is also only 5 years old. Chapter 18. No, you are important to me. Li Taizong ignored Empress Yi's pleas, his eyes cold and temperatureless. He grabbed Li Taiyuan and raised him high above his head. Empress Yi screamed and lowered her head, covering her eyes. She didn't dare to look. As a mother, it was too cruel to watch her child behind bars and not be able to do anything about it. Li Taizong signaled with his eyes, and Gao Lishur immediately understood. Stepping forward, he grabbed Empress Yi's hair and made her watch the end of Li Taizong with her own eyes. Demon Empress, I want you to watch how your son died. This is the first time. Li Taizong said in a cold voice, then gently slammed downwards. Bang! Ever since Li Taiyuan was born, his body had been boiled by precious heavenly treasures. Thus, this first time did not kill him. Instead, the lapis lazuli plate shattered. Struggling to get up, he tried to escape. Second brother, don't, please. Li Taiyuan cried and said to Li Taizong. Hearing Li Taiyuan's cries, Li Taizong became even more irritated. Who spared his 8th brother, his good 8th brother? Yi Kuch's shoulders trembled as he forced down the emotions in his heart. Empress Yi screamed as she tore her heart out, her eyes glaring almost to the point of splitting. She desperately struggled to take Li Taiyuan into her arms, but she was firmly confined by Gao Lishur. One could only watch as Li Taiyuan's skinny body was recaptured by Li Taizong. Li Taizong once again lifted Li Taiyuan up with an expressionless face. Go down there and properly apologize to your 8th brother. Bang! Mother, uncle, Yuan hurts. Empress Yi let out a scream that didn't sound like a human voice, her nails pinched deep into her palms and blood dripped down her fingers. Yuan, he's innocent. He's only 4 years old and doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything. Why target a child? Yi Kuzhou bit his lips to death, biting out blood, the rusty taste spreading in his mouth. Hoarse out loud. Your Majesty, he is your blood relative after all. Li Taizong acted as if he didn't hear the two. He said to himself. 8th brother is also my blood relative, according to etiquette, he similarly calls you mother and uncle. The Qin etiquette has strict rules, the sons and daughters of the concubine are also required to call the head of the family's main mother as a mother. Even if the birth mother was present, these heirs could only call their aunts. Empress Yi was paralyzed on the ground, tears and blood blurring her vision. She desperately kowtowed, her lips trembling but unable to make a sound. Yi Guizhou also finally couldn't hold back his tears. People were not grass and trees, who could have no mercy. Although he had decided to give up the ninth prince, he was ultimately a nephew who called himself uncle. Empress Yi suddenly stopped struggling, her eyes became hollow as if her soul had left her body. Only the constantly trembling hands proved that she was still alive. An image came to Li Taizong's mind. Wen Zheng had dropped the two children of Zhao Ji and Lao Ai in front of Zhao Ji. Who has a more ruthless heart now, himself, than the young Wen Zheng at that time? Li Taizong exclaimed in shock. To be able to withstand it 5 times, Yi Xiang, how many heavenly treasures must it take to raise it? You guys are really willing to give it up. Gao Lishur lifted the confinement on Empress Yi. The moment the confinement was lifted, Empress Yi pounced on that tiny body like an arrow off a string. She trembled as she held the child in her arms, carefully wiping the blood from his face. Yuan, wake up. Mother is here, don't be afraid. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Yi Guizhou lowered his head, his body trembling. Li Taizong watched this with cold eyes, his voice was horribly calm. Now, do you know what it feels like to lose your closest relative? Empress Yi slowly raised her head, her eyes were completely lax, but the corners of her mouth were strangely raised. Ha ha ha. She laughed nervously and wrapped Li Taiyuan's small body tightly in her arms. Yuan is asleep, Shu, don't wake him up. Yi Guizhou's heart was like a knife as he looked at his sister's insane appearance. Watching this miserable scene, not a single ripple rose in Li Taizong's heart. He knew too well what the Yi family had done all these years. Those ordinary people whose families were ruined by them. Those small families that were driven to extinction due to their insatiable greed. Those merchants who had inexplicably disappeared simply because they got in the way of the Yi family's wealth. If his son Li Taiyuan is a child, are the other children not children? Possessing untold wealth and wielding monstrous power, yet still not knowing enough. Still wanting to reach out to things he shouldn't covet. Li Taiyuan may indeed be innocent, but the entire Yi family, from Empress Yi to Yi Kuchu, to those disciples who acted as accomplices to the tigers, which one of them did not have blood on their hands? When they were enjoying their fine clothes and food, did they ever think about the families that were broken because of them? When they were talking, did they ever remember the people whose families were destroyed by them? Li Taizong has no hatred for Li Taiyuan, only because he is the most cherished thing of Yiho. Li Taizong will destroy him in front of Yiho's eyes. Let this snake-hearted demon queen also taste the taste of regret. Clang! Li Taizong drew his Taiya sword. Indifferently gazing at Empress Yi, who was already delirious. Yi Kuchu was shocked and staggered over, kneeling beside Empress Yi. This once unrivaled Yi family head was now humbly crouching on the ground. Your Majesty, the ninth prince is dead, the Yi family is no longer a threat to you. Please be merciful. Li Taizong was unmoved, coldly sizing up Empress Yi. Yi Kuzhua begged, as Empress Yi begged Li Taizong just now. Your Majesty, you are the Emperor of Great Qin, a saint. No matter how unpleasant Empress Yi is, she is still the Empress of the previous Emperor Ah. According to etiquette, you still have to honor your mother Ah. He raised his head, his eyes covered with blood. How can a king of Qin kill his mother? You can imprison Empress Yi in the palace and put her on the shelf, she has gone crazy, spare her life. Li Taizong glanced at Yi Kuju. In the history of Great Qin, some kings did slaughter their brothers and uncles in order to stabilize their royal power, but there was no matricide. Even during the dynasty of Emperor Wu, who had the sharpest mother-son power rivalry, all of the Empress Dowager's mother's family was decapitated and the Empress Dowager was placed under house arrest. Your Majesty, the Yi family will assist your Majesty in purging the remaining parties of all the emperors in 3 years, no, in 1 year, so that the Great Qin river and mountain will be forever. Li Taizong's gaze lingered for a moment on Empress Yi's insane countenance. You are right, Great Qin rules the world with filial piety, I really can't bear the name of matricide. This voice sounded like heavenly music to Yi Guizhou, his tense body finally relaxed slightly, the cold sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks. Li Taizong suddenly raised his hand and pointed to Gao Lishur on the side. You. Gao Lishur understood and drew white silk from his sleeve, ready to strangle Empress Yi. The corner of Li Taizong's mouth twitched. So you prepared it before you came? However, Li Taizong shook his head. You can't, you are my personal chamberlain, how can such a person be the one to hang the Empress Dowager? Gao Lishur froze in place. Li Taizong's gaze turned to Yuan Tiangang, who had been standing still. Yuan Sheng, you come, no one will recognize you anyway with your face covered black robe. Yuan Tiangang nodded and pulled the white silk from Gao Lishur's hands. Yi Guizhou looked at this scene, his face instantly turned iron blue, he finally realized that he was completely teased. Immediately said. Your Majesty, if you do this, the Yi family will definitely have internal strife and it will be difficult to better assist your Majesty. Li Taizong said indifferently. I didn't want to use your Yi family, so I will bring people to slaughter your Yi family in a while. I also want to hang your head and the head of the mother and son of the Yi family on the door of the Yi family, so that you can see with your own eyes how I massacred your family. Yi Guzhou was struck by lightning and said tremblingly. You tricked me. Li Taizong frowned and looked at Gao Lishur. Did I promise Minister Yi anything? Gao Lishur shook his head. The slave girl didn't hear it. Li Taizong. Yi Guzhou stood up suddenly and pointed at Li Taizong and cursed. I never imagined that you would be so short-sighted. Without my Yi family's support, do you think you can control the court? The emperors are hiding, can you find them? If the government doesn't go to Shangan, who will recognize you as the emperor? Li Taizong suddenly let out a loud laugh, full of sarcasm. Xin has already been corroded by your families, can it be worse without you Yi family? I don't need you to worry about how I govern the world. You only need to know one thing, it's important to me that I don't have your Yi family. Give me back my Yuan heir. On the other side, Yuan Tiangang ripped away Empress Yi's child, and the epileptic Empress Yi let out a mournful scream. She lunged at Yuan Tiangang, but halfway there, the white silk wrapped around her neck. The white silk suddenly tightened, and Empress Yi's screams came to an abrupt end. Whimper! Her hands desperately scratched at the white silk between her neck, her nails scratching bloody marks on her skin. Her legs stomped violently on the ground. That stunningly beautiful face rose purple and red at the moment, veins bulging. The swan's neck became blue and purple. Yuan Tiangang's hand force did not decrease in the slightest. Empress Yi's struggles gradually weakened, her eyes began to roll upwards, and white foam overflowed from the corners of her mouth. Her legs ended up twitching a few times and finally went completely limp. Only those bloodshot eyes were still open. When the white damask was loosened, Empress Yi's body thudded on the ground, stacked on top of Li Taiyuan's tiny corpse. Yi Kuzhua hung his head, not daring to turn around to look at his sister's tragic state. His disheveled hair covered most of his face, and 2 lines of tears slid down his cheeks in silence. Behind him, the bodies of his sister and nephew overlapped. And in the near future, his Yi family was going to be slaughtered. He even had a vision of the tragedy soon to come, the family fire, a familiar corpse falling in a pool of blood. These images lingered in his mind, turning into a monstrous grief that almost completely consumed him. It's my fault, it's all my fault. Why did you have to fight for that position? Why did you have to go this far? Yi Guzhou choked and frantically pounded the floor. He was as close to Li Yutian as a brother, and even had the friendship of a robe. After that, he was Li Yutian's vassal. Li Yutian favored him to the extreme, and after the death of the former empress, he was able to arrange for his sister to be promoted to empress. However, I don't know when he changed from Li Yutian's beloved vassal to the calculating head of the Yi family. He was the one who personally cultivated his innocent sister into a ruthless and poisonous woman, and he was the one who pushed the entire Yi family step by step onto this path of no return. Yi Guzhou's fists were already bloody, yet he was still mechanically pounding the ground. Each punch seemed to be questioning himself. Exactly from which step did you start going wrong? Was it the first time he used his sister's empress status for personal gain? Was it the first time I framed a loyal man for the sake of my family's interests? Or was it the first time he coveted the royal power that he shouldn't have? The great hall echoed with his painful whimpering. The black hair that was draped over his head gradually turned gray. P.S. Everyone more points to urge more, see someone support, the author update more motivated. Chapter 19, Empress Jada is still alive? Yi Guzhou's body fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Beheaded by Gao Lishur with a casual sword. This once powerful Yi family head died so easily. His heart was already dead, so he didn't even resist. The remaining Yi family members in the Taiji Hall were also cleared out by Gao Lishur and Yuan Tiangang. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, Li Taizong watched the massacre expressionlessly from his chair. Li Yutian's spiritual hall had become an inferno like hell on earth. Li Yutian's coffin was even more broken. Li Taizong laughed softly and murmured. Father, before you died, you set up a son. Today, my son also smashed your spirit hall. Our father and son also counted too clear. He still does not understand why Li Yutian died before passing the throne to him as a foundationless prince. To know, at that time he was a fish on the chopping board to be slaughtered. However, now, he didn't blame Li Yutian. Gao Lishur cut off the heads of Empress Yi and Yi Kuzhou and carried them in his hands, quietly waiting for Li Taizong to command. Li Taizong frowned at Gao Lishur, who was carrying 2 bloody heads. What are you doing here? Gao Lishur respectfully said. Back to your majesty, didn't you say that you want them to watch the Yi family's demise with their own eyes? Li Taizong was stunned, then lost his smile. Oh, well done. I can only say that it really deserves to be called out by the system of the ancient sage eunuchs. Every move is very much to his liking. Thinking about the system, at this moment the mission completion beep also came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, ascended the throne as emperor. Get rewarded, talent, born close to the road, 10,000 robberies, star pupil, 100 years of cultivation, 3 times the number of summons. Li Taizong's pupil shrunk slightly, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Was the criteria for determining the completion of this mission so simple? He thought that he still needed to eradicate the Yi family and clean up after all the emperors before he was considered to have completed the mission. Never in a million years did he expect that just by killing the three empresses, the system would recognize his empire. Was this system so hasty? Waiting for a certain day in the future, he wasn't even surprised that the system could loan rewards in advance. System, load those 2 talents onto me. Born close to the road, 10,000 star pupils, listening to the name feels lofty. Ding. Born close to the road, the star pupil of 10,000 robberies is loading. Ding. Born close to the road, 1 Jiaxing star pupils loaded successfully. Born close to the way, this physique was born close to the way, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth, and triggering the tides of aura when you exhale. Your future cultivation will be like a smooth boat ride, and bottlenecks will be as thin as paper to you. Star pupil, with this pupil, the host's eyes are like a vast river of stars, and can induce the power of the stars to bring down a star disaster that will cause the enemy to decay and annihilate. It can see through all disguises and illusions of no more than 2 great realms. When Li Taizong came back to his senses, he felt like his entire world had changed. Without the need to run the spell, he could clearly perceive the trajectory of the flow of aura. Between breaths, countless points of light spontaneously surged into his body, and the aura naturally converged. Those obscure and difficult to understand in the human emperor's world-suppressing technique were also naturally comprehended at this moment as if they were water. This was being born close to the Tao, having an instinctive closeness to heaven and earth. At the same time, his eyes were deep and flowing with light, as if there were thousands of stars flowing. He raised his eyes upwards, his sight looking straight into the sky through the roof. At this moment, he was actually able to see the countless twinkling star trails in the sky in broad daylight. He could even feel that these eyes of his had created a connection with them if nothing else. Retracting his line of sight, Li Taizong's eyes also turned dark and deep from a deep river of stars. Li Taizong now had a feeling that even if he didn't use the Taizong sword, he could still decimate those 5 royal ancestors. Feeling his earth-shattering changes, Li Taizong murmured. Born close to the road, 10,000 star pupils, but also just so. Although he said so, the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be concealed. Li Taizong continued to command. System, use 100 years of cultivation. Although at this moment he had already felt stronger than ever before, the 10 years of fear and trembling had given him a sense of crisis at all times. Only a strong cultivation could bring him a hint of comfort. Ding. 100 years of cultivation has begun to infuse. Ding. Born close to the Tao begins to activate. In an instant, a supreme greatness that implied the laws of space and time enveloped Li Taizong. The human emperor's world-suppressing technique began to operate on its own. His talent of being born close to the Tao allowed him to clearly perceive the rhythms of the world's great Tao. Boom! The realm barrier between a grandmaster and a grandmaster was as fragile as paper and was easily broken through by him. At the same time, his cultivation level continued to climb. Grandmaster 1. Grandmaster 2. Grandmaster 9th level. In a matter of moments, Li Taizong had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. However, with a natural near-doctrine talent he had, how could he stop here after 100 years of cultivation? His power climbed crazily. His understanding of the path of martial arts also grew deeper and deeper. Only, just when he was about to cross the celestial barrier. Buzz! Countless prohibitions suddenly appeared out of thin air within his body. They transformed into spirit locks and deadlocked his cultivation. Li Taizong's face changed. He felt a strange yet familiar aura on those prohibitions. However, how could these prohibitions stop him? The 10,000 tribulation star pupil was suddenly activated, and a river of stars flowed in his eyes. The stars were stirred up, descending the calamity of star decay. The prohibitions within his body began to dissolve at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble! Li Taizong directly broke through the prohibition. His cultivation also broke through the shackles of a Grand Master and stepped into the celestial realm. Celestial 1. Celestial 2. Celestial Triple. It wasn't until he reached the peak of Celestial 3 that this surge in cultivation gradually smoothed out. Ding! Cultivation irrigation is over. As the system beep sounded again, Li Taizong also exited this strange state. Li Taizong felt the surging power within his body but did not feel excited. Instead, his face was terribly gloomy. The aura on those prohibitions just now was familiar and unfamiliar to him. That was the aura of his late birth mother, Empress Xiaoda. Chapter 20, unable to quell his anger, summoning the Black Dragon Forbidden Army. Compared to Li Taizong's gloomy to terrifying complexion, Gao Lishur and Yuan Tiangong's expressions at this moment could be described as brilliant. The two of them looked at each other in disbelief, both seeing incredible shock in each other's eyes. What did they see? His own Majesty's cultivation had soared like a rocket? Peak Zongshur to peak Grand Zongshur, and even in the end, even peak Grand Zongshur Yuan Tiangang couldn't see through it anymore. All that was known was that Li Taizong's spiritual energy was internalized and his divinity was flowing. Gao Lishur's mouth was open extremely wide, and although Yuan Tiangang was wearing a mask, his exposed eyes were also filled with shock. For a while, they even suspected that their own sire was the reincarnation of an immortal. Otherwise, how could they explain that cultivation had reached a point they couldn't comprehend in a single breath? At this moment, Li Taizong did not rejoice because of the breakthrough in his realm. On the contrary, he was feeling very angry right now. His birth mother, Empress Xiaota, had collapsed and died when he was 3 years old. Although he was born through a fetus into this realm and possessed his own soul and physical body. But at that time, his physical body was too weak, and his soul slept from time to time, which led to his fragmented memories. However, in those fragmented memories, his mother always held him tenderly, with a reassuring aura emanating from her body. His favorite thing was to curl up in his mother's arms and fall asleep smelling her peaceful scent. But now, reality told him that his mother had a big secret. Those mysterious prohibitions in his body that confined him from breaking through to Celestial carried his mother's scent. This made Li Taizong's entire being fall into an ice cave. Even, he wondered if his mother was really as warm and kind as she remembered. That powerful prohibition was clearly planted when he was very young. If he didn't have the 10,000 tribulation star pupil and 100 years of cultivation, he would most likely have been severely injured and his cultivation abolished when he broke through to Celestial. How much hatred did this mischievous restriction have towards him to plant it? No wonder, although his father, Li Gadian, had always weakened his identity as the firstborn son, he had always sheltered him from being killed by the Yi family. No wonder, his father on his deathbed would say a piece of plausible words to pass the state seal to him. All the suspicions were strung together at this moment. Instead of trusting him and valuing him, his father was jealous of his own mother. Li Taizong's forehead veins rippled as he stared angrily at Liu Tian's coffin. Since crossing over, his mother was one of the few warmths he felt in this world. However, all the clues he found told him that everything was not what he thought. The image of his mother collapsed in his mind, and the embrace that gave him warmth was probably a lie from the beginning. At that moment, a monstrous rage was about to burn him. Old thing, even after death, he still wants to bring secrets into his coffin. Li Taizong kicked Li Yutian's coffin to pieces. Li Goshen's pale and stiff corpse rolled down from it. Li Taizong gazed at Li Yutian's face that still retained its majesty even after death, and the anger in his chest increased. With a cold flash in his eyes, he raised his foot and stepped on Li Yutian's corpse. Old thing, for a ruler who was not a ruler, for a father who was not a father, you also have the face to go and meet the successive emperors. The power of the celestial realm instantly erupted. That corpse, which had long been cold, was torn apart under this foot. The crunching sound of bones breaking echoed within the hall, chilling the bones. However, Li Taizong didn't stop. A blazing spiritual flame ignited under his feet, quickly devouring all the corpses on the ground. Not long after, whether it was the remnants of Li Yutian's body, the remains of the imperial ancestors, or the corpses of the Yi family members, all of them were turned into ashes under the true fire of this celestial realm. In the large Taiji hall, only Li Taizong's 3 people were left standing. Of course, there was also the heads of Yi Kouzhou's siblings that Gao Lishur was carrying in his hands. However, looking at the scene in front of them, even Gao Lishur and Yuan Tiangang, who were used to seeing great storms, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. His own majesty could be really unconventional. This is not the Yi Ho, Yi Kouzhou kind of rebellious officials. Rather, this is the previous emperor, his own majesty's biological father. His majesty's ability to inherit the throne came from the fact that he was Li Yutian's eldest son. However, his majesty just blew up the coffin of the previous emperor. In the end, he even burned the remains of the late emperor and the royal ancestors, along with the Yi family, into ashes. This kind of tactic is really ruthless. In fact, Li Taizong scolded Li Yutian's words, really not wrong. For the king is not king, for the father is not father. As the king of a country, Li Yutian condoned the Yi family during his reign, allowing foreign relatives to dictate power. As a father, he is even more dereliction of duty. The case of the murder of the 8th prince, the evidence is conclusive pointing to the Leaf Queen, but he just lightly over. That 5-year-old child, that innocent concubine, just like this in vain. The first son of Li Taizong, he is more use than care. From a young age, he deliberately weakened his identity as the first son, but also secretly protect the Yi family from harm, all kinds of contradictory behavior, but Li Taizong is a pawn. In the end, even for his heart's plan, will Li Taizong hard push on the throne? Doesn't he know that under those circumstances, Li Taizong will be tortured to death by the Yi family? I'm afraid, this is exactly what Li Yutian wanted to see. Li Taizong looked at the hall full of ashes, his cold smile increased. His father used him, his mother planted a ban in his body, and his various brothers even wanted to kill him. He thought that by traveling to this world, he would at least be able to taste the taste of affection, but in the end, even his mother, who was the closest thing he remembered, used him as a pawn. Emperor can really be a loner. Li Taizong sighs. In the next moment, Li Taizong's eyes once again flashed with a sharp aura. Let's go, destroy the Yi family. Li Taizong's anger didn't dissipate because of destroying Li Yutian's coffin, instead, it vaporized more and more. It just so happened that the Yi family had long been on his death list. He wanted to vent his anger on the Yi family. Gao Lishur and Yuan Tiangang immediately bowed in response and quickly followed. Just before stepping out of the temple door, Li Taizong's mind moved and used the system summon. Ding! The host has used the summoning number, the system is summoning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning 5,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Army. Black Dragon Forbidden Army, the edge of the Emperor's blade, the shadow of the Emperor's power. The Black Dragon Army is a killing machine directly under the Empire, wearing the heavy armor of the abyssal Black Dragon scales, with cultivation between the peak of the Xian High and the 5th level of the Sovereign Master. Where is the Black Dragon Army? Li Taizong pushed open the door of the Taiji Hall and asked in a deep voice. In an instant, the entire palace seemed to tremble. The Black Dragon Forbidden Army is willing to die for His Majesty. Earth-shaking roars came from the square outside the palace. On the square outside the main gate, only 5,000 warriors clad in pitch-black heavy armor stood in formation. They were all covered in black dragon masks, holding long swords and hanging heavy swords at their waists. Iron-blooded, murderous, cold and domineering. Follow me to eliminate the traitors. By His Majesty's decree. Kill. 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 Chapter 21 Yi Family Extinction. Yi Family, the atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost suffocating. The Yi family's old ancestor sat on the main seat of the family hall, his wrinkled face clouded with gloom. In those eyes that had gone through many vicissitudes of life, unprecedented gravity was flashing at this moment. Just now, when he was cultivating in the secret room, he clearly sensed the shocking battle that erupted in the direction of the Taiji Hall. That terrifying power fluctuation made even he, a grandmaster who had lived for hundreds of years, feel his heart skip a beat. This power is by no means within the reach of the current me. The Yi clan ancestor murmured to himself. A thought flashed through his mind. Escape. Leave now. With his cultivation, if he wanted to hide his tracks, he might not be without a chance of survival. However, when he swept his gaze over those busy Yi family disciples outside the hall, his feet were like lead, and he couldn't take a step. Alas! A long sigh echoed in the empty hall, and the old ancestor slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps, this is the fate of being a member of the family. When you are young, you will be cared for by the elders of the family. When one is older, one has to shield the juniors from the wind and rain as the seniors before them did. Escape. A bitter smile spread across the corners of the old ancestor's mouth when this thought surfaced again. He knew better than anyone else that if he abandoned his family today, his Tao would definitely be damaged. Not only would it be difficult for his cultivation to advance another inch, he might even fall off the realm. More importantly, he would forever live in self-blame and guilt, which was more painful than death. This was a responsibility he couldn't get rid of. To hold up the last piece of heaven for the family at a time of crisis. Suddenly, the Yi clan's oldest ancestor opened his eyes and stared at the clear sky, his voice hoarse. They're coming. Rumble. A thunderclap exploded without warning, shaking the entire Yi family residence. In an instant, the 10,000 miles of clear sky was engulfed by tumbling clouds, and the sky suddenly darkened like ink. The heavy clouds were pressed extremely low, as if they were hanging right above the flying eaves of the Yi family residence, shrouding the entire residence in suffocating dimness. The Yi family's crowd gathered in the courtyard in shock, looking up at this sudden change in the sky. Only in the dense dark clouds, a hideous black dragon could be seen vaguely tossing and roaming between the clouds, and the cold dragon's roar pierced through the clouds, causing everyone to shudder. Rumble. Another shocking thunder struck down, the piercing lightning tore a huge rift in the dark clouds, from which 5,000 majestic and fierce warriors stepped out. The three at the head gazed indifferently at the huge Yi family. It was as if they were looking at ants. The Black Dragon Forbidden Army approached the Yi family. The Yi family's ancestor saw Li Taizong, saw the black-robed man with his face covered, and also saw the heads of Yi Orchid Boat's siblings in Gao Lishi's hands. The heart sank. Their Yi family had lost too completely. He really didn't expect that this unassuming second prince would have such great strength and depth. Stiffly resisting 5 imperial ancestors without losing. Making the Yi family's decades of efforts come to naught. The Yi family's old ancestor flew forward, wanting to make a last-ditch effort. He came in front of Li Taizong and arched his hand. Your Majesty the Emperor, I implore you to give my Yi family a way out. The entire Yi family is willing to serve Your Majesty the Emperor for the rest of their lives. He lowered his posture to the extreme. It's too late. Li Taizong replied indifferently, killing intent filled his heart as he looked at the Yi family's crowd. The anger in his heart was almost ready to be unleashed. The Yi family's oldest ancestor sighed and said in a deep voice. Your Majesty the Emperor, do you really want to exterminate a lineage? The world's lineages can all be watching here? Does His Majesty the Emperor want the world of Great Qin to be devastated? Li Taizong sneered and said disdainfully. Great Qin is truly in dire straits with your lineage. Your family head and the demon empress are already dead, and it's inappropriate for you as an old ancestor not to die. Yuan Qing, kill him. Obey the decree. Yuan Tiangang answered and his figure rushed straight towards the Yi family's old ancestor. The long sword in his hand was sheathed, emitting a cold and chilling aura. The light of the sword was like a rain curtain, sweeping up a whistling storm. The Yi clan ancestor's face changed as his figure tossed and turned. So strong. Surprisingly, he had touched the celestial realm. This was the Yi family's old ancestor's first impression of Yuan Tiangang. He had never expected that the Grand Master he had sensed at the second prince's residence that day would be a peak Grand Master. And as he was only at the 7th level of Grand Master, he was by no means a match for this person. The Yi clan's ancestor offered his long sword and silently recited the spell. In an instant, the long sword was wrapped in a haze of light, emitting a sharp and incomparable sword aura. That wasn't all, the Yi clan ancestor bit his tongue. Instantly, an arrow of blood shot towards the long sword. The haze sword aura on the long sword added an extra point of scarlet. This is my strongest sword. It's also the one I've been preparing for the imperial ancestor for so many years, so today, I'll use it on you. The Yi clan's old ancestor said. With that, the long sword chopped out. It cut through Yuan Tiangong's saber like pylon. Just as the Yi clan's old ancestor was rejoicing, a sudden change occurred. A dense aura of the Big Dipper spread out. It transformed into a huge longsword. That long blade seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth, with thunder lingering on it. This huge long blade seemed to have touched the threshold of a celestial being. It made people look up. The Yi clan's ancestor was horrified. This long blade, he couldn't block it. This was the most intuitive thought in his mind. Yuan Tiangang whispered. This move was prepared by this marshal to deal with the 5 royal ancestors. Li Taizong raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have underestimated Yuan Tiangong's strength. Even if he didn't utilize the Taiyao sword, Yuan Tiangang would still be able to kill those 5 imperial ancestors. This was because he could clearly feel that this huge long sword condensed with the power of the Big Dipper had already reached the power of a celestial too. Shaking the celestials with a great patriarch. This Yuan Tiangang was worthy of being the absolute best in that world. Bang! The Yi clan ancestor's haze longsword slammed into the Sky Dipper's longsword. However, it was only a stalemate for a few breaths. Then it was heard. Ka-ching! The longsword slowly shattered and turned into streams of light in heaven and earth. You're actually on the verge of becoming a celestial. The Yi clan's old ancestor roared lowly. Jealousy rose in his heart. In an era where there were no celestials, there was a person who was on the verge of breaking through to celestials. Moreover, this person was still so young. It was just that this Yi clan's old ancestor would never have thought that beside Yuan Tiangang, that 20-year-old imperial son, is already in the celestial triple realm. Die! The Big Dipper's long sword continued to slash down. It chopped at the Yi clan's old ancestor's body. The Yi clan's old ancestor watched as the blade got closer and closer, his eyes glazed over. He glanced at the Yi clan behind him. This blade, if he blocked it with his physical body, although he died, the Yi family would still be preserved intact. But if he didn't block it, then those descendants of the Yi family would surely die and be injured. At this moment, countless thoughts flooded his mind. However, every time, the sense of responsibility of the family pressed him deeply. At the moment of life and death, he lost his temper and roared. I'd rather die than be a coward, he said. The Yi clan's old ancestor directly rushed towards the Big Dipper long blade. Rumble! The Yi clan's old ancestor's body shattered and his soul was destroyed. Chapter 22 Chang'an Powerful Nobles. Looking at the Yi clan's old ancestor who charged the Sky Dipper long blade with his flesh and blood, Li Taizong let out a cold snort. The Yi family, after all, had some bones. The gap between the Yi family's old ancestor and Yuan Tiangang was too great. Yuan Tiangong's realm crushed, his technique crushed, and his talent crushed. Killing the Yi family's old ancestor was an easy task. However, a trace of admiration rose in Yuan Tiangong's heart for the Yi family's old ancestor. Knowing that staying was death, he fulfilled his responsibility as a family ancestor and willingly went to his death. Such a person, Yuan Tiangang was willing to give him a magnificent fall. Such a magnificent scene naturally fell in the eyes of the powerful and noble people in Chang'an City. It was unthinkable that the person under the second prince's command was a great master. And this great master had even killed the Yi family's oldest ancestor. I wonder where the empress and the prime minister have gone. Have they left the city early to avoid trouble? Oh, open your eyes and take a good look at whose head that red-robed eunuch is carrying in his hand. The empress. Prime minister. Speak with caution. Now it's the demon empress, the thieving prime minister. Li Taizong stood proudly in the air, looking at the huge Yi family under his feet. This huge family, numbering at least tens of thousands of people, was more than even his Li Qin royal family, which had been passed down for more than 2,600 years. However, his Li Qin royal family, almost every generation had to fight head-to-head, the clan had been slaughtered several times. To be able to have today's number, it was considered good. Li Taizong indifferently looked at the tens of thousands of Yi family members. Some of them were grievers, some were fearful, and there were also those who shed tears of blood and vowed revenge. But in Li Taizong's eyes, these tens of thousands of people were all exactly the same. Lamb! Lamb to the slaughter! Li Taizong raised his hand and gently waved it downwards. Exterminate the clan! The black dragon army hissed. It's like a real dragon roaring in the sky. Kill! 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 5,000 black dragon forbidden army rushed into the Yi family, harvesting all living things in front of them like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The Yi family's patriarchs were all killed, and the black dragon army's lowest level was at the peak of the Shin High, so it was as easy to collect the lives of these people as it was to pick them up. No! No! After 10 years of hard work, I've just become the son-in-law of the Yi family. I'm about to make my way to the top. How can I die here? I'm not willing to do that. I don't share the Yi family's fate. Sir, I know where they're hiding, this way. Why kill me? Sir, my child is only 7 years old, he doesn't know anything yet, can you let him live? Be spiritual. The ancestors sacrificed for the clan. If you're a descendant, you can't disgrace your ancestors. I'd rather kill myself today than let my enemies humiliate me. Li Taizong, you'll die a horrible death. Open your eyes and watch. The world's families will unite. Ha ha ha. My Yi family will be waiting for you in the Yellow Springs. In the Yi family, there are many different types of people. There were those who directly betrayed and served as a bandwagon party for the Black Dragon Forbidden Army. However, the Black Dragon Forbidden Army is most annoyed by this kind of traitor. You honestly lead the neck to kill Black Dragon Forbidden Army also give you a pain in the ass. If you are a traitor, the Black Dragon will directly cut you off at the waist. Waist decapitation of people will not die immediately, he will be in a pool of blood in the painful struggle, watched his life a little by little passing, in the long torture in the last breath. And those who are chivalrous, pull out the sword to cut themselves. The Black Dragon Forbidden Army will not take the initiative to attack them, to give these proud and strong warriors to retain the last dignity. As for those old and young women and children, the Black Dragon Army did not let go, indifferent to harvest their lives. To exterminate a clan is to exterminate a clan. As the first mission of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army, every soldier meticulously cleaned up the living creatures of the Yi family as if they were scavengers. Perhaps the only consolation for the Yi family was that the Black Dragon Forbidden Army had extremely strict military discipline and would not haze the women before killing them. And Gao Li sure didn't forget his mission. He hung the heads of Empress Yi and Yi Kojo on the highest building of the Yi family, letting theirs watch with their own eyes how their family perished. 1 hour later, the entire Yi clan's 37,000 people were all slaughtered. Not a single survivor was left behind. The large mansion was turned into a killing field, the corpses piled up like mountains, and the blood flowed into a river. The air was filled with the disgusting smell of blood, and the horror of the tragedy was so horrifying that even the evil spirits of hell would have to shudder at the sight of it. 18 layers of hell, it's just like that. Boy, the Yi family has been slaughtered. This is a premier family. Even a grandmaster can't defend himself. The world is changing fast. Why couldn't you see before that the second prince was so brutal, slaughtering tens of thousands of people alive? You've been suppressed for so many years, swimming on the edge of life and death every day, you can't be mentally normal. What? The new ruler just succeeded the throne and you can't help but show your loyalty? You'd better watch out for yourself, the new ruler hates the Yi family, you'd better pray that your experience as a Yi family disciple won't be liquidated by the new ruler. Li Taizong stood on top of the ruins of the Yi family and looked around the devastated battlefield. Under the iron hooves of the Black Dragon Prohibition Army, this once illustrious mansion had been reduced to scorched earth. He shouted in a stern voice that spread throughout Chang'an City. Tomorrow morning's court, those who don't show up will die. He then led the 5,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Army back to the palace. After a moment of silence, the powerful nobles of Chang'an City continued to exchange words. The new ruler is strong, it's not good for us. What are you afraid of? Even if the new ruler's cultivation is strong, he still needs courtiers to govern the country, otherwise, how will the taxes be collected? Who will manage the officials' resignation? Who will handle the criminal lawsuits? Can these complicated affairs be solved by killing people? This is exactly the reason, if he can destroy the Yi family today, can he still kill all the civil and military officials tomorrow? In the end, we need to rely on your great talents to rule the country. Relax, the new king is young, this kind of monarch is very optimistic, we just have to let him do what he wants, offer him some good omens, and sing his praises. These Chang'an dignitaries are already thinking of how to fool Li Taizong. Can't they see the tens of thousands of bloody heads of the Yi family? Aren't they afraid that Li Taizong's butcher's knife will fall on their heads one day? They knew everything. All of these court officials and family heads are not the smartest and most cunning group of people in Great Qin. And the court is the smartest group of people to coax the most honorable one. Of course they are also afraid of death. But as the saying goes, with 3 points of profit, they can trample on the law of the land, with 7 points of profit, they dare to deceive the king and ignore the emperor, and with 10 points of profit, they even dare to kill the king. Chapter 23 Li Fushan returned to the capital, what I said is true Meanwhile, the 7th princess Li Fushan finally rushed back to Chang'an. In her conception, Li Taizong will certainly be put under house arrest by the Yi family, and will be secretly executed by the Yi family when the 9th prince ascends to the throne. Her original plan was very good, she only needed to save Li Taizong when the Yi family was preparing for the ascension to the throne. Only, the moment she stepped into Chang'an City, the rich smell of blood made her face change drastically. Was the Yi family so brutal that they bloodied Chang'an? However, when she sought the direction of the bloody odor to find it, she froze in place. Because, that rich bloody odor was precisely emanating from the Yi family's compound. At this moment, the Yi family's ruins were broken, mountains of corpses were piled up, and a sea of blood flowed, like a hell on earth. Li Fushang's heart was shocked as he watched. The Yi family was exterminated. Not a single woman, child, old or young was spared. Moreover, she actually saw the heads of Empress Yi and Yi Kojo on the high floor. Their brother and sister had grim faces and died in peace. Obviously, they had gone through extraordinary torture before they were born. Who could be so brutal? Could it be that her brothers had joined forces to bloodbath the Yi family? The first thing Li Fuyang thought of was that in addition to Li Taizong's princes, in her eyes, those emperors are all willing to be subordinate to the main, will certainly take advantage of this opportunity to do something. Only, she did not expect them to be so brutal, slaughtering the entire population of a large clan. Just as Li Fuyang was still immersed in shock, a cry of alarm interrupted her thoughts. Only to see a few loose amendments furtively rummaging among the ruins for belongings, and one of them recognized her identity. The seventh princess. After recognizing her identity, the eyes of those loose cultivators turned, and evil thoughts rose in their hearts for a moment. The seventh princess's mother's clan was the Su family, and the current emperor had a blood feud with the lineage, so escorting the seventh princess to the current emperor would definitely result in a generous reward. Capture her. Offer her to the new emperor and we'll be rich. A few loose cultivators laughed and exploded their spiritual energy to pounce on us. Looking for death. A cold light flashed in Li Fuyang's eyes, her jade hand lifted lightly, and an invisible pressure suddenly descended. Bang! 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 Before those loose cultivators came close to 3 feet, they were like balloons pinched by an invisible hand, one after another exploded in the air. In the midst of the blood and flesh flying, Li Fuyang left one alive. That loose cultivator's legs were soft, directly paralyzed on the ground, his crotch was already wet. That loose cultivator did not have any ability to resist and was directly grabbed. That loose cultivator was shocked into fear by Li Fushang's hand. Grand Master. The seventh princess was actually a Grandmaster. Are you also here to fight for the throne? Li Fushang's cultivation had now recovered to a Grandmaster, and it was easy to deal with these loose cultivators. Li Fushang frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "There is no time to talk nonsense with you, tell us everything you know. Dare to have half a word of falsehood, you will die a more miserable death than them." The coldness of the voice was very different from the usual lazy and coquettish seventh princess. Li Fuyang didn't have much goodwill towards these loose cultivators. These are outlaws, do not submit to the court's indoctrination, all do some in the head of the knife-lick bloodhook. Now that the Yi family had just been destroyed, they swarmed here like vultures that had smelled carrion, rummaging through the corpses to find their belongings, and this kind of behavior made her nauseous. What was more, these ants dared to strike at her. The loose cultivator was horrified. How could he dare to hide anything? He immediately told everything he knew. The eldest prince was beheaded by Li Taizong in the street, and his body was left unattended. After coming out from the palace, Li Taizong led the Black Dragon soldiers who didn't know where they came from, and blood washed the whole Yi family. Each of those Black Dragon soldiers was a peak Xian High Realm Grand Cultivator. There was also a peak Grandmaster who followed them, and that Grandmaster killed the Yi family's ancestor with a single slash. There were even rumors that Li Taizong already had the power of a great master as well. With every word, the loose cultivator's face turned pale. By the end of the sentence, he was shaking like a sieve, afraid that this seventh princess would crush him if she was unhappy. Impossible. A cold light flickered in Li Fuyang's eyes. You are on the verge of death, but you still dare to fabricate such a ridiculous lie. Say, whose scout are you? The more Li Fushang thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. These people were not sect-less casual cultivators. Rather, they are deadly scouts of certain forces. Wouldn't an ordinary monk be so stubborn in a life and death situation? And this person's life is threatened, still does not tell the truth. What is not a dead soldier? Li Fuyang unleashed his killing move, and aura poured in from the top of the cultivator's head. In a split second, that loose cultivator let out a heart-rending scream, only to feel a sharp pain like tearing his soul coming from him. Li Fuyang's previous life as an empress, although her character was unrestrained, but she was not some kind of kind mother of God. The means of torturing people had also learned a lot. In just a moment, the loose cultivator was rolling his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and his limbs were twitching uncontrollably. Even, walking lights appeared in front of his eyes. Seeing that the loose cultivator's consciousness was about to collapse, Li Fuyang immediately withdrew his killing move. I'll give you one last chance. Speak. Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, this emperor will make you taste 100 times more painful than the party. The loose cultivator regained his strength, snotting, his forehead knocked bloody. Auntie, I'm innocent, everything I said is true. If there is a false statement, the sky will be struck by thunder, the 9 clans will be destroyed. Looking at the miserable begging demeanor of the loose cultivator, Li Fushan sneered even more. Acting is really good. If you do not know the situation in Chang'an, really want to be deceived by his acting skills. Acting is good, but you do not want to lie before. What you say can be a little logical. You said the second prince killed the first prince in the street? He's always been as modest as a jade, how could he be so violent? Where did the second prince find 5,000 private soldiers when he was under surveillance? How is it possible to drive a peak grandmaster? Most importantly, he is only 20 years old this year, his talent is outstanding but not amazing, how could he have the grandmaster realm? With such a ridiculous lie, how do you expect this emperor to gain credibility? The loose cultivator cried and gasped for breath. Although he had practiced deception for most of his life, everything he said today was the truth. He pounded his chest, wishing to pull out his heart and show it to this living ancestor across the street. God, there is no law in this world. Who would have thought that reality is so absurd? The waste of a prince not only succeeded in killing Queen Yi and Yi Kojo, but also slaughtered the Yi family. Not only does he have a peak grandmaster following him, his personal strength is even greater than the world. Li Fushang stood with his arms folded, his deep starry eyes flickering with the light of wisdom that I have seen through everything. This emperor guesses that you are trying to pour the dirty water of the Yi family's destruction on the second prince. The loose cultivator cried out and almost passed his back on the spot. I'm telling the truth. The second prince killed Queen Yi, slaughtered the Yi family, and ascended the throne as emperor. If you go to the palace and take a look. Who is sitting on the dragon chair now? Seeing that this loose cultivator was never willing to tell the truth, Li Fushang sighed, and a trace of admiration showed in his eyes. I can't imagine that a mere scout would have such a backbone. It's just that, this emperor honors you as a man, so let's give you a pain in the ass. That loose cultivator was completely mad and directly cursed. What a stupid woman. I have lied to countless people in my life, and as a result, the only time I told the truth, I actually died in the hands of such a stupid woman with a clear brain circuit. Li Fuyan's eyes were cold, and he lightly waved. The stubbornness. The loose cultivator flew up in smoke on the spot. Chapter 24 Jinbei marshaled defects to the enemy. Li Fuyan captured several scouts lurking near the Yi clan's ruins one after another. However, unexpectedly, the information from the mouths of these scouts turned out to be exactly the same as what the loose cultivator had said. Li Fushang's brows knitted slightly, his expression grave. The entire Chang'an city's scouts had been unified? It seems that this Chang'an city has been infiltrated. Those royal brothers of mine are not this capable. Could it be that those hidden sects have directly intervened? If that's the case, Chang'an must have several great masters in town, and the difficulty of rescuing the second brother has skyrocketed. Li Fushang originally wanted to go to the palace to find out, but the conjecture in his heart stopped him in his tracks. Her current cultivation level was only at the 5th level of Grand Master, and the palace must have become a devil's den at this moment. If she went there rashly, she would most likely be captured. Just as she was weighing the situation, a group of black-armored soldiers came in formation from the end of the long street. Li Fuyang's figure flickered, hiding into the shadows to observe. Black dragon heavy armor? When did Great Qin have this kind of standardized armor? Only to see that this 12-man squad had a neatly organized pace, vigilantly observing the surrounding situation, always maintaining a fighting stance. The leader was clearly at the 2nd level of Zongshi cultivation, and the rest of the soldiers were all at the peak of Xian Hai. What was even more frightening was that the murderous aura lingering around them was as solid as substance. Obviously all of them were elites who had been through 100 battles. Li Fuyang observed this small group of Black Dragon Forbidden Army. Peak Xian Hai, 2nd level of Zongshi, is this squad so powerful? The army is so tightly organized, what a division of tigers and wolves. The dynasty I was in back then didn't even have this kind of elite. Li Fuyang looked at this elite with some shock. Secretly thinking, what kind of monster is the one occupying the palace at this moment? Otherwise, how could there be such a powerful army under his command? Li Fuyang's eyes flashed with a cold aura, her jade hand quietly condensed her spiritual energy, ready to strike and capture a soldier. However, just as she was about to strike, a cold and low voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Did the 7th princess think that there was no one in Chang'an? This voice was close at hand, and Li Fushang could even sense the murderous aura that condensed like substance. In just a moment, Li Fuyang's body was covered with cold hairs, her spine was chilled, and her scalp was numb. What kind of person? Instantly turning around, spiritual energy condensed into a blade in his palm, looking towards the person who came. The shadows of the alley slowly walked out of a black-robed man. That person exudes a strong and rigid astral aura. Under the mask only revealed a pair of icy cold eyes like a knife. It was precisely the undesirable handsome Yuan Tiangang. Li Fuyang stared at Yuan Tiangang with heavy eyes, not daring to have the slightest contempt in his heart. This person was able to follow him silently. If it wasn't for his voice, he wouldn't have been able to find him. When had one's spiritual sense become so sluggish? At this moment, she also recognized that the black-robed person in front of her was the peak Grand Master that those scouts had spoken of. When did you follow me? Yuan Tiangang stood with his arms folded and looked at Li Fushang with cold eyes. From the moment the seventh princess stepped through the gates of Chang'an, these words caused Li Fushang's heart to tremble. Was his every move under the control of the person behind him? Li Fushang let out a cold laugh, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Heh, really cold-blooded, watching me kill those scouts? Aren't they your robes? Yuan Tiangang shook his head. The seventh princess has misunderstood, those are not our people. On the contrary, I would also like to thank the seventh princess for easing my marshal's burden. Li Fuyan was a bit puzzled for a moment. Were those scouts not in league with this person? Then the information about Li Taizong from their mouths. Seventh princess, did you come on this trip to fight for the throne? As soon as the words left her mouth, Li Fuyang's alarm bells instantly rang. She could sense that a suffocating killing intent instantly erupted from the black-robed man in front of her. It seemed that as long as his answer was not favorable, this person would immediately strike without hesitation. Moreover, a trace of fear had risen in her heart. How could she have such a feeling? One must know that although her realm was weaker than the black-robed man at this time, she was a female emperor who ruled a dynasty in her previous life. She had countless cards in her hands. However, she had a sense of fear towards the black-robed man in this small realm. However, Li Fushan quickly dispelled that emotion and condensed her spiritual energy, preparing a killing move. My father has no interest in your throne. This honored one is only here to rescue the second prince. He is nothing more than an idle prince who does not compete with the world and poses no threat to you. Let him go and I will leave immediately. Li Fuyang originally thought that there would be a big battle, but, unexpectedly, Yuan Tiangang instantly collected all his killing intent at his words. Come with me, His Majesty is waiting for you. Li Fushang's pupils shrunk slightly, and he questioned in a cold voice. Who is your sire? Your second brother. In the northern border of Great Qin, the wind and snow are blowing continuously. Inside the Jinbei army camp, Shouting Bian was sitting alone in his tent, with 7 or 8 empty wine bottles scattered on the table. This once mighty Jinbei marshal is now all disheveled, with blood in his eyes. It's over, it's all over. The great prince he invested in was dead. In the future, he will suffer from the new emperor's suppression and suspicion, and it will be difficult for him to go further. Moreover, listening to the scout's report, the newly ascended to the throne of the second prince, said to have a mysterious great master auxiliary, means ruthless to the extreme. The news of the Yi family being slaughtered makes him unable to sleep at night. In the future, not to mention his marshalship, his life will be difficult to protect. Grandmaster, my cultivation of peak grandmaster is nothing in the eyes of others. Shouting Bian shook his head with a bitter smile. Just as he was despondent, a clear female voice came. Lord Xiao, are you really willing to be like this? Who? Shouting Bian instantly woke up from his wine and sheathed his long knife at his waist, a cold light appearing. The tent curtain moved slightly, and a black-robed figure floated in. When the visitor lifted his hood, he revealed a face that was beautiful. Seeing that face, Shouting Bian's pupils suddenly shrunk. Sixth Princess Li Yega? What are you doing here? How did you blend in? Shouting Bian said in a deep voice. Li Yega's red lips slightly hooked and took out a token engraved with the presence of me. Seeing this token is like seeing the face of the Holy Spirit. With this token, where can I not go? Shouting Bian slowly straightened up, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. The sixth princess has a lot of guts. Now that the new emperor has ascended to the throne, the situation has changed, and I'm afraid that this token of the former emperor is no longer useful. If I take you down and present you to His Majesty, I may still be able to keep this Shinbei martial seal. Li Yige did not panic when she heard this, but instead covered her lips and laughed softly. Why do you need to deceive yourself and others, Mr. Xiao? Do you think you can keep the marshalship by offering it to this palace? Marshal Xiao should have heard about the news of the Yi family's entire family being slaughtered, right? With that person's tactics, does Marshal Xiao think that he will spare you, the great prince's beloved? Shouting Bian's face instantly turned white, and the hand holding his long sword trembled slightly. Every word that Li Yige said Shouting Bian had thought about. Yes, with the ruthlessness of the new emperor who dared to slaughter the Yi family, how could he spare him, the beloved of the grand prince? The tent fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, Shouting Bian let out a long sigh and sheathed his sword. Sixth princess, tell us your intention. Shouting Bian would not think that the sixth princess had deliberately come here to kindly remind him. Li Yige's red lips rose slightly as she softly said. It's very simple, as long as Lord Xiao releases the Kangwolf guards into the customs. What? Shouting Bian stood up boldly, his Zhongsha realm's mighty pressure exploded, and the wine altar on the desk table exploded with a bang. His eyes were crimson and his whiskers were all agape. You made this marshal collaborate with the enemy and commit treason? Li Yige, however, did not move at all, not even lifting the corner of his coat by half. There was always a confident smile on his face. Why should Lord Xiao be angry? The Kangwolf guards of the Tianlang dynasty are just lending a hand. Fart. Shouting Bian laughed back in anger. If the 3 northern passes are broken and the Skywolf Iron Horsemen drive in, the people of the northern border of Great Qin will not be able to see us. The people? Li Yige suddenly interrupted with a sneer. Lord Xiao thinks that the tyrant who slaughtered the entire Yi family would care about the people? As for collaborating with the enemy? Li Yige smiled contemptuously. This palace is the bloodline of the late emperor. If he ascends to the throne, he will be the orthodoxy of Great Qin. What's the point of collaborating with the enemy when it comes to the orders of this palace? Shouting Bian understood the situation and laughed coldly. It turns out that the 6th princess is also interested in that position. Who does not want it? Li Yige's eyes flowed, and her voice suddenly lowered. Lord Xiao only need to open the door, the rest of the things have their own palace arrangements. After the completion of the matter, not to mention a martial position, is to seal the king and split the land, and how difficult? Shouting Bian asked. The 6th princess is so sure that the Kangwolf guards will help you? Can the Tianlang dynasty give you the beautiful mountains and rivers of Qin? Li Yige tightened her confident smile and said in a cold voice. This matter doesn't need Lord Xiao to worry about it. Will Lord Xiao let go or not? Shouting Bian laughed out loud. Release. Of course I will release. Li Yige was overjoyed, and then after discussing some of the matters, he left the tent. Shouting Bian looked at Li Yige's departing back and laughed coldly. Enamored by the throne? What a fool. The Skywolf dynasty has been coveting Great Qin for a long time, and after taking down Chang'an, they would let you be the empress? Sure enough, bastards are bastards. The reason why Shouting Bian agreed to Li Yige is because he wants to make Great Qin chaotic. Once Qin is in chaos, the new ruler will have no time to care about himself. At that time, when the Guan was in chaos, he might also be able to take the chestnuts out of the fire. Thinking of that supreme position, Shouting Bian's eyes were hot. That stupid woman was right about one thing. Who wouldn't want to be in that position? Chapter 25 9 Dragons Human Emperor Road. Outside the border, the garrison of the Tsong Wolf Riders. The wind whistled and swept up the yellow sand in the sky. Deep inside the army camp, inside the center army tent, little Wolf King Eltai was drinking strong wine and skillfully cutting a roasted leg of lamb. This person was precisely the commander of the Tsong Wolf Riders and Li Yige's own uncle. Eltai handed the cut lamb to Li Nightgale with a bold smile on his rough face. Come, Knight's Own, also taste the craftsmanship of our prairie people. Li Yige frowned slightly, looking at the piece of mutton that still had blood on it, and shook her head with some resistance. Altai laughed out loud at this and stuffed the mutton into his own mouth and chewed it. You grew up in Chang'an since you were young, it's normal that you're not used to it. He wiped the oil stains on his beard and pointed to the other generals in the tent. Look at your uncles and uncles, they are not even lazy to cut, directly even the bones are chewed and swallowed. A burst of rough laughter erupted in the tent. A few generals with a face full of flesh were holding a whole leg of lamb and tearing it. The oily look saw Li Yige's stomach fluttering. Li Yige forced herself to hold back her discomfort and softly said, Uncle, Shouting Bian has promised us, when do we enter the customs? Altai's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and with a light smile, he said. What, can't wait? Li Yige's eyes burned with greedy lust. Right. I can't wait to trample those condescending dignitaries under my feet. I can't wait to become the empress of the Great Qin dynasty. Altai laughed loudly and patted Li Yuge's shoulder. Haha, this is the original woman. We'll enter the pass tonight and go straight to Chang'an. Li Yige couldn't hide his excitement. This time when we enter the customs, we'll play the name of the clearer side of the king. By the way, uncle, how many men have you brought? 300,000. Li Yige was a bit incredulous. Uncle, did you bring all of the Tsong Wolf Riders? Altai said in a deep voice. That's right, the opportunity is not to be lost. If we wait for those worldly clans to react, it will be too late. Don't look at your Great Qin infighting, but once it involves our Skywolf dynasty, they tend to be on the same page. It's not as if Great Qin didn't have such a precedent. At the time of the Great Qin there were 3 princes of the Central Plains, have no time to take care of the border, so that their ancestors in the grasslands led the troops to break the barrier to the south. Who would have thought that those 3 life and death enemy emperors would unite and drive their prairie ancestors out of Great Qin? Therefore, Altai absorbed the lesson, to be quick to battle, the northern part of the Great Qin fully occupied, and then slowly plot the southern part of the Great Qin. The night wind swept up the yellow sand, and the iron hooves of the Kangwolf riders shattered the silence of the border. On the city walls, the defending generals gripped their weapons tightly and looked at the enemy troops coming like a tidal wave in the distance with grave expressions on their faces. Marshal Xiao, the Skywolf dynasty has deployed the Tsong Wolf Riders. The vice-general knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. The visual estimate is that there are hundreds of thousands of troops. The last general requests the immediate activation of the City Protector Formation. Shouting Bian stood at the top of the city with his arms crossed. As he gazed at the wolf smoke rising in the distance, a trace of an imperceptible smile actually surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Open the city gates. What? Does Marshal Xiao know what he is saying? The vice-general's tiger's eyes glared roundly, unable to believe his ears. If the 300,000 Kangwolf riders outside entered the gate, the world of Great Qin was bound to be devastated. He was already prepared to die in battle, but he didn't expect that his Lord Commander's first words would be to ask him to open the city gates. Shouting Bien turned around, his eyes like electricity. Open the city gates and let the Kangwolf riders enter the pass. The city walls were in an uproar. The defending generals looked at each other in disbelief. A few of Shouting Bian's diehard loyalists were already preparing to carry out the order. The vice general drew his sword and pointed it straight at Shouting Bien. I'll see which one of you dares. You, Shouting Bien, are committing treason. After 18 years of defending the northern border, today you are going to be the traitorous thief who led the wolves into the house? Just as the crowd was in a state of disbelief, the sound of neat footsteps suddenly came from below the city. A small group of black-clothed people had ascended the city tower at an unknown time and surrounded the crowd on the city tower. Shouting Bien said in a cold voice. This marshal is not treasonous. This marshal is leading the order of the 6th princess to enter the customs with the friendly army to clear the sight of the king. You have followed me for more than 10 years, put down your sword and remain my vice-general. The vice-general looked around and realized that most of the defenders had already silently stood behind Shouting Bien. Humph. A thief is a thief. Saying more will not change the fact that you have committed treason. Ridiculous, I actually followed a traitor like you for more than 10 years. He then smiled miserably and waved his sword at Shouting Bien. Great Qin, never surrender. The capital of Qin, Chang'an. Deep within the imperial palace. As soon as the midnight hour passed, the system immediately popped up a prompt. Ding! The number of check-ins has been refreshed. Is the host checking in immediately? Li Taizong gazed at the system light screen with some anticipation. Ever since he had bound this system, it had brought him unexpected gains every time. He just didn't know what good things would explode from this sign-in. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Dragons Human Emperor Dao. 9 Dragons Human Emperor Dao, the supreme technique of the imperial way, using the dynasty's national fortune as its foundation, and the faith of all living beings to forge the human emperor's dragon chi. With the enhancement of the national fortune, the supreme heavenly dragon can be condensed. When the 9 dragons are perfected, the heavenly constitution will be in your mouth, and your words will follow the law. Humanity will overpower heaven. A new technique? Just by hearing the name, it doesn't feel simple. Li Taizong murmured. Especially the last sentence of that Gong method's introduction, suppressing the heavenly Tao with humanity. How domineering. With the dignity of an earthly emperor, he is competing with the ethereal heavenly Tao. You know, throughout the dynasties, which emperor didn't call himself the son of heaven? Which monarch doesn't fear the heavenly Tao? But this technique tells you that the supreme human being can also suppress the supreme heavenly being. This is not only a cultivation method, but also a way of looking down on the world. If you are an emperor, you have to be the king of the world, so why not suppress the heavenly Tao as well? Oh, it's too far to think about this now. Mastering this kind of Gong method is definitely a huge upgrade for the current me. Now that he was a celestial being, he didn't need to waste his kung fu and recultivate like before. System, proceed to merit loading. Ding! The technique is loading. Ding! The technique has been loaded successfully. The moment the system tone fell, a golden dragon was added to Li Taizong's body. The golden dragon was lifelike, and although it was young, it had an inviolable majesty. At the same time, Li Taizong's eyes changed. He could actually see the ethereal national fortune. It was just that Great Qin's national fortune was now as thin as smoke, wavering in the void as if it would dissipate at any time. That golden dragon began to devour this thin national fortune on its own, and with every point it absorbed, it grew 1 point in size, while Li Taizong could also feel his power slowly growing. Only, before he could rejoice, a sudden change occurred. Those already thin national fortunes suddenly shook violently and then flowed towards the north at an astonishing speed. Li Taizong stood up violently, his face as gloomy as water. He stared dead on the north, a cold light flashing in his eyes. There was a problem in the north. Just then, Gao Lishur came in and whispered. Your Majesty, the 7th Princess Li Fuyang is here. Chapter 26. What have you done with my 7th sister? Let her come in. Li Taizong indifferently said. His voice was not loud, but it made the temperature within the entire hall seem to drop a few points. The abnormal loss of the Northern Kingdom's luck caused a hint of anger to rise in his heart, and even his tone was piercingly cold. He had already vaguely guessed that it was Jinbei Marshal Shouting Bien who was behind this. Also, have Yuan Tiangang check what happened at the border. Also, blockade Chang'an City, don't let those Chang'an dignitaries escape. If there is any trouble in the north, the first ones to get the news will be the powerful nobles in Chang'an. Yes, sir. Gao Lishur, who was good at reading people's words, lowered his stance extremely low. After leaving the hall, Gao Lishur resumed that formulaic affable smile, declaring the 7th Princess Li Fushan to enter the hall. Outside the hall, Li Fuyang's gaze was locked onto Gao Lishur. The seemingly gentle eunuch was actually a young Pixongshire powerhouse. With such talent, why was he willing to enter the palace as a slave? Gao Lishur sidled up, lowered his head and laughed softly. "Seventh princess, please." Li Fuyang frowned. Although Gao Lishur looked respectful, she could still tell that Gao Lishur did not place her in his eyes. Neither did he care about her status as a princess, nor did he fear her strength as a grandmaster. Such condescension that he was willing to be a serving eunuch. Just what kind of person would be able to gain his allegiance? Was this still the great Qin she knew? A black-robed man that even she was afraid of, a eunuch so young and talented. Then the throne was that, what kind of person was it? Along with the doubts in her heart, Li Fuyang walked towards the main hall. And with every step they took, the Black Dragon Forbidden Army patrolling around had stopped, coldly watching her. Not far away, Yuan Tiangong's cold and overbearing aura was also locked onto him. Gao Lishur's slightly narrowed eyes also flashed with a dangerous light. Although apart from Yuan Tiangang, Li Fushang did not fear these forbidden soldiers and this red-robed eunuch. But this feeling of being heavily surrounded made her feel as if she was on the edge of her seat. The air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, as if a raging storm of attacks would erupt at any moment. For a moment, Li Fuyang seemed to have returned to her previous life, when she had just become the empress. Those court officials were scrutinizing her, the new ruler, with such gazes. And just when she actually stepped into that palace, boom! An invisible pressure came like a tidal wave. Her breath stuttered as if she had instantly entered another world. Every inch of space within the grand palace was filled with a trembling majesty, causing her to involuntarily tense her body. I was an empress in my previous life, how can I be intimidated by someone from a small realm? Li Fuyu shook her head, suppressing the shocking waves in her heart, and continued to walk forward. However, with every step she took, the invisible pressure became heavier and heavier, making her almost breathless. She had walked through this great hall countless times before, yet she had never felt such a strong sense of oppression. The source of everything came from the person on the imperial throne. Just the fact that he was sitting there made the entire grand hall, and even the entire palace, enveloped in a suffocating imperial majesty. This feeling reminded her of a cave of the human emperor that she had stumbled upon in her previous life. That was just a place where the human emperor had once briefly stayed, but because it was tainted with the human emperor's breath, it still exuded an awe-inspiring might after thousands of years. Walking in front of the golden steps, Li Fuyang stopped. Li Taizong looked at Li Fushang, who was also walking, and only then did he notice that he had just unconsciously started to operate the human emperor's world-suppressing technique and the Nine Dragons' human emperor's Dao due to his anger. His cultivation was already far superior to Li Fushang, plus the suppression of these two peerless techniques, which made Li Fushang, the former empress, tremble. Li Taizong withdrew the human emperor's world-suppressing technique and the Nine Dragons' human emperor's Dao, and the pressure in the hall immediately dissipated. Li Fushang was visibly relieved, and his tense body relaxed slightly. He looked towards Gao Lishur outside the hall. In his heart, he wondered, how is it that your boy, a patriarch, was not affected, but she, a great patriarch, reacted so strongly? Gao Lishur thought to himself. I want to be so scared every day that I can't walk, can I still be a eunuch serving the emperor? Seventh sister, don't you salute even when you see me? A familiar voice rang in Li Fushang's ears. Li Fuyang raised her head violently and looked incredulously at the figure on the dragon chair. Shouting in shock. Second brother. It's still really you. I didn't believe that masked black-robed man when he said it was you. The corner of Li Taizong's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Those scouts you captured said it, didn't you not believe them either? Li Fushang instantly had some embarrassment on her face. She had caught those spies who were secretly spying on her, and what she had gotten out under severe torture was actually true. She had actually wronged them. However, the next moment, Li Fushang was creeped out. At this moment, she reacted. The Li Taizong in front of her was the person whose clan had exterminated the Yi family. That black-robed man and red-robed eunuch were loyal to his majesty. The one who personally killed the Grand Prince and the Ninth Prince. She looked at Li Taizong's familiar face, the once warm and gentle gentleman had disappeared, replaced by an imperial majesty that people didn't dare to look directly at. Li Fushang would never believe that this strength was gained overnight. In other words, in these 20 years, Li Taizong had been secretly accumulating strength under everyone's eyes. This stoicism and urbanity made her feel a chill. Anyone who found out that the gentle elder brother they had known for more than 10 years was actually a ruthless and bold lord would feel like a fish in their throat. Li Fuyang subconsciously took half a step back. What? Hasn't the seventh sister always wanted to see me? Now that you've seen me, you don't dare to recognize me? Li Taizong's voice remained calm. Li Fushang took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She was, after all, a reborn and returned female emperor, quickly adjusting her mindset and resurveying the both familiar and unfamiliar second brother in front of her. I just didn't expect that you were hiding so deeply, second brother. Li Taizong smiled noncommittally. Isn't it the same for seventh sister? Cultivation has recovered quite quickly. This realm can't even put you down anymore. Li Fuyang was struck by lightning. The biggest secret like being reborn was discovered, or in front of someone stronger than herself. For a moment it made her panic. What is second brother talking about? I can't understand. This strength of mine, I met an old grandpa who passed on his power to me. Li Taizong just smiled at her sophistry. He couldn't reunite the figure of the once yummy and lazy seventh sister with that of the present-day great-grandmaster Li Fuyang. The 10,000 jihadi star pupils were activated, and his eyes reflected the stars of the ages. In front of these eyes of mine, all your disguises are futile. The affairs of the country are heavy, I don't have time to play with you. I'll only give you one chance. Who are you really? Where is my seventh sister? Li Fuyang stared at those eyes like a river of stars, his heart shook greatly. However, still forcibly pretending to be calm, he said. Second brother, I am your seventh sister. You are in such a high realm, can't you sense my aura? Before the words were finished, the sword light cut through. Li Fuyang was beheaded. I said I would only give you one chance. Li Taizong said indifferently. However, Li Taizong did not leave, but stared at Li Fushang's corpse and said, waiting for me to completely destroy you? Saying that, a dragon roar sounded, and the golden dragon hovered around Li Taizong, ready to devour Li Fushang's corpse. Stop! Li Fuyang's head stopped it. Immediately, the body and head combined, and Li Fuyang was revived. Nice tactic, can you say it now? Remember, but if there is a word that I think you are lying, you will never live. Chapter 27, This heaven and earth can't bind me. Reanimated Li Fuyang gasped for air, looking at the indifferent Li Taizong with some fear in her eyes. She knew that this man wasn't telling lies, if she dared to hide anything. The man in front of her would definitely kill her. Moreover, those means of her own could not be hidden from Li Taizong at all. She took a deep breath and began to explain her past. She explained that she came from another world and was a monarch of a royal dynasty. She was killed in a war and reincarnated as Li Fuyang. It was only some time ago that she had awakened the memories of her past life, and her cultivation had barely recovered to the Grand Master realm. Li Fuyang told everything she knew and everything she knew. It included why she took the risk to come to Chang'an to rescue Li Taizong. Towards the end, a faint grievance rose in Li Fuyang's heart. In order to save Li Taizong, she had traveled thousands of miles from Jiangnan to Chang'an, but Li Taizong was so unforgiving. For a while, a hazy mist rose in Li Fushang's eyes. Li Taizong's starry eyes flashed, and with the added power of the 10,000 tribulation star pupil, he knew that Li Fushang wasn't lying. Even though the reason for coming to Chang'an was a bit absurd, because he was a modest gentleman like Jade, such a good person should not deserve to die, so he specifically came to Chang'an to rescue himself. Thus, his complexion gradually eased. However, listening to Li Fushang's experience in his previous life and the reason why he saved himself in this life, Li Taizong's expression became somewhat meaningful. When Li Fushang saw Li Taizong's eyes like that, he immediately became a little angry and said, I have already told everything I know, do you still want to humiliate me? Li Taizong lightly laughed and shook his head, his expression actually carried a bit of brotherly patience. To his own people, he had always been very patient. Especially when learning that this foolish sister had actually come to Chang'an to save herself for somewhat absurd reasons. If he didn't have a system, I'm afraid that he would really be saved by Li Fuyang. Being a rich man in some corner of Great Qin. Seventh sister, you really aren't fit to be a king. What kind of person puts himself behind bars for that reason? Your fall in your previous life was also caused by your hot-blooded impulsiveness. Being a king but always thinking of charging into battle, then what do you need those generals for? Li Fuyang froze for a moment. In a trance, it was as if she had returned to her previous life. Those old ministers left behind by her father had also advised themselves in this manner. At that time, she thought that it was these old ministers who wanted to control her, but now that she thought about it, it was all sage advice. Her head unconsciously lowered, a look of shame appearing on her face. Li Taizong's voice continued to come, his tone carrying the emperor's characteristic majesty and elder brother's concern. As the king of the country, you must cherish your body. It was fine to go on an imperial expedition, but one should never put oneself in danger. That way, instead of helping your own army, you will put the entire army in a passive position. Moreover, if you die without a posthumous edict, your country will be in civil unrest because of the issue of the successor, and then, I don't know how many innocent people will die, and the people will be in a state of abject misery, with thousands of miles of red earth. Following Li Taizong's words, Li Fushang's face turned white. Only then did she truly realize that her impulsiveness had caused such serious consequences. Because of her own recklessness, more people lost their lives. I am ashamed of my own father's wishes. I have failed my father. What about my people? Li Fuyang's eyes were filled with misty water, and in no time, crystallized teardrops rolled down her porcelain white cheeks. This former empress was actually sobbing like a child who had done something wrong. Li Taizong looked at Li Fushang somewhat helplessly. You are still an empress, just say a few words and then cry. Your father probably had no one to choose from, so he had to let you succeed the throne. Although he thought so, he still unconsciously stretched out his hand and gently stroked the top of Li Fushang's hair like he did when he was a child. Wide palm with familiar temperature, so that Li Fuyang's crying gradually stopped. Li Taizong rubbed the top of her head. His voice was gentle, as if he had changed back to that gentle and jade-like second brother. Seventh sister, don't cry. Next year at the latest, my second brother will take you to your world. Speaking here, he suddenly let out a light laugh. But by then, your dynasty will be renamed Great Qin, huh? Li Fuyang wiped his tears and looked up with a few moments of skepticism in his eyes. Second brother, to cross the border, you must at least be above the celestials. The corner of Li Taizong's mouth raised a confident smile, and that smile was filled with the arrogance of looking down on the world. Don't worry. This heaven and earth cannot bind me. His voice was very soft, but it seemed to contain some kind of unquestionable power. The sunlight outside the temple poured through the window pane, coating him with a golden outline. At this moment, Li Fuyang drifted into a trance and saw the figure of a true human emperor. Outside the hall, Gao Lishur looked slightly sideways at the brother and sister duo inside the hall. Since he had followed His Majesty, all he had seen was the royal family tipping over and killing each other. Each of the clansmen hated to kill His Majesty, and His Majesty was never soft on rebels. He kills when he can. This was the first time he had seen His Majesty show such a warm side. Just as Gao Lishur was imagining things, Yuan Tiangang came stepping into the air. He was covered in blood, and his eyes were reflecting unspeakable anger. Gao Lishur's heart sank, knowing that something bad had happened. Otherwise, Yuan Tiangang would not have lost his temper. Eunuch, I have something important to report to His Majesty. Come with me to see His Majesty. Gao Lishur knew the importance of the matter, so he didn't even bother to send a message, and led Yuan Tiangang directly into the hall. Li Taizong also noticed the duo and gathered his gentle demeanor. Li Fuyang retreated to the side in a sensible manner. At this moment she was already satisfied. She already knew that her second brother was still her second brother, and that was enough. Li Taizong noticed the blood aura on Yuan Tiangang's body. The undesirables had yet to be formed now, and in order to get the information in the first place, they would have to force the scouts of those powerful people. It seemed that in that moment just now, many more heads had fallen to the ground in Chang'an City. However, Li Taizong didn't care. This was the power he gave to Yuan Tiangang. First to kill, imperial power to authorize. When Yuan Tiangang saw Li Taizong, he immediately knelt down and bowed. Your Majesty, Jinbei Marshal Xiaodongbian has committed treason and let 300,000 Kangwolf riders into the country. The leaders of the generals were Altai and 6th Princess Li Yaij. They came straight to Chang'an in the name of purging the king's side. Boom! The dragon chair under Li Taizong's seat directly shattered. The terrifying heavenly might filled the entire hall with oppression, anger, and dominance. Gao Lishur immediately fell to his knees. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Li Taizong's voice was cold and piercing. Every word caused the great hall to boom and tremble. The might of a celestial being is appalling. What a Xiaodongbian! What a 6th Princess Li Yaij! The late emperor was so overindulgent with them. They dared to stick their heads into the arms of the celestials. Even death by 1,000 cuts is hard to dispel my heart. Li Fuyang, who stood at the side, was equally frosty, with flames of anger burning in her eyes. As an empress in her previous life, what she hated the most was this kind of behavior that led the wolf into the house. The power struggle for the world was understandable, it was just a case of the king losing the bandit. But colluding with a foreign tribe to invade, this was beyond the scope of power struggle, it was downright treasonous. If you lose an internal battle, you will at most be criticized for not being as skilled as others. But to invite wolves into the house, this is to be stigmatized for years to come. History is like iron. Regardless of the ultimate success or failure, those who do such things are destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame, and history, along with future generations, will never be able to raise their heads. Chapter 28, Summoning Huazaiwei. Yuan Qing, you immediately head to the border and take control of Xiaodongbian. After this is accomplished, blockade the closed pass and lock the Kangwolf riders in the north. When you arrive at the border, there's no need to report, you make your own decision. I accept the order. Yuan Tiangang cupped his fists and took the order, and between his black robes, he turned into a black shadow and swept out of the hall. Gao Lishur, order 5,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Army immediately assembled, with me the Imperial Army. Slave servant obeyed the order. Gao Lishur bowed and was about to retreat to pass the order, but was stopped by Li Fushan. Second brother, you want to go on a personal expedition? Li Fuyao couldn't believe his ears. Good guy, you just educated me. When the king of the country should cherish his body, let his own generals go to defend against the enemy invaders, but as a result, you turned your head and forgot about it, and you directly want to lead 5,000 people to fight 300,000 people. That's 300,000 men. Or the elite Kangwolf riders. No matter how brave the Black Dragon army is, it's impossible for them to kill 300,000 Kangwolf riders. Li Taizong sighed and said, Seventh sister, I am different from you. I have the cultivation of a celestial being, killing them is like killing a dirt chicken or a dog. Li Fuyang frowned and said in a grave voice, Second brother, after you leave, what about Chang'an? What about the south? After they see that you can cope with those Tsong wolf riders alone, they will definitely not send troops to help you. She stepped forward and looked straight into Li Taizong's eyes. Second brother, you have such an elite forbidden army, don't you have a general who can defend against the Kang Wolf Riders in your place? Li Taizong smiled. This is all that I have in my family, how can there be any? Halfway through his words, he suddenly paused and a glint flashed in his eyes. Li Taizong thought of the fact that he still had 2 more summoning opportunities that he didn't use. Every time the system gave him a reward, it was very suitable for the situation he had to face. This time, it shouldn't be an exception. In his mind, Li Taizong immediately summoned the system interface. System, do I still have 2 more summoning opportunities to use? Yes. Then use both summons. Li Taizong decisively commanded. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 8,000 hussars. An image of an iron-blooded army emerges on the system's light screen, horses neighing, and flags hunting. Hussar Battalion, the direct troops of the Han champion Marquis, who once chased the dead in the grasslands and broke through the Xiangnu's Wolf-Jushu mountain. Its troops are as fast as the wind, as slow as the forest, as swift as fire, as immovable as a mountain, as hard to know as a shadow, and as dynamic as a thunderbolt. Beautiful. With these 8,000 men, I will be able to strangle these Kang Wolf Riders within the pass in no time. Li Taizong couldn't help but high-five and marvel. However, he laughed a little too early. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Hua Daisy. Li Taizong's pupils suddenly contracted, and even his breathing stuttered. Li Taizong's pupils suddenly contracted. Li Taizong's eyes are going to stare out in excitement. Who understands? The 5th summoning directly gave the top SSR martial arts general to summon out. Who is Hua Daisy? He's a ruthless man who has been recognized at the age of 22. He fought 6 battles in his life. The first time he went to war, at the age of 18, Hua Zaiwei dared to lead 800 light cavalry away from the main force, raiding hundreds of miles deep into the Xiongnu hinterland, and attacked the royal court, capturing Shan Yu's uncle, Xianghua, and other Xiongnu aristocrats alive. In the Second Battle of Heshi, he led his army to break through Yanji Mountain and beheaded the king of Xiongnu, the king of Luho, killing the Xiongnu people. The third time is even in the case of friendly troops lost, alone over the Qilian Mountains to raid the rear of the Xiongnu, not only a great victory, but also by the weight of the Han Emperor brought back a future minister of trust Jin Riki. This one gave the Xiongnu a sad song. Losing my Yanji Mountain makes my women colorless. Loss of my Qilian Mountains, so that my 6 animals do not reproduce. In the 4th Battle of the Desert North, he broke through the Wolf-Jushu Mountain and beat the Xiongnu far away from the Desert North, and there was no king's court in the south of the desert. At the age of 22, he reached the highest achievement of ancient Chinese military generals. He sealed Wolf-Jushu and drank from the sea. The Western River was regulated, and counties were listed. The last 2 wars showed the might of the Han dynasty to the fullest, adding countless lands to the Han dynasty. This young man is simply a miracle in the history of war, with one incredible victory to show the world what is called a true military genius. Perhaps the heavens felt that Hua was too much of a demon and died at the young age of 24. Li Taizong didn't dare to think that if Hua Zaiwei had stayed alive, with his kind of fighting style that didn't need a rear, would he have directly given a dry run through to Rome in the west. And now, it was such a military general that belonged to Li Taizong. Thinking of this, all of Li Taizong's depression and irritation was swept away and he let out a loud laugh. Laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Tianlang dynasty, I have found you a living king of hell. It was as if he had already seen the scene of the Kang Wolf Riders collapsing under Hua Zaiwei's iron cavalry. What this teenage general is best at is winning with less and long-distance raids. 8,000 hussars in his hands can definitely bring out the power of a 300,000-strong army. Li Fuyang and Gao Lishir looked at Li Taizong, who was laughing endlessly, and were somewhat puzzled. However, it was difficult for them to understand Li Taizong's excitement at this moment. The Kang Wolf Riders, the Grasslanders. Hussar Battalion, Hua Zhaodong. Professional counterparts now. Li Taizong gathered his smile, the light in his eyes flashed, and he drank in a deep voice. Where is Hua Daisy? The last general is here. A tender and loud juvenile voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. At the door of the hall, a fiery red figure broke into the crowd's line of sight like a blazing flame. It was a teenager of about 17 or 18 years old. A red robe with black armor in the hall was extremely eye-catching, as if he was a god general who descended from the sky. He slowly walked into the hall, like a sharp blade emitting a sharp edge at all times. As people often say, what shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Young people need to hide their sharp edges. But the champion Marquis does not need. He was born rich, he needs to show the world his valor all the time. Li Fuyang's first glance at this teenager was so young. The childish face, even the fluffy hairs around his ears had not receded. It was a teenager who had not yet grown up. However, those eyes were as fiery as a torch flame, making people not dare to underestimate them. I, Hua Zhaodong, greetings to your majesty. The young man clasped his fists and saluted, his voice as clear as the sound of a sword. Underneath his sword brows, those bright eyes pulsed with fiery battle intent, as if he was ready to charge into battle at any time. Hua Zhaodong was born to belong to the battlefield, to the wilderness. This sharp blade was born to pierce the heart of the enemy. If not, it is a precious pearl in the dust. Li Taizong looks at Hua Daisy, and the more he looks at him, the more he rejoices. Hua Daisy is my man now? That's great. Good. If I have you, you're like a tiger with wings. The corners of Hua Daisy's mouth rose slightly, revealing a somewhat proud smile. He is a young man, and will be proud of the praise he receives from His Majesty. But don't underestimate him. If Your Majesty orders me to do so, I will go through fire and water. Chapter 29, Group of Ministers Advise South Ferry. However, Li Taizong looked at Hua Zaiwei's attribute panel and was somewhat less than satisfied. Character, Hua Daisy. Realm, Grand Master 5th. Technique, Breaking Military Thunderbolt Technique. Did the system make a mistake? How could his Hussar General's realm be so low? Shouldn't there be at least a celestial peak? Li Fuyan looked at the freshly clothed young man like fire and asked. General, how old are you? Hua Zhaodong scratched his head a little embarrassed. Just 17 this year. What? 17 years old? Li Fuyan looked at this young man who was younger than this body today with shock. Is this great Qin so full of hidden tigers and dragons? A 17-year-old teenager actually has the cultivation of a grandmaster. One must know that this is a small realm with a lack of spiritual power, and a grandmaster is someone who has lived for hundreds of years. Of course, this did not include her second brother. Looking at such a young and talented heavenly pride, Li Fushang immediately said to Li Taizong. Second brother, this kind of pride must be well protected. There is no way that there are no great masters hiding in that 300,000 strong army. We can't let this teenager go forward and take risks. So leave the task of fending off the Crow Wolf Riders to me this time. I was at least a great power in my previous life, so give me the troops and horses and I will be able to eradicate these 300,000 iron horsemen completely. Li Taizong glanced at Li Fushang, who had asked for battle, and snorted coldly in his heart. Give you troops and horses? I'm afraid of folding my own Hussar battalion inside. He looked again at the overly young Hua Zaiwei. Li Taizong's heart was a bit bottomless. If it was the 20-year-old Hua Daisy, then he had nothing to say. He would go and serve as a vanguard for Hua Daisy himself. But now that he is only 17 years old, letting such a young Hua Zaiwei go against 300,000 Kangwolf riders? Isn't that a bit too risky? Why don't we put him in the palace for a few years? Hua Daisy could see the doubt in Li Taizong's eyes and immediately became a bit anxious. His tender face became wrinkled and he complained. Your Majesty, just release me to the army. If I don't train, when will I be able to stand on my own? Hua Daisy began to pour out his bitterness. Li Taizong helplessly holds his forehead. Li Taizong thought of the original world, when Hua Zaiwei was also 17 years old. Li Taizong thought of the original world of Hua Daisy, also 17 years old, when he ran to the palace every day in the ear of Emperor Han Wu chanting to fight. Give Han Wu D hole too upset, directly let him take his 800 horse with Wei Qing to see the world. Han Wu Di's intention was to sharpen Hua Zhaodi and let him know that war is not a child's play. Wei Qing was also annoyed by Hua Zaidiao in the camp, and told him to take his 800 horsemen to catch a few tongues, so that he would know the cunning and ruthlessness of the Xiongnu people. Then the kid cheerfully led his 800 riders to go and have fun. Who knows, this kid directly ran hundreds of miles, captured Shan Yu's uncle and the state minister back, and also slaughtered Shan Yu's grandfather. What's more, he killed 2,028 enemy soldiers. Both Wei Qing and Emperor Wu were confused. This ING 17 years old? Is this still the Xiongnu who have been bullying the Han for 3 generations? Later, Han Wu Di completely ignored Hua Zaidiao, not even bothering to ask about the battle situation, letting him go on his merry way. Li Taizong also sighed and shook his head. In his heart, he thought, I am also idle to question Hua Daisy. He was just about to decree that Hua Daisy should lead the troops against the Tsong Wolf Riders when he heard chaos outside the Great Hall. With a slight sense, Li Taizong knew that it was the powerful nobles of Chang'an City who had come. It didn't take any guessing to know that they couldn't run away after the Black Dragon Forbidden Army blocked Chang'an City, so they could only come to the palace to find themselves. Looking at their righteous faces, Li Taizong had a moment where he wanted to slaughter all of these people. Li Fushang in front of her side-eyed. She had just sensed a tyrannical aura on her second brother. Hua Daisy also sensed it. He didn't have much heart. He directly put his hand on the handle of his sword. Gao Lishur narrowed his eyes slightly, and gloomy talismans emerged from his hands hidden in his sleeves. The powerful nobles of Chang'an City were anxiously kneeling outside the Great Hall, with an old minister at the head holding a zhengshur in his hand. Your Majesty, 300,000 troops have come straight to Chang'an, in order to protect the Great Qin society. Bow down and ask Your Majesty to grant it. Li Taizong gazed icily at the group of ministers in the square and said, Present it. The folders in the old minister's hands flew into Gao Lishur's hands. Gao Lishur turned around and respectfully presented the folders to Li Taizong. Li Taizong opened the report. The content of the report was quoted and difficult to read. But the whole text is filled with righteous emotions. Even Li Taizong could not help but admire the learning of these courtiers. To be able to write such a zhangji in a short period of time. The above zhangdao is simplified with only 2 words. Nandu. What does it mean? It means for Li Taizong to take the group of ministers to abandon the north and dress for the south. The northern families are led by the Yi family. Now that Li Taizong has slaughtered the Yi family, the northern families are no longer willing to support Great Qin. They would rather be captives of the Sky Wolf dynasty than let Li Taizong win. Therefore, the group of ministers wanted Li Taizong to move his capital to the south and use the southern lineage clans as the leader to defend against the invasion of the Sky Wolf dynasty. When they noticed Li Fushang entering the capital, their eyes lit up. Li Fuyang had the bloodline of the Su family, which was a great clan in the south. They thought that Li Taizong already had the idea of moving to the south. Only, they thought that Li Taizong still needed a step. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent a large army to blockade Chang'an. Therefore, the ministers immediately drafted an imperial edict requesting for a move to the south, which was so righteous that it boasted Li Taizong as a saintly ruler in the world. As long as Li Taizong was willing to move the capital, then he would be a saintly lord and bright ruler in the world of the High Emperor, and would have the merit of recreating Great Qin. They looked at Li Taizong, who was sitting on the throne with trembling arms, and only thought that Li Taizong was too excited. Tianlang barbarians, who does not fear? Jiangnan Watertown, who does not stay in love? They even arranged all their belongings in Chang'an, and now they are only waiting for Li Taizong to order the south crossing. Good. Good. Li Taizong's voice trembled on the dragon chair. The ministers were all smiles. However, the words suddenly changed. Great Qin really deserves to die, to have raised a bunch of assholes like you. Li Taizong roared and got up, tearing the scroll apart. The ministers were shocked, obviously not expecting Li Taizong's reaction. South Ferry? Are you going to cede Chang'an, which has lasted for over 2,000 years, to the Tianlang barbarians? To recreate the Great Qin's saintly ruler? If I really listen to you, in the future, history books will not use Jiezhou to describe the dim king, and will just say Li Taizong. Li Taizong's anger is burning to the sky. Let him lose his power and humiliate his country, cede land and make reparations, and cross the border in his clothes. Not to mention that he is now the emperor. Even if he is still the ruined prince, he can't do this. Death would have to be in the north. Several old ministers immediately came out and said, Your Majesty is the rightful ruler of the world. If you don't cross over to the south, the royal heirs in the south will surely fight for the rightful ruler, and at that time, the Skywolf dynasty will surely overthrow our Great Qin. Your Majesty, do you want to disregard our Great Qin society for the sake of showing off your blood and courage? Besides, Your Majesty, this is all your fault. If you hadn't slaughtered the Yi family, the northern clans would be in danger and would have fallen so quickly. There are so many talented people in the south. Your Majesty may not be able to make a comeback after you move the capital southward. Your Majesty, move south. Your Majesty, move the capital. Your Majesty, the Tianlang cannot be defeated. Chapter 30, 8,000 Hussars with Champion Marquis. Li Taizong's eyes burned with rage as he looked at the gray-haired military generals. Most of the people in here had followed Li Yutian in his personal campaigns. Back then, they even refused the Heavenly Wolf army for 100 miles. Only, now these same people want to cross south. Civilian officials are fleeing, as are military generals. What's the point of having a court like this? The generals drooped and said in a low voice. Without the support of the great northern clans, it is difficult for the army to start, and the rear support can't keep up, so it's impossible to fight against the 300,000 Kangwolf riders. Your Majesty, if we were to fight hard, the only end would be total annihilation. Your Majesty, if the late emperor were alive, he would never have chosen to fight hard. He would have gone to the south first to build up his strength, train his soldiers, and take his time. A bunch of cowards. Li Taizong looked at the court with disappointment. Previously, he was still thinking of shocking some of the ministers after going to court. After all, he is now very short of people to use these people for the time being. However, he had already made up his mind now. One more day of this group of tumors living was a waste of Great Qin's heir. Even if the Great Qin court was unmanaged, it was still better than having these people around. You don't dare to fight, I will find you someone to fight. Huo Daizi. The last general is in. 17-year-old Huo Daizi's eyes are filled with a desire for battle honors. He was born out of the city, out of Shangan. He belongs on the battlefield, in the wilderness. Whether he's 17 or 22. I'll give you 8,000 hussars, another 5,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Army and 20,000 troops. Can you fight 300,000 Kangwolf riders? Huo Daizi was just about to receive the decree when the veteran generals below reminded him. This young man, fighting a war is not child's play. 30,000 men against 300,000, even if a Grand Master came, he wouldn't be able to fight, unless you're a Celestial. You're so young, your teeth aren't even back yet, are they? You're the one who compelled His Majesty to fight? I'm afraid he's not even of age. His Majesty is so desperate, I'm afraid he's going to lose his fortune if he's put in charge of the army. These people only know about the Black Dragon Army, but they don't know where the 8,000 hussars and 20,000 men in Li Taizong's words come from. They thought that Li Taizong wanted their private soldiers to be transferred over. They could not agree to this. They still need to rely on these private soldiers to establish a firm foothold in the south, and they can't follow this teenager who hasn't even retired as cannon fodder. Hua Zhaodong is a teenager, how can he be insulted by this? Quickly turn around. Bending his bow and slinging his arrows. Shoot several arrows in a row. Poof. 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 The people who had just spoken out in mockery were all shot in the head. The group of ministers were horrified. They then realized that this tender youngster was actually a grandmaster. They looked towards Li Taizong for help. Shooting a group of ministers in front of the emperor was a great disrespect. However, after looking at Li Taizong, their hearts instantly sank. At this moment, Li Taizong's eyes are shining, staring at Hua Zaiwei with admiration and fondness in his eyes. What's wrong with my hussar general killing a few rebels? Young people can't stand anger, and if they have it, they spill it on the spot. The original Hua Daizhi dared to shoot Guan Niai Holy Dang to death, and then went to find Han Wudi to apologize. What could Emperor Wu do? He beat Hua Tse-tung in anger. As for killing him? Just kidding. 100 Li Dangs are no match for one Hua Daizhi. He made up a ridiculous excuse that the valiant Marquis of Guan Niai was killed by a deer's horn. Finished with his anger, he still had to let the doctor see if he had injured Hua Daizhi. Li Fuyao and Gao Lishir are also shocked at Hua Daizhi's maneuver. This guy is also too crazy. Li Taizong, can a young man be called a young man if he's not crazy? And when Li Fuyao and Gao Lishir noticed Li Taizong's reaction, they were also a bit speechless. The murderous and decisive emperor was so pampered by this Hua Daizhi. Li Taizong, that's Hua Daizhi, who will I favor if not him? At this moment, Hua Zhaodong raised his eyes to Li Taizong with some apprehension, and after seeing Li Taizong's scorching eyes, he also knew that Li Taizong did not blame him. The heart was relieved. Then he said with a straight face, Your Majesty, why do you need 30,000 men? Give me 8,000 men. Within 10 days, I will be able to overcome his army and kill his commander. There was a hint of arrogance in Hua Zaiwei's confidence. Even after seeing Hua Zaizi's great master's cultivation, the crowd still doesn't believe it. This youngster couldn't think that there weren't any great masters hiding in that 300,000 strong army, could he? Every time there was a national war, there were two wars for the deadliest of the great armies. One side was under the great patriarchs, hundreds of thousands of people were in a dead heat with each other. One side was several great masters from both countries fighting in the clouds. The Skywolf dynasty dared to let 300,000 troops enter the customs to invade the north. There was bound to be more than one great master in its army. Still too young. However, Li Taizong was already fully trusting Hua Zaiwei at this moment. This kid dares to penetrate the Han hinterland with 800 men. Give him 8,000 hussars. 8,000 hussars versus 300,000 Kangwolves. The advantage is Hua's. Good. Hua Daizhi, I'm appointing you Hussar General. You will lead my 8,000 hussars against the Kangwolves. But Li Taizong still warns. Take care of your safety. Hua Daizhi excitedly worshipped. I accept the decree. After that, Hua Daizhi couldn't hold back his excitement and asked, Your Majesty, where are my 8,000 hussars? He, look at you, why are you so impatient? Li Taizong lets out a light laugh. Hua Daizhi scratched his head in embarrassment. Li Taizong corrected his color and called out, Where is my hussar battalion? Before the words fell, the sky and earth suddenly exploded with roars of fury, sound waves like thunder, shaking the clouds, mountains and rivers trembled. The hussar battalion is here. The hussar battalion is here. The hussar battalion is here. The sound was like the beating of drums, like the roaring of a mad dragon, and it shook the heavens, as if the sky was going to be torn apart by this heavenly will to fight. The crowd looked up in horror, only to see above the sky, 8,000 iron horsemen stepping into the air, like gods descending from the sky. What a magnificent sight that was! 8,000 divine horses, their bodies as bright red as blood, their hooves stepping on flames, their manes flying like streams of fire, each of them is a 1 in a million dragon-blooded warhorse that travels 10,000 miles a day, treading the wind. On top of the horses, the 8,000 hussars have red robes, black armor, long swords on their waists, strong bows on their backs, all of them are as straight as a gun, and their faces are as cold as iron. They were all young soldiers. Each of their eyes flashed with the desire for battle success. The 8,000 iron cavalrymen lined up in the air, neat as one, their black formation covering the sky. The hussar battalion is willing to die for His Majesty. The sound is like the waves of the angry sea, sweeping across the land, even the earth trembles. Hua Daizhi looks at these 8,000 hussars, and a hot blood suddenly boils in his chest. His eyes burned like torches, almost unable to resist the urge to leap up. Although he had never seen these people before, his subconscious told him. This army was connected to his bloodline. Only he could command these proud soldiers and generals, sweeping across the desert, invincible. The corners of Hua Daizhi's mouth lifted into a wild smile. My last general, I am willing to sweep away the enemy for your majesty. Chapter 31, The Ministers Sacrifice the Flag, Wadaisi goes on the warpath. Good. I will be in Chang'an, waiting for the Hussar general's triumph. Li Taizong then looked at the ministers kneeling in the square. As for you, as ministers, you don't want to serve your country, but do things that dishonor your country. Why should I keep you here? Today, I will sacrifice your blood to the flag of my Hussar battalion. Boom! The ministers are shaken. The ministers are horrified. The emperor is actually going to kill them. A few old ministers at the head of the group rose and questioned. Your Majesty, you want to kill the civil and military officials, do you want the world to be in chaos? Your Majesty, the world is in shambles today, without the assistance of the ministers, how can you rule the world? One of the old ministers spoke earnestly, with a bit of pathos and unwillingness. Your Majesty, if you kill all the courtiers today, will all the scholars follow you? Who will be your shepherd tomorrow? Who will collect taxes for you? Who will guard the four directions for you? Your Majesty, the Yi family is ambitious, you destroy the Yi family, the world of scholars can understand, but the ministers only want to protect the great god of the earth and grain, what is the crime of Ah? Li Taizong looked at the ministers coldly and suddenly smiled. That smile does not reach the bottom of the eyes, but rather a piercing coldness. Xin's countryside, with you assholes is really dying. My kingdom, why need assholes to carry? He slowly raised his hand and pointed to the sky. I have the Hussar battalion. 8,000 iron horsemen raise their swords at the same time, the cold light reflects the sun. I have Huadaisi. Huadaisi kneels on one knee, clasping his fists in response, his eyes on fire. I'm going to reorganize this broken river and mountain. Li Taizong's voice was like a thunderous explosion. As for you, corrupt, incompetent, traitorous people, are you worthy to talk to me about the world? Kill them. Kill. The 8,000 iron horsemen roared. They drew their long swords and struck at the ministers with their horses. The ministers also began to fight back, their spiritual energy erupted, creating a storm. Those who could make it to the imperial court were all dragons and phoenixes among men, talent was one aspect, and so was their own cultivation. However, how can these honored officials resist the 8,000 hussars? But seeing the cordons flashing by, before the 30 or so civil officials in the front row had time to cry out in alarm, a red line as thin as a hair blossomed between their necks. The heads of these officials still maintained a stunned expression, clearly not expecting that they would be beheaded so easily. The group of officials were not little cuties. Seeing that they could not be defeated, they immediately began to burn their cultivation, wanting to flee the battlefield. Some of them directly began to beg for mercy. Your Majesty, be merciful. I'm willing to give up my entire fortune to pay for the army. I'll feed the horses at the border. I saved the late emperor's life. However, all their struggles were in vain. 1,000 of the 8,000 horsemen immediately detached themselves and bent their bows and arrows. Shoot! With a command, 1,000 hard bows quivered at the same time. In a flash, arrows rained down on the ministers. Poof! 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 Countless officials were nailed directly onto the palace walls. Some military generals known for their defense blocked the incoming arrowheads. But waiting for them was the next round of arrows. Since one arrow couldn't kill them, there would be another one. The scene was too gruesome to look at. Ah! Tyrant! How dare you do something so outrageous to man and God? Such a tyrant, the world will strike together. Some calm officials shot a dysprosium arrow from their sleeves. The mournful whistle pierces the sky. At the same time, 30,000 elite soldiers emerged in Chang'an City. These elite soldiers kill on sight and at the same time burn spiritual fire, wanting to burn down the entire Chang'an City. These elite soldiers are their private soldiers, they gave orders before entering the palace, if there is any change in the palace, they will destroy Chang'an. Since the tyrant is unkind, don't blame us for being unrighteous. Today, we will fight to the death. Li Taizong looked at the colorful courtiers and laughed. Burn the stones together? Are you qualified? Then, he roared to the sky. Black Dragon Forbidden Army, take care of those rebels. Yes, sir. Before the words fell, the sound of armor clashing came from the walls of Chang'an City and the interior of the palace. The Black Dragon armors in the palace and the Black Dragon armors guarding the walls of Chang'an City rushed towards the rebels at the same time. Rumble! Like a black dragon roaring, the Black Dragon armors swung their sharp blades. Before the rebels could see who was coming, they were cut down like straw. Any one of these Black Dragon armors' cultivation far exceeded that of the rebel commander. These rebels were just like grass, the Black Dragon armor soldiers could trample on them at will and take their lives. Not a single one of them will be left behind. The voice of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army's vice commander was like a death sentence. The screams of the rebels rose and fell, but were quickly drowned in the blades. Inside Chang'an City, blood flowed in rivers. This is the Prince of Heaven's own army. The Black Dragon Forbidden Army. The group of ministers in the center of the square were even more miserable. The iron hooves of those divine horses shone down on the faces of those purple-robed officials. Countless officials' skulls were crushed by the horses' hooves. In the mist of blood, Hua Ziwei sees an old courtier struggling and crawling towards the corner of the hall. The old minister trembles and raises his ivory tablet, as if he still wants to admonish. Hua Zizi slashed down, breaking the tablet and his arm. Li Taizong coldly watched all this, ignoring their struggles and pleas for mercy. Cleaning up the country's assholes would not cause the slightest discomfort, instead there was a surge of pleasure in his heart. Li Fuyan was equally silent as she watched all of this, even occasionally patching up a few leaks. Although she was simple and hot-blooded, she was not a saintly mother. Once as a king, she was too disgusted with the public officials who disregarded the interests of the country and only wanted to use their power for personal gain. It was a pity that she didn't have that much vigor to slaughter all of the group of ministers. Because the impact is too great. If we do this, will the world's scholars still dare to come to the court as officials? If no one is an official, how can the court function and how can the world be governed? If Li Taizong knew what Li Fuyang was thinking, he would have scoffed. There is a shortage of everything in this world, just not a shortage of people who want to be officials. When the last screams dissipated, the 8,000 iron horsemen had already rearranged themselves. At this moment, the entire square has turned into a field of hell. On the square, apart from the 8,000 hussars, not a single official survived. Only fragments of official uniforms were floating in a pool of blood. At the emperor's order, blood stained the long steps. On this day, the sky of Chang'an City was blindingly red. General Hussar, I'll wait for your good news. Your Majesty, just watch the last general. The blood sacrifice is over, the battle flag of the 8,000 hussars hunts in the fishy wind. Hua Daizi rolls over and straddles the divine horse. He looks back at the still-drying pool of blood in the palace hall, where the scarlet robes of countless courtiers have been drenched, but at this moment it has become the best sacrifice for the expedition. Hussar Battalion, march! With Hua's order, the white mist spewed out by the divine horse condenses into frost in the cold wind. We won't return until we've broken the thieves' army. The 8,000 hussars roared in unison. Their red-robed and black-armored figures pull out long shadows in the setting sun, like a sheathed sword, pointing straight north. Hua Zhizi knows that this time, either their 300,000 troops will be bloodied, or the Iron Horsemen of Qin will be buried in the yellow sands. But at this moment, he only has the burning will to fight in his heart, and the scarlet flag sacrificed with the blood of his ministers. Li Taizong's dragon robe fluttered in the wind as he watched this division of blood and iron march away, eventually transforming into a black bolt of lightning at the junction of heaven and earth. Li Fuyan looked despondent. Second brother, I'm also a grandmaster, do you want me to go and help pillage the formation, and I can also fend off a few grandmasters among the Crow Wolf Riders? Li Taizong shook his head. No need, that's Hua Ziwei. Chapter 32 Sudden Changes at the Border Pass. At this moment, the Great Qin Border Pass. The atmosphere was heavy. Altai has been defending against Xiaodingbian, purposely leaving 50,000 cavalry at the border. It is afraid that Xiaodingbian suddenly backtracked, resulting in the Kangwolf ride belly to belly. The hatred between the generals and the Kangwolf cavalry is hard to dispel, and now, facing the Kangwolf cavalry, their hearts and lungs are about to explode. Brothers, are we going to stand by and watch these coyote cavalrymen humiliate us? What can we do? The marshal won't let us resist, so we can only suffer. Damn, it's so frustrating. I joined the army to kill the coyote thieves, but now I'm an accomplice in the coyote invasion. I can't do it anymore. I can't bear it anymore. Anyway, I'm a bachelor, I'll slaughter a few skywolves first. A rough man let out a low roar, and was about to pull out his sword to kill a few skywolves in front of him. But before he could make a move, he was pulled back by his teammates. Biao, you're ing crazy. If you kill him, you'll be committing a military offense, and we'll all suffer. The man called Biao's eyes are red, gasping for air, his body trembling. So you're just going to live like this? It's better to die than to be poked and prodded all the time anyway. The crowd was silent. Yes, they were all people with families. Now that they have become accomplices of the Heavenly Wolf Army, if the Northern Realm falls, they will be the sinners of Great Qin, the sinners of their hometown. If they die, they won't be able to enter their ancestors' graves. Their names will be erased from the family tree. Damn it, Biao, I'm done with you. I've lost a big scar on my head. I've been a hero all my life. I can't let my ancestors call me a wimp when I'm in the ground. The crowd let go of Biao's hand, and prepared to kill the wolf soldiers in front of them with their fists. But just as they were about to make their move, they saw a majestic middle-aged man approaching. What are you doing? Lord Captain. Several people immediately saluted, their faces pale. It's over, the captain has found out. The captain is a man who emphasizes military law the most and shows no mercy to those who make mistakes. They didn't regret their decision, they just felt that dying was worthless. That middle-aged man walked up to them with a cold face and said in close proximity, "Want to make a move?" Biao roared. It immediately caused the others to look sideways. Keep your ing voice down. The captain slapped him. Seeing that he was the one admonishing the soldiers, the others withdrew their gazes again. Biao said defiantly, Captain, if you want to fight, then fight. If you want to kill, can you wait until I have slaughtered a few of them before punishing me? I will go to the ground, so I can explain to my ancestors. The captain slapped him again. Did I tell you not to do it? Can't you keep your voice down and ruin the marshal's event? The two Biao now, even if he was frozen, also realized that something was wrong. The rest of the people are also staring at the captain with burning eyes. The captain took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The marshal has ordered all soldiers with high cultivation to go and befriend the Kangwolf soldiers. Wait for the signal." The captain made a neck-wiping motion. The eyes of the crowd flashed with brilliance. Biao was even more delighted, and at the same time realized that he had just almost spoiled a big thing. "Captain, my fault, you slapped me a few more times." "Roll. You're too thick-skinned, slapping my palm hurts." Biao naively hemmed and hawed. Afterwards, he laughed and walked towards a few wolf soldiers. "Hey, brother, slow down." The wolf soldiers drew their swords and looked at Biao with caution. Biao took out the wine bag he had been hiding. "I see that you guys have been wearing wine bags on your waist. Are you also good wine drinkers? Your grassland wine is not as strong as our Qin wine." The sky wolf soldiers sheathed their swords. "Humph. Your Qin's wine is water, our grassland wine is fire." "Ha ha ha. Between men, talking about wine can quickly increase friendship." Biao stepped forward and hooked up with a few sky wolf soldiers and walked away. It's hard to imagine that Biao, who was so fierce just now, is now as close as a brother to those Tianlang soldiers. Is that still the honest and simple Biao? One could only say that hatred and humiliation could make a person grow up quickly. However, at this moment, the captain had a frosty face. Where did Biao steal the wine from? Alcohol is strictly forbidden in the army. Biao's teammates looked at the sky and the ground, pretending not to see anything. "Humph. After this incident, let's see how I'm going to clean you up." At the same time, the Qin generals seemed to have changed their temperament and were happy with the Kangwolf cavalry. There was no trace of the hatred that made them want to eat each other. The cold wolf cavalry was initially wary, but soon fell into the praises of the great Qin generals. What the heck, these great Qin sheep were definitely fearful of Tsang Wolf's heavenly might. When their general Altai kills their dog emperor, they will have nowhere to go but to cling to our Kangwolf riders. Well, let's give these great Qin sheep a face. Meanwhile, in Xiaodingbian's army tent, Xiaodingbian prepared a table of good food and wine to invite the 30,000 Kangwolf cavalry commanders. These Kangwolf cavalry commanders were eating and stuffing themselves. From time to time, they even gave a thumbs up. This great Qin's food is good. No wonder the general's niece, Liuga, didn't eat their cows and sheep. Xiaodingbian laughed loudly from his high seat. "Generals, eat more. Wait and also put in a good word for me in front of General Altai later on." Several Tsang Wolf commanders disdained it. However, for the sake of face, they still answered in the affirmative. At this time, Xiaodingbian's inner circle came to his ear and said something. Xiaodingbian nodded and picked up his wine cup and said, "I, Xiaodingbian, toast to all of you." Afterward, tilting his head back, he drank freely. Bang! After drinking, the wine cup accidentally fell. Clang! This seems to be a signal. The Qin soldiers in the army tent instantly drew their swords and sliced the commanders into meat paste. The poor commanders still wanted to use their energy to resist, but they didn't want to use their energy in the meal. 1,000 waves were created by a single rock. The Qin border was instantly in turmoil. Biao was drinking with the Tianlang soldiers. After hearing the order, Biao laughed and pinched the head of the wolf soldier beside him. The sky wolf soldier thought that this bold and strong man was fooling around, but didn't want to. "Hi!" Biao suddenly glared with his tiger's eyes as he let out a huge force from his palm. Snap! The heads of these two sky wolf soldiers were crushed like watermelons. The same scene was staged everywhere. The 30,000 Kangwolf riders were instantly attenuated almost at the same time. In Xiaodingbian's military tent. "Marshal, we have control over the remaining Kangwolf riders." Xiaodingbian nodded indifferently. "You've done a good job, now blockade the border and trap Altai in the northern border of Qin." "Obey." The generals retreated with admiration. In their eyes, Xiaodingbian had become a famous commander of the ancient world who endured humiliation. But they didn't notice Xiaodingbian's somewhat lax pupils. At this moment, in the shadows, Yuan Tiangang was playing with the head of a great master, indifferently watching this scene. "Humph! You are not qualified to be a martyr. After this is accomplished, I will definitely reveal the scene of your wolfishness." Afterwards, it disappeared. That's right, it was Yuan Tiangang who took control of Xiaodingbian and made him give the order. At the same time, it was also Yuan Tiangang who dealt with the great master hiding among those 30,000 Kangwolf riders. In just less than a day's time, Yuan Tiangang had completely taken control of the border and locked Altai in the northern border. Late at night, it was cold. The 8,000 hussars marched extremely fast. It took less than a day to encounter the scouts of the Kangwolf riders. After learning the location of the Kangwolf riders from the scouts, the 8,000 hussars were ready to fight. Chapter 33 Hua Daisy blasts 3 great masters. Hua and the others could even smell the unique stench of the Tsong wolf riders. Did these people grow up in a sheep's ass? They can smell the stench even from this far away. I can tolerate the smell of blood, but I can't tolerate this smell. Some soldiers frowned and talked in disgust. Silence. Hua gave a low shout, and the 8,000 hussars were instantly silent. Zhao Banu, Li Dang. I'm here. You two lead the troops slowly. I'll be right back. General. Zhao Banu immediately said to discourage him. What is the general going to do alone? Hua gave him a sidelong glance. I'm going to fight the Grand Master, do you want to follow? Zhao Brenyu sniffs and gives a sarcastic smile, immediately getting out of the way. Giddy up. Hua Daisy erupted his Grandmaster cultivation and rushed in the direction where the Tsong wolf riders were. The scouts we encountered along the way were all killed. If you don't show yourselves, I'll storm your camp and cut down your big banner. Your Excellency is a great master, why are you making things difficult for the juniors? The 3 Grand Masters are speeding towards Hua. What sect are you, Grandmaster? Hua Daisy looked proudly at the 3 Skywolf Grandmasters. Calmly, he said. I don't have time to bull with you guys. Quickly behead you all. One of the great patriarchs was the ancestor of Altai. Humph. Arrogant. The remaining 2 Grandmasters looked cold. They were invited to the army by Altai with great benefits. It was to prevent the Great Qin's great patriarch from striking out against the army. Not knowing the heights of heaven, thinking that they could do whatever they wanted just because they were great masters? In an instant, the 3 of them were murderous, and a storm of great masters' spiritual energy swept up, drawing sideways glances from the crowd. In the Crow Wolf Riders' middle army camp, Altai looked at the wind swirling in the distance. Grinning. The Great Qin Grandmaster finally couldn't help himself? Luckily, the 3 Grandmasters of the other tribes were invited with the interests of the northern part of Great Qin, otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to come. At this time, Li Yige said in a deep voice. Uncle, there is an elite cavalry of less than 10,000 that is harassing our army. Their movements are erratic and they only decimate scouts in the periphery, our cavalry can't catch up with them. Altai waved his hand indifferently. No need to pay any attention, wait quietly for the 3 ancestors to return. Seeing Altai like this, Li Yige's expression relaxed slightly. Altai saw Li Yige so tense, relieved. Knight Song, do not need to be so nervous, the Great Qin northern family clans do not come out to meet the enemy, we Kangwolf ride cannot be blocked. It just so happens that the 3 ancestors are fighting against the Great Qin Grand Clan, and the cultivation you've been suppressing will have time to break through. Li Yige sighed in relief and nodded. Okay uncle, then I'll leave first. The 300,000 strong army entered the pass and ran towards Chang'an without stopping for a moment. She simply didn't have time to stop and break through her cultivation. Now, it was just the right time to take advantage of this to break through. The scene returns to Hua Daisy. The 3 Grandmasters surrounded Hua Daisy in a zigzag pattern, blocking Hua Daisy's escape route. Ancestor Tsong Wolf drew his curved sword and spoke in a deep voice. Your Excellency is young and strong, so the 3 of us won't fight Your Excellency in a fair duel. They had long since passed the age of fighting for bravery. Not giving Hua a chance to fight one-on-one. What a lot of nonsense. Hua Zhaodong snorted coldly. Tsong Wolf Ancestor's eyes are glittering as he swings his sword. The scimitar is like the moon on the horizon, and Hua Daisy's body is already close to him in a flash of lightning. Spiritual energy is thick and full of killing intent. The remaining 2 ancestors similarly struck out killing moves. The 3 of them have blocked Hua Daisy's 4 directions. Hua Daisy had nowhere to hide. However, Hua Zaixiao still looks cold and proud, and his lance explodes with spiritual energy in his hand. Killing intent like the sea. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderclap rises from the sky. Hua Daisy's entire body was like transforming into lightning, his spear like a dragon. Kangwolf Ancestor's stumped moonblade awnings instantly transformed into streams of flickering light. Tsong Wolf Ancestor's pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints as he watched the earth-shattering thunderbolt about to arrive. Bang! A muffled sound. Hua Zaixiao's spear stabbed the Tsong Wolf Ancestor through the hole. The large hole in that Tsong Wolf Ancestor's chest couldn't stop the flow of blood. Tsong Wolf Ancestor's pupils were a bit lax, wanting to say something. Bang! The words were not finished. In the horrified gazes of the other 2 Grandmasters, Tsong Wolf Ancestor Master's head was stabbed by the lance. Tsong Wolf Ancestor's headless body fell heavily. A great patriarch had fallen just like that. The other 2 Skywolf Dynasty Grandmasters were enraged. Expecting a vicious battle, who would have thought that this Great Qin Grandmaster in front of them would blast one of them to death so easily? Without hesitation, the 2 turned around and fled. They ran towards the border. Not even caring about the 300,000 Tsong Wolf Riders. It wasn't their tribe anyway, so dying was fine. Who could have known that the young man in front of them was so demonic? Killing great masters was like drinking water. Looking at the 2 of them who are transformed into streams of light, Hua frowned. This general has no time to play cat and mouse with you. The breaking army thunderbolt technique is in motion. The spear in his hand blossoms with divine thunder. Death. Hua Daisy threw it with all his might. The spear truly transformed into an amazing thunderbolt and slashed at one of the Skywolf Grandmasters. The Grandmaster had just run a short distance when he felt a great danger coming from behind him. Before he could turn back, boom! The lance blasted onto him. He didn't even let out a scream before he was bombarded by this amazing thunderbolt, leaving behind a bloody mist. No body was left behind. The last Grandmaster was so frightened that he even used a secret method of depleting his lifespan cultivation to escape. In a matter of moments, it disappeared into the heavens and earth. Humph! Trying to escape, Hua bends his bow and arrows. At once, his spiritual energy boiled and a glow wrapped around his body. Hua pulls his bow like a full moon. Shoo! When the arrow comes out, the sky and the earth are suddenly darkened. The arrowhead tore through the sky, trailing a ghostly blue starburst like a comet through the sun, pointing directly at the last Grandmaster. Poof! The arrow entered the Skywolf Grandmaster's brow, and blood spilled down, turning into a rain of blood in the sky. After killing the 3 Grandmasters, Hua took a deep breath. Bang! A muffled sound resounded within his body. Cultivation breakthrough. Grandmaster 6. He was originally an absolute heavenly pride, born to belong to the battlefield. As long as he fought, his cultivation would continue to break through. What annoyed him the most in his life was the step-by-step cultivation breakthroughs in a comfortable environment. In Hua Zaiwei's opinion, only breaking through his cultivation on the battlefield was the most enjoyable. Hua quickly caught up with the 8,000 hussars. Zhao Banu. Li Dang. Hua gave a stern shout. I'm here. Zhao Banu and the 8,000 hussars have a look of adoration in their eyes right now. They weren't far away just now, and saw Hua Zaiwei's unparalleled stature. A great man should be like that. Only Li Dang's face was pale. I don't know why, but when he saw Hua's last arrow, he felt a vague pain in his forehead. It's as if he had been shot like that himself. Hua didn't notice Li Dang's difference and just commanded in a deep voice. Listen to my command. Charge the Kangwolf camp. Lead the order. Chapter 34. All wiped out, capturing Li Yaij. Altai noticed the disappearance of the spiritual storm in the distance and smiled broadly. It seemed that the 3 ancestors had already taken care of the Great Qin's Grandmaster. Passing down the order, when the 3 ancestors return, the entire army will start and go straight to Chang'an. Altai then prepared to greet the 3 ancestors with full respect. Rumble! The great ancestors' mighty pressure was about to arrive. Altai, however, sensed that something was wrong. How was it that there was only one aura, and moreover, this aura did not resemble any of the 3 Grandmasters? Watching Altai fall into deep thought, the generals around him also fell into silence. Just then, a fierce wind swept in. The earth trembled and shook with a rumbling sound. Thousands of figures appeared in the distance, like dark clouds covering the sky. The might of those thousands of figures was even more terrifying than the 300,000 Kangwolf riders when they were marching. The leader of the generals exuded the pressure of a Grandmaster, and his fiery red figure was extremely conspicuous under the black tide in the sky. Like a burning flame in the dark night. The many Tsang wolf soldiers in front were shocked by that pressure and couldn't catch their breath. The hands holding the scimitar were gently trembling. Altai's pupils shrunk slightly, revealing a flash of panic. That wasn't any of the 3 ancestors. That was surprisingly the Great Qin's Grandmaster. If the Great Qin's Grandmaster was still around, what about their 3 Grandmasters? Altai didn't dare to think downwards. If something happened to the 3 Grandmasters, their Crow Wolf Riders would be finished. Without the need for Great Qin to take action, they would be eaten up in the Celestial Wolf Dynasty. You know, a Grandmaster is the linchpin of a tribe. If something happens to the pin, his tribe will be finished. The 8,000 figures became clearer and clearer. Each of them rode a divine horse that was unimaginable to their Tianlang dynasty. They had red robes and black armor, and their young faces were murderous. They attacked and killed like mountains and seas. The horses' hooves stepped into the air, carrying unrivaled power that suffocated people. It was simply like heavenly soldiers and generals in the world. Altai was the first to react. Hissing at the top of his voice, he said, "Don't be afraid. There are only a few thousand of them. Charge in formation." The Crow Wolf Riders quickly organized their army. Tens of thousands of vanguard troops charged towards the 8,000 figures. 8,000 against 300,000. The 8,000 are full of wariness. But the 300,000 are scared. How can we fight this battle? Kill them. Hua roared. His spear blossomed with divine thunder, and dark clouds enveloped the sky and earth behind him. Thunder explodes like the end of the world. Hua went ahead of the others, charging into the densely packed Kangwolf riders. Rumble. The thunder rolls down. Thousands of Kangwolf riders instantly flew away. The lance waved, carrying the unrivaled breaking force of the world. At this moment, the Kangwolf cavalry facing Hua Zhaodong had their guts split. They used to be the bravest cavalrymen, treating the Qin as sheep. But at this moment, the general they are facing is like a god coming down from heaven, madly harvesting their lives. Their flesh and blood couldn't even hold them back for a moment before they were reduced to flying dust. They gripped their swords tightly, frantically chanting the name of eternal heaven. However, fear had already drowned them out, and they could no longer control their own bodies. The legs clamped to the horses were trembling. Those 8,000 hussars similarly connected with the Kangwolf riders. Tear. Like scissors cutting through cloth. The 8,000 hussars plunged straight into the hearts of the 300,000 Kangwolf riders. Hua Zaiwei and the 8,000 hussars are heading towards Altai's center camp. Hua Zaizi's strategy is simple. He just caught the other side center camp and charged. If Li Taizong had seen this scene, he would have exclaimed, "Are you the Marquis of Champions or the king? Kill!" Hua Daizi's eyes blossomed with cold lightning, just like the furious god coming out of hell. The patriarchs of the Kangwolf riders pounced on Hua Zaiwei. They can see that if they don't stop this man, all 300,000 of their troops will be killed through by this man. As long as they blocked this person for a moment and the 300,000 troops surrounded the 8,000 men, they would win. However, Hua Daizi kills Grand Masters as if they were slaughtering pigs and dogs. How would he look a few tiny masters in the eye? Hua Daizi frantically operated the army-breaking thunder skill, his body flickering with faint arcs of electricity, his killing aura like a sea. At this moment, Hua Daizi was the Devil Lord descending from the heavens. The lance slashed, and the thunderstorms roared wildly. The bodies of the surrounding sovereign powerhouses were chopped in two like tofu. The two bodies also became charred black under the thunder. Up! Up! Although he's a great sect master, he's also a human being. Exhaust him and we'll win. Altai roared, commanding the 300,000 strong army forward. A Grand Master was not invincible, he also had a day when his strength ran out. History is not devoid of great masters who were bitten to death by ants. Hua Zaixiu had long since noticed Altai and roared like thunder. Charge at him. Kill. The 8,000 hussars have no fear in their eyes at the moment, only the will to fight. They just keep killing and trampling. Hua's head armor shattered and his black hair fluttered about. His body is dripping with the blood of the Kangwolf soldiers. The lance in his hand had long been overwhelmed and crumbled into pieces. He drew out his two long swords and frantically squeezed the spiritual energy in his body, chopping out a shocking blade light. Puff! Countless crow wolf cavalrymen were cut down. With such madness, his spiritual energy also finally bottomed out. Hope reappeared in the eyes of the Kangwolf cavalry. Altai couldn't hide his joy. Even if there were no grandmasters, their Kangwolf iron cavalry could still kill grandmasters. He was already powerless. Kill him. Kill him and we'll win. A steady stream of Kangwolf iron horsemen rushed towards Hui in all directions. Protect the general. Zhao Banu and Li Dang charged left and right to protect Hua Zaiwei. You want to kill me? With you bastards? Hua sneered. A muffled sound comes from within his body. The realm has broken through again. Grand Master 7. Hua Daizi has returned to the peak. The bones in his body roared in unison and his spiritual energy surged. Hua Zaiwei couldn't help but moan. Yes. Stronger than just now, Hua Zaiwei transformed into thunder, unstoppable. The generals around Altai's side were enraged and roared harshly. Stop him. Protect the general. If anything happens to the general, we won't be able to return to the grasslands. However, Hua was even stronger now, and the Kangwolf iron cavalry in front of him kept falling off their horses. The 8,000 hussars tore the 300,000 Kangwolf horsemen apart. Although Altai himself has the cultivation of a grandmaster, he doesn't dare to fight with Hua Daizi and turns around to escape. Hua Daizi rushes into the center camp, swings his right hand to kill the Kangwolf soldiers, and grabs Altai's hair with his left hand like an iron pincer. Directly yanked it back. Hua Daizi sneered. Aren't you guys clearing the side of the king? I am His Majesty's military general, don't you dare to draw your sword on me? Altai, who was being tugged by his hair, had red eyes and veins on his forehead, but fear still swallowed his humiliation. Pleadingly, he said. I am the Tsong Wolf King Altai General Tianwei, I admit defeat, can you leave me alive? Ah. General, spare my life. Amidst Altai's fearful wails, Hua ripped his head raw from his body. Can't. In an exquisite military tent, Li Yai's breakthrough came to a critical moment. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing her, she had blocked off her military tent with a formation, so she was unaware of the battle situation in the outside world. Suddenly, her military tent was lifted by a fierce wind. Poof! Li Yai was being disturbed at the critical moment of her breakthrough, her chi and blood flowed backwards and she spat out blood. She screamed with a resentful face. Who? Disturbing this princess's breakthrough. She raised her eyes to see the valiant Hua Daizi riding his horse and snapped. You seek death. Don't you know that I am the princess of Great Qin? My uncle is General Altai. He will dismantle you. Shut up. How can a traitor be worthy of being my princess of Qin? Hua Daizi rides on his warhorse and looks down on him proudly. Come and escort this traitor back to Chang'an. Seeing Hua Daizi say this, Li Yai noticed the situation around him. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There were corpses of the Kangwolf Ion Cavalry everywhere, and even her most respected uncle's head was hung on the Kangwolf Ion Cavalry's big banner. Li Yi's heart and mind were shaken. Trembling, she pointed at Hua Ziwei and said, "It's Li Taizong." Before she finished speaking, Hua Daizi's eyes were like swords. A sword stabbed into her dantian, churning hard. Puff! Li Yi covered her dantian and retreated. Her cultivation has been nullified by this young man in front of her. How dare you call out His Majesty's name? Someone, cut out her tongue. Chapter 35, Summoning Mao Chong, the Brocade Guards. The 300,000-strong army has been killed by Hua Ziwei's Hussar Battalion. Hua Ziwei's red robe and black armor has also been soaked through with the blood of the Kangwolf Ion Horseman. His body was filled with fury and he roared up to the sky. Boom! The realm broke through again. Grand Master 8th level. It wasn't just him, the entire 8,000 Hussars similarly pointed to the sky and roared. They've all made a breakthrough. The Hussar Battalion belongs on the battlefield. Staying in a comfortable environment will only bury this army. Hua pointed his spear at the remaining Kangwolf Hussars. If you follow this general, you can keep your life. The remaining Kangwolf horsemen look at Hua Zizi in horror, as if he were a god descending from the heavens. They drop their weapons and kneel to surrender. General, we are willing to follow you. General, we will follow you. General, we are ready to follow you. Only 20,000 of the 300,000 Kangwolf horsemen remain. I can only say that they are worthy of being the elite cavalry of the grassland. They were slaughtered to this point before they completely collapsed. Grassland Hanzi most revered the strongest. In their culture, if they do not defeat the strong, they will become slaves of the other side. Even their wives and sons will belong to the other side. Therefore, at this moment, it was not so hard to accept that they surrendered to Hua Ziwei, who massacred them. On the contrary, some of them were even happy. As cavalrymen, how fortunate is it to be able to follow such a general? At this time, Zhao Banu walked up and asked joyfully, "General, are we going back to Chang'an to receive our reward?" Li Dang and the rest of the Hussars are also looking at Hua Daizi with joy. Hua Daizi snorted coldly. "Is this enough? His Majesty let me out with great difficulty, can I just go back like this? This 300,000-strong army was my original mission, and I still have to bring back some gifts to His Majesty." After saying that, he turned his horse around. "It's a good thing we have these 20,000 Kangwolf cavalry to lead the way for us. Let's go. Follow me to the wilderness and sweep through the Skywolf royal court." Zhao Banu and Li Dang's eyes lit up and immediately followed them forward. The rest of the 8,000 Hussars were also full of battle spirit and roared to follow Hua Ziwei. It was too good to fight with Hua Daizi, there was no need to think about anything else, just charge and kill. That exhilarating feeling of a realm breakthrough after squeezing their bodies made them want to stop. If 300,000 Kangwolf riders were still like this, what about the Skywolf dynasty, which was on par with the Great Qin dynasty? Just like this, Hua led nearly 30,000 people and charged towards the border pass with great vigor. Li Taizong, who is far away in Chang'an. Li Taizong is at war with a mountain of political affairs. Li Taizong has been dealing with political affairs since the morning and has been dealing with them until late at night. He didn't even have time to drink. "I'm sorry, but I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to kill you, but I don't know how much I'm going to be able to take care of you. I should have known to keep 2 people as oxen and horses." Li Taizong is dealing with the government affairs of the northern border of Great Qin. The 300,000 Kangwolf Iron Horsemen have poisoned many towns in a short time. As a result, reports from all over the country were coming in like snowflakes. Beside him, Gao Lishir was also constantly handling the reports, alleviating the pressure for Li Taizong. He was originally a virtuous eunuch and had the ability of a prime minister, so he was able to handle the tedious political affairs with ease. As for Li Fuyang, he had already been sent by Li Taizong to the northern border to keep an eye on those forces with great masters. Just waiting for the situation to stabilize, these forces can be removed. If you didn't help when the Tianlang invaded, then there is no need for you to exist. Li Taizong thought in his heart. System, quickly give me a Zhuge Shaoyi, Guanzhong or whatever, also give me out a. Gao Lishir reminded at the right time. Your Majesty, these reports are all from the northern part of Great Qin. Li Taizong's eyes are cold. It seems that the south is too windy and smooth to need me to manage. The roots of the 3 emperors all came from the south, and now that the Yi family has been destroyed, I'm afraid that the forces that the Yi family cultivated in the south have already been eaten up. If not dealt with, Li Taizong when it is a half-wall emperor. Ding! Sign-in times refreshed. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoning times 1. Summoning times again? Yesterday's sign-in was also a summoning number. 2 summons, give it to Zhang Wenshan SSR. Looking at the 2 summoning times stored in the system, Li Taizong hailed his hand like a gambler. System, use 2 summoning times. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 3,000 Jinyue. Genie Wei, the prince's personal army, hunting on behalf of heaven. Flying fish uniforms, embroidered spring swords, treading the night like the day, wherever they pass, sycophants will be cold. They are in charge of the prison, inspect all officials, and arrest the lawlessness, from the prince to the grass. Whoever touches the heavenly authority will be sent to the imperial prison, and will live or die by me. The realm is between the 5th level of the Xianhai and the 5th level of the Zhongshu. Ding! Summoning! Ding! Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the commander of the Jinui, Mao Qian. Character, Mao Qian. Realm, Grand Master 7. Technique, Heavenly Prison Demon Scripture. Seeing that the summoned one was not a top civil official, Li Taizong was slightly disappointed. However, seeing Mao Qian's cultivation level of Grand Master 7, Li Taizong felt a hint of comfort again. The candidate to solve the problems in the south had been found. Li Taizong got up and called out. Where are the Jinui? Where is Mao Chang? Boom! It was like a time tunnel opening up. 3,000 handsome young men in flying fish suits appeared in the empty hall. In a way, the brocade guards represent the face of the Son of Heaven. Therefore, every person inside is not a tigerback and waist mantis legs of the good man. At the same time, the man at the head of the golden flying fish suit is extremely eye-catching. It is the brocade guards commanding officer Mao Chang. In the original history, he was the first commander of the brocade guards, the sharpest knife in the hands of Zhu Yuanzhang. Flying fish suit, embroidered spring knife hanging waist, a step out, is a bloody storm, a word both fall, is the life and death decision. He is the master of the imperial prison, is the nightmare of the officials. He is the embodiment of imperial power, but also the most loyal dog in the hands of Zhu Yuanzhang. Unfortunately, he ended up being a victim of imperial power. When the rabbit dies, the dog is cooked, and the bird is buried in the bow. When Zhu Yuanzhang no longer needed this blood-stained knife, manhwarecap's end was already predetermined. He became a tool for Zhu Yuanzhang's officials to vent their anger. But even if he dies, he still straightens his spine, because the commander of the brocade guards can die, not be humiliated. But honestly, Zhu Yuanzhang the emperor is really not good to serve. In his eyes, apart from his wife and son, the rest of the people are just like grass, which can be discarded at will. Mao Qian leads the 3,000 brocade guards to pay homage to his majesty. The golden flying fish suit figure bowed down to Li Taizong. Behind them, the 3,000 brocade-clothed guards kneel down and bow to their majesty with the most pious and reverent rites. Li Taizong gladly helped Mao Chang up. No need to be polite. Your Excellency, I have a task for you. Mao Chang knelt down again, his forehead pressed against the stone floor. I will serve with my life. His voice was hoarse and firm, as if not from the throat, but from the depths of the bone marrow squeezed out. The brocade guards are the imperial court's hawks and dogs, as well as the emperor's most loyal traitors. With a single order, the brocade guards could wield their swords at anyone. Li Taizong's gaze is like a torch. Lead the 3,000 brocade guards to the south to find the hiding place of the 3 emperors. When you find them, make your own decision. Mao Qian raised his head and looked straight into Li Taizong's eyes. After seeing those eyes full of killing intent, Mao Chang realized. Your Majesty, if you come across. I said, you decide on your own. Obey the decree. Mao Chang got up and was about to leave. Later on, someone will give him all kinds of information about the south, and he also needs time to pull the threads out of the cocoon. At the time when Mao Qian was about to leave with 3,000 genie guards, Li Taizong's voice came from the hall. Li Taizong's voice came from the hall. Be careful with everything. Chapter 36, Punishing the Qin traitor Li Taizong. Your Majesty, the traitor Li Yega has been brought back, should we meet him? Gao Lishur respectfully said. Bring it here. Li Taizong looked at the report in his hand and said without lifting his head. Yes, Your Majesty. Gao Lishur respectfully retreated. Not long after, the haggard Li Yega was dragged into the hall. At this moment, Li Yige is no longer the present Qin princess's demeanor, dantian broken, mouth strips were removed. She was already an invalid. Li Yega looked up at the person on the throne, her eyes full of indignation and jealousy. This position should have been mine. You should have knelt before me and bowed. Sensing Li Yige's complex and hateful emotions, Li Taizong raised his eyes to look at the frail Li Yega. The gag was taken off? Who did this? Gao Lishur spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, General Hussar had the 6th princess's tongue removed. Oh, go to hell. Li Taizong slowly walked down the jade steps. He looked down on the paralyzed Li Yega from above, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. The secretary is a beautiful woman, but why are you a thief? Don't you want to clear the side of the king? I'm standing in front of you now, what can you do? Li Taizong struggled to support her upper body, a slurred whimper escaping from her mouth that had been cut off at the base of her tongue. Her bloodshot eyes stared at Li Taizong, her eyes filled with resentment. Li Taizong snorted coldly, his gaze carrying an unspeakable color of disgust. I almost forgot that you are originally a sinful seed with prairie blood. Father is also old and confused to take a barbarian woman as his consort and give birth to a bastard like you. Hearing Li Taizong insult her mother, Li Yai's eyes suddenly erupted with a horrifyingly fierce light. She ignored her severely injured body and angrily pounced forward. However, she was still no match for Li Taizong with her cultivation, let alone the fact that she was now a waste. Her current movements were as sluggish as a dying person. Li Taizong didn't even move his feet, he just raised his right foot and heavily stepped on her face. Bang! Li Yai's head was viciously pressed to the ground with a dull thumping sound. Li Taizong's boot stepped on her tender cheeks just like that. Half of her face was pressed against the cold ground, while the other half was deformed at the bottom of Li Taizong's boot. Li Yai struggled to get up, but with Li Taizong stepping on her like this, she couldn't even move. Li Taizong's feet increased in strength and watched as Li Yega's face twisted at the bottom of his boot. Father's heart is soft and he left you this bastard alive, but you don't want to be contented, you still want to die the throne. Which of the princes are more honorable than you? Even the 8th prince's mother is a clean folk woman, your wild mother is Miley Chen's dog. And now you are not even as good as a wild dog. In an instant, a huge sense of humiliation overwhelmed her. Li Yai struggled desperately, her hands clawing out several bloody marks on the ground. Anger and humiliation mingled, and the complex emotions made her unable to hold back her tears. The tears of humiliation mixed with the blood, blotting out a dark red on the ground. You still have the face to cry? When you colluded with the Sky Wolves to open the border, have you ever thought about the tears of the people in the north? I can understand your rebellion against me. But you shouldn't have let all those savage relatives of yours into the pass. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked Li Yai violently, sending her flying out. Her body slammed heavily into the stone pillars in the temple, and a mouthful of blood gushed out, coloring a large swath of scarlet in front of her chest. Because of you, 100,000 people died in the 3 northern counties. Even death by 1,000 cuts is not enough to atone for your sins. Li Taizong was indeed furious. He understands the struggle for power, but what he hates the most is colluding with foreigners and brutalizing his compatriots. This kind of Qin traitor, even if he died 100,000 times, it would still be hard for him to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Li Yai was curled up under a stone pillar, blood constantly spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were already lax, and the desire to die surged to her heart. Just then, Li Fuyang returned from the north. Second brother, all the great master forces in the north have sealed the mountain, should we forcefully blast it open? Li Fushang quickly walked into the grand hall, however, when she saw the situation inside the hall, her footsteps lurched and her breath stagnated. Li Yai also noticed the 7th sister that he had once despised the most. Looking at Li Fuyang's valiant appearance in her gorgeous clothes, and then comparing her own current wretchedness, the sense of humiliation in her heart increased. She was unwilling to let her sister see herself in this state, closing her eyes with difficulty and inclining her head. Li Fushang naturally knew the heinous crime Li Yuga had committed. Luring the foreigners into the customs, causing the north to be devastated and countless people to be displaced. If it wasn't for the many capable people under Li Taizong's command, Chang'an could have really fallen. Great Qin's kingdom would have been destroyed. Therefore, Li Fuyang looked at this former 6th sister, and did not have a trace of sympathy, face like ice and frost said. Second brother, give her a hard time. Li Taizong, however, snorted coldly. Want to die? Not that easy. Don't you care about your mother the most? Gao Li sure. The slave girl is in. Let her watch you dig up her mother's grave and bury her mother's bones. Obey the decree. Li Yai violently opened her eyes, her pupils trembled violently, and a look of disbelief surfaced on her pale face. Li Fuyang was also shocked. No matter where you are, the dead are the greatest, not to mention that Li Yai's mother, in addition to the origin of the grasslands, did not commit any faults in her lifetime. A hint of pleading appeared in Li Yai's eyes, looking toward Li Fuya. Li Fushang sighed and softly advised. Second brother, why bother? The dead are the greatest. Li Taizong smiled disbelievingly. I've thwarted my own father, what do I care about this? He turned to Gao Li Shi and continued to order. Also Gao Li Shi, after digging up her mother's grave and digging up her body, then put Li Yi to death by lynching. Ling Qi 3,000 knives, you do it yourself. Gao Li Shi respectfully said. Yes, sir. Then he dragged Li Yega down like a dead dog. Li Fuyang didn't stop it, but sighed. Second brother, just kill her, why bother humiliating her anymore? Li Taizong's gaze was icy cold. Death was a relief for this kind of person. Letting her be tortured was the only way to give those innocent people who died because of her a shred of solace. A short silence fell in the great hall. Li Fuyan looked at Li Yega's back as she was dragged away, her heart filled with mixed feelings. If Li Yega had chosen to keep her peace or help Li Taizong, why would she be in this situation? Everything now was her own fault, no one else to blame. Chapter 37, One of Their Own Almost Fights. Meanwhile, the 30,000 men led by Hua Daisy had arrived at the border gate where they were standing by in strict formation. The great Qin border generals looked at the beacon fire and wolf smoke in the distance and gripped the long swords in their hands. Hey! Usually, they were all defending the enemy to the north, this was the first time they were defending to the south. Some soldiers made witty remarks to ease the tense atmosphere. Nowadays, the border has been built like an iron barrel. It is to prevent the 300,000 Kangwolf Iron Horsemen in this Great Qin territory from escaping. They wanted to completely lock down these 300,000 Kangwolf Iron Cavalry in the northern border of Great Qin. In their minds, if this move is successful, history will leave their names behind. Ha ha ha, do you think those Kangwolf soldiers will jump over the wall when they come to the border and see the view of the capital outside? You don't say. I'm looking forward to their expressions. Following the line of sight of these soldiers, one could only see that inside the border pass, a high mound of Kangwolf Iron Cavalry corpses had been constructed. After completely eradicating the Kangwolf Iron Riders stationed at the border pass, Shouting Dian gave such a cruel order. The purpose of this was to dampen the enemy's morale. Anyone who sees their robes being built into a capital view will suffer a huge impact on their morale. Look! They're coming! I don't know who roared, and the crowd looked into the distance, only to see the earth tremble in the distance. It was accompanied by the roar of the Tsong wolves, which was intimidating. It was clearly the Tsong Wolf Iron Cavalry marching. Some Great Qin soldiers with good eyesight had already seen the clear silhouettes of the Kangwolf Iron Cavalry. The whole army is on alert. It's the vanguard of the Kangwolf horsemen, more than 20,000 of them. Formations open. Cannons are energized. All the generals at the Great Qin border gate were on alert. However, the next scene left them dumbfounded. The 20,000 cavalry ignored the towers of Jingguan in front of them and charged straight through. They originally thought that these Jingguan would impact the Kangwolf Iron Cavalry's mind, but they didn't realize that these Kangwolf Iron Cavalry were like soldiers in hell, not shaken in the slightest. When did the Kangwolf Iron Cavalry become so elite? The Kangwolf Iron Cavalry they killed at the border didn't have such a strong will to fight? Could it be that the ones who stayed at the border were all old and weak? The Kangwolf Iron Cavalry had something to say about this. 300,000 troops were killed through by 8,000 Iron Cavalry led by one man. The corpses of the robes piled up like mountains, broken limbs spread over every inch of the land, and the blood and water coalesced into rivers. Plus, facing that unrivaled heavenly god, he broke through and regained his peak every time he ran out of strength. A man killed his way through the martial camp. After experiencing such a gruesome sight, what was a few Beijingguan in the area? Just as the border generals were standing by, a red-robed and black-armored young general rushed out from behind the Tsong Wolf Riders. Along with the 8,000 hussars, they also flew out. The elite and tough aura of the generals made the border generals who were waiting for them stagnate for a moment. Who are they? Great Qin and Tianlang haven't seen this kind of armor before? These 8,000 men are so majestic, I can't believe I feel like those 20,000 Kangwolf Iron Horsemen are nothing. Huo Daizhi looked at the several capital guards, frowned slightly, and raised his hand. In a flash, the 8,000 hussars ordered a march. A puff of smoke and dust swirls up. Those 20,000 Kangwolf Iron Cavalry slowed down a few points and could stop where they were. Huo exudes the might of a great master and roars towards the border. Who is the commander of the Great Qin border pass today? Huo Daizhi had originally planned to directly storm the treasonous Great Qin border pass, but looking at the several Kangwolf Iron Cavalry capitals, he realized that the Great Qin border pass had already been regained control by the Qin. There was a dead silence above the Great Qin border pass. Grand Sovereign! That red-robed and black-armored young general was actually a great patriarch. The border general forced himself to be calm. Who are you? Why are you leading the Cold Wolf Cavalry to the Qin border? Huo Zaiwei snorted coldly. I am His Majesty's Hussar General. You have the nerve to ask me why I'm here. If you hadn't let 300,000 Kangwolf Cavalry into the border, would I have come to this hole of a place? Huo Daizhi's words made the Great Qin border generals redden with shame and anger. In any case, it was a fact that they had put 300,000 troops into the border pass. Huo Daizhi was just telling the truth. Also, these 20,000 Kangwolf riders are my general's captives and have been organized into my general's Hussar battalion. As for the 300,000 Kangwolf Iron Horsemen, this general has already killed them all. Humph. What a bunch of wimps. You want me to wipe your asses for you? Huo Daizhi was a good boy with Li Taizong. His true character is extremely unruly and untamed. He doesn't even see a few people in his eyes. The dude is him. In the face of these bitter Qin border generals, if he doesn't lead the team to storm the defense line, he is already looking at the face of those Kangwolf Iron Cavalry who built those Kangwolf Iron Cavalry into a capital view. However, these words of his had caused a shocking wave at the Great Qin border pass. What? Did I hear it right? He said that he killed all those 300,000 Kangwolf Iron Cavalry? Impossible. Even if he's a grandmaster, there's still a time when he'll run out of strength. The Kangwolf horsemen are no slouches. But look at the way those 20,000 wolves look at him with more fear than respect. Our many capitals have failed to sway the Kangwolf horsemen. Huo looked at them with annoyance. I don't care who is in charge of you, open the border immediately. I have His Majesty's orders to sweep through the Kangwolf court. If you miss the opportunity to fight, I'll have your heads. Speaking of opening the border, the generals of the Great Qin border immediately looked up. The clamor just now disappeared in an instant, and there was only silence. They made a big mistake because they opened the border, and they were almost ashamed to see their ancestors. Now, this unknown red-robed young general wants them to open the border? You can't do it even if you're a great master. Now, is to let them all die in battle. This border cannot be opened. What the hell? I'll open the border. Where's the cannon? Blast them. So what if you're a grandmaster? It's not like there aren't corpses of great masters under this border formation. The spiritual cannon is storing up energy. Seeing them do so, was snorted coldly and immediately prepared to lead his team to storm the border pass. Damn it, how dare you bunch of traitors show yourselves in front of me? Right at this moment, Shouting Bian raised his voice and shouted. Stop! The Great Qin border generals immediately restrained themselves. Shouting Bian was still very powerful, especially after he ordered the death of the Kangwolf Iron Cavalry stationed at the Deqin border. The people have long since treated him as a famous general of the ancient world who endured humiliation. At the same time, a voice entered Hua Daizi's mind. General Hua, I am His Majesty's own bad marshal. Can we talk in private? Hua Daizi immediately tightened his reins. A voice transmission from a great master? Moreover, he even said that he is His Majesty's own bad marshal? It seems that it is this man who has regained control of the Qin border. Wait here, I'll be right back. Yes, sir. With that, Hua Daizi sped off in a direction. There, a black-robed man waited for Hua. Chapter 38, No King's Court in Desert South. Hua Daizi's eyes stared when he saw the covered black-robed man. Strong man. Not those great masters in the Kangwolf Iron Cavalry that one could kill at will. Rather, they are absolute powerhouses. He himself is already a Grandmaster 8, but he still senses danger in him. Hua Daizi did not doubt his intuition in the slightest. Because, ever since he was born, his intuition has never been wrong. Yuan Tiangang realized the moment he saw Hua Zhaodong that this must be one of His Majesty's men. This young, this heavenly pride, no one but His Majesty could take him in. Yuan Tiangang was likewise a character with high eyes, and in his opinion, the red-robed young general in front of him was the same kind of person as him. In his opinion, the red-robed young general in front of him is the same kind of person as him. In the whole world, the only person he submits to is Li Taizong. He believed that Hua Daizi was the same. Hua Daizi rolled over and dismounted. He clasped his hands and stared at the mysterious man wearing a bronze mask in front of him with a torch-like gaze. Elder said that he is a bad marshal given by His Majesty himself. Do you have any proof? Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands behind his back, his face under the bronze mask smiled. Asked in return. General said that he is a hussar general given by His Majesty himself. Do you have any proof? Hua Daizi frowned and hesitated. This military situation is urgent, and His Majesty did not bestow a seal. As he speaks, Hua Daizi's right hand unconsciously presses on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Yuan Tiangang saw that Hua Zhaoyi was about to make a move, so he no longer hid it. His Majesty has ordered me to regain control of the border and completely blockade the 300,000 Kangwolf Iron Cavalry from the territory of Great Qin. General should be the bottom card His Majesty uses to deal with the 300,000 Kangwolf Iron Cavalry. General trusts me, because if I want to harm you, I can rely on the dangers of the border to block your cavalry. Are you confident that you can break through the border that I control? Yuan Tiangong's self-confidence and arrogance is revealed. Although Hua Zhaoyi himself is unruly, he is not incompetent or stupid. If Shouting Bian was in control of the border, he would have been able to conquer it with a single move of his hand. But if the person in front of him is defending the border, he does not have the certainty of victory. Therefore, at this moment, he had already believed that Yuan Tiangang was His Majesty's beloved. At that moment, he let go of the hand that was pressed on the hilt of the sword. Mainly, it was all too coincidental. Li Taizong had just dispatched Yuan Tiangang to stabilize the border, and then he summoned Hua Daizi and the 8,000 hussars. Moreover, Li Taizong didn't know that this Hua Daizi wasn't overjoyed after wiping out the entire Kangwolf Iron Cavalry, and was going to go sweep through the Skywolf Royal Court. This made these two strongest men under his command not know each other and almost fought together. Is the general going to attack the Wolf Court? Yes. Now that the northern border of Great Qin is free of foreign races, I intend to remove the stubborn disease that is the Skywolf dynasty in one fell swoop. Yuan Tiangang nodded. He did not belittle Hua Zhaoyi. This kind of heavenly pride could not have been treated with common sense. Then General, be careful on your journey. If Senior returns to the dynasty first, give His Majesty my regards. At the Great Qin border, Shouting Bian ordered. Open the border and let them go. The people did not dare to disobey Shouting Bian's order and opened the border gate to let them go. Hua Daizi led 30,000 men to march towards the grassland. As soon as he stepped into the grassland, Hua somehow felt that he had come to a world that belonged to him. Zhao Banu stepped forward and asked, General, where should we go next? Ask the captured Kangwolf cavalrymen where the closest tribe is to here. Marching 2,000 miles towards here, there is a Chaoyang tribe, only I heard that they have a great patriarch sitting in their midst. The fight is against the great master. Hua led the army at a gallop. The interior of the Tianlang dynasty is made up of countless tribes. These tribes are similar to the great Qin clans, only with a different name. They occupied the most fertile water and grasslands of the Tianlang dynasty, possessing their own private soldiers. Like the Kangwolf Iron Horsemen were from the Kangwolf tribe. Li Taizong was correcting the Zhengfu. Suddenly sensing something, he raised his eyes to the north, only to see that the northern part of Great Qin's national fortune had risen greatly. The Gong Method 9 Dragon's human Emperor Dao was in operation. The supreme heavenly dragon in his body devoured and fused the greatly rising national fortune. With his cultivation feeding back, Li Taizong's cultivation at the peak of Celestial threefold broke through. Celestial being fourth gravity. Li Taizong was overjoyed. It was worthy of going to the sick. He thought that it was Hua Daizi's national fortune that skyrocketed after settling the 300,000 Kangwolf Iron Cavalry. However, he didn't want to realize that at this moment, Hua Daizi had long gone deep into the wilderness. At this moment, Hua Daizi's sword was the head of a great master. His own cultivation had even reached the terrifying 9th level of Grandmaster. In the past few days, he has slaughtered at least 6 tribes with Grandmasters. The number of small tribes that he annihilated was even more than he could count. He directly swept away the southern part of the Tianlang dynasty. But the price was the death of all Hua's captured soldiers. Only the 7,000 hussars he brought from Qin remain. The 20,000 Kangwolf riders he brought out are even less. In fact, Hua took in a lot of cavalry from the destroyed tribes. The steppe people respect the strong, especially a godlike general like Hua Zaiwei. Hibernate the unruly ones. But Hua Zaiwei used his soldiers like mud and sand, and didn't connect with the lives of the cavalry at all, let alone them, the foreigners. Zhao Banu looks to Hua Zaiwei with delight. "General, where are we?" Hua Zaiwei said in a cold voice. "What do you care? Just follow me and charge down. Kill the enemy when you see them, don't get attached to the battle." At this moment, the wolf court. Hu Yandanyu's face was gloomy as he sat on the main seat. The various wolf kings below lowered their heads like quails, not daring to bear Hu Yanshanyu's wrath. Hu Yanshanyu roared and slapped the table in front of him. "Who can tell me what the hell is going on?" Countless corpses of his clansmen suddenly appeared in Desert South, and even the Kangwolf Iron Cavalry of Altai had lost contact. Wasn't he stationed at the Great Qin border? The Yan Wolf King said in a deep voice. According to the scouts, it's a Qin cavalry of less than 10,000 or so that's been sweeping around in the south of the desert, sweeping through my heavenly wolf's royal court tribes. There are great masters within the tribes, so they can be called king's court tribes. Now, the 6 royal court tribes in Desert South have been slaughtered. As for the Tsong Wolf King Altai, he rushed into the Great Qin Pass. Hu Yanshanyu was as angry as a volcano erupting. Altai is such a fool. Doesn't he know that Great Qin hides crouching tigers? Even the 4 ancestors, including the Kangwolf ancestor, must be the work of this idiot. Hu Yanshanyu was about to explode with rage. The Skywolf dynasty lost 10 grandmasters and countless elite cavalry, directly causing the Skywolf dynasty to break their bones. Even if it recuperates for hundreds of years, it will be difficult to regain its strength. Hu Yanshanyu drew his sword. "Go back and gather your troops. I'm going to march in person. I'm going to kill this tribe of 10,000 people in the grasslands." Chapter 39, Attacking the Tianlang capital. Hu Yanshanyu's face was dark, his chest rising and falling violently, his eyes burning with unspeakable fury. He slammed his long sword into the ground and roared at all the wolf kings present. "All of them are a bunch of losers. A great Qin cavalry of less than 10,000 makes you all in such a sorry state? I don't think we need to fight anymore, let's just submit to the little emperor of Great Qin and raise horses for him. All of you, get back to gather your troops and call your grandmasters too. I'm going to chase this Qin cavalry myself." The wolf kings under the seat lowered their heads to bear the wrath of Hu Yanshanyu. All the wolf kings were at peak Zongshire cultivation, while Hu Yanshanyu's cultivation was even heavier. He had the cultivation of a grand master. It was also Hu Yandanyu's dominant power that made the unruly wolf kings not dare to show their fangs. The middle-aged man standing beside Hu Yanshanyu got up and did not fear Hu Yanshanyu's might. Although this middle-aged man wore a wolf's head felt hat and animal armor, he was not like the grassland people who were generally rude and brutal. On the contrary, the temperament is elegant and refined, more like the stereotypical Qin scholar. Father rests his anger. This army is led by a great master, and it is a lightning attack, and it is justifiable for the tribes of the royal courts to fail against the enemy in haste. The most urgent thing is to ask the grandmaster of each royal court tribe to come out and look for the Qin riders' movement, and after finding it, then wait for my Tian wolf army to encircle. As soon as this person opened his mouth, the faces of the wolf kings got better. The person who opened his mouth was called Shuafeng, the son of Hu Yanshanyu. He was of the same generation as Li Yutian, and his own cultivation had come to the peak of Zongshire. Compared to Huyen Shan-yu's other sons who only knew how to fight bravely, Shuafeng was a stable person, had a strategy, and had a good reputation. He was highly respected by the tribes of the royal courts. Although the Wolf dynasty has not yet established a prince, Shuafeng is almost certain to be the heir. Even privately, there are people who jokingly say that Huyen Danyu is the hero Shuafeng's conquering Qin general. Huyen Shan-yu did not give this his favorite son a good face, glaring at his eyes and saying in a low voice, "The Tianlang dynasty has reached this point. The wolf kings of the various royal tribes should all cut their own throats to thank for their sins. Being so humiliated by the less than 10,000 Qin riders, do I, the Sky Wolves, still have the face to return to the ancestral war god?" The ancestral war god is a god that the Sky Wolf people worship, with a wolf-shaped totem as its specific image. In the culture of the Syrians, the ancestor war god is the spirit of the monarchs and warriors of the past generations. After they died, they all had to return to the embrace of the ancestral war god and become part of him, to be honored by their descendants. The Wolf King's bodies trembled and their faces turned white as they listened to Huyen Shan-yu's humiliation. Seeing that his father was going further and further over the top, Shuafeng immediately persuaded him. "Father, all the Wolf Kings." Huyen Danyu pulled out his long sword that was stuck in the dirt, and the splattered dirt hit Shuafeng's face. Angrily, he roared, "I'm not dead yet. It's not your turn to teach me. Why don't I let you take my place as a single lord? Anyway, this Shan-yu of mine is nothing more than your hero Shuafeng's conquering Qin general." Shuafeng was shocked, but he looked more and more respectful. "Father is the son of the grassland, how can I compare to him?" Huyen Shan-yu coldly snorted and commanded. That's it, all the Wolf Kings go back and ask their grandmasters to come out and gather their armies to surround these Qin riders with all their might. I will also personally lead the siege. Shuafeng, you stay at Dragon City." "Yes, sir." Shuafeng was somewhat helpless in his heart. In his opinion, his father had been blinded by anger. With such a mentality, how could he defeat a strong enemy? However, what he didn't know was Huyen Shan-yu's state of mind at this moment. Huyen Shan-yu had long been ready to give up his position to Shuafeng. Shuafeng is both a scholar and a warrior. He is able to convince the people, and the tribes of the royal court on the grassland all recognize him. And the most important thing is that Huyen Shan-yu is already dying, need to break through the realm, increase life expectancy. However, this aging Shan-yu also has one thing that is extremely important to him. That is the name behind him. Now that the south of the desert has been swept away, the Qin cavalry is attacking the north of the desert. If he cedes his position to Shuafeng without taking care of it himself, how will future generations of warriors view him? A single lord who's scared by the Qin. Therefore, this battle, Huyen Shan-yu in any case is to participate personally. And it must be fought in a magnificent way. For this reason, even if there is a slight sacrifice, it is acceptable. However, at the time when Huyen Danyu led his army out of the city to surround the enemy, the less than 10,000 Huadaoyu's army has already circled around to the back of Dragon City. Zhao Bainu's face was full of frost and his lips were cracked, however, it still couldn't stop his smile that tore open his big mouth. "Ha ha! General is truly a heavenly god. He has actually arrived at Dragon City, the capital of the Skywolf dynasty." Huo Zaiwei gripped the reins, his eyes burning as he stared at Dragon City. "Hey, finally found it. The Hussar Legion doesn't dare to roar out, but will just hold their lances tightly and prepare their bows and crossbows." The eyes were looking at Huo as if they were burning with a blazing fire. I don't know how much they've suffered in the past few days. Sprinting in the middle of nowhere with nothing but wind and sand. But now, the general had magically brought them behind the capital of the Skywolf Kingdom. General Huo is definitely a celestial being descended from the heavens, with celestial eyes. Otherwise, how can it be explained that while those Skywolf captives can all get lost, the general can accurately find the right direction? Adjust on the spot for an hour, recover and follow me to behead Shan-yu's dog. Huo Daizi did not look tired at all, instead he was radiant and his gaze was like a torch. 1 hour later. "Let's go. Tear down this city." Huo led more than 7,000 horsemen to charge towards Dragon City. Shuafeng is swimming in political affairs, but his mind is drifting far away. He was worried about Huyen Shan-yu. Although his own father led a powerful army and a dozen or so ancestors, for some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. "I'm overthinking it, an army like that would be difficult to shake even at the peak of Great Qin. What can a cavalry of less than 10,000 do?" Shuafeng frowned and rubbed his temples. Rumble. Suddenly, he heard a thunderbolt from the clear sky. Shuafeng raised his head. The first thought in his mind was that someone was practicing a lightning technique. However, the next instant. Rumble. It was the sound of a city wall collapsing. Shuafeng was stunned for a moment and immediately stood up, his face terribly gloomy. "Great King, there are Qin riders attacking Dragon City, the northern wall has collapsed." An armorer ran in with a gray head and reported. "The despicable Qin people." Even Shuafeng, who was not happy or angry, could not help but slam his fist on the paperwork. He does not believe that there is such a coincidence. His father has just taken all the grandmasters and the army out, that the Qin riders from the north of the Dragon City sneak attack. There is definitely a spy among the Wolf Kings. I hate that I didn't even see it and missed the big event. Shuo Feng was indignant. However, if his thoughts at this moment were to let Hua Ziwei know about it, Hua Ziwei would surely be bratty and laugh at him. Ridiculous. Do I need to go through such trouble to deal with you? Old me is just born rich and wins any way I fight. Hua and the others killed everyone they saw in Dragon City. This isn't a war in the mortal world, where cavalry can hardly cope with alley battles. This is the world of metaphysics, where powerful Hussar armies directly charge and trample the houses of the skywolves in the city. Countless skywolves who were weak in their realm were directly buried under the rubble. Li Dang wasn't good with words, but he still couldn't help but say, "This is the Dragon City of the skywolves? The defense isn't as good as those royal court tribes in Desert South." Although Dragon City was the capital city of the skywolves, the defense was not excellent. After all, who would have thought that there would be an army storming Dragon City? It was the capital of the Skywolf dynasty. The national capital where many wolf kings and ancestors were always present. If there really was a large army under the Dragon City, the Skywolf dynasty should have died a long time ago. Chapter 40 Pissing on the Dragon City Holy Land. Hua Ziwei and the other generals killed everyone they saw. This was true regardless of whether they were armor-clad sharpshooters or old and young women and children. Anyone who can live in Dragon City is a noble of the Tianlang dynasty. None of them are innocent. The 7,000 hussars are drenched in blood. But they're stained with the blood of the enemy. Most of the elite here have been taken away by Huoyan Shanyu, and those left behind are simply not enough to withstand the ferocious hussar army. Although Hua Ziwei is a great master, he doesn't pick. He doesn't care whether you have cultivation or not, and whether you are a powerless person or not, he will kill them all with a single blow of his sword. Not the slightest bit of the ferocity of a great master in the eyes of ordinary people. "I have to kill you, dog." Shuofeng's chest was steaming with rage, and his entire body was on the verge of exploding. However, the old minister beside him dragged him along. "Your Majesty, don't let your anger get the better of you. You should retreat first and ask Shanyu for help." Although Shuofeng was furious, he quickly calmed down. Now that there were no great masters in Dragon City, they could not stop the killing power of that Qin dynasty general. Shuofeng entangled himself for a long time, took a deep breath and said, "Go!" He was not a person who was intentional, knowing that he was unbeatable and putting himself behind bars, that was a cutie pie. Only something that would be done. "Where's Huyan's old dog? Point it out to me." Hua Ziwei roared as he lifted a Skywolf noble. The Skywolf noble was scared less. Scared piss in the real sense of the word, yellow liquid soaked their lower garments. I don't know. Great Shan, you took many generals away." Bang! Hua directly crushed the Skywolf noble's head. What a bad time to come. This Huyen old dog is really a wimpy softy, knowing that this general is coming to kill him. He fled first. Ha ha ha. Hua Ziwei's voice was so loud that it resounded throughout Dragon City. When Shuofeng heard Hua Ziwei insulting his father in such a way, his shoulders shook and he gritted his teeth as he silently dived into the fleeing crowd. "General, that seems to be the royal palace of the Sky Wolves." A fire was lit. "What the hell, dare to use the same specification of the palace with His Majesty?" Sakas closed his eyes tightly, his forehead veins rippled, and he accelerated his steps in silence. In his mind, he who does great things must endure what ordinary people can't. "General, this seems to be the place where the celestial wolves are sacrificing." Shuofeng turned back indifferently. Even those Skywolf elders who have seen it all raise their eyes. Hua Ziwei looked at the large and small idols being sacrificed in a square. Hey, to think that this group of barbarians still knows how to sacrifice heaven and earth. Then pack it all up. Hua Daizi was just about to say that he would bring all of these back to Chang'an to add to His Majesty's collection. But he suddenly thought that he is now in the capital of the Tianlang dynasty, and these sacrificial idols are so big and heavy that they are hard to move. Forget it, let's travel light, we can't take these things with us. But if we can't take them with us, smash them all for me. Yes, sir. Hua gave the order and the hussars howled and smashed the idols. Those Tianlang nobles were shedding tears of humiliation, and they didn't dare to cry too loudly for fear of attracting the attention of these Qin riders. Shuofeng's chest was about to explode with anger. It only felt as if he had turned into a ball of fire and his entire body was glowing. Are these people really Qin people? Not humongous bandits? Barbarians? Shuofeng felt that compared to these people, his clan was truly a model of morality. However, the next moment, Shuofeng's eyes were about to crack. Only to see Hua Ziwei stepping on the wolf head of that grandest of ancestors, the god of war. Pulling out his crotch, he pooped. The water flowed directly into the wolf's mouth. Soothing. This is a great place to defecate, but it's a pity that this dog's head can't be brought back to Chang'an. Hua then arrogantly stomps down the wolf head of his ancestor, the god of war. Ah! I will kill you. At this moment, even the most timid Skywolf nobles couldn't help themselves. Drawing their long swords, they slashed at Huazaiwei and the others. The corner of Huadaizi's mouth curved up as he looked at the Skywolf nobles who rushed over. That's right, he did this on purpose. In order to enrage the Skywolf nobles. Otherwise, it would be too time-consuming to kill these people one by one as they scattered and fled. Even if some of the smart Skywolves saw Hua's ploy it was useless, they would still charge up without thinking about themselves. One must know that the ancestral god of war has an extremely high status in the hearts of the Syrians. That is where the spirits of all the generations of Shan Yuan warriors have been transformed into, and that is where their souls are to return to. Who could endure such an insult? Just ask, a person who digs up your ancestral grave and pisses on your ancestors, who can bear not to pull out his sword. Even if you know you're outmatched, you'll let the blood splash his face. Huazaiwei laughed as he reaped the lives of these Skywolf nobles. Suddenly, he froze in place. Among the crowd surging towards him, a back figure heading south was out of place. This person was not greedy for life and fear of death, instead, his pace was firm without a hint of panic. That person was none other than Shuafeng. At this moment, his eyes were red, streaming with tears, and his teeth were about to be clenched, but he was firmly walking outward. It is easy to die, it is a great man who lives with a strong and humiliated spirit. Huazaiwei converges his arrogant sharpness and narrows his eyes slightly. This person is not simple, I cannot let such a person go. After saying that, he bent his bow and arrow, aiming at Shuafeng's back. Shuafeng's heart suddenly trembled as he felt as if a ferocious divine beast was staring at his back. In an instant the alarm bells went off. Turning around, the 8 archmage magic weapons were thrown out at the same time. The soft armor on his body exuded an impenetrable divine intent. His own cultivation was even erupting at the Grandmaster realm as he fled into the distance. Shoo! The arrow was like a thunderbolt that cut through the sky. The 8 Grandmaster artifacts emitted a sound like porcelain shattering. Poof! Shuafeng tried his best to dodge. The arrow tore apart the soft armor and directly shattered half of Sakufeng's body. However, Shuafeng gritted his teeth and raced away towards the south. Zhao Broken Nu stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "General, you missed." "Idiot, how could I miss?" His position in the Skywolf dynasty was definitely not low, and he was bound to go looking for old dog Huyen on this trip. With half of his body broken, I have left a traceable aura on it. Immediately take care of these Skywolf nobles and follow me to execute old dog Huyen. Zhao Banu, Li Dang, and the other 7,000 or so hussars looked at Huadaizi with starry eyes. Obey! Chapter 41 The Fall of the Tianlang Dynasty. Huayan Shan Yu had searched the grasslands for a long time without finding Huazaiwei's legion. At this point, the great patriarchs of the various ministries that were following along had gotten a bit impatient. "Are we great masters your servants, Huyen Danyu? We're just wandering around the grasslands with you." But due to Huyen Danyu's power, they didn't have an attack. At this moment, Huyen Danyu is also aware of the thoughts of the various grandmasters, and his face is becoming more and more unsightly. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes as he inadvertently looked at the various grandmasters. These great patriarchs were highly respected, and although his own son was beloved by the various ministries, he was only at the peak of the patriarchate. It was inevitable that these great masters would look at Shuafeng with disdain. This time, Huyen Shanyu also had the purpose of suppressing the various great masters. If any of them dared to be disrespectful, he would let his tribe face those Qin riders alone. The Wolf Kings followed behind the great masters like obedient lambs. Don't look at these Wolf Kings who are usually unruly and brutal, but in front of Shan Yu and the grandmasters, they are very well behaved. When the first wolves fight with each other, what can the wolves do except to bare their bellies? Just when the crowd had different thoughts, a great master's might came from afar. And it carried a monstrous rage and furious killing intent. Huyen Shan Yu and the various grandmasters raised their heads, their gazes narrowing slightly. Sensing the rapidly approaching aura, Huyen Shan Yu laughed out loud. "Ha, it's my son, Shuafeng. Have you broken through to Grandmaster?" The ancestors of the various ministries' faces were grave and their minds were alive. This person, Shuafeng, is both civil and military, wise and bold. If he had broken through the great patriarch and become the Tianlang monarch, the various tribes would not still have the free days they have today. However, when Shuafeng's figure became clearer, everyone froze in place. At this moment, Shuafeng did not have the majesty of a prairie hero, half of his body was cracked, and his eyes were streaming with blood and tears. His face was twisted with grief. "My son!" Huyen Shanyu roared mournfully, and his body rose up to protect Shuafeng in his arms. "Who did this?" Holding the dying Shuafeng, Huyen Shanyu was like a volcano that had been pent up for 10,000 years. He swept his gaze towards the ancestors of the various royal tribes, like an enraged lion. Was someone coveting the throne of Shanyu? This tyrannical killing intent caused the grandmasters of the various tribes to take a step back in unison. They also read the meaning in Huyen Shanyu's eyes. The heavens could tell that although they were afraid of Shuafeng who had become a great patriarch, they were not so crazy that they would maim him. The grandmasters of their major royal court tribes weren't that stupid. Hu Yen Shanyu is still alive. Even though the lion is old, its remaining power is still there. No one knows what kind of brutality a Twilight Emperor who has lost his heir will do. Shuofeng is now dying, opened his mouth to say something. But blood had already blocked his throat. He was seriously injured and dying, but he relied on his breath to find Hu Yen Shanyu. Now that he saw Hu Yen Shanyu, this breath was let down, he will not be able to hold on. Seeing this, Hu Yen Danyu hurriedly took out the sunset breath recovery grass from his storage bag. Send it into Shuofeng's mouth. Shuofeng's eyes were moved. This sunrise back to chi grass is Hu Yen Shanyu used to prolong the life breakthrough thing. Extremely precious, Hu Yen Shanyu also only sow a plant. Serving down the sun back to the grass, Shuofeng lacks pupils recohesion. Blow open half of the body to the naked eye visible speed growth buds, gradually cohesion blood vessels bone. Only, Shuofeng's injuries were too severe, and after the medicinal power was exhausted, there was still an arm that had not grown. Hu Yen Shanyu put his hand on Shuofeng's shoulder, his voice trembling. My son, in the end what happened? The twilight of Hu Yen Shanyu cares about only three things: cultivation breakthroughs to extend his life, his own posthumous name and his future successor. Shuofeng is his best son. If Shuofeng died, the thought of passing the position of Shanyu to those tyrannical sons, Hu Yen Shanyu feels that Tian Lang is going to die. With tears in his tiger's eyes, Shuofeng told everything Hua Zaiwei had done. For a time, the entire grassland trembled. Countless ancestors whistled, and millions of troops roared. Spiritual storms swept through 10,000 miles of broken clouds. Goddamn little child. The blood of countless of my Skywolf's tribes must be paid for by 1,000 miles of scorched earth in your Qinland. I'll eat him alive for insulting my ancestors and slaughtering my people. I'll eat him alive. I won't even spare the women and children. As long as my ancestors are alive, Ice Wolf tribe will slaughter all the cities of Qin. We're just robbing the population, but the Qin want to exterminate us. From this night on, I will not rest until the heads of the Qin prisoners are set up in front of my tent. Millions of troops are pounding the ground, major ancestors are roaring in grief and anger, and the wolf kings of all clans have red eyes. Hua Zaixian had crushed the dragon city, slaughtered their families, and was insulting their ancestor, the god of war. At this moment, the ancestors and the royal tribes that originally had different minds were united like never before. All of them vowed to kill Hua Zaiwei's core and go south to capture the dragon. What successive generations of Tian Lang Shanyu couldn't do, allowed Hua Zaiwei to do it in one day. While they were grieving, a violent shout suddenly came from the distance. The might swept through the clouds in the sky, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky resounding through the grasslands. Finally found you guys. In fear of this general escaping with 1,000,000 troops? Hu Yen Shanyu's eyes were about to crack, roaring. I must eat your flesh and sleep on your skin today. The lungs of all the great court ancestors were about to explode with anger as they exploded their cultivation and charged towards Hua Zaiwei. Hua Yen Shanyu condensed killing moves in his hands, but turned back to Shuofeng and urged. If I meet an untimely end, you lead the clan away. Father. Shuofeng looked sad. My son, do not act like a daughter. After saying that, Hua Yen Shanyu killed Hua Zaiwei. Hua Zaiwei rode his divine horse, his gaze disdainful of the charging great patriarchs. He did not lead the Hussar Legion to charge the million-strong army. That wasn't bravery, that was stupidity. He only needed to kill these great masters, then the million-strong army would not break without attack. And he, too, needed a good fight to break through to the Celestials. Hua Daizi's long spear waved, and the might to break through the enemy's millions of troops blatantly erupted. Like a heavenly god's wrath, it is irresistible. The heavens seemed to have sent down divine thunderbolts, infusing Hua Daizi's body. Hua Daizi's entire body was bathed in thunderous light, and his killing intent surged towards the Grand Masters like a tidal wave. Kill you all and help me achieve Celestial. I don't know how much time had passed, but the battlefield was already dead silent. The remnant of the sun was like blood, coloring the entire wasteland a dark red. The ground was filled with broken limbs and shattered armor. Some of the royal court ancestors' heads were scorched black, staring wide-eyed, with extreme terror still coalescing in their eyes, as if they had seen some unnameable horror before they died. Pieces of the great patriarchal artifacts spilled out all over the ground. A thick blood stench filled the air, so viscous that it was almost suffocating. Hua Daizi grabbed Hua Yen Shanyu's neck with one hand and stood proudly in the air. At this moment, his aura had already reached the first level of Celestials. Hua Yen Danyu had already lost consciousness, his pupils were lax and his body was trembling. Hua Xiaodong's eyes were still as untamed as ever, and he snorted coldly. Unbeatable. When his eyes swept down to the millions of troops below. The millions of troops that had just been so ferocious and powerful were dead silent, and their wide eyes were filled with horror. The image in front of them was simply too horrifying. Their immensely respected royal court ancestors had all been blown away by this man. The great Shan Yu was even killed in his hands. Is this the god of heaven? Put down your weapons, those who surrender will not be killed. Hua Daizi roared. The sound penetrated the ears of millions of troops. Clanging and banging. All the sounds of weapons falling to the ground. Several wolf kings kneeled on the ground and lowered their heads reverently. General Heaven's Might, we are willing to surrender. Chapter 42, ordering the world's lineage clans to disband. At this moment, Shuafeng led several beloved wolf kings and more than 10,000 elite soldiers deep into the northern side of the Skywolf territory, heading towards the snowy plains. He left there immediately when he had just seen Hua Zaiwei's divine might. He knew that his father and the ancestors couldn't win. In order to continue the Skywolf lineage, they could only endure the pain and leave quietly. Compared to the grief and anger of the crowd, Shuafeng had already collected his emotions. Only, he wasn't as refined as he was earlier. He was expressionless, but instead, he made people even more inscrutable. Shanyu, are we really going to leave the grassland? Shuafeng gripped the reins tightly, his eyes cold. The grassland no longer has a place for us, we can only cross the snowy plains to find a new habitat. Thinking that they would have to leave the grassland where they had lived for generations, many grassland men couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing them like this, Shuafeng sighed. Don't be chagrined, cheer up. In the future, we will have to return to the grassland to take revenge. Right. We must take revenge. Although he said this, Shuafeng had little hope for revenge. Hua was too young. Even if he managed to cultivate to the celestial realm, by then, the demonically gifted Hua would be in an unknown realm. Moreover, what kind of hero is the Emperor of Great Qin who can take in such a famous general? Shuafeng did not expect to take revenge, he only hoped to find a habitat and leave behind a trace of inheritance for the Skywolf dynasty, and that would be enough. Li Taizong, who was far away in Chang'an, somewhat anxiously walking around the study. This Hua Daisy is too bold. Daring to go deep into the grasslands with a few thousand people, is he thinking that he is invincible? No wonder that time the skyrocketing national fortunes were not right. I told you how it was possible to rise so much by tackling 300,000 cavalry alone. Gao Lishur held the report in his hand and respectfully entered the study. Is there any news from the Hussar general? Gao Lishur shook his head. It is the bad Shui Sangpao, asking His Majesty how to deal with the rebel shouting Dian. Li Taizong's eyes instantly went cold. What do you mean? Gao Lishur is talented and has the ability of a prime minister. So Li Taizong would always ask Gao Lishur's opinion before making a decision. Gao Lixi said after a moment of contemplation. The slave girl thought that shouting Bian, this person has become a totem in the hearts of the border generals. If dealt with rashly, the border is afraid of changes. Border generals are mostly loyal and brave people, really should not chill their hearts. Li Taizong frowned. Don't kill him and let the bad marshal continue to manipulate him? Gao Lishur shook his head. No, Bad Handsome has the talent of warping the heavens and the earth. His Majesty will have great use for him in the future. How can he let him be held back by a shouting Bian? The slave servant thinks that it would be better to shift this conflict. Say on. We assassinated shouting Bian and framed the northern family clans. Gao Lishur lowered his voice and said. At the same time, the court should make a big fuss to posthumously honor shouting Bian and exaggerate his achievements. In this way, the northern lineage clans will definitely be hated by the border generals. At that time, the anger of the border generals would have a place to vent, and the court would not only remove the rebels, but also take the opportunity to weaken the power of the northern families. Li Taizong pondered for a long time, and finally shook his head slowly. It's just, let Yuan Qing wake up shouting Bian, publicly expose his treasonous acts, and then punish him with lynching. In addition, shouting Bian's family members will be beheaded. Others, there is no need to pursue. Gao Lishur immediately bowed and answered. Yes, sir. You do not ask why I do not use your perfect plan. Gao Lishur was slightly stunned, then bowed down and worshipped. His Majesty has his own considerations, as a slave servant only need to follow orders. Gao Lishur is such a person, the mind is clear, will not ask the reason to carry out the king's orders. If he served a wise and holy king, then he was a wise eunuch for all time. If he served a tyrannical and dim king, then he was an eunuch in chaos. He is like a mirror that reflects the heart of the king. Li Taizong said coldly. Let traitors like shouting Bian become heroes and martyrs, and I have to posthumously honor him. I am not happy in my heart. Of course I know that your plan is very good, only need to give some false names, both to appease the border, but also to make the northern families become a target. But to think that the traitor's family can even top the name of the martyr's survivors to enjoy the glory, those people whose families were broken because of shouting Bian still have to extol his achievements, this is not fair. Doing so, I thought not through. Gao Lishur's eyes softened and said softly. His Majesty's strength is the best in the world, and the bad marshal is even harder to beat in the world. Even if the border generals and the northern families are in turmoil, your Majesty will be able to suppress them with the flip of a switch. He smiled mockingly. It's the slave girl who is overthinking. Why should I care about how they react? Li Taizong heard this and his cold face eased a little. I am not stupid, nor am I ignorant of power schemes and calculations, but I want to let the world know that those who commit treason will not be allowed to die. Your Majesty is wise. Gao Lishur deeply bowed down. I'm going to deliver the decree. I will make sure that shouting Bian is executed in front of thousands of generals as a warning to others. right after Gao Lishu retired. Li Taizong suddenly looked to the north, only to see the national fortune there suddenly skyrocket. The supreme heavenly dragon inside Li Taizong manifested and poured and swallowed the skyrocketing national fortune. Boom! Realm breakthrough. The 6th level of celestials. That wasn't all. After the supreme heavenly dragon digested all the national fortune, Li Taizong's realm climbed to the 7th level of celestials. At the same time, the supreme heavenly dragon's body skyrocketed and transformed into 100 feet long. The supreme heavenly dragon broke through the hanging roof and looked down on the entire Chang'an. Feeling the extremely powerful strength within his body, Li Taizong felt a bit unreal. During these days, he relied on the cultivation gained from signing in to rise to the 5th level of celestials. But the cultivation of celestial 5th level hadn't even been warmed up yet, and in one day, he had risen to celestial 7th level. Moreover, his technique, the 9 Dragons Human Emperor Dao, had become even more domineering. That 100-foot supreme heavenly dragon could crush everything. Li Taizong quickly realized why the national fortune had skyrocketed so much. It's Hua Zaiwei. It's definitely him. He must have swept through the entire Tianlang dynasty, incorporating the vast grasslands and Great Lakes into my Great Qin. The scourge of the Tianlang, which has plagued our dynasty for years, has been completely removed. Worthy of being the champion marquis, Li Taizong is determined. He will never ask Hua about his battles again. Let him have his fun. Such a heavenly pride cannot be judged by common sense. Li Taizong looked up to the sky and laughed. My hussar general is just born rich and wins any fight. Afterwards, Li Taizong's eyes burned into the distance. Magnificently, he walked out of the great hall. Pass on my decree, order the world's lineage clans to disband, and the great patriarchs to enter the court for an audience. Those who dare to disobey this order will be killed without pardon. Chapter 43, Hua Zaiwei returns to Qin. Your Majesty, a great victory. A great victory. Hua Zaiwei's legion penetrated deep into the grassland, stepped on Dragon City, the capital of Tianlang Kingdom, slaughtered more than 1,200,000 Tianlang soldiers, collected 967,533 Tianlang soldiers, Tianlang royal court tribal ancestors, all of them fell. The other will be Huoyan Shanyu escorted back to the capital. Li Taizong listened to Gao Lisi's reading of Hua Zideng's war achievements. At this moment, even though he had already known that Hua Daixi had overthrown the Sky Wolf dynasty, he was still shocked at the detailed battle achievements. Do you dare to believe it? A Grandmaster 5 general, after leading 8,000 cavalry out, overthrew the dynasty overlords next door, imprisoned all their emperors back in the capital, and even collected nearly 1 million enemy troops. Well, it can't be called Grandmaster 5. Hua Daixi had long ago given him advance news that he had broken through to the 1st level of celestials. How absurd, leading the cavalry out for a month to wander around, and the realm crossed 5 levels in a row. Li Taizong almost thought that Hua Daixi also had a system. Your Majesty, how do we settle this million-strong army? Let Hua Daixi lead these 1,000,000 men to blast open the gates of the northern realm's worldly clans for me. Also tell him to take care not to intrude on the people. Yes, sir. Gao Lishu bowed and retired. Ever since Li Taizong issued the decree to disband the world's worldly clans, the South was in an uproar. All sorts of criticisms came in, saying that he was the #1 tyrant and dim ruler of all time. The princes even united to denounce him, saying that he was the one who killed his father and mother and usurped power to seize the throne. And the northern family clans are dead, closed mountains to avoid the world, has not heard the emperor's decree. Therefore, Li Taizong asked Hua Daixi to lead his 1,000,000 descending troops to the mountain gates of the major families. Didn't you guys not hear it? Then let these 1,000,000 people blast open your mountain gates and point to your heads and tell to read the decree. As for the south, Li Taizong was not worried at all. Mao Chang and his brocade guards have already infiltrated the entire south almost to the sieve. The location of every hidden sect, the highest fighting force, all investigated to the letter. Even Li Taizong can know when the 3 emperors live and eat. I can only say that Mao Chang's past life is worthy of being the first secret agent of the Ming dynasty. No wonder old Zhu used it so smoothly. Grandmaster Su Yuanshan of the Su family pays homage to His Majesty. Su Yunhe, head of the Su family, pays his respects to His Majesty. In the Great Hall, Li Taizong looked at the Su family duo in front of him with relief. The Su family, Li Fushan's mother clan. Li Fuyang's mother was the first daughter of the Su family. The Su family head in front of him, Su Yunhe, was none other than Li Fuyao's grandfather. When Li Taizong issued the decree, Li Fushan returned to the southern Su family to exhort her maternal grandfather and ancestor to follow the decree. Li Fushan had expected to be met with violent opposition. How could he have imagined that the grandmaster and grandfather merely pondered for a moment and instantly dissolved the huge family? And Grandmaster Su Yuanshan and Su Yunhe, the head of the Su family, came to Chang'an for an audience with Li Taizong. Elders Su and Su Qing can bring their family members here. You will stay in Chang'an in the future. Follow the decree. The dissolution of a lineage is not about forcing you to separate from your loved ones. Rather, it means disbanding their loyalists, private soldiers, and large branches, and moving them away from their original location. Doing so directly strikes at the foundation of the family's local hegemony. Your Su family is very smart. Li Taizong looked at the Su family duo with a smile in his eyes. Su Yuanshan and Su Yunha respectfully said, "Your Majesty's divine might, the Su family doesn't dare to make an enemy of your Majesty." Li Taizong nodded his head. "But remember, Li Fushang is the eldest princess of Great Qin and a member of the Li family." Then waved his hand. Su Yuanshan and Su Yunha bowed again and excused themselves. By the time they walked out of the great hall, the clothes on their backs had long been wet with cold sweat. Su Yunha took a deep breath, his eyes somewhat terrified. Truly unexpected, that gentle and jade-like gentleman back then was hiding such a terror. If it wasn't for the ancestor distributing the pressure for me, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to speak. Su Yuanshan was also only slightly better than Su Yunha, but there was still a residue of panic in his eyes. The emperor is definitely a celestial being, and is extremely far along the path of celestial beings. We made the right choice, we would rather dissolve the Su family than provoke the emperor. Yunha, tell your descendants to keep their peace. Also, don't use Fuyang to provoke the emperor, he has already warned us. Su Yunha nodded. Yunha understood. Su Yuanshan continued. Don't be chagrined for disbanding your family's power, a blessing in disguise is a blessing in disguise. Those family clans will not end up well, moreover, this emperor has great ambitions. We just need to follow his footsteps, the Su family will never be stuck here. Su Yunha nodded solemnly. It's a pity that we didn't get to meet that General Hua this time. I heard that he led more than 8,000 riders and wiped out all 300,000 Kangwolf iron cavalry. I guess, it must also be a great master with superior strength. The mysterious black-robed man, General Hua, the child Fuyao, and the red-robed eunuch, the emperor really has hidden dragons and crouching tigers by his side. Li Taizong looked at the disappearing back of the duo and pondered. The Su family duo was really smart. In the beginning, before Li Yutian's death and Chang'an's mutiny, the Su family had succeeded in taking Li Fuyao's mother and daughter out of Chang'an and brought them to Jiangnan. Now, it is even more willing to disband the huge family, away from their homeland, and connect their family members to Chang'an. The determination of this brave man to break his wrists led Li Taizong slightly side-eye. Honestly, when Li Taizong issued the decree to dissolve the world's families and clans, he did not expect anyone to really respond to the decree. But the Su family still did so. This kind of city, this kind of patience, made Li Taizong unable to resist the urge to settle them. Not being able to determine their loyalty, how could he keep such people by his side? It's just a pity that killing them Li Fuyang can't keep them as well. Gao Lishir, what do you think? Your servant congratulates your majesty. The Su family duo is a raring jie. This jie is not a compliment to their talent and cultivation, but their insight, rationality, and decisiveness. And they've already decided to serve his majesty after seeing him. Oh. It is human instinct to avoid harm, and they know that there is no good outcome in confronting His Majesty. On the contrary, if they do their best to assist His Majesty, the Su family will certainly not stop here. Gao Lishir's words made Li Taizong dismiss the idea of killing the Su family duo. Not long after, Huyan Shanyu was escorted to the main hall. The formerly mighty Tianlang Shanyu was now cloaked and bloodied, like a lost dog. Li Taizong looked at him curiously. When he was very young, he could often hear Li Yushan sighing longingly. Tianlang has Huyan as a male lord, and his son Shuafeng is also a generation of heavenly pride. I am afraid that I will have to bear the insults of the Tianlang people throughout this dynasty. Huyan Shanyu strained to raise his head, indignantly looking toward Li Taizong on the throne. His cultivation were abolished, the already seriously injured body of him plus the bumps along the way speeding. At this moment he is already dying. Tianlang and Great Qin are brotherly countries. Why does the great emperor want to destroy my Tianlang? Li Taizong's face is cold. Brotherly country? When you invaded the border and plundered my people, why didn't you think of a brotherly country? When you had the blood of my people on your hands, why didn't you think of the brotherhood? Now that you've been brought before my eyes like a lost dog, you're thinking of the brotherhood? It's too late. Li Taizong then let out a cold laugh. But I really don't want to destroy your Tian Wolf at this time. Who knows, you Tian Wolf is so weak. By the champion Marquis led 8,000 hussars and gave flat. This is the truth. Although Li Taizong has the intention of destroying Tianlang, he wanted to wait to resolve the domestic family clans before sending out troops to conquer. Who knew that Hua Daisy had taken the initiative and flattened Tianlang in a short period of time? Huayan Shanyu was angry in his heart, but he could only swallow his humiliation. I hope the great emperor treats my people well. This is not for you to worry about. Now your people have become my people, I will treat them well. As for you, I will use your blood to sacrifice my Qin temple. Huyan Shanyu closed his eyes and calmly accepted his fate. He was saddened in his heart. Pursuing the name behind him, he became a sacrifice to the great Qin clan temple and became the greatest sinner of the steppe. He had no face to return to his ancestor, the god of war, Ah. Meanwhile, the northern border of Great Qin. Hua Zaizi marched towards the border with 1,000,000 men in great numbers. It takes time for 1,000,000 men to march, so Huazaizi's war reports have reached Chang'an before they arrived at the Great Qin border. Although the generals of the Great Qin border have already received the news, they can't help but be frightened when they see the vast million-strong army. The earth was trembling in the distance. Long whistles were heard and fiery horses neighing. The endless wilderness was soon occupied by the densely packed skywolves. That invincible General Hua, riding the dragon blood divine horse, walked proudly at the forefront. His eyes were like torches, and he was noble. He was like a ball of fire, blazing so fiercely that people didn't dare to look directly at him. At this moment, all the generals are looking at Huazaiwei with adoring eyes. Which man didn't have great ambitions when he was a teenager? A great man should carry a 3-foot sword and make unparalleled achievements. But in the end, they were all defeated by mediocrity. Huazaizi is not like this. He raised his whip and laughed, as energetic as the rising sun. His eyes and eyebrows are full of the unique flamboyance and uninhibitedness of a young man. With 8,000 hussars, he swept away the wolves and returned with millions of armor. This kind of feat of swallowing the mountains and rivers makes people have no other choice but to worship him. I'm afraid that not only the generals at the border, but all the Qin youths in the future will see Huazaizi as an idol in their hearts. Although the surrounding millions of troops are majestic, they face Huazaizi like a god. A pack of wolves facing a lion can only bare their bellies as a sign of submission. Elder, how is it? Huazaodong met Yuan Tiangang again. Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but marvel. General is divine. Chapter 44 North and South Storm Clouds. Northern border of Great Qin, Qingyuan Wang family. Wang family ancestral land has long been closed to the mountains enclosed, where it is stationed. 100 miles in a radius are covered by layers of formations. When ordinary people approach, they can only see the foggy mountains and forests, and are unable to find the entrance at all. Huazaishio led 1,000,000 legions to surround the Wang family's residence. Bang! Zhao Bana slashed up with his sword. The light shield formed by that defense formation sputtered with sparks. But that was all. Zhao Banu continued to apply force, and the sword blade rubbed against the light shield with an ear-piercing sound. Suddenly, the defensive light shield condensed light spots and returned 10 times the force Zhao Banu had exerted. Be careful! Zhao Banu's face suddenly changed and he hastily dodged to avoid it. The rebounding sword chi plowed a deep furrow in the ground, shaking him to the ground. Turning around, he pays homage to Huazaishio. General, this formation is odd, it's not easy to attack it hard. Huazaishio indifferently gazed at the Wang family's compound. A roar of anger echoed through the valley. His Majesty's holy decree tells you to disband your forces, can't you understand? If you dare to play deaf and dumb again, don't blame this general for being impolite. The mountains remained silent, with only the halo of light flowing from the array responding. Hua snorted coldly and raised his hand to signal. The 1,000,000 legions draw their swords, and their longbows and crossbows are also aimed at the Wang family's compound in unison. Huadaizi's voice was cold and piercing. This general asks one last time. To open or not to open? Seeing no sound, Huazaiwei waved his hand. Give me a fight. Kill. Millions of troops slash at the defense formation from all sides. Release the arrows. In an instant, thousands of arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, with formation-breaking talismans attached to the arrows, hitting the defensive shield with deafening pops. The defense formation's light flourished, launching a tenfold counterattack. These counterattacks smashed into the millions of legions, instantly causing considerable casualties. Huadaizi and the 7,000 or so hussars watched all of this indifferently from the rear. Huadaizi used his soldiers like mud and sand, not to mention these Skywolf descendants. It's not the slightest bit heartbreaking to use them. It's just filling them in with human lives. The effect was remarkable. The defense formation finally couldn't support it, covered in cracks and shaking. A pale response finally came from the fog. Why is General Hua so aggressive? My Wang family has been defending the northern border for generations and has never overstepped its bounds. Old thing, why don't you continue to play dead? It's not that my Wang family won't respond. It's just that His Majesty's decree is too much. Hua drew his sword and sheathed it, pointing it straight at the Wang family's mountain gate. Since you don't listen to the imperial edicts, let this general personally teach you what it means to disobey the king's orders. With the bombardment of millions of troops and thousands of formation-breaking arrows pouring down like a torrential downpour, the Wang clan's defensive formation is finally overwhelmed. Rumble! After an earth-shaking roar, the entire defensive formation collapsed. The thick fog enveloping the mountains and forests instantly dissipated, revealing the Wang family's ancestral land hidden within it, with pavilions built along the mountains in a magnificent manner. Kill! With a wave of Huazaiwei's long sword, the army surges into the mountain gate like a tidal wave. The Wang family's disciples, private soldiers and branches fought to resist, relying on the terrain. How dare you! The Wang clan's grandmaster's beard and hair flared angrily as his aura surged around him, condensing killing moves as he brazenly rushed towards Huazaiwei. This grandmaster strikes out in anger, and wherever his palm wind passes, the air is torn apart with ear-piercing sonic booms. Huadaisi doesn't even turn his head back and casually swings the long sword in his hand backward. Poof! The sword light that was like thunder blazed brightly, instantly cutting through the sky. The Wang clan ancestor's figure suddenly froze in mid-air, a hideous expression still frozen on his face. In the next moment, his body slowly split in half from his eyebrows to his crotch, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. Bang! The two halves of the body slammed heavily on the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. Only then does Hua slowly sheath his sword, not even bothering to look at it. When the 300,000-strong army plundered the northern border of Great Qin, why didn't I see you guys being so fierce? This scene shook the Wang family to its core. Their most respected ancestor was killed so lightly. The Wang clan's children, private soldiers, and disciples were also retreating under the siege of the million-strong army. Zhao Banu led the way, picking off several Wang family guards with his long spear and heading straight for the Wang family's main hall. The defensive light shield just now had caused him a good deal of trouble, and he had to vent his anger. More than 7,000 hussars spread out, blocking all the major roads. Wang Xianfeng, the head of the Wang family, said with pathos, "I would like to disband the Wang family, and I hope that general will be generous." Hua Zaixiao snorted coldly, but still said, "Those who surrender will not be killed." Hua Zaiwei's voice spread throughout the Wang family's compound. Some of the Wang family's children dropped their weapons at the sound of his voice and knelt down to beg for mercy. However, there were still stubborn elements who resisted, and they were quickly crushed by the Iron Horsemen. In less than half an hour, the Qin family, which has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years, is completely overrun. Seeing that the Wang family had surrendered, Hua Zaiwei gave the order to stop the attack. However, some of the barbarians in those million legions had already killed their eyes. They have been living in fear all day long, and now that the Wang family is like Mianyang, they can take this opportunity to vent their violent animal desires. Some of the Syrians grabbed the women of Wang's family and were about to do the beastly deed. Hua Zaizi's eyes are cold, and he slashes out with his sword. In a flash, everyone within 5 feet is chopped to pieces. Along with those of the Wang family. Hua Daizi roared. "Can't you understand what I'm saying? Stand down." Hua Zaiwei's might doused these red-eyed celestial wolves. In unison, they took a step back and knelt in fear. The Syrians, who were just as uncontrollable as wild beasts, were now like loyal dogs. Hua Zaiwei snorted coldly. "They are still Qin people, you may kill them, but you may not humiliate. Moreover, my orders, you must carry them out meticulously. If one more person violates it, 100 people will die together." Hua puts his sword back into its sheath and looks at the senior members of the Wang family who are being escorted out, and says in a cold voice, "If you disobey an order, your crime is unpardonable. Escort them back to Chang'an and let His Majesty judge them." Afterwards, he rolled onto his horse and pointed in a direction. Go! Go to the next house." The remaining sun shone like blood on the ruined ancestral land of the Wang family. This battle not only destroyed a cultivation family, but also proclaimed the court's determination to the entire northern realm. Under the sky, there is no place that is not the king's land, and under the land, there is no place that is not the king's subject. Jiannan. Inside a secret room. The 3 imperial princes regrouped. 3rd Imperial Prince Li Taiming was the first to speak out. "The Xian Tian sect's Jiangnan half behind me, the 2 great masters are willing to help me." 4th Imperial Prince Li Taihong had a somber face. "My mother's family, the Zhao family, wants to be in the same position as the Yi family before. The Zhao family ancestors are willing to assist me." 5th Prince Li Taiyan's face was expressionless. "The Qingshao Holy Land behind me has produced 3 great masters. But they want half of the land in the south." 4th Prince slightly side-eyed. It was unthinkable that the Qingshao Holy Land, a hidden sect, would have such depth. Then, 5th Prince Li Taiyan brought out an intelligence. "In addition, a great master has appeared in the south. This person I have asked the sect to investigate clearly. His identity is clean and he can be reused." Li Taiming and Li Taihong looked at the intelligence on this person from his birth until now and couldn't see anything fishy. Since the Qingshao Sacred Land had investigated clearly, let's reuse him. With 7 Grand Masters, plus the armies of the 3 families and the response of the rest of the worldly clans in the south, I don't believe that overthrowing is not favorable to him. Forcing us to hide in the south, I will not spare Li Taizong lightly. At that time, I will definitely humiliate him properly. The 3 emperors' gazes were indignant, and they were looking at the throne in Chang'an with blood in their eyes. Just as they continued to discuss the details, the door to the secret room was opened. A handsome middle-aged uncle walked in. Li Taiyan's eyes lit up. "3rd brother, 4th brother, this is the great master I pulled together. Senior, please take a seat." Senior's elegance is amazing, it makes us look up to him. Mao Chang carefully sized up the 3. "Well, right on." Saying that, he drew the embroidered spring sword. "His Majesty has ordered me to take your heads." The 3 emperors' faces changed in shock. Chapter 45, The 3 Great Emperors Die, Tough Li Fuyang. Li Taiyan's voice was low. With suppressed anger and disbelief. "I treated Sir with the rights of a teacher, why did Sir betray? Li Taiming and Li Taihong, on the other hand, had been trying to contact their own great masters. Mao Chang's eyes glowed with a ghostly light and his face was expressionless, as if he was looking at three dead men, and his Xiuquan blade emitted a buzzing sound. His Majesty has ordered to bring back your 3 heads. His Majesty? The pupils of the 3 emperors suddenly shrunk, and then they became enraged. It was Li Taizong again. Another great master who has pledged allegiance to him. What charm does he, Li Taizong, have? To be able to convince so many great masters. Why were these peak martial arts powerhouses who proudly looked down on the world willing to bow down and die for him? Li Taiming's voice trembled as he forced down his fear and hissed. If Sir helps us, we are willing to share the world with Sir. Before the words fell. Clang! The light of the knife was like electricity, a flash of light. Li Taiming only felt a coolness in his neck, as if a breeze had brushed by, but the next instant, severe pain struck him. In the next moment, a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Plop! Blood spurted like a spring, his head fell low, and his headless body still maintained the posture of raising his hands as he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Third Prince Li Taiming, dead. Li Taiyan's eyes were wide with anger. Li Taihong was even more chilled, like falling into an ice cave. Under the heavens, there is no place other than the king's land. This world is His Majesty's world. How dare you talk about sharing the world? Mao Chang flipped his wrist, and the cold light of the spring sword flashed again. Li Taihang didn't even have time to see the blade's light. The blade had already sliced through his throat. The fear of death in his heart caused his pupils to shrink to the size of pinpoints. His lips trembled slightly, as if he still wanted to say something, but a line of blood had already blossomed between his neck. Fourth brother! Li Taiyan hissed out, fear and anger causing the corners of his eyes to tremble madly. In the next instant, Li Taihong's head slid down diagonally, blood spurting like rain, splashing on Li Taiyan's pale face, warm and sticky. The headless corpse shook twice and fell to his knees with a loud bang. Fourth Prince Li Taihong, dead! Mao Chang closed his sword and stood, the tip of his sword dripping blood, his eyes indifferent as if looking at an ant. Now, only you are left. Li Taihong was trembling, despair and anger churning in his chest. He knew that he had no way to escape, but he still clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Aren't you afraid of the retaliation of the Qingxiao Holy Land, Xiantian sect, and Zhao family? Li Taizong, what exactly did he give you? The corner of Mao Chang's mouth rose slightly, and the embroidered spring blade was slowly raised. They will soon come down to accompany you. The next moment, the door to the chamber opened. Mao Chang stepped out grasping the heads of the 3 dead emperors. Outside the secret room were the murderous brocade guards. The corpses on the ground were all the patriarchal guards that the 3 powers had left for the 3 imperial princes. The brocade guards on the side stepped forward. Mao Chang handed the 3 heads to each other. Bring these 3 heads back to Chang'an for His Majesty's inspection. The rest of you will follow me to copy the Qingxiao Holy Land, Xiantian sect and Zhao family. Originally, with the cultivation level of these 3 people, casually sending a few genie guards of the Zhongshe realm would be able to take care of them. Considering the special status of these 3 people, Mao Chang came in person to make sure that everything is in order. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Especially for an organization like the Brocade Guards, which can't afford to miss a beat. My lord, when will we settle the 6 grandmasters? That's not our business anymore. The 6 grandmasters from the Qingxiao Holy Land, Xiantian sect and Zhao family sped in the direction of the secret room. They had already received a message from several emperors asking for help. Their chests were about to explode with anger. You Qingxiao Holy Land is really stupid. Don't you think it's fishy that a great master with a clean background suddenly appeared in the Jianhu? And you still dare to let Li Taiyan contact him? You're all so stupid that you've gone into seclusion. The Qingxiao Holy Land knew that they were at a disadvantage, their faces were gloomy and they didn't say anything. They had originally thought that they would let the supportive Li Taiyan secretly draw the Grandmaster into their Qingxiao Holy Land's camp. But they never expected to give it a bad play. Ancestor Zhao acted as a peacemaker. A few fellow Taoists should calm down first, the priority is to save those 3 juniors first. However, right in front of them, an old man with an elegant temperament stood in front of them. The Zhao family ancestor's complexion was cold. Su Yuanshan, haven't you become that dog emperor's traitor? What are you still doing here? The Zhao family and the Su family were both the premier families in Jiangnan, and the 2 families acted in different styles, so there was a lot of friction. Su Yuanshan smiled faintly. By His Majesty's decree, we're here to kill a traitor. You are worthy. Looking for death. Get lost. The 5 ancestors of the Qingxiao Holy Land and Xiantian sect roared angrily. Their hands condensed the strongest killing moves. They were in a hurry to save the 3 emperors and didn't have time to spend with the Su family ancestor. The Zhao family ancestor's killing intent filled the sky. Do you want to stop us with you? What about adding me to the mix? Li Fuyang's figure slowly manifested, his eyes indifferent as if he was looking at an ant. He was originally a female emperor in his previous life, and with countless cards in his hands, he really didn't put these few great sect masters in his eyes. Li Yutian's daughter? You're actually in the Grand Master realm? Humph. A yellow-haired girl, how dare you speak so loudly? A frog in the bottom of a well, how can you know the greatness of heaven and earth? Even though she said that, Li Fushang's cultivation level still shocked the 6 ancestors. How old is she? Could she be a reincarnation of an immortal? Knowing that there was no point in saying more, the majestic chi of these 6 grandmasters locked onto Li Fushang and Su Yuanshan at the same time. Take your life. 6 figures broke through the air and arrived. The white-haired old man at the head of the green sky Holy Land had his hair spread out, and a blinding golden light gathered between his palms. He is a grandmaster at the 8th level. His strength was the strongest amongst the 6. Su Yuanshan's face sank. He was equal in strength to the Zhao clan's ancestor, and was simply no match for this Qingshao Holy Land's ancestor. However, this was an order from the emperor himself, so he had to go on even if he was hard-headed. Otherwise, the Su family would not fare well in Chang'an. Li Fuyang waved his big hand, and there was a hidden phoenix crowing. It dissolved all of the white-haired old man's palm power. She said with a calm expression, "Ancestor, you go deal with the Zhao family ancestor, leave the others to me." Su Yuanshan looked at the chesty Li Fushang and nodded. He knew that Li Fushang had a big secret on her and chose to trust her. Condensing his killing moves, he dragged the Zhao family ancestor to the other side of the battlefield. Breastfeeding, how dare you show off? 5 killing moves erupted at the same time. Li Fuyang faced these appalling 5 killing moves, but she didn't see any panic. His right hand suddenly erupted with a blinding aura of blood, and in his left hand, a short blade as thin as a cicada's wing had appeared at some point. This instantly gave the 5 ancestors the creeps. Rumble. The 5 killing moves were dissolved by that piercing blood aura. Li Fuyang's figure was like a ghost weaving in and out of the 5 people's siege, and with every flash of blade light, a grandmaster would be forced to return to defense. How is it possible? How is this yellow-haired girl so powerful? Her combat experience is far greater than ours. The 5 of them were horrified. First that Li Taizong, then this Li Fuyang. Is his Li family bloodline so good that it can give birth to this kind of heavenly pride? Before the words fell, the short blade in Li Fushang's hand turned into a blood-colored rainbow. The white-haired old man at the head of the Qingshao sacred land had a grave expression on his face, and he blocked with the magic weapon in his hand, but he saw that the blood rainbow even cut out 7 indistinguishable residual shadows in mid-air. 9 revolutions of the green sky. The white-haired old man let out a clear cry, and his body was surrounded by a green-colored halo. However, the 7th blood shadow suddenly solidified, only to hear a clanking sound. The magic weapon should be broken. The blood rainbow did not reduce its momentum, and gently circled around the white-haired old man's neck. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The white-haired old man maintained his defensive stance, a flash of realization flashing through his eyes. What a fast blade! Before the words fell, a line of blood slowly emerged from his neck. This great master who had been hidden for many years had fallen. This sight caused the hearts of the remaining 5 great masters to shake. They could see clearly that this blade seemed simple, but it actually contained the blade intent of returning to the basics. There was no earth-shattering sound, but at the most appropriate time, with the most concise trajectory, it accomplished the deadliest kill. Su Yuanshan was also shocked as he looked at this normally delicious and lazy descendant. This is my Su family's descendant? Li Fuyang's eyes were indifferent, without the slightest bit of pity. Don't look at her acting like an innocent little girl in front of the Su family and Li Taizong. In her previous life, she was also a female emperor who ruled over a dynasty. When dealing with her enemies, her methods were equally cruel. Second brother said, those who don't follow the will be killed without pardon. After an unknown amount of time, Li Fuyang stood still, a few drops of crimson blood splattered on her cold as ice face. In front of him, were the corpses of the 6 grandmasters. Ancestor, your red second brothers decree to the southern worldly clans. Immediately dissolve the world's lineage clans, and the grandmasters will enter the court for an audience. Anyone who dares to disobey this order will be killed without pardon. Su Yuanshan froze for a moment. Oh, good. Chapter 46 The 3 Great Forces Exterminate. The Qingshao Holy Land, Xian Tian sect and the Zhao family welcomed uninvited guests at the same time. Zhao family. Today was the day that the first son of the Zhao family was marrying, and many guests were being invited to the banquet. However, the Zhao family's head of the Zhao family, who was in the high seat, looked a bit gloomy. For some reason, the Zhao family ancestor's departure had made him a bit flustered. And it was at the time of its joyfulness. The brocade guards were working on a case, so the idle people quickly got out of the way. A stern cry suddenly exploded, and the door of the Zhao mansion was kicked open with a loud bang. Dozens of genie guards dressed in flying fish clothes and wearing embroidered spring swords entered the house. The leader of the 1,000 households had a cold face and swept his eyes like a knife over the guests. Inside the courtyard, the sound of silk and bamboo came to an abrupt end. The guests looked at each other in disbelief, and someone snorted with drunken eyes. Genie Wei? What is that? I've never heard of them, but they are dressed like men. Another person chimed in, raising his cup and pouring down a mouthful of wine, his face full of disdain. A son of the Zhao family's side branch was even more unrestrained, slapping the table and laughing. I'm not sure what this Jin Yiwei is doing anyway. Come on, keep drinking. Who cares what guard he is? Can he still be wild in the Zhao family's territory? The words have not yet fallen. Put. The embroidered spring sword flashed. That mocking person didn't even have time to react. The embroidered spring blade had already split his entire body in two from top to bottom. Blood spattered, internal organs spilled, and the two halves of the remnants of his body fell to the ground with a bang, smashing over the wine table and shattering the cups and plates. Ah! Screams erupted suddenly, the guests scattered in terror, the ladies covered their faces and wept, and the courtyard where they had just been mingling was instantly in disarray. The leader of the brocade guard's 1,000 tenants slowly retracted his sword, the tip of the sword dripping blood, his face as cold as ice. He looked around the crowd, his voice chilling, word by word. The Jin Yiwei is the prince of heaven's own army. And now at the will of the son of heaven to purge the Zhao family, is it clear enough? The Zhao family head's face was as gloomy as iron, his eyes were red, and his anger was almost burning him out. He slammed the table. Shouted violently. Unbridled. The cultivation of the sovereign realm erupted, his aura bulged, and his robes were windless. You imperial court hawks and dogs, are you not putting the Zhao family in your eyes? The Zhao family head stared dead on at the leading brocade guard 1,000, killing intent boiling in his eyes. His Zhao family had stood for nearly 1,000 years, but had he ever been bullied like this? Not to mention that today is his son's wedding banquet, full of guests are all prestigious figures, but now by the brocade guards in public beheading clan members, simply a strange shame. Do you think you can run wild in my Zhao family with these broken swords? When my grandmaster returns, you'll all be dead. None of you will escape. The Jin Yiwei were silent, but they slowly drew out the Shou Chun swords from their belts. A quarter of an hour later, the Jin Yiwei 1,000 doctor stomped on the Zhao family head's face, pressing half of this unrivaled Zhao family head's face into the bloody mud. The Zhao family head's eyes were glazed over, blood continuously spilling out of his mouth, but he could no longer utter a single arrogant word. 1,000 household slowly leaned down, his embroidered spring sword pressed against Zhao Yuanhao's throat, his voice as cold as ice. Zhao family disobeyed the will of the Son of Heaven, kill without pardon. As far as the eye could see, the entire Zhao residence had become an inferno. Ruined walls, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The sobs of the women's families came faintly from the side yard, and the children's cries came to an abrupt end. Genie Guard's 1,000 household straightened up and shook off the blood on his sword. His voice was cold. Copy the family, exterminate the family. 4 words fell, and the last torch was thrown into the Zhao family ancestral hall. 1,000-year-old family, thus gone to ashes. A similar scene played out in the Xian Tian sect. Without the patronage of a great patriarch, the Xian Tian sect and the Zhao family, which only had patriarchs, were simply not enough to be feared in the eyes of the brocade guards. They were just a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered. The Xian Tian mountain where the Xian Tian sect is located has been drenched in blood. The grand gate of the sect has collapsed. Thousands of Jin Yiwei rushed into the hall like wolves and tigers with blood-stained spring swords in their hands. The Xian Tian sect's patriarch knelt down in front of the leading brocade guard 1,000, his forehead knocked heavily on the ground, making a dull ringing sound. My lord, I would like to disband the Xian Tian sect. In order to apologize for my sins by cutting myself off. I only ask for your excellency's grace to leave my disciples alive. The leader of the brocade guard swung his sword down. A cold light flashed. The head of the Xian Tian sect falls to the ground. The headless corpse slowly fell down. A pleading look was still frozen on his face. It's too late to submit now. The brocade guard 1,000 tenant sheathed his sword and swept his gaze over the trembling Xian Tian sect disciples. By the decree of the Son of Heaven, the entire Xian Tian sect, not a single one will be left behind. Amidst the mournful screams, the Xian Tian sect completely perished. Qingshao Holy Land. This sect's residence is extremely secretive, or Mao Chang personally, it took a while to find it. A blood-colored blade light fell like a shocking thunderclap, and the mountain gate of the Qingshao Holy Land shattered. Mao Chang led dozens of brocade guards to enter slowly. Who's causing trouble? Before the words of the mountain guard disciple left his mouth, his throat had already blossomed into a line of blood. Wherever Mao Chang passed, blood flowers bloomed, leaving corpses all over the ground. The Green Sky disciples didn't even have time to draw their swords before they fell in a pool of blood one after another. Some people formed a formation in a hurry, and just as the sword formation was formed, they were chopped into 2 pieces by a sword chi that cut across 10 feet with their swords. Sect leader Qing Shao rushed out of the hall at the news. Who dares to? The blade light flashed at first. The head of the sect leader flew up high, with a stunned look still frozen on his face. Mao Chang valued efficiency the most and was too lazy to waste some words with these people. In front of the Qingshao Holy Land's scripture pavilion, the falling leaves came to a sudden halt. The rickety old man sweeping the ground suddenly straightened his spine, and his cloudy eyes burst out with a horrifying light. The withered palm slapped on the broom, revealing a thin sword with a dark blue body. Fellow Taoist has gone too far. Qingshao has established a sect for 1,000 years, so today, we will do justice for the heavens. You will be judged. The might of a great master bursts forth. That's what Mao Chang came here for. After all, no one knows how big this hidden sect is. The embroidered spring sword was crossed in front of his chest, the blade reflecting his cold eyes. Mao Chang said in a cold voice. No one but His Majesty can judge me. The embroidered spring blade swung out, blossoming with a blood-colored cold aura. Clang! The ghostly blue sword light collided with the blood-colored blade. The old man's sword was like a dragon. Mao Chun's sword is off edge. 30 moves later, the bloody aura pierced through the sword screen. I don't know how long it took, but the brocade guards returned from the Qingxiao Holy Land with countless tomes, pills, and so on. Behind them, the 1,000-year-old Holy Land was transformed into sky-high flames, dyeing the sea of clouds into the color of blood. The Qingxiao Holy Land, extinguished. Chapter 47 Experience Sharing, Summoning Zhuge Liang. As the three major forces were slaughtered, the southern lineage clans one by one scrambled to hand in their surrender, fearing that if they were a step late, they would be missed by Li Taizong. They had also seen the power of these brocade guards. Don't look at these brocade guards, are all tiger-backed, be-wasted, praying mantis-legged young men, but every one of them is so ruthless that one's heart trembles. However, Li Taizong did not give them the same treatment as the Su family. Instead, he put all their family members in shackles and conscripted them into forced labor. The northern clans were not to mention. The clans that were not allowed to leave the mountains were all filled up by Hua Zaiwei's sea of men tactics. In the end, there were only 400,000 men left in the million-strong army. Upon learning the news, Li Taizong immediately asked Hua to stop killing the lichens. These lichens are good laborers, they can't be wasted. Li Taizong broke up the 400,000 descendants and integrated them into the Qin army. Great Qin is now in a state of disarray. The southern part of Jiangnan is fine, but the northern border is almost broken. Not to mention the prairies that have been newly incorporated into Great Qin's territory. There are too many places that need to be rebuilt. At this time, these people from the families and clans who have been conscripted into the labor force will come in handy. You don't say, although these lords and sons are well pampered, but with cultivation they are much more efficient than those cultivation underground folk. Often, the amount of work that could only be accomplished by a private citizen in a few months could be accomplished in a few days by rhythmic spirit realm and yuan condensation realm cultivators. And these cultivators' rest recovery time is also fast. Spiritual energy and physical exhaustion, exhale a few hours of aura, will be back to the peak. Therefore, Great Qin's supervisors used them without any heartache. Every day, they were frantically squeezing these eunuchs and lords. And under this crazy high pressure, these people's stagnant cultivation levels also broke through one after another. Well, after the breakthrough, they were stronger and had more strength to work, and their efficiency increased. It was possible to press more intensely again. Breakthroughs are for better work, and work is for faster breakthroughs. It also belonged to a virtuous cycle. The most sought-after ones were also the great masters of the several families. Whenever they encountered a rocky mountain, they would let the Grand Master blast a few punches to break it open. If you need to divert a river, let the Grand Master slice a sword with all his might. For a time, these several great masters have become the most sought-after goods in various places, and all places have to make reservations in order to use them. These few centenarians today in the north to open the mountain, tomorrow go to the south to split the river, all day long in the sky over the Great Qin flying around, busy feet. Under this crazy infrastructure, the Qin's workload of 10 years was surprisingly completed in a month. Chang'an City was back to its former prosperity. The palace was also repaired to be more grand and magnificent. At this moment, Li Taizong is in the palace reviewing the Zhengbiao. Great Qin is now in the midst of all the chaos, and added a vast territory of grassland. Daily Zhangfang can be said to be like a mountain, like a sea. 12 hours a day, Li Taizong has 10 hours here to review the Zhangbiao. It was also fortunate that he was a celestial being and didn't need to eat or sleep. Only need to exhale for an hour will be variable and lively. Over the past month, Li Taizong Tian hoped that he could summon a top-notch civil servant to share the pressure for him. But the daily check-in is mostly about heavenly treasures, pills and formations, and the number of legionnaires, and so on. The number of times to summoning Jie didn't pop up once. However, the various heavenly materials and treasures, elixirs and magic artifacts over the past month had also crazily boosted his strength. The Black Dragon Forbidden Army and the Hussar Legion had both reached 30,000 people. The Brocade Guards also had 10,000 men, which were used to monitor the 100 officials in the world. Even Yuan Tiangong's undesirable people had been rebuilt. Some of the functions of the bad men overlapped with those of the Jinyui. Only, the undesirable men are hidden deeper than the Jinyui. And, Li Taizong got a heaven-defying function when he signed in for the 27th time. Experience sharing. That is, every time he made a breakthrough, the system would automatically feed back 50 to the bound subordinates. The bound subordinates, on the other hand, were all people he had summoned from the system. However, how much the subordinates could absorb was still tied to their talent. For those with outstanding talent, such as Hua Zaidiao and Yuan Tiangang, the 50 would be absorbed. Some of the lesser ones, like an ordinary soldier, that might only be 5. But this is still a perfect solution to the plight of his subordinates who can't keep up with him. And after this monthly Taitsong's own cultivation once again broke through 2 levels, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Celestials. Under the sharing of experience, Hua Zhaodong and Yuan Tiangang came directly to the 7th level of Celestials. Mao Chang's talent was slightly weaker, but his realm was also at the 6th level of Celestials. Gao Lishur crossed a large realm and came to the 3rd level of Celestials. His Black Dragon Forbidden Army, Hussar Legion, and Brocade Guards had even all become Zongshi realms. The best of them have even become Grand Masters. I remember when Li Taitsong first broke through. This kind of shocking miracle directly exploded among the soldiers. This nigga are all gods, breaking through 7 or 8 great realms in a row overnight? I'm definitely dreaming. Ha, I am a heavenly pride, from the peak of the Xianhai to the 4th level of the Sovereign Master. You're nothing. Our 100 households have become Grand Masters. The Su family's duo looked at the Brocade Guards and Black Dragon Forbidden Army that were all at the Sovereign Master realm. They're glad they made the choice they did. How can we fight? I'm afraid that even the Great Qin and Skywolf of the previous peak era would find it difficult to resist. And for that matter, not to mention that wicked young dude Hua Zaiwei. Even Yuan Tiangang and Mao Chang, who were not shocked by honor and disgrace, were shocked. Gao Lishur even served Li Taitsong in a trance. Li Taitsong looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, a little thing, why do you care? I am the emperor, the mouth of the heavenly constitution, all the secretaries of love labor and hard work. I will order heaven and earth to give all the secretaries of love up a little cultivation. Li Taitsong said more and more outrageous. Now that Qin's internal and external troubles have been removed, he is also exposing some of the nature only at this age. Your Majesty is mighty. Hua Daizi looks at his own Majesty adoringly. Obviously, he believes Li Taitsong's bragging. In his heart, he treats Li Taitsong more as an omnipotent big brother, rather than a towering, fearful emperor. Yuan Tiangang, Mao Qian, and Gao Lishur looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly and paid their respects. Thank you, Your Majesty. They were also clear that although it might not be as outrageous as Your Majesty said, but this kind of strange thing was definitely done by His Majesty. After all, they had also discovered that whenever their own emperor's realm broke through, their realm broke through along with it. The realm breakthrough caused the entire Chang'an to be enveloped in an atmosphere of celebration. The people also celebrated the coming prosperity of the weather. The streets and alleys were decorated with lights and colorful lanterns, and the storytellers in the taverns and teahouses were passionately recounting the legendary story of how His Majesty eradicated the foreign relatives, swept away the world, and conquered the Tian Lang. Li Taitsong, on the other hand, did not have that much time to celebrate, as another sea of governmental affairs were being presented to him. Li Taitsong was not annoyed by this, he had long gotten used to it. Gao Lishur respectfully stood aside, carefully adding tea and pouring water, for fear of disturbing His Majesty's thoughts. When he saw Jinyui's secret report, Li Taitsong put down his vermilion pen and sidelong. Turning to Gao Lishur, he said, "You say, is this person so easily corrupted? The secret report is another several local officials who are corrupt. Nowadays, Great Qin is a vast area, and all the wastes are waiting to be rebuilt, but also the blood transfusion of all the families and clans, and the interests of which are too great. Although Li Taitsong has tried his best to clean up the government, appointed a large number of young and enthusiastic officials. But among those young people, there is still corruption. Obviously a month ago or idealistic young people heard the corrupt officials hate to eat their flesh. But in just a month's time, they began to go up and down. Even began to blindside Li Taitsong." Gao Lishur lowered his head and was silent. Li Taitsong rubbed his brow, a hint of fatigue flashing in his eyes. "I gave them opportunities, gave them power, and even gave them cultivation resources that far exceeded those of normal people, but they, in the end, still turned into the people they once hated the most. He also knew that human nature made it so. When these readers were studying, which one of them didn't aspire to become a good official with clean hands? But when the white flowers of spirit stones, pills, and heavenly treasures passed through their hands, how many of them could hold back their first thoughts? Back then, Emperor Gao hated corrupt officials, but those who found them were raised to 3 clans. But there are still countless officials think of various ways to deceive the court. Li Taitsong was an idealist. Otherwise, he would not have used bloody and ruthless means to clean up the court officials and purge the world's families and clans. But this reality, however, made him somewhat helpless. Gao Lishur whispered, "Your Majesty, hearts are fickle and greed is hard to dispel." Li Taitsong laughed coldly, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. "Yes, greed is hard to dispel. But I, on the contrary, want them to dissipate." Li Taitsong thought about it and found the young official's report. Only 4 simple words were written. "Do not forget the beginning. Vermilion sand like blood, handwriting harsh." Li Taitsong put down his pen and faintly said, "Pass on the decree, send this Zhangzhua back to him unchanged." Li Taitsong is willing to give them a chance. But if they continue to be corrupt and exploit the people, then the next time will be Li Taitsong's warning. Rather, it will be the embroidered spring sword of the Brocade Guards. The hour has passed, host. Sign in. Li Taizong replied without lifting his head. He had been reviewing the Zhangji almost without sleep, and his cultivation at the peak of the Celestials allowed him to not feel tired. Therefore, he was able to get stuck signing in every time it came to Z hour. Congratulations to the host, gained the number of times to summon a Supreme Talent 1. Li Taizong raised his head. This was the first time there were words of absolute excellence. The character summoned by the system this time was definitely not simple. System, use the summoning times. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning Zhuge Liang, the Prime Minister of the Ages. Li Taizong's pupils clenched and his figure rose sharply. Breathing is a little short of breath. Even the Zhu pen in his hand fell to the ground without even realizing it. 1,000 hopes, Prime Minister, I finally waited for you to come. Chapter 48. Does your Majesty have no distant aspirations? My Kongming has finally come. No words could describe Li Taizong's excitement at this moment. He grew up listening to the stories of Zhuge Liang in his previous life. He couldn't help but cheer every time Zhuge Liang's wisdom was told and he broke the enemy army. Whenever he talked about Zhuge Liang 6 times out of Qishan, he couldn't help but sigh long and hard. Whenever he reads that Zhuge Liang died of illness in Wuhangyuan, he even falls into tears. The military advisor always laughs, while the Prime Minister always cries. In Li Taizong's heart, Zhuge Liang was the #1 Prime Minister in ancient China. Even Guanzhong and Shaoi could not replace Zhuge Liang's position in his heart. It is because of Zhuge Liang, let Zhuge this family name have become synonymous with wisdom. In Li Taizong here, Zhuge Liang is the white moonlight in his heart, no one can replace. This Prime Minister has been transformed into a piece of spine. In a time of national crisis, hold up a piece of heaven. Knowing that the northern expedition was hopeless, knowing that it could not succeed, knowing that he would surely die, he still traveled generously. Many later generations of historical illiterates like to say that this is stupidity, not self-centered, moth to the flame and so on. In their eyes, is it not good to rule Shu at ease and take care of one's life? Why did he die in Wuhangyuan? This defies logic. But they do not know that it is not possible to do, is the greatest quality of Zhuge Liang. In later times, whenever the country is in danger, someone always steps forward. Successful, turned into a candle in the night, to save the day. Failure, turned into fuel wood, ignite the flame of the stars. 1,000 dangers are turned into a sentence. Bow down and die. Li Taizong couldn't hide his excitement, his voice was trembling a bit. Kongming, is it here? Outside the hall, a magnificent figure approached from afar. Li Taizong stared at the gradually solidifying figure, afraid that a blink of an eye, this dream will wake up. The greatness of that figure gave people an unspeakable sense of security. As if as long as he was still there, the sky would fall all right. Zhuge Liang's silhouette in the morning light, 8-foot body upright as a pine, each step seems to measure the heaven and earth warp and woof. He has a feather fan and a scarf, and his starry eyes are full of light. The lips are thin and pale in color, containing a smirk that seems to be there. When that gentle jade-like figure was fully revealed, Li Taizong's eyes actually got a little hot. Your Majesty. Zhuge Liang smiled and arched his hand. Li Taizong can no longer hold back, quickly stepped forward, hands tightly hold Zhuge Liang's hand. The hand is as warm as jade, but has the power of the heavens and the earth. Kongming, I would like to entrust Qin to you. Zhuge Liang's mouth contains a smile, slightly leaned over, holding the hand of the feather fan gently over the back of Li Taizong's hand. If your Majesty does not abandon me, I am willing to do the work of a dog and horse. At this time, Li Taizong also noticed Zhuge Liang's attribute panel. Character, Zhuge Liang. Realm, Peak Celestial 9. Technique, record of the 10,000 elements of the Great Void. As Li Taizong became stronger, the cultivation level of the summoning Jie also became higher and higher. Li Taizong immediately worshipped Zhuge Liang as the Prime Minister, overseeing the country's political affairs with the power of an emperor. The next day, Li Taizong announced at the court meeting. From today onwards, the Prime Minister can approve all the medals on behalf of me, mobilize the world's troops and horses, without having to ask for a separate decree. These words naturally drew an outcry from the ministers. This is the same as the entire empire's authority to trust, never in the past has a king dared to so decentralized. What's more, the monarch in front of them was the #1 saintly ruler in ancient times. An emperor who killed foreign relatives, pacified the world, and conquered the grasslands. His achievements were even greater than the high emperor's. Yet, such an emperor had so devolved his power to a young man? Even Yuan Tiangang, Mao Qian, and Gao Lishir were appalled by this move. There are speculations, this Zhuge Liang is who? To this ground any fold, secret report, Zhuge Liang have the right to decide. It can be said that Zhuge Liang's power now can always blind Li Taizong, deceiving the top and bottom. However, Zhuge Liang will do this? Zhuge Liang played well with his talents as a political leader. It handled all kinds of political affairs with ease. A lot of complicated matters just need to let Li Taizong approve an approval. The pressure on Li Taizong's political affairs was sharply reduced. This also made Li Taizong many times hold Zhuge Liang's hand late at night and sigh. I have Kongming, like a fish in water. Zhuge Liang's ideal also coincides with Li Taizong's ideal. Both want to establish a commonwealth society in which everyone is talented, the old have something to rely on, the young have something to support, and the rule of law. They are both idealists, but the means are somewhat different. Zhuge Liang's policies were silent. Whether they liked or hated him, they respected him. Li Taizong, on the other hand, was ruthless, and although he had the people in mind, he was a tyrant to his officials. After any warning is not repentant, trying to deceive the top and bottom, the embroidered spring knife swung down. Zhuge Liang has much to advise. Your Majesty's love for the people, Liang deeply admired. However, ruling the country is like cooking a small fish, too much fire will lose its original flavor. I will listen to Kongming. The spring sword can cut down corrupt officials, but it can't cut down the greed in people's hearts. Why don't we set up the Supervisory Bureau, which will be open and secretive, and set up the Department of Integrity, which will be paid to support the honesty? Let the officials understand that integrity is not only for the country and the people, but also for their own benefit. I will listen to Kongming in everything. This is the 100 Officials Examination and Achievement Law proposed by Liang. Those who are meritorious will be rewarded with pills and stones, while those who have made mistakes will be punished by losing their cultivation and salary. It gives you a way out and sets up rules. I'll listen to Kongming. Your Majesty, you Liang still have political affairs to attend to. Everything oh. Li Taizong loosened his grip on Zhuge Liang's hand. Ever since the political affairs were all handed over to Zhuge Liang, Li Taizong had relaxed a lot, and many times he had nothing to do. On this day, his realm broke through again. Spirit Marshal First Level. From what Li Fuyang had said, he had learned that this was the realm above Celestials. Above the Celestials were Spirit Marshal, Yellow Marshal, Xian Marshal, Earth Marshal, and Heavenly Marshal. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. Li Taizong already had the strength to leave this world and explore the vast world at this moment. However, he was unwilling to leave. There was everything he had here, and if he were to leave, he would take his entire Great Qin with him. Li Taizong, who had made a breakthrough in his realm, was in a great mood and summoned Li Fushan to him. Fuyang, you have lived in Jiangnan for a long time, you know the scenery of Jiangnan. I want to go to Jiangnan to play, can you come to be a guide? Li Taizong, since the crossing, has not been out of Chang'an a few times. Now the world is stable, he wants to go to the Jiangnan water town. But Li Fushan shook his head seriously. Second brother, I want to seize the time to cultivate. Nowadays, Li Fushan looks at the surrounding people's realm breakthroughs like drinking water, and is also stimulated. Could it be that you are all immortals reincarnated? Discussed together and broke several realms in a row at the same time? Therefore, Li Fushan changed from his usual lazy behavior and seized the time to restore his cultivation, and now he is already at the 9th level of Grand Master. Seeing this, Li Taizong couldn't say anything. Your own sister has to work hard on her cultivation, can you still bring her to play? Second brother can bring my grandpa, he knows Jiangnan better. Li Taizong's eyes lit up. Right, Gao Li Shi, call Su Chang. However, before Li Taizong could act, he was blocked by Zhuge Liang at the entrance of the hall. Li Taizong was just about to greet with a smile. He saw Zhuge Liang frowning and his face was gloomy. Does your Majesty have no vision? Today, when the country is first stabilized and all the wastes are waiting to be rebuilt, your Majesty is going to swim in the mountains and play in the water? The reconstruction of the northern border is emerging, the southern border is to be raised, the grasslands are not yet open to business. Is not more worthy of your Majesty's attention than the rain and smoke in the south of the Yangtze River? Li Taizong was dumbfounded by the question. The Su family head was even more frightened to look at this scene. Was this young Prime Minister so brave? When His Majesty slaughtered the 100 officials in one day, he didn't even dare to blink. When the ministers met with His Majesty, they were even more trembling and didn't dare to deceive. Is this young Prime Minister coming up and questioning like this? Nevertheless, in the next moment, his eyes were wide and full of disbelief. Li Taizong held his forehead and sighed. Kongming, I was wrong. At the same time, the heart slandered. Who told the Prime Minister? I must punish him for serving the corvée. At this time, Gao Li Shi silently entered the main hall from outside holding today's Zhangzhou. Chapter 49 Summoning Meng Tian, the 4 Great Gate Gods. Time rushes by and a year has passed. Under Zhuge Liang's governance, Great Qin is becoming more and more prosperous. Facts prove that Prime Minister Zhuge's ability to govern was unquestionable. Great Qin's roads are well connected, connecting the vast central plains and grasslands. Although it was not quite the ideal society, it allowed the people to have enough to eat and wear warm clothes, and every family had spare food. There was even money left over for children to study and cultivate. Li Taizong signed a 10,000 elephant scripture pavilion in his 79 signings. 10,000 elephant scripture pavilion, the techniques hidden are all-encompassing, and the highest level technique depends on the host. In other words, Li Taizong was now in the spirit martial realm, and the strongest gong methods in there would be able to be cultivated up to the spirit martial realm. The 10,000 Elephants Scripture Pavilion was an ancient iron tower. Its height was not as high as the palace that Li Taizong lived in. However, there was a dry place within the iron tower. Upon entering the iron tower, there were bookshelves that could not be seen, and on the bookshelves were a wide array of techniques. There were chi cultivation techniques that strengthened the body in the mortal dust realm, and there were also peerless techniques that went straight to spiritual martial arts. This Wanxiang Scripture Pavilion was of little use to Li Taizong. But for his country, it was definitely a national treasure. Li Taizong opened the Wanxiang Sutra Pavilion, had the techniques copied from it, and set up a school within the Qin country, allowing the commoners' children to practice for free. If they were gifted, they would be cultivated. Even if they were slightly less talented, it would still have the effect of strengthening the body. It was expected that Great Qin would enter a relatively stable situation without much improvement. However, unexpectedly, at the end of the year, Li Taizong signed in the 5 elements, returning to the source ascending dragon formation in the 341st sign-in. In 349 signatures, he signed up for the circumstantial star dipper diversion formation. In 355 signatures, he signed for the 9 heavens gathering spirit formation. 5 elements reverence dragon rising formation. Using the power of the 5 elements to circulate each other, it purifies and transforms the refuted aura into a dragon-shaped aura hovering in the formation. Peripheral stars inducts diversion formation, borrowing the power of the peripheral stars, pulling the starlight into aura. The effect is strongest at night, allowing the practitioner to absorb the essence of the stars, strengthening the body and breaking through bottlenecks. 9 heavens spirit gathering formation attracts the innate spirit chi from outside the clouds of the 9 heavens to form a waterfall of spirit chi, increasing the concentration of spirit chi within the formation, allowing cultivators to practice as if bathing in spiritual rain, getting twice the result with half the effort. The original version of the grand formation were all placed in Chang'an by Li Taizong. For a time, Chang'an's aura concentration increased by more than 1,000 times. Even the surrounding environment became more like an earthly paradise. Mundane grasses and trees were nourished by the spiritual chi and gradually developed spirituality. Ordinary medicinal herbs were transformed into spiritual medicines, and centuries-old Ganoderma lucidum and millennium-old ginseng could be found everywhere. Mountains and rocks are scrubbed by the spiritual chi, and natural Tao lines appear on their surfaces. Occasionally, stubborn rocks open up and turn into spiritual babies, giving birth to mountain spirits and stone monsters. Streams are infiltrated by spiritual chi, and the water is as clear as agar, so mortals can drink it to get rid of diseases and prolong their lives, and monks can take it to make pills to add to the medicinal effect. Zhuge Liang and Yuan Tiangang teamed up and drew on these 3 formations to deduce a simple formation. Although this formation is not as heavenly as these 3 formations, but can also enhance the surrounding concentration of aura 10 times. When this door formation was implemented, the entire Great Qin changed. Together with the 10,000 Elephants Scripture Pavilion, Great Qin has truly realized that everyone is like a dragon. Everyone has a cultivation level, as if the entire world has been upgraded. At the same time, the children of those former families and clans have suffered. With the enhancement of the cultivation environment within Great Qin, their realms also saw a surge. Accompanying this was a more oppressive and burdensome corvée. Although there was nothing left to build within the Great Qin territory, but idleness was still idleness. Zhuge Liang looked at today's Great Qin. The whole person has never been bitter face. Even if he had to face a vast sea of political affairs on a daily basis, the chancellor was as happy as can be. A person, especially a person like Prime Minister Zhuge, watching the country under his rule getting closer and closer to his ideals, can't feel tired. For some reason, Zhuge Liang quietly wipes away tears late at night when he sees that no one is hungry, no one is cold, and everyone has a smile on their face in Great Qin. While Li Taizong looked at the Prime Minister who was dealing with political affairs every day, he wouldn't worry in the slightest that he was getting sick from all the hard work. Because every once in a while, Li Taizong would put some nourishing pills like beans for the Prime Minister to take. Zhuge Liang was helpless every time. He was also a spirit martial realm cultivator now. Trying to exhaust him by dealing with political affairs was simply impossible. But again, these pills represented His Majesty's great love, and he still had to take them. Meanwhile, relying on this year's hard cultivation signing in Li Taizong's realm had already come to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. In this year, most of the sign-in items were useful to the country and not much to him. Therefore, it was only by relying on the fragmented sign-in cultivation plus the feed from the supreme heavenly dragon brought about by the country's power boost that he had reached the peak of the 9th level of spirit martial. Zhuge Liang and their realms were also madly rising under the effect of the system's experience sharing function. Character, Zhuge Liang. Realm, spirit martial 7th level. Technique, record of the 10,000 elements of the Taishu. Character, Yuan Tiangang. Realm, 6th level of spiritual martial arts. Technique, the skill of the Big Dipper. Character, Gao Li Shi. Cultivation level, 1st level of spiritual martial arts. Technique, the Sutra of the Undifferentiated In Rune. Character, Hua Daizi. State Spirit Martial 6th level. Technique, breaking the army and surprising the thunder. Character, Mao Qian. Realm, 5th level of spiritual martial arts. Technique, Heavenly Prison Demon Suppressing Sutra. At the same time, Li Fuyang's cultivation had also recovered to the 1st level of spirit martial. There was no bottleneck in her cultivation, as long as she devoured aura madly. Li Taizong was a bit surprised. This niece had no experience to share and her cultivation could even keep up? When he curiously asked Li Fushang what realm she was in her previous life, Li Fushang all winked wryly and said that it was a secret. The Su family, the only family that remained, also finally lived out its head. Most of the Su family's young talents joined the dynasty as officials or went to local governance. The Su family's discipline was extremely strict. When in the south, the world's worldly families and clans were much rotten, the Su family was almost the only clear stream. Nowadays, with the strict discipline of the Su family's head and the Su family's grandmaster, none of these young talents are upright. Li Taizong also has much appreciation for the Su family. And over the past year, Yuan Tiangong's undesirable people had spread all over the Great Qin territory. Even in the nooks and crannies, there are bad guys. They have become the eyes and ears of the Son of Heaven. Mao Chang's brocade guards are all over the court and the residences of local officials. Every move of these officials was recorded in the Book of Irregularities. The Black Dragon Army has 50,000 men under its command. The Hussar Legion also had 100,000 men. Moreover, they were also under the effect of the experience sharing function, and their realms were insanely raised. They were all at the Grand Master realm. Even a few of the commanders had already reached Celestials. This also completely cut off any dissent in the hearts of those worldly clans. How can they resist? A single mouthful of spittle from someone else's army could blast them all to death. The former Qin army was retained by Li Taizong and returned to the local area to manage law and order. Today's Qin didn't need that many troops. After all, there were no enemies inside or outside now, the people were living in peace and happiness, and there were no more wars to fight. However, if there was ever a day when a foreign enemy came to attack, Great Qin could instantly pull together an army measured in billions. However, recently, Li Taizong had been somewhat silent. This was because the last 6 sign-on rewards had made him feel that a storm was coming. All 6 sign-ups are summons. Ding! The system is summoning. Successfully summoned the first warrior of Qin, Meng Tian. Ding! Summoning in progress. Successfully summoned 300,000 Great Wall troops. Ding! Summoning in progress. Successfully summoned Huban in Dianwei. Ding! Summoning in progress. Successfully summoned Huban Su Chu. Ding! Summoning in progress. Successfully summoned Qin Xiong, the god of the Tang dynasty. Ding! Summoning in progress. Ding! The system summons Yukigong, the god of Tang. These 5 generals are all at the 6th level of spiritual martial arts. The 300,000 Great Wall troops are all Grand Masters. These 6 summons all strengthened Great Qin's military power. In the past, the system, although it did not say so, would pop out signing rewards every time based on his situation. When he was deep in prison, he popped out cultivation irrigation and summoned Yuan Tiangang and Gao Lishur. When he needs to conquer the Grasslanders, he summons Swadaizi and the Hussar army. When he needed to deal with politics and rule the country, he summoned Zhuge Liang. It's also mostly a year of boosting the items that boost the country's power by signing up. So, these 6 summons signaled that Great Qin was going to face a vicious battle next. P.S. The author can't write the protagonist to be angry, have revenge on the spot. So it leads to a fast pace, hope you understand. Chapter 50, Shuafeng Ending, News of the Birth Mother. Sky Wolf Remnant Shuafeng, at this moment he wrapped tightly wolf fur, iron green face condensed frost. Behind more than 10,000 elite cavalry silent as iron, the sound of the horses' hooves breaking the snow is the only vitality between this dead world. The people who left their hometown, they left the grassland where they have been living for generations, and traveled deep into the snowy plains to find a new place to live. However, there is nothing but endless snow on this snowy plain. The howling cold wind makes these grassland men's hearts gradually cold. Buried in this snowy plain, they did not lose a touch of bravado. They had already marched on this snowy plain for an unknown number of days and nights. They had already lost the concept of time. Ever since that pale sun sank into the horizon for the last time, the world had fallen into eternal night. The arrival of the polar night terrified them. Shan Yu, the compass is malfunctioning. A wolf king reported in a low voice. Shuafeng didn't answer, he just squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. After a long time, the dry cracked lips lightly opened. Keep moving forward. In a trance, they saw the bucket turning, as if they were flying, and they could span thousands of miles in a single step. In the next moment, it was impossible to resist falling into a deep sleep. By the time Shuafeng snapped his eyes open, the damp earthy scent hit his face. He subconsciously grabbed the long knife at his waist, only to realize that beneath him was no longer the bone-piercing snow and ice, but rather, loose land covered in rotting leaves. What he saw was ancient trees rising from the sky, their branches and leaves intertwined like a dome. All around is also all dense grass and trees, branches and leaves, vibrant. The sound of warhorses rattling noses came from all around one after another, and those 10,000 elite soldiers woke up in this forest in a ghostly manner, looking at everything around them in bewilderment, marveling at why they had come from the snowy plains to this kind of place. A wolf king came forward. "Shan Yu, we are obviously in the snowy plains, where are we?" Shuafeng frowned. "Without seeing the snowy plains, I don't know where we are." Shuafeng tapped his toes and rose up into the sky, looking around. However, the scenery around him made his pupils shrink. The mountains were lush and green. Flying extremely high, Shuafeng could see countless lofty mountains, like a black dragon with a bulging spine coiled between heaven and earth, intimidating people. On the nearest mountain peak, 5 huge claw marks tore the rock wall apart. That was by no means the work of natural forces. Farther away, there were vague outlines of buildings in the cloud-covered canyon, but with a bizarre sense of distortion. However, looking around, there was no trace of the snowfield. The voice of Sakaz, who had fallen back to the ground, was low. "The entire army is on alert." In a flash, more than 10,000 elite soldiers drew their curved swords in silence, observing the surroundings vigilantly. When in an unfamiliar place, caution was the best talisman to save one's life. Meanwhile, in the depths of those great mountains, a group of scarlet pupils opened up like a devil's cave. They were clad in black fur, with their limbs on the ground and drooling, not any kind of fierce beasts, but rather like the ferocious beasts in the ancient books. Shuafeng led the crowd in a direction away from those canyons. On the way, he noticed that certain tree trunks were covered with longitudinal scratches, and there were a few strands of black hairs sticking to them at a height of 3 feet. Suddenly, the crunching sound of a branch breaking came from the forest. All the warhorses simultaneously pricked up their ears and uneasily plowed their front hooves. Shuafeng slowly drew his sword, the blade reflecting his slightly narrowed eyes. Around them, tens of thousands of pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in turn, accompanied by a succession of rough gasps. Shuafeng stumbled and stepped out of the boundary of the 100,000 mountains, each step leaving blood marks on the parched earth. His battle armor had long been shattered, and his bare skin was covered with bone-deep claw marks, and some of the wounds were even glowing with a bizarre black aura, as if they had been eroded by some kind of curse. More than 10,000 elite soldiers plus a few wolf kings, but he was the only one to walk out of that magic cave-like mountain. An old farmer collecting firewood stared wide-eyed, the bundle of firewood in his hand falling to the ground with a snap. "Shock," he said. "You actually walked out of the 100,000 mountains?" He trembled and took 2 steps back, as if he had seen something that shouldn't exist in the world. Shuafeng opened his mouth and tried to speak, but only a fishy sweetness welled up in his throat. His vision began to blur, his ears buzzed, and he eventually collapsed to the ground with a thud amidst the horrified gazes of the villagers. When he woke up again, he had been taken to a barren village. Sakuya murmured to himself. "Dead, all dead." The village chief sighed, holding a bowl of dark brown medicinal soup in his hand. He knew that Sakuya had suffered a huge blow. "Drink it, it will temporarily suppress the fatal chi in your body. Young man, live well. One day is still one day." Shuafeng slowly turned his head to look at this ordinary-looking village chief. But when he sensed the introverted but vast aura on the other party, his pupils suddenly shrunk. "Grand Master." What shocked him even more was that the villagers gathered outside the house, although their faces were yellow and thin and their clothes were ragged, everyone's aura wasn't weak. The worst was at the Xinhai realm. With such a cultivation level, if they were in the Skywolf tribe or the Great Qin Empire, it would be enough to become a powerful party and be admired. But here, they are like lambs to the slaughter, with only numbness and despair in their eyes. "You guys." Shuafeng spoke with great difficulty. "We will not live long." The village chief let out a bitter smile, a trace of sadness flashed in his cloudy eyes. "The next time the beast tide comes, this village may no longer exist." The beast tide came and washed away the barren village. The wave of black-tinged beasts crushed through the village like a dike-breaking flood, and the screams of the villagers were drowned out in the hissing of the beasts just as soon as they sounded. Sakaz leaned on a half-broken wall and watched as a ferocious beast with bone spurs bit off the village headman's neck. This great master didn't even manage to last more than 3 breaths of time. Shuafeng's right leg had long been torn off and his abdomen was broken open with hideous bloody holes, but the monsters stayed with him and refused to give a damn. When the sharp canine teeth pierced into his shoulder, Sakofeng's blood-stained hand suddenly reached up to the sky, his 5 fingers spasming as he tried to grab something. Their greatest enemy, Huodaizi, appeared in their minds. And a name, Li Taitsong. He knew that that piece of heaven and earth couldn't bind those heavenly pride. 100,000 mountains. Great Joe. Wait to be conquered by them. Shuafeng, die. Tian Lang completely perished. Great Qin, on the outskirts of Chang'an City. We have an unexpected guest. This is a woman. She was wearing a scarlet dress, looking at her eyes, charming. Snowy muscles and jade bones hidden under the red veil, the waist is too small to hold, the lotus step when the ring pendant clanging, fragrant wind gusts. The most important thing is, this soft and charming and delicate woman, unexpectedly has the cultivation of the peak of the celestial. Although she was smiling like a flower, soft and charming like water, the bottom of her eyes had a cold arrogance that scorned everything. Pedestrians on the outskirts of the city stopped, some were amazed at her appearance. Others frowned. Stranger? High realm? In Great Qin, any cultivator with a high cultivation level was subject to the court's jurisdiction. After this red-robed woman stepped onto the outskirts of the countryside, a look of shock gradually appeared on her delicate face. The aura of this place is surprisingly more dense than ours. After looking at the city in the distance, she froze for a moment. The aura transformed into a dragon, rhyming with the sky. It was like a heavenly realm on earth. Is this really an ordinary cave land? The woman in red walked towards Chang'an City, and all she saw were smiling people. Entering Chang'an City required a road guide. The woman in red smiled faintly. Her celestial cultivation was hidden, and she blended into the crowd to enter Chang'an City. However, what she didn't know was that on the tall city walls, those black dragon forbidden soldiers of the celestial realm glanced at her. After entering Chang'an City, the woman in red was even more shocked. The cultivation environment here was surprisingly better than their secret realm. The imperial palace emitting golden light in the distance was truly like a fairy palace. The condescension under her eyes converged and she walked towards the palace. However, she didn't realize that the surrounding handsome youths in flying fish costumes were smiling and gathered around her on all sides. Some of the surrounding people were at the tea house, some were at the wine shop, and some were playing on the street. But the eyes of these people all gave her a faintly unnoticeable glance. Great Qin brocade guards, undesirable people. Ever since the red-clothed woman landed on the outskirts of the countryside, the brocade guards and the undesirable people had already set their eyes on her. In front of the palace gates, a general of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army blocked the way. This is an important place of the palace, you. Before the words were finished, the woman in red smiled delicately, and with a light point of her foot, she flew into the palace. The Black Dragon Forbidden Army indifferently watched this scene, allowing the outsider to intrude into the palace. Cao Lishur has long been waiting for a long time, smilingly said. Girl, why is the visitor here? The woman in red smiled faintly, her manners charming. Take out a queen's seal. The name of the Qin emperor can be called Taizong? Emperor Qin's birth mother sent me here to see Emperor Qin. Gao Lishur took the empress seal that should have been in Empress Xiaoda's tomb. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The Black Dragon Forbidden Army inside the palace bowed their heads and became more respectful. Emperor Qinli Taizong's indifferent voice came out from the Great Hall. Declare. Chapter 51. My birth mother is Empress Xiaoda. Miss, please. Gao Lishur sidestepped out of the way and made an inviting gesture, with just the right amount of smile on his face, but not half a bit of warmth in the bottom of his eyes. The woman in red smiled faintly and extended her hand, wanting to retrieve the Empress seal. The professionalized smile on Gao Lishur's face instantly disappeared, his expression cold. If the girl wants to retrieve the Phoenix seal, please follow me to see His Majesty. Saying this, he led the way straight ahead, actually no longer even giving her a proper look. Seeing that Gao Lishur ignored her, the red-clothed woman's expression turned cold. A mere eunuch, how dare he pose in front of her? Her eyes narrowed slightly, she forced down her anger and followed Gao Lishur's pace. The two red figures, just like this, walked forward and backward towards the grand hall. However, along with every step, the surrounding chi that was locked onto the woman in red grew more and more. She violently looked around. The eyes of the brocade guards were cold, and the eyes of the Black Dragon Prohibition Army were indifferent. It seemed that the next moment, it was a rain of swords and knives. The woman in red snorted coldly, not caring. But when she stepped on the last step, for mountain-like air pressure. Huban double mail, Dianwei double halberd cross, Suchu giant hammer on the ground. The great Tang god, Qin Shon's golden mace, Yukagong iron whip ringing. The four great generals as four gods, killing gas condensed into substance, even in front of her feet on the ground cut a 3-inch deep gully. This murderous aura made the woman in red slightly side-eye. Because this had nothing to do with cultivation, it was all by virtue of its own aura. The four generals were so majestic, but it was a pity that they were born in this small cave, destined to not be able to break through to the celestials. She raised her eyes to look into the depths of the great hall. On top of the 9 jade steps, the blurred figure was sitting in the dragon chair, although it was hard to see his face, but he had his own power of a king over the world. However, to be able to take in such a fierce general. Young palace master's son, very outstanding Right after she stepped into the grand hall. Several scrutinizing gazes locked onto her. The red-robed woman's complexion remained unchanged as she swept her gaze over the people in the hall. Besides Emperor Qin, there were 5 other figures. On the right side, a young boy with red robes and black armor, and a sword-wielding youth clad in black armor with a resolute face. On the left side, a handsome middle-aged man in a golden flying fish suit, and a mysterious man with a black robe covering his face. The closest to Emperor Qin was an elegant scholar with a feather fan and starry eyes. Feather fan gently shake, that person raised his eyes to look, just this one glance, the woman in red actually have a kind of being seen through the soul of the illusion. She knew that these people were the top brass of this dynasty. They were also the supreme prides of this dynasty. Ha! The corner of her lips unconsciously raised a superior arc. Tilting her head slightly, a peculiar sense of superiority arose in her heart. Even if you are the top heavenly pride, so what? You are still not born in this small cavernous sky, making it difficult to break through the shackles. Like the dragon trapped in the shallows, it would be difficult to glimpse the true expanse of heaven and earth for the rest of one's life. As long as she follows the steps, she has already cultivated to the peak of the celestials, while these great prides of the celestials will not be able to look at the scenery after the celestials for the rest of their lives. There are some things that talent cannot break. The bloodline left behind by the young palace master back then. Afterwards, she looked towards the majestic and magnificent figure at the highest point, her eyes much more respectful. However, that respect was not towards Emperor Qin, but rather the identity of the son of the young palace master, as she said. The red-robed woman bent down and bowed respectfully. Third-generation disciple of Tianyi Palace, Lin Hongtang, meet the young lord. Rumble. The moment the words young lord came out, it seemed to have violated some taboo. An invisible boom shook her soul violently. A pressure heavier than a mountain came crashing down, hardening her body that was maintaining a salute posture by half an inch. Her breathing also became rapid. This was not a suppression of cultivation, but a trembling that originated from the depths of her bloodline. Just like grass facing the thunder in the nine heavens, or a worm looking up at the vastness of the stars, that kind of awe engraved in the instincts of living beings made every bone in her body groan with an unbearable burden. Lin Hongtang raised her head with difficulty, cold sweat sliding down her snow-white neck into her collar. Only the Qin Emperor Li Taizong's face was hidden under the shadow of the 12-tasseled Pingtian crown, and only those eyes that seemed to hold the infinite starry sky flickered with robbing light. In a trance, she saw the supreme heavenly dragon emerge behind Li Taizong. It wasn't a false image, but a real manifestation of some kind of supreme existence. The most terrifying thing was that innate indifference. Just like a human wouldn't care about the ants under their feet, the gaze this heavenly dragon viewed her with was pure as if it was looking at a speck of dust. As Li Taizong's cultivation deepened, the two human emperor techniques became even more powerful. It was difficult for ordinary people to protect their hearts and minds when they saw them. Not to mention the fact that Li Taizong in a rage had almost become synonymous with majesty and dominance. Li Taizong's lips lightly opened. The tone is indifferent and ghostly. I will only give you one chance. Rumble. Li Taizong's cultivation exploded. A spirit pressure as vast as an abyss rumbled and swept over. Accompanied by Li Taizong's raging killing intent, it impacted Lin Hongtang's mind. Lin Hongtang's pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints. The son of the young palace master was actually at the peak of the 9th level of spirit martial arts. She was aware of the young lord breaking through the celestial yoke set by the young palace lord. At the time Li Taizong broke through the celestial, their young palace lord had already known about it. However, she never expected that in only a year's time, this bloodline that had been abandoned in the small cave heaven had directly reached the 9th level of spirit martial. At the same time, pure killing intent all around her came like a tidal wave. She fiercely looked around. Only then did she realize that those 5 figures were all cultivators of the 5th level of spirit martial or above. Not to mention those martial generals, even that elegant scribe with the feathered fan and scarf had an extremely dangerous light emanating from his eyes. And the 4 majestic generals at the entrance were all spirit martial 6th level unparalleled fierce generals. At this moment, their faces were vicious, like ghosts and gods. Even the red-robed eunuch who brought her into the palace had a cultivation level of the spirit martial realm. Gao Lishi's face was expressionless, but the hand stepping on his sleeve was attached with cold and dark talismans. Li Taizong is their sire. Not some young master of Tianyi Palace. If this woman dares to talk nonsense again, they will never let this Lin Hongtang go. Mao Chang, the head of the Secret Service, absolutely guaranteed that Lin Hongtang would be miserable. And at this moment, Lin Hongtang was shocked and breathing heavily. How is it possible? This little cave heaven had given birth to so many spirit martial cultivators? That trace of superiority from his realm was gone. Feeling the killing intent that was as violent as the sea around him, Lin Hongtang knelt down on both knees. Lin Hongtang, greetings to His Majesty the Qin Emperor. There was no shame in kneeling to the son of a young palace lord. What's more, this young lord had a cultivation level of the peak of the 9th level of spirit martial. Even if you put it in their place, this cultivation level would still be an unparalleled heavenly pride. I really dare not think, if the young palace master brought the young master back to the young master, by their personal cultivation, Tianyi Palace is what kind of scene? Killing intent like a tidal wave receded, the people in the hall returned to a calm demeanor, as if the party's saber rattling had never happened. But Lin Hongtang knew that as long as he made the slightest movement, these terrifyingly strong people would not hesitate to strike. Li Taizong probed his hand and the Empress seal in Gao Lishi's hand flew into his hand. Li Taizong rubbed the Empress seal. The Empress's seal was not the jade seal of transmission, each Empress had her own exclusive jade seal. It was an object that was supposed to rest in Empress Zhaoda's tomb. Origin, purpose. Li Taizong's face was as normal, his words as gold. However, Zhuge Liang and Gao Lishi, who know Li Taizong extremely well, know what kind of anger is brewing in His Majesty at this moment. Ever since learning of her strange birth, Empress Jada had almost become a taboo in Great Qin, and no one dared to mention it. And now, this Lin Hongtang, who was most likely sent by Empress Jada, made Li Taizong's anger burn until it boiled the sea and burned the sky. Your Majesty's birth mother is the young palace master of my Tani Palace, and the young palace master asked me to deliver this letter to your majesty. Lin Hongtang took out a letter from her bosom. Li Taizong opened it. The content on it was simple. It said that Tani Palace will be stationed in Great Qin in January. It asked Li Taizong to get ready to welcome it. At the same time, Great Qin would be renamed. This cave will become the property of Tani Palace. In the content, there is not the slightest hint of mother and child warmth. On the contrary, the words are full of arrogance. However, Li Taizong didn't have the expected outburst of anger, but instead sneered and handed the letter to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang glanced at it for a few moments and instantly realized. It turned out to be an escape coming. Although it was not mentioned above, Zhuge Liang and Li Taizong were still able to read between the lines to know that Tani Palace was hiding from something. Otherwise, why would they have to relocate the entire Tani Palace to a small cave sky that they looked down upon? Looking at the scorn in Li Taizong's eyes, Lin Hongtang frowned. Reminding. Your Majesty must not belittle the birth mother. Li Taizong tightened his cold smile. The jade string of the Pingtian crown swayed slightly, covering the emotions churning in his eyes. My birth mother is Empress Xiaoda of Great Qin. Not your Tiani Palace's young palace master. Chapter 52, The Truth of the Year. My birth mother was Empress Xiaoda. Li Taizong's voice was cold, and behind him, that supreme heavenly dragon also roared up to the sky. The sound of the dragon's roar shook the entire palace. Lin Hongtang's entire body was almost stuck to the ground, her forehead against the cold floor tiles. Even her breathing became cautious. At this time, she no longer dared to give birth to the slightest bit of contempt. Li Taizong's meaning was very simple. His mother was Empress Xiaoda, already lying in the mausoleum. If Lin Hongtang or Tani Palace then dares to say that Emperor Qin's birth mother is the young palace master of Tani Palace, then what awaits them is the Great Qin sharpshooter, the wrath of the human emperor. The wrath of the human emperor, the ambush of 1,000,000 corpses. Tell me everything you know. Lin Hongtang didn't dare to hide the slightest bit anymore, and with a trembling voice, he told everything he knew. Your Majesty, the world where Qin is located is actually a small cave. Cave heaven? No wonder, no spiritual martial realm cultivator can find the method of ascension. Outside the temple, a cold female voice suddenly came from outside the temple. Li Fuyang entered with a frown. She was one of the few who did not need to be informed to meet Li Taizong face to face. Fuyang, you know? Li Fushang nodded her head. Small cave heaven, created by a blessed land opened by a great power. Great powers open up blessed lands to feed their forces and cultivate spiritual plants. However, when a great power falls and the blessed land is lost, it gradually evolves into a cave world after absorbing spatial essence for years and years. However, the cave is extremely difficult to search. In the outside world, the cave is as small as a mustard seed, difficult to find, but the internal is a world of its own. Some cave heavens are no less than great worlds. However, there is a fatal flaw in the cave heaven, that is, it is impossible to ascend naturally, and requires a specific way or token to enter and exit. Lin Hongtang looked up at Li Fushang in shock, even his fear temporarily forgotten. Who in the world was this person? This seemingly young woman actually knew more about the cave heaven than the elders of Tiani Palace. Li Taizong said to Lin Hongtang. You continue. Lin Hongtang calmed her nerves and continued to tell the dusty past. Tiani Palace was a sect of the Great Zhou dynasty. Tiani Palace Master Xiao Xuanji possessed a Xuanwu realm cultivation. Xiao Wanrong, the young palace master, who was also Emperor Qin's birth mother, possessed a cultivation level of Huangwu realm. There were countless disciples under her. In the Great Zhou, the highest cultivation level was the Zhou Emperor, who had a heavenly martial cultivation level. The rest of the realms were only at the 9th level of the Earth martial realm. Therefore, Tiani Palace was also considered a first-class force in the Great Zhou dynasty. The fact that Tiani Palace was able to know where the cave was located was all due to the young palace master, Xiao Wanrong. When she was out practicing, for some reason, she had entered a strange snowy plain. After traveling for an unknown period of time, she came to the Tian Wolf dynasty, and then, in the southernmost part of the Tian Wolf dynasty, she found Great Qin, which was similar to the customs of Great Zhou. And, by chance, she got to know the unfavored Prince Li Yutian. After that, the story is dog-blooded and cliched. The holy maiden of the sect fell in love with the downtrodden prince who had the heart of the world. At that time, Li Yutian was young and handsome, and he had a great mind for the world. It was only natural for a beautiful woman to love a hero. With Xiao Wanlong's secret help, Li Yutian successfully ascended the throne. However, shortly after giving birth to Li Taizong, Xiao Wanrong realized that her realm had not only not advanced over the years, but had instead been regressing. So Xiao Wanrong wanted to take away Li Yutian and Li Taizong. But Li Yutian couldn't let go of the throne that was so hard to come by and refused Xiao Wanrong. And kept Li Taizong. However, Xiao Wanrong had regretted it all these years at all times. Always looking for a way to re-enter. Li Taizong suddenly sneered. Lying. Lin Hongtang was puzzled. Why did your majesty say this? Li Taizong continued. My father was trapped at the peak of Zhongshe, unable to break through, and finally died of a serious illness. There is a prohibition in my body that I must not break through the celestials. How can all this be explained? Lin Hongtang scowled. A small cave sky will cause outsiders to regress in their cultivation, yet your Tianyi palace is raising its clan to migrate here? You are desperate in Great Zhou? Lin Hongtang's face instantly turned pale. You are so stupid, treating me like a little cutie. Been fooling around? Mao Chang. I'm here. 3 hours, I want to know the whole truth. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, Mao Chang came back dragging Lin Hongtang. This Lin Hongtang is a pampered genius of the clan, how can resist the torture of the commander of the Jinui? Dragged to the imperial prison, a little bit on the unseen torture, all confessed. With the truth and disclose. The crowd realized. Great Zhou is surrounded by 100,000 mountains. Those 100,000 mountains are filled with ferocious beasts and demons. Every once in a while, a wave of beasts would hit Great Zhou. And this time, Tianyi Palace was drafted by the court and asked the entire clan to go to the front line to defend against the beast tide. Against the beast tide, this is no different from asking all the people of Tianyi Palace to commit suicide. And by disobeying the decree, cultivators of the earth martial realm came with long swords to slaughter their Tianyi Palace. Either way, it was still death, and only then did Xiao Wanrong mention that she had entered a cave when she was young. She had met a man there and gave birth to an heir. Tianyi Palace might be able to all enter the cave to avoid trouble. As for what happened to Li Yutian and Li Taizong, Xiao Wanrong had a dashing personality, boisterous when she loved, and abandoning her as if she were dead when she didn't. Before she left, she casually placed a ban on Li Yutian and Li Taizong. Although it is only casual, but also not the master realm of Li Yutian can break through, years of wear and tear, Li Yutian finally couldn't bear the disease and died. Li Taizong, on the other hand, should be grateful that his two-human emperor Gongfu, with a strong posture to tear the prohibition. Otherwise, Li Taizong would be stuck at the peak of Grand Master for the rest of his life. Li Taizong sneered in his heart. No wonder, his father said something plausible before dying and passed the throne to him. I'm afraid that he was fearing the arrival of Tianyi Palace to replace Great Qin and slaughter the Li Qin clan. And with her as her own son, at least the hope of the existence of the Li Qin clan could be preserved. The faces of the people who learned the truth were a bit odd. This Great Zhou folk style is also really tough. Not only do men have confidants, women also have blue-faced confidants. A man can hang himself mercilessly, and a woman can give birth to a child and then abandon it as if it were a piece of cake. However, they do not dare to say this in front of Li Taizong. Li Taizong stroked the Empress seal, and the gentle smile of Empress Xiaoda appeared in his mind. The figure that guarded him all night long during his childhood illness, the mother that taught him to read and write with her own hands. He sighed and murmured. My birth mother is Empress Xiaoda. He slowly raised his head, no more waves in his eyes. Tianyi Palace excavated my mother's mausoleum, insulted my mother, the crime is unpardonable. Pass the order down, the whole army prepare for war. Where Tianyi Palace cultivators set foot in Great Qin, kill without pardon. With this order, the sound of horns rang out from outside the palace. In the sky above the palace, the Qin flag hunted in the gusty wind. Zhuge Liang stepped forward and gently reminded. Your Majesty, that heavenly first palace master is a Xuanwu realm powerhouse. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Li Taizong is not worried in the slightest. There is still 1 month left for the system to sign in. After this month, let's see if I don't screw you guys over. Tianyi Palace doesn't understand that this Emperor of Qin has long since stopped being the infant that could be abandoned at will back then. The Great Qin in front of us is also not something that can be replaced at will. Chapter 53 Heavenly Emperor Scripture, 100 Years of Cultivation. Lin Hongtang was lost. This news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge uproar within the Tianyi Palace. Inside the council hall, the elders argued endlessly. It must be that the cave has been occupied by the ferocious beasts and demons of the 100,000 mountains. The girl Hongtang is afraid that something bad has happened to her. A red-faced elder clapped his hands. In the corner, a green-clothed elder slowly opened his eyes. Old me would think that she might have been controlled by the people of that small world. However, as soon as this idea was raised, it immediately drew opposition from the people of Tianyi Palace. Ridiculous. The young palace master himself had said that the highest that cave was but the peak of a great master, and that even celestials were legends. Hongtong is a peak celestial, how could he be restrained by those mole crickets? Are you questioning the depths of Tianyi Palace? The arrogance of the great realm cultivators was on display at this moment. In their eyes, the small cave heavens were nothing more than a projectile land, and the cultivators there were no different from frogs at the bottom of a well. Even the strongest grandmasters were only at the level of ordinary disciples in Tianyi Palace. The green-clothed old man sneered and closed his eyes without further words. He did not care to argue with these short-sighted disciples. So what if it's the cave heaven? The world's heroes are like the carp in the river. Why can't the cave heaven give birth to the most amazing and talented people? In the Great Joe, from the lower realm ascended to shake the rivers and lakes of the less talented people? These rat-eyed people, sooner or later, will have to eat a big loss. They also dare to talk about the depth of Tiani Palace. Tiani Palace has been forced to enter the cave to avoid trouble. If they had this mouth when the Great Joe Angel was around, Tiani Palace wouldn't be so passive. All right. Stop arguing. Xiao Wanrong droned in a cold voice. The crowd was instantly silent. Although this young palace master was only at the Yellow Martial realm, her methods were ruthless and her prestige within the sect was extremely high. She held a crystalline jade tablet in her palm, on which red light flowed. Hongtong's fate plate is in my hand. The fate plate is not broken, indicating that she is still alive. The delay in returning is most likely due to being trapped by the cultivators there. When these words came out, those elders who had just looked down on the cave heaven immediately turned red in the face. It's normal for people in the cave heaven to know some sideways. Someone snapped. A young disciple muttered in a low voice. Can it be that those natives are still stronger than us? Xiao Xuanji snorted coldly, and the pressure of the Xuanwu realm caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. No matter what, enter that cave in half a month as originally planned. Obey the order. The crowd did not object. Entering the cave heaven was something that had been discussed a long time ago. The atmosphere in the Great Hall gradually relaxed, and the faces of the crowd did not see any trace of worry. Instead, a trace of relief surfaced. In their opinion, I'm afraid that being able to trap Lin Hongtang, who was at the peak of Celestial, was already the limit of that small cave heaven. Tiani Palace was a first-rate sect with a Xuanwu realm, so it was hard to believe that in just 20 years, that projectile place could still turn the world upside down? A small cave is worthy of making our heavenly monarch palace feel like an enemy? I would like to see if the people there have 3 heads and 6 arms. A Yellow Martial realm elder stroked his beard and laughed. The nervousness was swept away and replaced by an inexplicable sense of superiority. Great Joe had asked them to move to the border to deal with the beast tide. And when it came to talking about the 100,000 mountains and the ferocious beasts and demons, they were scared to death. They didn't even have the courage to lift their swords. Could it be that the people in that small cave heaven were even more terrifying than the ferocious beasts and demons of the 100,000 mountains? Some of the unruly disciples were even more eager to try. I really want to see what the person who made the young palace master fall in love with that year looks like. Wouldn't even be able to carry a punch from me, haha. I heard that the young palace master has an heir there. Will he be served by the young palace master in the future? That's up to the young master. Hush. Suddenly, a grim voice came from behind. What are you guys talking about? A handsome youth with a shadowy face walked over, and these unruly disciples immediately lowered their heads and quieted down. The person who came was called Xiao Tai Ting, but his cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Grand Master, but he made these celestial realm disciples not dare to look directly at him. It was only because he was the son of the young palace master. This person's original surname was Li, and he later changed his surname to Xiao. Relying on having his mother, Xiao Wanrong, he was lawless in Tiani Palace. Senior brother Xiao Xiao. The disciples were instantly silenced as cold sweat oozed from their foreheads. Snap! 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 A cold light flashed in Xiao Tai Ting's eyes and he raised his hand to deliver a few loud slaps. Let me hear these idle words again, I will remove your tongues. Scram! The disciples were like amnesties and scurried away with their heads in their hands. At this time, the great Qin Chang'an. Inside the palace. System, sign in. Although Li Taizong acted like he didn't put Tiani Palace in his eyes, Xiao Xuanji's Xuanwu realm strength still made his mood a little heavy. Xuanwu realm, 2 great realms higher than him. Although he had 2 great supreme techniques, and he had the 10,000 Tribulation Star pupil to protect his body, and he even had the Taiya sword with him. However, Li Taizong felt that he still couldn't brush off Xiao Xuanji without injury. Now he wasn't the transparent emperor from back then. He was the emperor. When the emperor went into battle, he had to be completely crushed. Stalemating with him for even a single breath would be a blasphemy against the emperor's majesty. Ding! Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Heavenly Emperor Scripture, the Supreme Imperial Way technique, rumored to have been created by the ancient Heavenly Emperor, containing the supreme true meaning of unifying all ways. Those who cultivate this scripture can create the body of a heavenly emperor, and can bring the chi of the mountains and rivers into his body, and trigger the laws of heaven and earth when he raises his hands and throws his feet. At the time of its completion, a single thought can subdue the sun and moon, a single palm can overturn the universe, and wherever the emperor's might reaches, all the spirits submit. Another technique? And not inferior to those 2 human emperor techniques. However, Li Taizong looked at the profound Gongfu in his mind but had a problem. Now that he was practicing 2 merit laws at the same time, it was already consuming resources and time. Even his innate proximity path was a bit lackluster. If he were to cultivate another heavenly emperor scripture, the simultaneous cultivation of all three merit laws would definitely lengthen the time it took him to break through the realm even more. Normally, he could break through a small layer of realm in 2 or 3 years, but now it might take 10 years. But letting this heavenly emperor scripture rest, Li Taizong was a bit unwilling. If after practicing the heavenly emperor scripture, Li Taizong could even anticipate his future great stature. I am the emperor. The emperor of the human emperor, the emperor of the heavenly emperor. He was torn for a long time until the next day. Ding! Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 years of cultivation. Li Taizong immediately slapped the decision. Cultivation. Ding! Successful loading of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Ding! 100 years of cultivation has begun. Ding! The human emperor's world cultivation technique has begun. Ding! The 9 dragons way of the emperor has begun to be practiced. Ding! The emperor's sutra. Ding! The natural born close to the way. Ding! The gift of star pupil is activated. The power of the implicit rules of space and time enveloped Li Taizong. The aura of the human emperor and the heavenly emperor manifested on Li Taizong's body. His body emanated the rhythm of the Tao from the inside out, and his eyes flickered with the light of the stars and rivers. The realm began to climb. In a matter of moments, he directly broke through. Huangwu first level. Huangwu second level. Huangwu ninth weight. Huangwu ninth level perfection. Until this point, the 100 years of cultivation had been exhausted. At this moment, Li Taizong was like a combination of the human emperor and the heavenly emperor. The heavenly might shook and dominated all the spirits. A radiant golden divine light surrounded his body, and the 9 heavenly queens' shadows coalesced above his head. The supreme heavenly dragons transformed into 2 and hovered over his body. He merely stood there as if he was the center of the entire heaven and earth, raising his hands and feet with the supreme majesty of commanding all spirits. At the same time, due to his breakthrough, under the experience sharing, Zhuge Liang broke through to the 7th level of Huangwu. Yuan Tiangang and Hua Zhaodi break through to the 6th level of Huangwu. Mao Chang breaks through to the 5th level of Yellow Martial Arts. Dian Wei, Su Chu, Qin Xiong, and Yu Qigong all broke through to the 6th level of Huangwu. Gao Lishur also reached the Huangwu triple realm. The 3 major war corps under his command all broke through to the peak of Celestial. The captain level and commander level even reached the spiritual martial realm. This is a perfect illustration of how one man's success makes a man's life easier. Moreover, the 3 great formations above the palace simultaneously blossomed with unprecedented light. The 5 elements returning to the source rising dragon formation transformed into 5 10,000-foot dragons circling around. The perpetual star dipper attracting Yuan formation drew the power of the stars in the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens spirit gathering formation caused the aura concentration of the entire Great Qin to skyrocket 100-fold. The entire Great Qin's aura concentration once again increased by 100 times. On the top floor of the Wanxiang Scripture Pavilion, a yellow martial realm technique is being automatically generated. At this moment, Great Qin's strength instantly climbed hundreds of steps. Li Taizong felt the vast abyss-like power within his body. Not to mention Xuanwu, even Earthwo came and crushed it easily. Unfortunately, at the heavenly martial realm, it was estimated that he couldn't be killed with a single punch, he would have to throw a few more punches. However, this invincible emperor suddenly frowned at his hands and fell into deep thought. The ecstatic Gao Lishur who rushed here was about to report the happy news. But looking at his own majesty's pensive face, he was greatly alarmed. He quickly asked, "Your Majesty, what is troubling you?" Li Taizong said seriously, "I am considering whether it is better to slap Xiao Xuanji to death with my right hand, or to slap Xiao Xuanji to death with my left hand." Gao Lishur momentarily speechless. The slave girl thinks, "Why don't your Majesty twist him to death with one finger?" Li Taizong's eyes light up. Li Taizong's eyes lit up. "Then twist him to death like a mole cricket." Chapter 54 By order of His Majesty the Qin Emperor, kill without pardon. Half a month later, in the far north of Great Qin, the snowy plains. The cold wind is like a knife, scraping across the boundless snowy plains. 300,000 iron armor stationed quietly, the black array extending from the foot to the sky. The black array stretched from their feet to the sky, making this boundless white country grow a forest of dark colors. The flags hang low in frost, the iron armor covers the snow without a sound. Meng Tan is stationed here with 300,000 great wall troops. General, 100 miles ahead is the boundary between the snow plains and the outside world. If you cross it, you'll lose your 5 senses, and when you regain them, you'll be in a strange forest. Meng Tan nodded slightly, his face as firm as a knife. This number 1 general of Great Qin is now tasked with the important responsibility of guarding the entrance to the cave. Historically, he was the first warrior of Great Qin under Winning Zhang. The main achievements of his life were fighting against Xiongnu in the north, building the Great Wall and operating the northern border. He made the northern border defense of Qin dynasty extremely stable. He was an extremely good defender and reliable general. Li Taizong was very relieved to leave the border defense to him. But don't think that he didn't have the ability to conquer. He had also led a large army in the northern expedition, defeating the Xiongnu, recapturing Hetao, and expelling the Xiongnu from the south of Yinshan Mountain. He had beaten Tuman Shanyu, the father of Bolden, and forced him to flee north, and he did not dare to go south to herd his horses for more than 10 years. As for why Hua Daiji was not allowed to be stationed here, Li Taizong is really afraid that Hua Daiji will directly take his 100,000 hussars and rush out of the cave to conquer the Great Zhou and the 100,000 Great Mountains. Great Zhou is fine, but the 100,000 mountains is not a good place to conquer. According to Lin Hongtang, the entrance to the cave heaven is the edge of the 100,000 mountains, and once a beast tide is triggered, even a strong earth martial realm practitioner will find it difficult to resist and be reduced to a blood meal. Before thoroughly exploring the situation, Li Taizong was not prepared to enter the 100,000 mountains. Grandpa, I would like to be the vanguard. Explore the reality of the cave. All 3 generations of Tianyi Palace disciples follow me into the cave heaven. Xiao Taijun raised his arms and commanded the 3rd generation disciples of Tianyi Palace. I will follow your orders. Although he was only at the Grand Master realm, those 3rd generation disciples at the Celestial realm were extremely obedient to him. After all, who let one's mother be Xiao Wanrong and grandfather be Xiao Xuanji? This status forced everyone to bow their heads. Xiao Xuanji stroked his beard and laughed, his voice sounding like a bell. People still need to be young. Grandson, go, let those cave ants see the might of my Tianyi Palace. They, the high-ranking cultivators, had to be the last to enter the cave heaven. That's because they still have to keep a vigilant eye on Great Zhou's ambassadors. They could not let Great Zhou know that they had escaped into the cave heaven. Xiao Wanron lightly moved her lotus steps and straightened her son's lapel. A hint of complexity flashed in her beautiful eyes, which eventually turned into a gentle admonition. Softly said, "Pay attention to safety. Mother, don't worry, my son will be triumphant." Xiao Taiting turned around and waved his hand, leading the vast number of Tianyi Palace disciples to step into the spatial rift. Throughout, Xiao Wanrong never mentioned Li Yutian's father and son. At the border of the snowy plain, the figures of the 3rd generation disciples of Tianyi Palace slowly emerged. However, their silhouettes had yet to fully solidify, and arrogant laughter had already resounded through the clouds. Xiao Taiching's bratty voice echoed in the boundless snowy plains. Ants, I, Xiao Tianting, have come. Rumble. The heavens and earth suddenly changed color. An angry thunderous roar shook the snowy plains. By order of His Majesty, the Qin Emperor, anyone who descends on Great Qin territory from the Tianyi Palace will be killed without pardon. Xiao Taijian's pupils suddenly shrunk, only to see a golden stream of light break through the air. Meng Tian was holding the square heavenly painted halberd, and the pressure of the yellow martial realm was like a mountain pressing down on him. As the halberd swept across the sky, hundreds of Tianyi Palace disciples instantly exploded into a bloody mist, and broken bones and limbs smashed down on the snow like rain, coloring the pure white into a piercing scarlet. The heavenly First Palace disciples were terrified. This couldn't be possible. They were clearly just ants within the cave heaven. The rain of blood in the sky inspired the ferocity of the Great Wall Legion. Kill! 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 The roar of fury shattered the flying snow in the sky. The aura of murder made the entire snowy plain even colder. Amidst the sky-shattering shouts, the Great Wall Army displayed terrifying battle power. Each one of them was obviously extremely powerful, but each one of them was stronger than the disciples of Tianyi Palace. However, they displayed extreme discipline. The heavy shield soldiers advanced in formation, squeezing the panicked Tianyi Palace disciples into a ball. The crossbowmen fired 10,000 arrows, the spirit-breaking arrows piercing through the body, protecting true qi. The Gorgon soldiers advanced like a forest, each thrust bringing up a flurry of blood. The following Spirit Martial Realm disciple had just offered up his magic treasure when he was surrounded by 3 Spirit Martial Realm Qin army lieutenants. Between the light of swords and shadows, his limbs were chopped off by the roots, and he screamed miserably as he crashed into the snow, and was then trampled into mush by the iron hooves. Facing these rabble-rousers, any death of their Great Wall Legion would be a disgrace. Aha! I'm not coming to the cave. I'm going back. My lord, let us live. We're willing to surrender. Young lord, you lied to us. You sent us to our deaths. Xiao Taijun. It's all your fault. Run away. Quickly, Xiao Taichang sat paralyzed in a pool of blood, unable to stop trembling. His handsome face was stained with fellow disciples and blood. He even saw that the female disciple he had a one-night stand with was trampled by those iron hooves. The best friend who had befriended him was beheaded by Qin Jian. All the heavenly monarch palace disciples in the surroundings were slaughtered as if they were lambs. Mother, you lied to me. Xiao Taiting cried out in fear. This son of the young palace master, who had always been pampered, was currently hot and wet at his crotch, and the fishy urine flowed down his thighs, melting a small pit in the snow. Mother didn't say that the strongest person in this cave is a grand master? But those 300,000 troops, the lowest, were all at the peak of celestials. There were even spirit martial cultivators mixed in. The one leading the army is even a yellow martial cultivator. Meng Tian stepped on a pool of blood, the pressure of the yellow martial realm making it difficult for Xiao Taijun to breathe. The halberd was still dripping with the blood of the Tianyi Palace disciples. This commander of the Great Wall Army, who had always been calm and collected, suddenly erupted into a burning rage. His hair flared up in anger. His eyes were as red as blood, and the corners of his eyes were almost about to crack open with a glare. How dare you! Chapter 55, Your Majesty is a twin? Mao Qian received an urgent summons from Meng Tian. He was supposed to be in the northern border to take care of business, so he arrived at the Great Wall Legion's camp in just an hour's time. Stepping into the camp, Mao Qian casually sheathed his embroidered spring sword and said to Meng Tian, who greeted him, "I have just dealt with a corrupt official in the grassland. Hey, these corrupt officials are obviously rich, and His Majesty has never been stingy with his rewards, but they still don't know what's good for them, and they still want to trample on the laws of Great Qin. Let's say that corrupt official, because a loose cultivator found a spiritual plant that is beneficial to cultivation, that spiritual plant is only worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, but he insisted on taking it by force, and he couldn't even give tens of thousands of spirit stones to it. If you want to say that he can't afford it, but his daughter's hairpin is worth millions of spirit stones." The monk was also very tough, and directly reported to Chang'an. "His Majesty was furious and asked me to deal with it personally." Mao Chang took out a silk handkerchief and carefully wiped the bloodstains on the knife sheath. "No, just after dealing with this, I came." The sound of howling was heard from afar. "You dogs, why don't you dare to kill me? You lowly chowderheads, do you know who my lord is? My mother is the young master of Tianyi Palace. When my mother arrives with her men to kill, she will surely whip each and every one of you. It's not too late to kneel down and make amends. If I'm in a good mood, I might even be able to reward you with a full body." Mao Chang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, looking surprised, and said to Meng Tian, "You've captured Hua Xiaodong?" Listening to that shrewd demeanor, he's practically in the same mold as the Devil King in Chang'an City. When it comes to Hua Xiaodong, this Jinyui commander is also quite a headache. The 17-year-old Hussar general was indeed invincible on the battlefield, but when he returned to Chang'an City, he was just an evil young dude. What was even more frustrating was His Majesty's favoritism towards Hua Zaiwei. No matter how much trouble Hua Zaizi has caused, he is always lightly criticized in front of the emperor. Go to the disease is still young, juvenile nature, this time let it go. Once or twice okay, you can't forget it every time, right? Under this kind of connivance, was Zaizi more and more lawless. Last month, he smashed the residence of the imperial historian, and the day before that, he surrounded the Ministry of Revenue with his soldiers. But strangely enough, both of these disturbances were in defense of His Majesty. Those two officials were discussing about His Majesty in private, which happened to be overheard by Hua Zaiwei. As Mao Chang thought of this, he couldn't help but secretly slander. "You're a Hussar general, the champion marquis of Great Qin. How come you're more like His Majesty's hawks and dogs than we, the brocade guards?" At the mention of Hua Daizi, Meng Tian's face was suddenly as gloomy as water. In his eyes, Hua Zaizi is arrogant, sharp, and unruly. At that time, His Majesty ordered him to guard the border of the Great Wall Legion. Hua Zaizi immediately said that he would bring 100,000 hussars to level the nest of Tianyi Palace. In his words, he regarded Meng Tian as a mediocre and incompetent person. At least the Hussar general has real skills. Then Meng Tian walked ahead in silence, his steps heavy and slow. Mao Chang quickly followed, keenly aware that the atmosphere was not right. Collected the smile. The positive color said, "Something happened?" Meng Tian nodded heavily and led Mao Qian through the layers of guards to a closely guarded tent. Outside the tent stood several personal guards with thick breaths, all of them with heavy faces. The tent was the place where the howling sound originated. The moment Meng Tian lifted the tent, a strong smell of blood hit his face. What met his eyes was a blood-stained youth trapped in the boundary. The moment Mao Qian saw the youth's face, his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. "Ah!" Mao Champ instantly feels that something is not right, goes forward, rubs the youth's face. There are no traces of disguise. Carefully probing his vital breath, he found that although similar, there were differences. This person actually looks exactly like His Majesty. In a trance, one would really think that it was His Majesty trapped in the boundary. However, this person's eyebrows were less majestic and domineering than His Majesty's, and instead there were a few more shady and ruthless. Xiao Taiting took in the reactions of the two of them, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a smug sardonic smile. He purposely raised his head, so that his face, which was extremely similar to Li Taizong's, was completely exposed to the light, and a sinister light flickered in his eyes. He already had a guess in his heart, knowing that these people wouldn't dare to lay their hands on him, or on this face of his. Jia said. "What are you looking at? Still don't release me. Is it wanting to bear the wrath of my Tianyi Palace? Do you know who my mother is? She's your empress." Before the word queen appeared, Mao Chun was furious. Clang! A cold light appeared. Mao Chang's embroidered spring sword instantly came out of its sheath. The sharp blade was close to Xiao Taijuan's neck. The cold blade had even cut through a layer of oily skin, seeping out a trace of blood. The voice was filled with pure killing intent. Dare to say one more word, kill you. Xiao Taiting's face was pale, the corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking smile as he pretended to be tough. Do you dare? You dare to your awe. The light of the blade flashed and blood emerged. An arm fell in response. Ah ah ah. Xiao Taichang let out a pig-killing howl as blood spurted from his broken arm. His arm was directly chopped off by Mao Chang. What's even more humiliating is that his crotch was instantly soaked, warm liquid running down his thighs. This scene not only didn't calm manhwarecap's anger, but instead made him even more furious. The commander of the brocade guards, who had always been happy and angry, was now shaking slightly with veins on his forehead, his eyes were red, and his hands were shaking slightly as he held his sword. He now only felt his mouth drying up and his chi and blood surging. Give me some spirit. If you dare to make such a gesture against this face again, I'll make you regret coming into this world. Mao Chang roared, and his embroidered spring sword was pressed against Xiao Taijuan's throat. I ask, you answer. Don't think I don't dare to kill you. I've killed 3 of your kind, and I've carried their heads to His Majesty, and His Majesty didn't even say a word to me. Xiao Taiting was completely stunned, shivering with fear as he nodded his head. He did not understand why these seemingly joyful people would suddenly lose control so much. What is your name? Xiao Taiting, formerly known as Li. Who is your mother? The young master of Tianyi Palace, Xiao Wanrong. Mao Chen and Meng Tian looked at each other and both saw shock and anger in each other's eyes. The doubts in their hearts also completely disappeared. His Majesty was actually a twin. And this brother, back then, was taken away by their birth mother, leaving His Majesty alone in this cave. It was thought that His Majesty did not know the exact details of that year. Thinking of this, a pang of sourness welled up in Mao Qian's heart. If His Majesty knew that his birth mother not only abandoned him, but also took away his brothers and left him here alone, how sad would His Majesty be? Moreover, Xiao Taichen's face is full of cowardice and arrogance, which makes him a spoiled son of his family. Mao Chen knocked Xiao Tailing unconscious. Mao Chen couldn't bear to see this face similar to His Majesty's, making such a bad expression. He lifted up Xiao Taijian and said, I've brought the man back to Chang'an. Meng Tian nodded heavily and watched Mao Qian's departing back, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He knew that once this news reached His Majesty's ears, it would definitely set off a shocking storm. At this moment, Li Taizong, who was far away from Chang'an, was standing on the high platform of Weiyang Palace, looking at the north. For some reason, an inexplicable irritation suddenly surged in his heart. Chapter 56, I will send you mother and son to meet Li Yutian. Xiao Taijun slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually coming into focus. He realized that he was no longer in the prison of a military camp, but rather in a deep and secluded hall. Awake? An indifferent voice came from high above, and Xiao Taijian hid behind a jade pillar and curled up like a frightened puppy. He surreptitiously raised his eyes to look, only to see a blurry figure sitting on top of the imperial throne. Li Taizong looked at this brother who looked exactly like himself in a ghostly manner. Although his face was expressionless, the bottom of his eyes were cold and bone-chilling. This so-called brother was cowardly and stiffless, with an unpleasant demeanor, living like a spoiled dude. To be honest, when he saw Xiao Taicheng's first glance, he thought that Mao Chang had found a double for himself. But after Mao Chang told him everything he knew, Li Taizong fell into a long silence. He even began to doubt the tattered memories from his youth. In those images presented from a third person's point of view, the one who was held tenderly in his mother's arms was perhaps never himself. Could it have been Xiao Taijun who was warmly cared for by his mother? If not, how could one explain that one was abandoned by one's mother and left to fend for oneself, while Xiao Taijin was taken away by his mother? Raising his head, Li Taizong said in a cold voice. The ice-cold voice caused Xiao Taijian to tremble again as he warily raised his eyes to look at the figure on the imperial throne. In his perspective, the figure on the imperial throne was extremely blurry, as if there was only that honorable dark golden color in this dimly lit hall. Xiao Taijuan's legs trembled uncontrollably. He had had an audience with the great Zhou Emperor along with his maternal grandfather, and had felt the mighty pressure of the heavenly martial realm. But the majesty of this emperor in front of him was completely different. It wasn't the oppression brought about by cultivation, but rather the innate aura of a king. It was as if this emperor in front of him was synonymous with majesty and dominance. It was as if a human emperor from ancient legends had descended into the world, with a heavenly might that was hard to measure. Li Taizong slowly walked down the jade steps, and at the same time, he also collected his own might. Only then did Xiao Taiting see that the face under the 12-tasseled Ping Tian crown was exactly the same as his own. His guess was indeed correct, his mother's other heir and himself were twins. And when Xiao Taiting finally saw the face that was identical to his own, the fear in his heart somehow disappeared. And jealousy took over his heart, gnawing at his insides like a viper. Which man has not fantasized about being the king of the world? Drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman, waking up to the power of the world, one word can be the law of the world. A word can be the law of the land. A word becomes a constitution, and the law follows the word. Not to mention the fact that this emperor has so many capable ministers and fierce generals who have sworn to follow him to the death. What a great honor this is. A man should be like this. Li Taizong looked down at the paralyzed Xiao Taijian, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He could already see the jealousy in Xiao Taijian's eyes. Just by you? Li Taizong's upper hand pinched Xiao Taijian's face, his fingers slightly hard. To look so much like me, but to be such a wimpy softy, is not good enough to be used. He let go of his hand and wiped it on his dragon robe. I don't even have the desire to torture you. Fear and jealousy were intertwined in Xiao Taiting's eyes, and he suddenly shouted hysterically. You are just getting favoritism from your mother. Li Taizong was puzzled and frowned slightly. Xiao Taicheng sneered. Mother lied to me, this is not a small cave heaven at all. Rather, it is a top-tier cave heaven that is comparable to the Great Realm. The aura here is dozens of times more pure and dense than Great Zhou. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, spittle flying. My father is the lord of the cave heaven, and when my mother took me away when she separated from him, wasn't it because she wanted you to inherit this cave heaven? Now that the entire Tianyi Palace is moving in here, isn't it to give the clan to you to inherit as well? If the Tianyi Palace is moving into the cave sky today, isn't that because they also want to hand over the Tianyi Palace to you to inherit as well? Li Taizong was first stunned, then he let out a loud laugh that shook the beams and pillars of the great hall. He laughed so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes, pointing at Xiao Taiting to Gao Lishur. Hear that? This fool even thinks that my kingdom is a handout from someone else. What a rare fool, a fool that can go into a museum. Li Taizong didn't understand, is this Xiao Taiting's brain only the size of a peach kernel? How else did he come to this conclusion? Xiao Taiting was stung by the laughter and his face turned red. Isn't it? You are just lucky, if you and I were to swap, I would be equally as imposing as you. Li Taizong suddenly stopped laughing, his eyes as stern as knives. I have a good life? His voice was suddenly as cold as ice, and the killing intent in his eyes almost turned into substance. He grabbed Xiao Taicheng's collar and yanked the face, which resembled his own, in front of him. My father suppressed me for 20 years and pushed me into the fire pit on his deathbed. My stepmother tried to harm me. My own brothers wanted to kill me. My own sister colluded with the foreigners to kill me. His fingers almost pinched into Xiao Taiting's flesh. Even your mother, she chose you over me. Bang! Li Taizong ruthlessly slammed Xiao Taijian to the ground, stepping heavily on his chest. If she had chosen me, why would Tianyi Palace need to take refuge? Why would the beast tide be enough to fear? Great Zhou would have been nothing more than a bag of tricks. It's a pity that she chose a weakling like you. I won't let you go, you mother and son. I will immediately let you mother and son go to Sili Gadian. Xiao Taiting's pupils suddenly contracted. The fear of death made him tremble, and his crotch was once again wet. Li Taizong retracted his foot in disgust. But suddenly, as if he thought of something, he sneered. I suddenly want to know what your mother and grandfather's expression will be when I torture you in front of them. Go to the snowplain. Everything was ready in Tianyi Palace, ready for all to enter the cave. Xiao Wanrong had a sad face, for some reason, she had some bad premonitions in the underworld. Xiao Xuanji said. Thinking about your other heir? Xiao Wanrong shook her head. Father misunderstood, I am just worried about Tai Ting. I have loathed that child since his birth, or else I wouldn't have dropped a ban on his body. When she gave birth back then, when she gave birth to Li Taizong, she had a difficult labor and hemorrhaged and almost died. On the other hand, the birth of Xiao Taicheng went extremely smoothly, so Xiao Wanrong has always loathed Li Taizong. Seeing this, Xiao Xuanji laughed out loud. Wanrong, don't worry about Tai Ting, he's still young and must have gone crazy playing in that cave. And with so many celestial spirit marshals following him, he will be fine. Xiao Wanrong smiled faintly. Chapter 57 Tianyi Palace meets with Great Qin. The silhouettes of the Tianyi Palace crowd surfaced in the sky above the snowy plains. Xiao Xindai breathed in the air of this place and laughed up to the sky. Ha, Wanrong, are you mistaken? The concentration of aura here is not inferior to Great Zhou. Xiao Wanrong's brows furrowed as a trace of unease rose in her heart. How could the aura of this side of the cave sky be so dense? It was very different from the Great Qin in her memories. Just as she was pondering, a mournful scream suddenly came from the front. Palace Master, look over there. That seems to be my Tianyi Palace people. Xiao Xuanji and Xiao Wanrong followed the sound, and what was in front of them instantly made their eyes glaze over. The blood in their bodies seemed to freeze instantly. On top of the snowy plains, nearly 10,000 corpses dressed in the Tianyi Palace's costumes were scattered horizontally and vertically, and their blood dyed the entire snowy land into a piercing scarlet color. The deaths were miserable. There were those who were chopped to death by long swords, those who were picked to death by spears, and even those who were trampled by the hooves of horses. What was even more heinous was that the heads of all the corpses had been neatly barricaded into a lurid kyokan, and the head at the very top still maintained a horrified expression. It was none other than the leading disciple of the third generation. Vomit. This horrifying scene caused many second and fourth generation disciples to dry heave. It wasn't that they hadn't seen dead people before. But the picture in front of them was so tragic that it was like hell. The fellow disciples who had been drinking and discussing the Tao together a few days ago were now cold corpses. The master who was still guiding the cultivation yesterday was now only left with a staring head. Their heads were even insultingly barricaded into the Jingguan. The people of Tianyi Palace cried and wailed at once. Ah! That was my disciple. An elder flung himself to the ground and cried out in pain as he hugged the headless corpse. My master, how did he die so tragically? A female disciple knelt in front of the Jingguan, her trembling hand trying to touch the head of the middle-aged man at the bottom, only to break down and cry the moment she was about to touch it. Xiao Xuanji was trembling, and the Xuanwu realm's pressure erupted uncontrollably. His eyes were crimson, his whiskers and hair were all agape as he looked up to the sky and let out a heart-rending roar. Who is it? Who dares to slaughter my Tianyi Palace disciples like this? Are you tired of living? Xiao Wanrong was equally enraged as she forced herself to endure her grief and quickly swept her gaze over the appalling capital Guan. Only when it was confirmed that there was no Xiao Taijuan's head did her taut heartstrings relax a little. Not being inside meant that it was still alive. At this moment, the grief of the Tianyi Palace people transformed into anger. More than 10,000 people roared mournfully. If we don't take this revenge, we will not be human. One elder was in tears, holding the mutilated body of his beloved disciple and roaring to the sky. Palace Master, wash the entire cave heaven in blood. Waves of angry voices rose higher than waves, and the sorrowful roars of more than 10,000 Tianyi Palace cultivators shook the snowy mountains. Young Palace Master, if they dare to kill my Tianyi Palace people like this, we will pay in blood. Kill all the living beings in his cave. Xiao Xuanji laughed back in anger as his Xuanwu realm aura climbed higher and higher. Good. Very good. Today, I will let these ants know what will happen if they offend the Tianyi Palace. Xiao Wanrong also drew the long sword at her waist and said in a chilling voice. Father, I will personally kill the one who gave the order. Just as the Tianyi Palace crowd was boiling with killing intent, an armor-clad Black Dragon Prohibition army appeared and said in a stern voice. His Majesty the Qin Emperor has ordered that anyone from Tianyi Palace who sets foot on Qin soil will be killed without pardon. When Xiao Wanrong heard this, her pretty face was instantly covered in frost. She let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with contempt and anger. Emperor Qin? A vertical son who doesn't know the heights of heaven has a big mouth. How dare he treat his mother like this? The Black Dragon Army General was about to say something else, but Xiao Wanrong raised her jade hand lightly. Poof! A cold light flashed, and the Black Dragon's head was separated. Blood gushed out from his neck, spilling a blinding line of blood on the snowy ground. The headless body crashed to the ground. Kill! Xiao Xuanji shouted angrily, his Shen Iron heavy sword slashed down in the air, 100 feet of swordchi tearing through the snowy plain. Today, I will have this side of the cave sky to accompany the disciples of my Tianyi Palace. Xiao Wanrong withdrew her blood-stained jade hand, and the killing intent in her eyes increased. If a single hair is missing from the sentence, I will make the hundreds of millions of living beings in Daqin pay for their lives. Aang! A dragon's roar that shook the sky came from the depths of the snowy plains, and wherever the sound waves passed, the sky's flying snow actually froze in mid-air. Only to see a bright golden figure stepping in the air, every step fell, let the snow in 100 miles of the circle for the tremor. Who do you want to kill? 5 bland words, but it was as if a heavenly constitution had exploded in the minds of the people of Tianyi Palace. The monstrous killing intent condensed by the 10,000 people of Tianyi Palace actually fell apart under this simple question. It was as if heaven and earth had been infused with a supreme will, and even the howling cold winds were subjugated to it. It was as if they were facing the supreme human emperor. Heavenly Emperor! The brilliant heavenly might was unfathomable and frightening. The 10,000 or so heavenly monarch palace cultivators were horrified to realize that they were like flying insects caught in amber, and even breathing became difficult. Xiao Xuanji tightly frowned. He realized with horror. His Xuanwu realm's pressure was hardened and pressed back into his body. A strong person. A strong person not inferior to the Xuanwu realm. Xiao Wanrong's face turned pale, and the hand holding the long sword in her hand was actually shaking. She and her father exchanged glances, both seeing unbelievable shock in the other's eyes. Why had such a terrifyingly strong person appeared in this cave heaven that they regarded as the land of ants? I'm asking you guys, who are you going to kill? That golden figure was getting closer and closer, and underneath the 12 tasseled jade strings was a familiar face that made Xiao Wanrong's soul haunted. Only at this moment, the coldness in those eyes made her feel like falling into an ice cave. At this moment, the crowd of Tianyi Palace similarly exclaimed, "Young Lord Tai Pun!" and then immediately denied themselves. Not right. The young lord did not have this kind of might. This was a completely different person from the young lord. Only to see that the person coming was walking with 2 supreme heavenly dragons surrounding his body, each step seemed to be stepping on top of the veins of heaven and earth. That disdainful demeanor was a far cry from Xiao Taijuan's obscene and cowardly behavior. How is this possible? I actually felt a majesty comparable to that of the great Zhou Emperor in a person from a small cave. The whispers of the disciples came from Xiao Wanrong's ears. He should be the heir of the lesser palace master who abandoned him in the small cave heaven back then, right? I never imagined that he would be so powerful that he would make the palace master feel tricky. Unfortunately, if it was him that the young palace master had brought back then. Shut up! Xiao Xuanji snapped, but the shock in his eyes betrayed him. As a Xuanwu realm powerhouse, he felt more clearly than anyone else that this young man in front of him, his strength was definitely not below his own. Xiao Xuanji pointed his sword at Li Taizong. You are Emperor Qin? You alone dare to. Clang! The words were not finished. The clash of armor suddenly came from all around. An army of black armor slowly emerged from the blizzard. Roughly speaking, there were as many as 300,000 people. The commander-in-chief is heavily armored and has a resolute face. It was Meng Tian. Immediately afterward, a dragon tore through the sky. About 50,000 men. At the head of them are the four great Qin gods, Dianwei, Suchu, Qin Shong and Yukagong, staring at the Tianyi Palace crowd like tigers and bears. Hiss! The divine horse cries. The 100,000 Hussar Legion is like heavenly soldiers. The commander-in-chief, Wadaizi, was like a ball of fire, his expression bratty and murderous. Immediately afterward, around Li Taizong, Mao Chang, dressed in a golden flying fish suit, appeared with his brocade guards. Gao Lishir and Yuan Tiangang escorted him to the left and right. In addition to Zhuge Liang, who was dealing with political affairs in Chang'an, Li Taizong directly pulled all of his own team. In order to vent his anger. Chapter 58:2 To choose again. The faces of the Tianyi Palace crowd turned pale. The anger and grief they had just felt was instantly taken over by fear. How can this be fought? Over 500,000 people were all peak celestials. The spirit martial powerhouses inside were even more numerous. The commanders at the head of the group emanate an aura not inferior to that of the young palace master. All of them are yellow martial high rankers. Moreover, their Xuanwu realm palace masters seemed to be very jealous of the emperor who looked exactly like their young lord. Xiao Wanrong took a deep breath, forced down the complex emotions in her heart, and said in a deep voice, "Where did you take your brother?" Li Taizong raised his eyebrows. My younger brother? Are you talking about Li Taiming? Li Taihong? Li Taiyan? Or Li Taiyuan? Xiao Wanrong was just about to have a fit when she was interrupted by Li Taizong again. Oh, I forgot, you may not have seen Li Taiyuan, he is my ninth brother. In the next moment, Li Taizong said in a cold voice. They are all dead. I killed them with my own hands. Xiao Wanrong staggered back 2 steps, looking at Li Taizong's face that looked exactly like Xiao Taiting's, breathing heavily. The grief in her heart was about to drown her. Although Li Taizong did not explicitly mention Xiao Taijuan's whereabouts, it could be heard from his words. Her son, Xiao Taijian, was in great danger. Xiao Xuanji was even more furious, his forehead veins bulging. Xiao Taiting is your own brother. How did he mess with you? Are you going to kill him? He has never met you, much less offended you. Why are you doing this? Li Taizong coldly glanced at Xiao Xuanji, his gaze falling back to Xiao Wanrong's miserable white face, the corner of his mouth hooking into a cruel smile. Oh, so you are talking about Xiao Taiting. This person dared to imitate my appearance and really deserves to die. But I am a bodhisattva and didn't kill him with my own hands, I only disfigured him. Snap! Snap! Li Taizong clapped his hands. Instantly, the brocade guards behind him immediately escorted a hunched figure forward. The figure was skinny and bony, his body was covered with hideous wounds, and wriggling maggots could still be seen between the festering flesh. Moreover, his face was covered with a tin helmet, leaving only 3 bloody holes at his eyes and mouth. The tin helmet was clearly welded to his skull after being burned red in the furnace. The exposed skin at the eyes and mouth were all charred. When that figure saw Xiao Wanrong and Xiao Xuanji, it suddenly struggled violently and let out a hoarse whimpering sound. That sound was like a blunt knife scraping the bones, clearly a trauma left by the charcoal burning in the throat. Xiao Wanrong's legs went limp and she directly fell to her knees. She trembled and reached out her hand, but did not dare to touch it. Tentatively, she asked, Mistress Torture? The eyes under the iron mask suddenly welled up with tears of blood, and the tattered body nodded frantically, its scalded hands gesticulating wildly as if it wanted to tell of the inhuman torture it had suffered. I'm not the son of a man. Inhuman son. How could my Xiao family bloodline produce such a brutal person like you? Xiao Xuanji's eyes were enraged as his spiritual energy stormed out. Li Taizong ignored Xiao Xuanji's furious roar and only lightly waved his hand. The brocade guards immediately escorted another figure forward, and creepily, this person was exactly the same as the iron-masked man from earlier, also wearing a burnt red iron helmet and covered in horrifying wounds. This iron-masked man also began to struggle violently, a few words vaguely recognizable in his hoarse voice. Nyang Gong. Xiao Xuanji and Xiao Wanrong were completely dumbfounded. How could there be 2 Xiao Taijins? Ha ha ha. Li Taizong suddenly laughed up to the sky, his laughter filled with twisted pleasure. Didn't you choose him back then? I want to see if you can still recognize him this time. He fiercely tightened his smile, his eyes stern as knives. Of these two, you choose one. The chosen one will die a death of 1,000 cuts, and the other one can live. When these words came out, a chill arose in the hearts of everyone present. Especially the Tiani Palace people, their hearts trembled with fear. Not fear of death, but fear of this emperor's methods. The chosen death by 1,000 cuts and the chosen living, although the two ways looked similar, the meaning was extremely different. Xiao Xuanji's hair flared with rage as his Shin iron heavy sword erupted with a piercing black aura. The aura of the Xuanwu realm was completely unleashed, and the snow in a 100-mile radius instantly vaporized. His figure was like electricity, and he lunged straight at Li Taizong with a destructive momentum. Old me is going to kill you, sinner. Li Taizong's eyes were like a river of stars. The 10,000 tribulation star pupils were unleashed. The star decay robbery light made Xiao Xuanji tremble in place. Sinner! I'm going to die today even at the risk of losing my body and soul. Xiao Xuanji was drenched in blood, but still stubbornly straightened his spine. You have interrupted my speech 3 times. Since you want to die, I will fulfill you. Before the words left his mouth, the sky and earth suddenly changed color. Li Taizong slowly raised his right hand, and a transparent finger that penetrated the sky and the earth coalesced in the void. 2 supreme heavenly dragons entwined around it, and the roar of the dragons shattered 100 miles of floating clouds. Carrying the might to crush everything. Kneel. 2 lightly written words caused Xiao Xuanji's bones to explode all over his body. His eyes filled with blood as he desperately resisted this mighty pressure that crushed heaven and earth. Don't even think about it. I will definitely break you into pieces today. Xiao Xuanji roared and continued to charge up without showing any weakness. Boom! The transparent finger gently pressed. Xiao Xuanji's protective astral aura instantly shattered, and his legs stepped heavily into the frozen soil. The Xuanwu realm flesh body that was as hard as iron, at this moment, its surface unexpectedly crumbled, and blood gushed out from every crack. Palace Master. The people of Tiani Palace were horrified. The invincible Xuanwu realm palace master in their eyes was actually being suppressed like an ant at this moment. Xiao Wanrong pounced forward like a madman. Stop it. He is you. I said, kneel down. Li Taizong's eyes were cold and his fingertips pressed down again. Father. Xiao Wanrong let out a heart-rending scream. Ka-ching. Xiao Xuanji's spine snapped in response. This mighty heavenly monarch of Tiani Palace was now as limp as mud, but his hands were still stubbornly supporting the ground as he knelt in front of Li Taizong. The entire snowy plain was deathly silent. Everyone was so shocked by this crushing difference in strength that they couldn't speak. Li Taizong slowly stepped forward and kicked Xiao Xuanji into the arms of the Tiani Palace elder. His cold eyes were like electricity as he looked straight at Xiao Wanrong. Looks like you don't want to choose? Then I will help you choose. Kill both of them. Xiao Wanrong screamed. Wait a minute. I'll choose. I choose. Chapter 59. His Majesty didn't say that. The brocade guards roughly dragged the 2 figures wearing iron masks to Xiao Wanrong's face. Choose death. Choose to die, not to live. If Xiao Wanrong chose the real Xiao Taiting, it would be no different than if she herself had cut Xiao Taiting into 1,000 pieces with her own hands. Her eyes darted back and forth between the 2 iron faces. That unspeakable feeling of panic made her throat so dry that she couldn't make a sound. She could feel her heart beating frantically in her chest, almost breaking through her ribcage. I choose. Xiao Wanrong trembled as she raised her hand and pointed at the figure on her left. The iron-masked man who was pointed at suddenly struggled violently, in a hoarse whimper. Nyang. That word Nyang was extraordinarily clear. The eyes under the iron mask overflowed with muddy tears, mixed with blood and water sliding down the charred black skin. Xiao Wanrong, who was a mother, was struck by lightning and burst into tears. Retracting her fingers violently. Pointing painfully to the right side again, that iron-masked man. Mother. This iron-masked man's voice, although equally hoarse, carried a few hints of sadness. Those exposed eyes were filled with grief, seemingly questioning why his mother chose to let him die. Ah! Xiao Wanrong suddenly let out a mournful scream, her 10 fingers pinched deeply into her palm, blood dripping down her fingers onto the snow. How does this make me choose? She fell to her knees, her hair in a messy bun, looking like a madman. At this moment, she finally realized what it means to be worse than death. Li Taizong watched with cold eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel arc. Back then, didn't you also make a choice? Why are you so entangled today? The 2 iron masks simultaneously let out a mournful cry, one shouting for mother to save me, and one shouting for mother not to choose me. Xiao Wanrong was paralyzed on the snowy ground, tears blurring her vision, no longer able to distinguish which one was her Taiting. Her trembling fingers moved between the 2. Every time she saw the sorrowful eyes of the 2 iron-masked men, it was as painful as a blunt knife cutting into her flesh. Seeing Xiao Wanrong like this, Li Taizong's brows tightened and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. Clang! He pulled out the embroidered spring sword of Mao Chun at his side, throwing it directly in front of Xiao Wanrong. Abrasive, I changed my mind. Which one you want to die, stab yourself. I'll only give you 5 breaths of time. After saying that, he said to the 2 sides of the brocade guards. After 1 breath, I'll chop off their arms, after 2 breaths, I'll chop off their thighs, and after 5 breaths, if she doesn't choose, I'll chop off their heads. Obey. The 2 brocade guards stepped forward and drew their embroidered spring swords. Xiao Wanrong trembled as she picked up the spring blade, the blade reflecting her pale face. 1 breath. Swish. The blade flashed. A flash of blood. What followed were pig-killing howls. One of the arms of the 2 iron masks was chopped off. Do you have to be so aggressive? Xiao Wanrong's eyes were wide open and her voice was hoarse. It was 2 breaths. The embroidered spring sword swung down again. 2 more cold rays of light, and the remaining arm was also chopped off. The iron-masked man was convulsing in pain, and his wails were chilling. Back then, I had a bitter reason for leaving you behind. Your father was afraid of the Tianyi Palace taking over Great Qin, and I left you behind to put his mind at ease. 3 breaths. The embroidered spring sword fell mercilessly, and his left leg was severed at the root. Blood gushed out like a spring, staining the entire snowy ground. Do you have to make me beg on my knees? I'm your mother. 4 breaths. Swish. The 2 iron-masked men completely became human sticks. Their mutilated bodies were convulsing in a pool of blood. They could no longer make a sound, and only faint whimpers could come out from under their iron masks. Like 2 worms. Xiao Wanrong sat paralyzed in a pool of blood, crying miserably. Li Taizong looked down at her with cold eyes. 5 breaths had arrived. Xiao Wanrong suddenly stormed up and chopped off the head of the iron-faced man on the left. I choose him. The head rolled down onto the snow with a dull sound. Xiao Wanrong stared deathly at Li Taizong's expression, and when she saw him reveal a satisfied smile, her heart instantly sank to the bottom. Could it be that the one she chose was Xiao Taizong? She madly pounced on the headless corpse, her trembling hands lifting the iron mask. Underneath the mask was an unfamiliar face, although it bore a slight resemblance to Xiao Taiting. Xiao Wanrong could clearly perceive that this was by no means her flesh and blood. Great! Xiao Wanrong breathed a long sigh of relief and turned to pounce on the other iron-masked man, holding him tightly in her arms. Mother didn't choose wrongly. Tai Ting, mother saved you. However, the iron-masked man in her arms turned his head with difficulty and looked at Li Taizong. Your Majesty, the guilty minister's family. Li Taizong smiled and nodded. They will become civilians and go into hiding. In the future, if they are talented, they can also join the civil service, so you don't need to worry about it. The corners of the iron-masked man's mouth pulled out a relieved smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. Before the words left his mouth, he died of gas. The corners of Xiao Wanrong's eyes cracked and she lifted her mask, finding the same unfamiliar face. Ah! Xiao Wanrong jumped away like an electric shock and let out a heart-rending scream. She staggered back a few steps and fell into a pool of blood, her eyes wide open. No! This couldn't be possible. If these 2 were not Xiao Taijun, then where the hell was her son? Xiao Wanrong's body trembled violently, as if all her strength had been drained away in an instant. Her face turned from pale to blue, and then from blue to gray, and her entire body froze in place as if she had been struck by lightning. Xiao Wanrong was about to collapse. From hell to heaven and back again. This switching made her heart stop. A trembling finger pointed at Li Taizong. You. As the king of a country, you are so faithless in your words. Li Taizong slowly stepped forward and bent down to pick up the blood-stained embroidered spring sword. He gently wiped the blood on the blade and faintly said, I only asked you to choose one to kill, but when did I say that there was Xiao Taiting in it? Boom! These words were like a thunderbolt that struck the top of Xiao Wanrong's head. She raised her head violently, the tears in her eyes were instantly vaporized by the anger and replaced by a monstrous resentment. You! Li Taizong turned around and threw the embroidered spring sword back to Mao Chang. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Did I say that? Gao Lishur and Mao Chang smiled slightly and were about to reply. However, they saw a loud roar coming from the Hussar Legion. His Majesty did not say that. Everyone's gazes swarmed in the direction of the Hussar Legion. Only to see Huozhaizi sitting on his warhorse, his face unprecedentedly serious. His eyes were like torches, and his nobility was unspeakable. Your Majesty's every word is memorized by the last general, and the last general dares to guarantee that Your Majesty didn't say it. Gao Lishur and Mao Chang's faces sank. Gao Lishur is annoyed. I am His Majesty's slave. Who are you, Huozhaizi, to try to steal his words? Mao Qian's eyes are even more gloomy. I am His Majesty's hawk and dog. Can't you, a Hussar general, fight honestly? Zhao Banu froze. General! Before the word army came out, Huozhaizi slapped him. Huozhaizi's eyes widened. Tramp, all of you are mute. All repeat what I just said. Zhao Banu was slapped and stumbled. Although he doesn't understand the general's meaning, he, who has been by Huozhai's side for a long time, only knows that carrying out orders is enough. He roared with the same fury. His Majesty did not say that. The 100,000 hussars likewise roared in unison. His Majesty didn't say that. This led directly to a chain of reactions. The Black Dragon Prohibition armies boomed and stumped their feet, sounding like thunder. The Great Wall Legion raised their halberds high. His Majesty didn't say that. His Majesty didn't say that. His Majesty did not say that. The entire snowy plain echoed with shouts. Only the brocade guards remained solemn and immobile, maintaining the majesty of the Son of Heaven's own army. Li Taizong stood with his arms folded, the corners of his mouth under the 12-tasseled jade strings slightly upturned. Mao Chang looked at this out-of-control scene, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Meng Tian held his forehead and shook his head, looking at those Great Wall Legionnaires who followed the uproar, both angry and amused. These normally disciplined warriors have been sidetracked by Huazizi, the devil of the world, at this moment. At this moment, they finally understood why His Majesty was uniquely pampering Huazizi. Chapter 60. He thought you could recognize him until he died. Xiao Wanrong was as white as paper. Her eyes were bleak as she looked at Li Taizong. She could already see that Li Taizong was trying to humiliate her. Humiliate Xiao Taizong, humiliate Tanny Palace. Xiao Wanrong's voice was hoarse as she said. You don't look like either of me or your father. Abandoning you back then was the right thing to do, and bringing back someone like you to Tanny Palace would be a scourge. Li Taizong's laughter came to an abrupt end, his eyes instantly became cold as ice. I am curious, why did you abandon your child back then? Do you know that that child has always treated you as a loving mother, 20 years as one day, missing you all the time? Don't talk to me about wresting Liu Tian's heart. With your cultivation back then what you want to do, no one in Great Qin can stop it. Xiao Wanrong looked at Li Taizong and laughed coldly. Want to know? I prefer not to tell you. Li Taizong's color remained unchanged and said blandly. Tell me, and I will tell you the whereabouts of Xiao Taicheng. Xiao Wanrong's voice was filled with despair. Are you going to continue to tease me? Isn't it enough for you to humiliate me so much and humiliate Tianyi Palace? Li Taizong slowly raised his right hand and indifferently said. I swear by the great Tao, I didn't kill Xiao Taizong, and neither did my subjects. A light suddenly flashed in Xiao Wanrong's eyes. A color of hope surged in her heart. She was silent for a moment before she finally opened her mouth and said. Back then, when I gave birth to my son, it was difficult to give birth to you and I almost fell, but when I gave birth to Tai Ting, I was safe and sound. Afterwards, closed her eyes, as if she had used up all her strength. Li Taizong's face was expressionless, and his eyes were indifferent. Nothing? No more. Just because of this reason you evil me? Aha! The snowy plains were silent, only the sound of the cold wind whistling. Li Taizong stood in place, looking deeply at the mother in front of him, who used to think about her day and night. He had expected to be angry and in pain, but at this moment his heart was unusually calm. Li Taizong suddenly remembered the history of his previous life, Zheng Boke Duan Yu. Wu Jiang was the one who disliked Zheng Zhuangdu because it was difficult to give birth to him when he was born. She even tried to strangle Duke Zheng Zhuan when he was first born. However, she loved her youngest son, Gongshu Duan, very much. After Duke Zhuang became the king of the state, she made him give Gongshu Duan important land in Zhang, and gave him half of Zhang's army. He also promised that Gongshu Duan would conspire with others to murder Duke Zheng Zhuang and take over the state. In the end, after Duke Zhuang of Zhang settled Gongshu Duan, he made a vow to his mother Wu Jian that he would never meet until the Yellow Springs. But in the end, due to filial piety and a trace of attachment to his mother, he brought Wu Jian back to his mother and took care of her in her twilight years. Unfortunately, Li Taizong was not the Duke of Xingzhuang. What can a biological mother do? Xiao Wanrong raised her eyes and looked at this heroic and majestic Li Taizong. He was not many times better than Xiao Taiting. But the two had the same face, yet she had always harbored misgivings about Li Taizong while doting on Xiao Taijian. Perhaps it was because the pain of the difficult labor made her angry at the child. Or perhaps it was because Li Taizong was early in life and lacked the innocence that a child should have. These subtle differences made her instinctively favor Xiao Taiting, who was more like an ordinary child. You promised, where is Taiting? Xiao Wanrong asked with a trembling voice. There was already pleading in her tone. Li Taizong's face was expressionless, his voice indifferent as ice. You have seen it long ago, when you first stepped into this land. Xiao Wanrong was puzzled. When, how did I? Before the words were finished, Xiao Wanrong looked like she thought of something, her pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a pinpoint and her face turned pale. She rushed to the distance like a madman, where a headless body lay. There was a black dragon forbidden soldier who had spoken out to stop her when she first entered the cave heaven. She trembled as she held up the head that she had personally decapitated. Shivering, she placed her hand on the black dragon mask, seemingly using all her strength to lift it. The person under the mask was dead in peace. However, he had a face that looked exactly like the current Qin emperor. His eyes were wide with disbelief, as if he was asking his mother why she wanted to kill him. Li Taizong walked slowly, his voice calm and terrifying. I didn't break my oath, I didn't kill him, my subjects didn't kill him either, you did. Xiao Wanrong was trembling, the head in her arms was almost unsteady to hold. I played a game with him at first. He pretended to be a soldier of the Qin army. If you can recognize him, I will pardon your Tianyi palace. If not, then all of you will go to the Yellow Springs to see Li Yutian. I was only controlling him to say a word. And you killed him. Saying this, Li Taizong suddenly smiled. That smile grew bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a loud release of laughter. Ha ha ha. Until his death, he thought you could recognize him. What a mother and son. You know what? When I told him about this plan, he pissed his pants. But in the end he agreed. He said my mother has labored for many years, I can't put her in danger. Mother will recognize me. She loves me the most. This kid is cowardly and stiffless, but in the end, he has some of the blood of my Li family. Xiao Wanrong was trembling with anger. Her tears smashed into the snow, melting out into small puddles. Xiao Wanrong was so furious that the head in her arms rolled to the ground. She wanted to curse, but realized that her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and not a single word could come out. Li Taizong suddenly leaned down, and his face, which was exactly the same as Xiao Taicheng's, was reflected in Xiao Wanrong's pupils. What is even more ridiculous is that before he died, he was still using his eyes to ask you for help. You don't know that I'm going to go crazy laughing at the back watching you kill him without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wanrong finally broke down and let out a wail that did not sound like a human voice. She desperately struggled to hold the head, but was kicked away by Li Taizong. Li Taizong raised his hand and set up several prohibitions. These prohibitions prevented Xiao Wanrong's mouth from speaking and her body from moving. However, she could clearly look at everything around her. Afterwards, Li Taizong no longer looked at Xiao Wanrong. He buried her in Empress Zhao Da's tomb. Let her and Xiao Taicheng go to the Yellow Springs to meet the late emperor. Mao Chang's throat rolled and there was a moment of hesitation. He is not a little cutie. Heard His Majesty's meaning. Empress Zhao Da is now a burial mound. It means to bury Xiao Wanrong alive. Bury His Majesty's birth mother alive? Chapter 61, Great Zhou Angel? One sword second. As for you guys. Li Taizong had just placed his eyes on the 10,000 or so Tianyi Palace people when he did so. A few elders from Tianyi Palace immediately jumped out. The white-bearded elder at the head grabbed the ground with his head, his forehead thumping on the snow. Surrender! His Majesty the Great Emperor, we surrender. All of us at Tianyi Palace are willing to serve His Majesty. We'll be your slaves forever. I hope your Majesty will spare our lives. After saying that, clanging bells and blades were thrown onto the snow by them in a panic. Before Li Taizong could say anything, more than 10,000 people were already kneeling on the ground in unison, waiting to be sentenced. The spectacle was so spectacular that the well-informed Qin generals were dumbfounded. You guys? Li Taizong was rarely speechless. This maneuver made the great Qin crowd a bit dumbfounded. Meng Tian couldn't help but frown. At least you're a major faction, but how could you be so spineless? If it were him, he would rather cut himself than surrender. But in fact, if you think about it, it's understandable. Can raise the clan to flee, can have any hardcore? This Tianyi Palace, in order to avoid the Great Zhou conscription, not hesitate to abandon 1,000 years of foundation, fled to the cave. With such a sect style, do you still expect them to produce any hardcore people? If there was no Great Zhou's conscription, when Li Taizong's Great Qin hit the gates of Tianyi Palace, I am afraid that they are also too cold water, scalp itchy theater. Li Taizong waved his hand in disinterest. All of them will be escorted down to serve as laborers. Great Qin has a big move to follow, and is about to start the era of expedition. The original families and clans alone are already stretched a bit thin. These 10,000 people have good cultivation, so they can solve Qin's pressing problem. Upon hearing the verdict, the people of Tianyi Palace felt as if they had been pardoned. In their hearts, they were overjoyed to have survived the disaster. It is better to die than to live. Moreover, the cultivation environment of this cave is much better than that of Great Zhou. Even though they have to serve hard labor, it's better than losing their lives. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me. The elders fawned and shouted, fearing that Li Taizong would back out. They had forgotten how he destroyed the palace master and the young palace master. The Great Qin Legion came forward to bind the people of Tianyi Palace. Watching the Great Qin soldiers go forward to bind the captives, Li Taizong suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. He looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. The snowflakes fell on his face and were cold and piercing. He had really become a loner now. His father scorned him, his brothers plotted against him, and his sister betrayed him. Originally thought that there was at least the love of his mother, but did not want that warmth, never belonged to him. Even the broken warmth of childhood memories, but also in the third-person way to look at the twin brother and mother. Right at this moment, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the border of the snowy plain. A burly figure stepped into the air and came, the terrifying aura of the earth martial realm causing the flying snow in the sky to roll backwards. The people of Tianyi Palace turned around, looking terrified. That aura was too familiar to them, the Great Zhou Heavenly Envoy, Meng Gaoi. He was the VIP who specialized in chasing down deserters. Ha ha ha. You Tiani Palace are so stupid, thinking that Great Joe doesn't know that you're fleeing to the cave heaven? Speaking of which, I'd like to thank you. In Great Joe, discovering the new cave heaven is a great honor. Immediately following them were tens of thousands of Great Joe armorers clad in dark yellow armor. These Great Joe armorers look solemn, their faces are covered with hideous scars, and their armor is covered with scratches from wild beasts. At a glance, they look like hard-blooded warriors who had fought with ferocious beasts for years. Ambassador Manhwa of Great Joe unfolded a golden imperial decree. By His Majesty's decree, those who evade the draft will have their cultivation abolished and be exiled to the borders. The people of Tiani Palace are in utter despair. Another great Chin tiger and wolf division, another Great Joe pursuer, and that irresistible beast tide. What sins did he, Tiani Palace, create in his last life? It was only then that Manhwa noticed the situation in the field, and when he saw Li Taizong's face, his pupils contracted violently. In a stern voice, he shouted, "Who are you? How dare you unauthorizedly wear a dragon robe? Is it to plot a rebellion?" The faces of the Dechin crowd changed. All of them showed a fierce light in their eyes. Daring to disrespect His Majesty, this person is already on the path to death. Li Taizong had nowhere to vent his anger, and the cold light in his eyes skyrocketed when he heard this. Aang! Two supreme heavenly dragons rose up in the sky, their roars resounding through the clouds. The Taya sword clangingly came out of its sheath, and a rich imperial aura flowed from the sword. The Human Emperor World Suppressor Technique, 9-Dragon Human Emperor Tao, and Heavenly Emperor Scripture were launched at the same time. A dazzling golden light bloomed around Li Taizong. At this moment, Li Taizong was the combination of the Ancient Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor. Boom! The Taya sword seemed to tear apart the heavens and earth. It blasted towards the Great Joe Heavenly Envoy with an extremely shocking gesture. This sword contained all of Li Taizong's anger and killing intent, and its power was so strong that it changed the color of heaven and earth. Great Joe Heavenly Envoy Manhwa Yi's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he cursed profusely. Nima! What the is this? He mobilized all of his cultivation in a hurry, the spirit power of the earth martial realm surging wildly, laying down 18 defensive barriers in front of him. Ka-ching! The Taya sword shattered everything, and all the killing moves were easily torn apart like thin paper. The sword light struck Manhwa Yi with an invincible momentum. All means of defense were ineffective. Manhwa Yi flew out like a cannonball. Rumble! A snowy mountain in the distance collapsed, and Manhwa Yi was nailed to the mountain by the Taya sword. His bones were shattered all over his body, and blood continued to gush out from his 7 orifices. The powerful life force of the earth martial realm allowed him to remain alive for a moment, but he had completely lost the ability to resist. Although the earth martial realm was 2 great realms higher than Li Taizong, in front of Li Taizong, the Gapan realms had long since ceased to be a measure of strength. Li Taizong was burdened with 3 top-level techniques, each of which was an overwhelming inheritance that was enough to suppress an era. Coupled with the Taya sword, the Human Emperor sword, it would be a joke if he couldn't cross the border and fight. Li Taizong stepped into the air. He looked down on the dying Manhwa Yi from above. On the land of Qin, you also dare to use your Great Joe holy decree? Manhwa Yi raised his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was a powerful earth martial realm practitioner and a formidable existence in Great Joe, but at this moment, he was heavily injured by a yellow martial realm cultivator with a single sword strike. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. Manhwa Yi coughed up blood foam. Impossible. How could there be such a demon in this world? Li Taizong looked at him indifferently. A frog in the bottom of a well dares to speculate on heaven and earth? Mao! Li Taizong was just about to instruct Mao Chang, but suddenly thought that Mao Chang would also be personally responsible for Empress Zhaoda's mausoleum. He pondered briefly and changed his words. Yuan Chang. I am here. Undesirable handsome Yuan Tiangang instantly appeared in front of Li Taizong. Li Taizong sheathed his Taya sword and pointed at the dying Manhwa Yi. Before returning to Chang'an, I want to know all the information about Great Joe. My lord, receive the order. Yuan Tiangang bowed and answered the order, not finding it difficult. After saying that, Yuan Tiangang dragged this earth martial realm powerhouse like a dead dog on the snowy ground, leaving a long bloody trail. Yuan Tiangang's ability, Li Taizong was very trusting. In Li Taizong's mind, a bad marshal was a brick, moving wherever he was needed. Whether it's spying on intelligence, assassinating VIPs, or supervising important cases and interrogating criminals, Yuan Tiangang can always fulfill his tasks with excellence. It's fine to let him lead troops, to let him study formations with Kongming, and to let him refine pills. Your Majesty, what should we do with these Great Joe armorers? Meng Tian stepped forward to ask for instructions. Li Taizong turned to look at the Great Joe army in the distance. None of these elite armorers who had fought hundreds of battles dared to look at him at this moment. What the hell is this? The commander-in-chief has been captured in a single move. There's no reason to go back to Qin. Dispose of them together with the people of Tiani Palace. Qin is going on an expedition, so there is no shortage of forced labor. Li Taizong waved his hand. Go back to Chang'an, I have to discuss the expedition with the Prime Minister. Gao Lishir looked at Li Taizong's back, the corner of his mouth slightly rose. I also have to thank this great Zhou emissary for letting His Majesty spread his anger. On the snowy plains, the great Qin generals have already begun counting the spoils of war. Hua Zhaodi carried his lance, kicked a great Zhou standardized war sword on the ground, and bristled. With this shabby thing, how can it be called a weapon? In the distance, the escorted great Zhou armorers hung their heads and formed a long line. They couldn't figure out how they became captives in the blink of an eye when they were clearly here to hunt down the fugitives. Chapter 62 Summoning Sun Yu. The capital of Qin, Chang'an. Li Taizong summoned the civil and military officials. Yuan Tiangang knelt down on one knee and told them all what he had learned from the interrogation. Your Majesty, the territory of Great Zhou is thousands of times larger than Great Qin. The Emperor of Great Zhou is in the heavenly martial realm. There are 16 earthly martial realm officials and countless Xuanwu realm officials under his command. Zhuge Liang lightly shook his feather fan and frowned slightly. What is the situation of the clans in Great Zhou? Back to the Prime Minister, although there are many clans in Great Zhou, there are only 4 that have strong earth martial realm players. Li Taizong said. Continue. The exit of my Daqin cave happens to be located at the border of the 100,000 mountains, which makes it extremely vulnerable to the impact of beast tides. According to what that Mangawi said, during a recent beast tide, Great Zhou lost 3 earth martial realm powerhouses. This is also the reason why there is only one heavenly martial realm for the Great Zhou Emperor, and every time a beast tide comes, Great Zhou loses several earthly martial realms. There's more. Undesirable Marshal Yuan Tiangang told the Great Zhou emissary everything he knew. As for that earth martial realm Mangawi, he was already dead. Li Taizong had already crippled him with that single sword. Coupled with Yuan Tiangong's unspeakable torture, Mangawi had become a complete waste. Great Qin didn't have food for useless people, so it was straightforward to kill them. Li Taizong nodded slightly. He looked to Zhuge Liang. What does the Prime Minister think? Zhuge Liang silently calculated the population and material consumption needed for the expedition, as well as the situation after arriving at the Great Zhou border. Sighing, he said, Your Majesty still needs to think long and hard. After leaving the cave heaven, we will most likely have to endure a double attack from the Great Zhou army in the beast tide. Moreover, Adverse Marshal said that the border of Great Zhou has a towering wall that can withstand the beast tide of the earth martial realm, and it will be difficult for Great Qin to break through it. The civil and military officials were all silent. They were all young men elected by Zhuge Liang and Li Taizong, full of ideals and with a sharp heart. But they are not reckless people who know nothing. They all had prudent hearts. They knew that the expedition to Great Zhou was by no means an easy task. After leaving Great Qin, they would have to descend at the border of the 100,000 Great Mountains. One would have to endure both the pressure of the Great Zhou army and the pressure of the beast tide. A tide of beasts that can kill the earth martial realm. Does Great Qin rely on anything to withstand it? Is it possible for His Majesty to personally go into battle to fight the beast tide for them? Then how can they, the courtiers, still have the face to stand in the court? If this was the case, it would put the Son of Heaven in danger, and it would be better for them civil and military officials to find a pillar to crash into. Li Taizong nodded. What the Prime Minister said is true, but Great Zhou still needs to conquer. We must fight down the land for our children and grandchildren to survive. We can't leave this problem to future generations of children and grandchildren. Zhuge Liang sniffed and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. He was not a pedantic and old-fashioned person. Otherwise, he would not have left Xishan 6 times in history. The difficulty of the road to Shu is more difficult than the sky. As long as Zhuge Liang holds fast, he can avoid the depletion of the northern expedition, and also consolidate the living space of Shuhan. Coupled with the strategy of Dongwu, Shuhan can be weakened, but not die. Wei would have to encroach on Shuhan, and would have to be hurt and weakened. But Zhuge Liang knows that if you sit back and wait to die, who is going to conquer? Conquest is a must. Not to fight cannot. Not to fight is chronic death. Zhuge Liang lightly shakes his feather fan. Your Majesty, I am only warning of the risks, not opposing the expedition. Li Taizong continued. Great Qin must never close its doors. Otherwise, it will end up trapped in this cave. 1 month later, the entire army of Great Qin will enter the borders of Great Zhou. I will open up access roads and build majestic passes in the 100,000 Great Mountains. With the exit of the cave heaven as the center, an impregnable city will be built as an outpost radiating in all directions. This matter is settled. Zhuge Liang and the civil and military officials bowed in unison. I will obey the decree. Zhuge Liang advanced. Your Majesty, I suggest dispatching elite scouts first to map out the topography of the 100,000 mountains and the pattern of the beast tide. Since he had decided to fight, Zhuge Liang had already started thinking about strategies. Li Taizong nodded his head. Quasi. Undesirable Marshal, this matter is in your charge. Yuan Tiangang appeared from the shadows and answered hoarsely. I accept the order. Li Taizong was not a militaristic person. He cherished every soldier of his Great Qin. The reason why he dared to make the decision to go on an expedition to Great Zhou was because he had already made all the preparations. Just a few days ago, during his system check-in, he had obtained 2 peerless great formations that were enough to change the course of the battle. 9 Prison Boundary Suppression Formation, using the blood of 9 ancient beasts as a guide, it connects to the earth's veins to form 9 purgatory boundaries. Each boundary contains a kind of extreme power: Ice Prison freezing souls, Flames Prison burned out flesh, the Wind Prison cutting bone, and Marrow Breakers need to break 9 prisons, otherwise the soul flies away. Xian Huang Indestructible Formation, this formation triggers the earth's Xian Huang Qi, transforming into an impenetrable golden light curtain, which is said to be unbreakable by all laws. Once formed, the array wall emerges ancient god pattern, can rebound the attack 10 times. Even when bombarded by heavenly tribulation, it can repair itself and live forever. Li Taizong did not place these 2 formations in Chang'an. In his mind, if a strong enemy could really break through the border and kill the capital, even with these 2 defensive formations, it would only be a beast of burden. At that time, he and Chang'an will die together. The king is only dead. So these 2 formations have been shelved in the system warehouse. Nowadays, he needed these 2 defense formations if he wanted to gain a foothold in Great Zhou. The 9 Prisons Boundary Suppression Formation uses the blood of 9 ancient beasts as its guide, and will be able to restrain the beast tide very well. Coupled with the strong defense of the Xianhuang Imperishable Formation, the Great Zhou army will not be able to enter in the slightest. In this way, first stand firm at the border, and then slowly plan. To find out the reality of Great Zhou, is the time of the full-scale attack. Ding! Refresh check-ins. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for the number of times he has been summoned. Which of my favorite ministers is coming? A hint of anticipation flashed in Li Taizong's eyes. Although he had already summoned many talents, he still could not hide his excitement every time he obtained a new summoning opportunity. Whenever he thought that those civil officials and military generals who would remain famous in history were about to become his right-hand men and women, and together they would create an unparalleled career, his blood boiled. The system used the number of summoning times. Ding! Summoning in progress. Ding! Summoning successful. Congratulations on successfully summoning Sun Yu. Character, Sun Yu. Realm, Huangwu Triple. Technique, Wenxin Zhaoshi Jing. Surprisingly, it's Sun Yu. Isn't this Meng De's Vermilion Sand Mole? Sun Yu and Meng De met when they were young and made a vow to support the Han dynasty together. Unfortunately, Meng De betrayed Sun Yu and the Han dynasty. When Xiao Qiao wanted to claim the title of Duke of Wei, Sun Yu died to make his intentions clear. Since there is no longer a Han family to feed on, there is no need for Sun Wanruo to be in the world. Although Meng De forced Sun Yu to die, Meng De still sheds quiet tears from time to time in unoccupied corners. Wanruo, my Wanruo. Why can't you walk with me again? Sun Yu has the talent of the sky and the earth, both Xiaoyi's political talent and Zhang Liang's strategic vision. He had the strategic vision of ordering his vassals by the emperor, and he was able to stay at Xuchang during the Battle of Guandu to safeguard the logistics and send a letter to Cao Cao insisting on resisting Yuan. He was also able to implement the Tuntian system to restore the economy of the Central Plains. This is the talent of a king. Li Taizong called out softly. Where is Mr. Sun? I am here. Outside the hall, there was a fragrance of sandalwood, which was clear and fresh, like the moon between the pines, and like the breeze under the bamboos. Accompanied by the sound of unhurried footsteps. Li Taizong looked up, only to see a scholar wearing a moon-white Confucian robe is picking up the steps. His eyebrows were clear and his waist was clanking with jade. The entire person exuded a temperament as warm as jade, as if he was a walking volume of sage books. Sun Yu bowed and saluted, his voice clear. I, Sun Yu, pay my respects to your majesty. I am willing to share your majesty's worries and to work together. Li Taizong did not put on the slightest bit of imperial demeanor. He jogged forward to help Sun Yu up, holding his hand, his eyes full of joy. Wanruo came at the right time. I want to go on an expedition to the Great Zhou, urgently need to love the secretary of this kind of king's talent. Sun Yu smiled without saying anything. Li Taizong continues. With Wanruo here, I can conquer Great Zhou without fear. I have Wanruo, like a fish in water. Zhuge Liang, oh? Chapter 63 Open Mountain leads the way. With Sun Yu in place, there is no need to worry about the internal affairs of the Great Qin Cave. Zhuge Liang as Li Taizong is prepared to bring to the front line of the general management of everything. Zhuge Liang and Li Taizong face the cave heaven outside the unknown will not worry in the slightest. For some reason, with this wise man with a feather fan by his side, Li Taizong was always at ease. It was as if no difficulties could stop him. With Kong Ming around, I have nothing to fear. Li Taizong often sighs so. At this moment, looking at Zhuge Liang who was deducing in front of the sand table, the corner of Li Taizong's mouth slightly raised. With the help of such a powerful minister, why worry about the great cause will not be accomplished? Even if there is a mountain of fire in front of him, he is confident that he can lead the Qin generals to break into a new world. Time rushed by, January had already passed. Li Taizong's cultivation once again had a breakthrough. Relying on signing in, his cultivation reached the second level of Xuanwu. Under the experience sharing, Zhuge Liang, Yuan Tiangang, Huazaodi, Meng Tian, and the four great Qin sect gods, their cultivation levels have all reached the peak of the 9th level of Huangwu. Mao Qian's talent was slightly lesser, but also came to the 8th level of Huangwu. Gao Lishur and Sen Yu have reached the 6th level of Huangwu. The 500,000 generals summoned from the system under his command have all broken through to the spirit martial realm. Captains and vice-generals have broken through to the spiritual martial higher level. Commander and 1,000 household levels have entered the Huangwu. This kind of elite is almost as good as the most elite guards of Great Zhou. Li Taizong led 500,000 troops in formation at the border of the snowy plains, in the midst of the cold wind. Li Taizong said in a deep voice, "Who would like to be the vanguard?" Hua Ziwei was just about to step out to ask for an order, but Li Taizong had already raised his hand to stop it. The terrain of the 100,000 mountains is complicated and not suitable for cavalry to unfold. Zhaodi, you and the Hussar army will stand by for now. Although Hua Daizi was reluctant, he still bowed respectfully and retreated back into the ranks. Though he was untamed, he obeyed His Majesty's words. Four majestic voices sounded at the same time. The last general is willing to go. Only to see the four great gate gods, Dianwei, Suchu, Qin Xiong, and Yu Qigon, come out in unison. These four fierce generals are all tiger back and waist. The momentum is amazing, to stand there like four iron tower daunting. Looking at these four bear-like generals, Li Taizong nodded his head in relief. These four people are all great generals who can defeat 10,000 people. Duanwei was clad in heavy armor, holding twin halberds and exuding a ferocious aura. He was called the Ancient Evil by Mengdi, and in the playbook, in terms of pure force alone, he was still above Guan Airmaster. The most commendable is, in a fierce battle in the weapons broken, he directly grabbed two enemy soldiers as a weapon, waving to continue to kill, scared the enemy troops' liver and gall. Unfortunately, such a fierce general was killed by Mengdi's cannon. It is worth mentioning that Mengde also killed his eldest son Xiaowang and nephew Xiaowen Min with that shot. It can be said to be the most expensive shot in history. Su Chu, on the other hand, had a tiger-like appearance, holding a huge hammer with eyes like electricity. He was called the Tiger Idiot by Mengdi, and this man was also Mengde's most capable war general in the later period. A representative of loyalty and valor. When others come to Mengde late at night with a sword, Mengde thinks it's an assassin. This tiger then late at night with a knife to break into the bedchamber, Mengde will think that this big tiger then again by Sin Yu fooled. Look at Yukagong, a black armor, holding a long lance, majestic. This man is the god of Tang dynasty, one of Tang Taizong's favorite generals. Tang Taizong had said to him, "I hold a bow and arrow, the public hold a long lance to follow, although millions of people if I how." It is worth mentioning that this Yu Heizi shot Li Yuanji with his own hands and met Li Yuan in full armor to force him to hand over his military power to Emperor Taizong. How could Emperor Taizong not love him for these two things? As for Qin Xiong and Qin Shubao, compared to those three humanoid beasts, they were a bit more handsome and had the style of a Confucian general. He wore a bright armor and held a golden mace, and his eyebrows were a bit scholarly. But don't be fooled by this appearance, he is also the god of the Tang dynasty, but the first double-flower red stick in the Tang dynasty. Emperor Taizong's #1 hand. He has been on both sides of the Yellow River and has fought in 3 states and 6 provinces. In terms of strength alone, he's probably the strongest of the 4 10,000 enemy generals. Not even Deng Wei could help. Li Taizong's gaze was like a torch as he ordered in a deep voice. He pointed his finger in the direction beyond the cave. "I will give you the 50,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Army. Help me to secure a foothold for Great Qin. I will be waiting for your good news in this snowy plain." When the 4 divine generals heard this, their tiger eyes widened and they all knelt down on one knee. "We are willing to make a military order. If we don't break the enemy camp, we won't return to the court. We'll make the bandits of Zhou lose their nerve. We will die for His Majesty." Li Taizong waved his hand. "Good. Let's go." The 50,000 Black Dragon army followed the 4 generals like a black torrent to the cave's exit. Iron armor clanging, battle flags hunting, the whole army exuded a chilling aura of murder. Sending the army far away, Li Taizong turned to Zhuge Liang beside him and said, "Kong Ming, you see how my 4 generals?" Between the words, there is quite a show-off intention. Zhuge Liang lightly shook the feather fan, smiled and replied, "All of them are the courage of the tiger generals. Dianwei's fierce, Su Chu's loyal, Yuqi's courage, Shubao's power, really rare in the world." Ha ha ha. Li Taizong laughed. At the same time secretly thinking, when can we summon Imperial Uncle's 5 tiger generals? His love for Guan Ershi and Zhao Yun is not in any way worse than Hua Daizia. Especially that mighty and righteous Guan Yunchang, who had beheaded an unknown number of famous generals under his green dragon crescent blade. There is also the 7 and 7 out on the Changban slope, full of courage Zhao Zilong, a silver gun killed the Chao army chills. Thinking of this, Li Taizong cannot help but itch. It can't be helped, it's too greedy. Cut. It's just 4 reckless men. Huadaisi clasped his arms and skimmed his mouth in disdain. The voice was small, but just enough for the surrounding generals to hear. Li Taizong also heard it. But he was not amused. Huadaisi, the teenage general, was high-eyed, and in the original history, in terms of leading troops and fighting battles alone, he couldn't look at anyone except his uncle Wei Qing. That flying general Li Guang's personal force is also extremely powerful, but Huadaisi just looked down on him. Cannot win the battle, is every day and soldiers share the pain is also incompetent general. He is a reckless person who can only show off his courage. Of course, he had the courage to do so. In that case, in ancient China's commander-in-chief, the only one who can make Huadaisi's conviction is Han Bai Liu. These four people are on par with Wei Chang, all of them are the great commander-in-chief who transformed the rotten into the miraculous. Unfortunately, of the five, only Li Jing and Wei Qing died well. What's on your mind, General? Vice General Zhao Brenyu came over and asked. Huadaisi snorted coldly. This general is thinking about when he will meet a decent opponent. I hope that Great Zhou will have some real skill. Zhao Banu is a bit excited. We will be able to follow General to level the capital of Great Zhou again? Huazaiwei said proudly. The 100,000 dashing cavalry can't be deployed, but Great Zhou can. Poor Great Zhou doesn't know that their magnificent Great Zhou capital has been targeted by the Marquis of Champions. The scene goes back to the four great gate gods of Great Qin. The four led the Black Dragon Forbidden Army to step out of the cave, and they saw the decayed wreckage all around them. Qin Xiong used his golden mace to pick apart the lapel of a corpse, revealing the intertwined totems of the curved moon and the sky wolf underneath. These were the bones of the remaining heavenly wolves. No one had collected their remains for them after they had been attacked by the ferocious beasts. Tianyi Palace wouldn't, and Yuan Tiangang, who was a scout, would do even less. Qin Xiong looked around, the primitive forest covered the sky, the vines were entangled, and there was an aura of danger everywhere. He ordered in a deep voice. All generals listen to the order. Lead the way to the mountains and lay down a foothold for His Majesty that can accommodate 500,000 troops. Yes, sir. The 50,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Army immediately took action. Heavily armored infantry wielded huge axes to cut down ancient trees, crossbowmen guarded the surrounding area, and engineers began to level the land. The four great gods worked well together, with Dianwei and Su Chu opening the way, Yukagong directing the defense, and Qin Xiong coordinating the overall situation. Surprisingly, among these four great generals, Qin Xiong was the leader. Just as the four generals were discussing military affairs, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Who? Su Chu reacted the fastest, his giant hammer instantly swung up, bringing up a gust of wind. The figure had a thin appearance and a flirtatious demeanor, but his eyes were cold and sharp. He shook the basalt iron waistplate in his hand, his voice frivolous. Undesirable man, Shangguan Yunk. By order of the undesirable marshal, to assist the generals. Qin Xiong took the waistplate and carefully checked it, nodding after confirming that it was correct. Yukagong put away his long lance and ended his voice. Yuan Tiangang was thoughtful. Shangguan Yunk twisted his waist and spread out the map drawn in the last month, pointing his finger in the northwest direction with a solemn expression. Generals, 100,000 mountains are not as simple as you think. There's a cave there that hasn't been too peaceful lately. Not far from the Black Dragon Forbidden Army, in a deep mountain. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Droplets of water seeped down from the roof of the cave and landed on the sticky liquid. Upon closer inspection, the entire floor of the cave dripped with foul-smelling saliva. In the darkness, countless pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly opened, greedily looking in the direction where the Black Dragon Prohibition Army was. Hungry, hungry. A huge figure slowly squirmed. It stretched out its forked tongue, capturing the human smell that wafted through the air. Fresh flesh and blood. More red eyes lit up in the darkness, too dense to count. Chapter 64, It's just defending my Great Zhou against the beast tide. Late at night, by the bonfire. The four generals sat around the bonfire, holding the blood and flesh of the ferocious beasts in their hands. Dianwei viciously broke the scarlet snake head in his hand, and the fishy blood splattered on the bonfire with a snorting sound. These ferocious beasts were different from demonic beasts. There was a fury in their bodies. Not edible at all. He shook his hand in disgust. Su Chu stepped on a tiger-type ferocious beast under his feet, and that demonic beast was at the 5th level of the Huangwu realm, but at the moment, it could only emit a meaningless hiss. Humph. Su Chu coldly snorted, his feet exerted force, the tiger's head shattered in response to the sound. Empty of cultivation, the spirit is not even as good as a 5-year-old child. That Xuanwu realm serpent from the party would only be able to shout a few words of hunger. Qin Xiong looked at the bonfire and sighed softly. If these beasts could be tamed, it would be great if they could be used for forced labor. Unfortunately, they are hard to tame, so there is no other way but to kill them all. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound came from the distance. Countless sharp claws rubbed against the ground, and a huge creature squirmed in the darkness. The atmosphere in the darkness suddenly became gloomy and cold, even the wind carried a fishy odor. The Black Dragon Forbidden Army's faces remained unchanged as they put down the work in their hands and copied the weapons in their hands. Su Chu copied the sledgehammer on the side, his muscles tensed, and the ferocious light in his eyes skyrocketed. Angrily roared. Straight mother thief, there is no end. Dian Wei picked up his halberd and said in a murderous manner. Brothers, grab the nearby beasts and clean them up. Before the words fell, the distant mountains and forests shook violently, the ancient trees in the sky collapsed, and the ground trembled violently. Immediately afterward, countless scarlet points of light lit up in the darkness, densely packed as if the evil spirits in hell had opened their eyes. The beast tide had come again. This time, the ferocious beasts were far more ferocious than before. Each one of them was at least at the spirit martial realm cultivation, and the leading ones had even reached the yellow martial realm, with huge bodies, sharp claws and teeth, and berserk baneful chi entwined around their bodies. It was many times stronger than the wave of small beasts led by the big snake just now. The Black Dragon Prohibition Army gazed coldly at the incoming wave of beasts without any fear. Whether they were wolf, tiger, or bear, these beasts were all covered in dark scales, with scarlet pupils that only had the desire to kill and devour. They didn't know pain, and even if their limbs were cut off and their bodies were torn apart, they would still frantically tear and bite without stopping. No wonder the Tianyi Palace wants to evade conscription even though it has violated Great Zhou's national law. It was the Great Qin elite that could take it in stride. If it was any other sect army, it would be good enough not to run away. However, they were facing 4 fierce generals who were even fiercer than the ferocious beasts. Dian Wei was the first to rush out, his cultivation at the peak of the Huangwu realm exploding, his twin halberds chopping down like lightning. A black-scaled giant bear as big as a mountain roared and lunged, but his halberd split open his head and then chopped across, hardening the entire ferocious beast and splitting it into 3 pieces. Blood gushed, internal organs spilled all over the place, but he didn't even frown. Su Chu laughed wildly, huge hammer swung up, with the force of 10,000 pounds smashed down. A ferocious beast shaped like a tiger had just pounced into mid-air, and was hit in the head by his hammer, instantly bursting, with broken flesh and bone slag splattering in all directions. He strides forward, the giant hammer sweeps, wherever he passes, the beasts are either smashed into mud, or sinews and bones are shattered, wailing and collapsing. Yuchi Jingda's long lance was like a dragon, each strike was precise and vicious. His figure was like electricity, rushing into the beasts, his long lance stabbing, picking, chopping and sweeping, his movements were flowing like water. A black-scale wolf just jumped up, was his long lance through the throat, and then a throw, the body smashed over several beasts. He kept on his feet and chopped with his long lance, the heads of the beasts flew up one by one, columns of blood rushed to the sky. Qin Shubao is the most ferocious, between his 2 mace waving, the wind whistles. He rushed into the densest part of the beasts, his double mace smashed down like a torrential rain, each strike contained the power to crack mountains and rocks. A yellow martial realm black-scaled giant lizard had just opened its bloody mouth when his mace smashed its jaws, then blasted through its chest, its internal organs bursting out. He was killing in a frenzy, his mace flipped, and the broken limbs of the ferocious beasts piled up into mountains around him. The most powerful existence in that beast tide finally appeared, a black-scaled giant ape of the 2nd level of the Xuanwu realm, nearly 3 zhang in height, its muscles bulging like iron blocks, every step it took shook the ground and cracked it. It roared up to the sky, its sound waves shaking the surrounding trees and snapping them, its scarlet eyes locked onto Qin Shubao. But in just one look, its head was shattered by Qin Shubao's double mace. With a click, the skull that was as hard as iron was split open, and red and white things gushed out. Qin Shubao frowned, only feeling that one of the heads he just knocked was harder. But didn't take it seriously and continued his killing. This sight directly made Shangguan Yunk look dumbfounded. Treadmill. What do you mean by the courage of 10,000 men? Which one of you is the ferocious beast in the end? The Black Dragon Forbidden Army was highly disciplined, checking and filling in the gaps and disposing of all the remaining ferocious beasts. The battlefield quickly returned to silence, leaving only the ground full of limbs and the strong smell of blood. The 4 fierce generals collected their troops and stood, their bodies' fury not dispersed, as if 4 killing gods had descended to earth. Su Chu sent his sledgehammer towards the ground, causing the ground to tremble. He wiped the blood stains on his face and grinned. Damn, I'm not sleepy after moving my muscles. Saying that, he copied the giant hammer and turned to the Black Dragon Forbidden Army generals behind him and roared. Brothers, work harder tonight. Open up the frontier for His Majesty. Got the order. The 50,000 generals responded in unison, their voices shaking the clouds. Qin Shubao thrust his mace into his waist and turned his head to look deeper into the forest. All brace yourself, there's more than that in this forest. As soon as his words fell, another burst of low beast roars came from the distance, even more ferocious than before. The 4 fierce generals looked at each other and smiled, and instead of being fearful, they revealed their war-thirsty excitement. The generals of the Black Dragon Forbidden Army also gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes burning with battle intent, just waiting for the next fight. Great Zhou's capital, Xianjing City, deep within the Imperial Palace. Inside the splendid Imperial study, the candlelight was flickering. The Emperor of the Great Zhou was wearing a golden dragon robe, flipping through the recent battle reports with an indifferent expression. His eyes swept between the lines as if everything was under control. Suddenly, a silhouette wordlessly emerged behind him, kneeling on one knee and whispering, "Your Majesty, an urgent report has come from the border. An unknown army has appeared and is fighting with ferocious beasts." The Emperor of Great Zhou did not raise his head, but only gave a light laugh. "Ha! It came out of the cave where Tianyi Palace fled, right?" Behind him, a huge public opinion map hung, on which the locations of thousands of cave heavens were densely labeled, each representing different forces and resources. But without exception, all of them had been conquered by Great Zhou. And at the edge of the map, a newly labeled red dot stood out. The location there was exactly where the Great Qin Cave Heaven was. "I can't imagine that cave is doing well. It can be used as my Great Zhou's cave heaven," the silhouette whispered. "Your Majesty, do we need to crush those armies now?" The corner of the Great Zhou Emperor's mouth hooked into a teasing smile. "What's the rush? They're just fending off the beast tide for us. When they fed the ferocious beasts, we'll step in to conquer the cave. Won't that save us effort? Your Majesty is wise." The Great Zhou Emperor waved his hand and signaled to retire. When silence returned to the imperial study, his gaze once again fell towards the maps, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "The forces of the new cave heaven hope that you can hold out for a little while longer. Don't let me down too much." Inside a small alley in Xianjing City, a black-robed man wearing a Xian iron mask flashed out. "It's still this Great Zhou capital that has more complete information." Chapter 65 Hangu Pass. However, in 3 days' time, the four fierce generals, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Yuqi Jingda, and Qin Shubao, led 50,000 Black Dragon Forbidden Army and swept across hundreds of miles in a devastating trend. They opened up the mountains and led the way, bulldozed the primitive forests, uprooted the beast caves one by one, and hardened the survival space of the scale of millions of people, and hardened it out. Li Taizong personally led 500,000 troops to descend on this open land. This place had changed from barbaric jungles and rolling peaks to open plains. Li Taizong then raised his hand and waved it. The 9 prisons boundary suppressing Grand Formation and the Xin Huang Indestructible Formation fell at the same time, and 2 pillars of heavenly light rose up from the ground. The moment the 9 prisons boundary suppressing formation was set up, the aura of the higher grade ferocious beasts caused the ordinary ferocious beasts in the deep mountains in the distance to tremble. The Xianhuang Undying Formation then began to draw on the power of the Earth's veins. The power of the formation encompassed hundreds of miles, and a shroud of light that represented the heaviness of the Earth slowly formed. "I will establish an unbreakable and majestic pass here. This pass is named Hangu Pass." As the words fell, the 500,000-strong army moved into action. All the generals are doing their jobs, and the outline of a majestic city is rapidly taking shape. 4 fierce generals are guarding the 4 directions to ensure that the process of building the city is flawless. As for the specific matters of building the city, Li Taizong has left it all to Zhuge Liang. Li Taizong realized that the Prime Minister was truly omnipotent. No matter what matters he handed over to him, the Prime Minister would be able to accomplish them brilliantly. Just like this time, the design plan of the Majestic Pass is what the Prime Minister stayed up for a few big nights to boil out. Fortunately, the Prime Minister in this world has a good cultivation level, otherwise he would not have been able to carry Li Taizong so much. Li Taizong called Shangguan Yunk. Although this bad guy lieutenant has a rugged uncle face, but on the contrary, twisted posture, mannerisms flirtatious. His hands and feet show a feminine flavor, especially the pair of fingers that are raised from time to time. The whole person is a sissy. See Li Taizong hard to chill. Especially in the original story, this kid also has a broken sleeve fetish. "I can't imagine that there is a man of Qin who is as unique as you." Li Taizong's tone was flat, but it made Shangguan Yunk tremble. Kneeling on the ground, Shangguan Yunk's body trembled with some fear. Although he was summoned by Li Taizong, the moment he was first summoned, Li Taizong shoved all of them undesirable people to Yuan Tiangang. So technically speaking, it was still the first time he and Li Taizong had met. Shangguan Yunk was inwardly apprehensive. He was absolutely loyal to the delinquent Marshal Yuan Tiangang, and he was even more dead set against Li Taizong. But this His Majesty's character, he could only know a little about it from bad handsome Yuan Tiangong's mouth. His Majesty is a wise ruler who can't tolerate a speck of sand in his eyes. This is how the Marshal commented on His Majesty. Thinking about his own fetish for good male behavior, Shangguan Yunk was now on pins and needles. In this day and age, it's hard for an ordinary person to accept, let alone an emperor who is so high and mighty. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I will definitely change. I will not dishonor the men of Great Qin." Shangguan Yunk's voice trembled and beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. Li Taizong looked at the trembling appearance of this big and thick man and suddenly felt a bit amused. In the original story, although this person was swaying to the right and left, Yuan Tiangang even commented that he was a wallflower and his stance was not firm. But when you think about it, although this person's character is complex, but he is also a loyal and brave man. Whether it was his almost pathological obedience to bad shui, or his dedication to Li Xingyun. Even in the last moments of his life, he was afraid of making a big mistake because of his own poisoning and faced death with a smile on his face. This kind of commitment, this kind of determination, is it something that ordinary people can do? Even though she is a daughter, she is acting like a great man. Li Taizong waved his hand. I have no intention of blaming you. Lift up your head. Shang Wanyunk warily straightened up, but still did not dare to look directly at Li Taizong. His face was written with trepidation, afraid that because of himself, it would affect the image of the undesirable person, the Grand Marshal, in His Majesty's heart. I am aware of all your matters. I ask you, have you forced yourself on others? Is there a child molester? Shang Wanyunk firmly shook his head. I wouldn't dare. If any undesirable person dares to violate the law of the land, the marshal will clean up the door. Li Taizong continued. That's enough. What you have done is brighter than many people who claim to be great men. I use people for their ability and loyalty, not these minutiae. Shang Wanyunk's eyes suddenly turned a little red. Over the years, he had long been accustomed to being pointed at and even laughed at himself from time to time. But at this moment, this towering emperor had given him unprecedented recognition. He only remembered the comment in the marshal's mouth that couldn't tolerate a bit of sand, forgetting the comment of the Ming emperor behind it. Your Majesty. His voice choked, this time not out of fear, but out of emotion. I am sure that I will offer my liver and brain to fulfill your Majesty's trust. Show me the information you have scouted out. Yes, your Majesty, please look. Shang Wanyunk handed Li Taizong the secret report he had prepared long ago. This report is extremely detailed, the location of all the beast caves within a radius of hundreds of miles, the types of beasts, and the distribution of their numbers are all clearly labeled. No wonder Dianwei and the others were able to sweep this area in just 3 days. However, the entire report contains very little information about Great Zhou. There are only 2 sentences. One is that thousands of miles away, there is a towering city wall to defend against the beast tide. One sentence was that a sect calling itself the Beast King cult was spreading the doctrine of belief in ferocious beasts, which was especially prevalent at the borders, and that quite a few of Great Zhou's citizens had begun to make offerings to ferocious beasts. He raised his eyes to Shang Wanyunk, who was standing respectfully. Have you not encountered the Great Zhou's army? Shang Wanyunk shook his head. No. In order to obtain information, the marshal has traveled to the capital of Great Zhou. Li Taizong nodded his head, and in his heart, he called out good guy. Worthy of being Yuan Tiangang, he really acts in an unconventional manner. I asked him to be a scout to scout the neighborhood, but he was good. He directly infiltrated the enemy's capital city. However, he wasn't worried about Yuan Tiangang's safety. The person who could capture Yuan Tiangang in Great Zhou hadn't been born yet. With that bad marshal's tactics, he might have already mixed into the court of Great Zhou at this moment, and is observing everything with a cold eye from some corner. Pass the order down, speed up the progress of the construction of Hango Pass, make sure to complete the construction before the return of the marshal. In addition, have the 4 generals step up their border patrols and report any anomalies immediately. I'll get on with it. Not long after, a rush of footsteps came from outside, followed by Li Fushan's clear and cold drinking voice. Second brother, we've caught a couple of cultists. Do you want to interrogate them? Before his voice fell, he saw Li Fushang striding in with 3 old men with withered descriptions in his hand. These old men were missing arms and legs, and the leader was even blind in one eye. They were wearing black furs made from ferocious beasts, and their mouths didn't know what they were muttering. If I don't try, I will kill them directly, Li Fuyang said in a murderous manner. The long sword in her hand was already sheathed 3 times. As the empress who ruled the world in her previous life, what she hated the most was these demagogic cults. In her opinion, no matter what banner or religion carried, it would ultimately shake the foundation of the imperial court. What's more, these lunatics in front of her who called themselves the Beast King cult actually worshipped those brutal and ferocious beasts. Li Taizong's eyes stared, carefully sizing up these few cultists. These 3 people's cultivation levels were quite high. 2 of them were at the spirit martial realm cultivation, and the one-eyed old man at the head was even at the yellow martial realm cultivation. A person with such a cultivation level could already be said to be a powerful party in Great Zhou, and could live a very nourishing life. However, these 3 people in front of them were reduced to such a miserable situation. The one-eyed old man noticed Li Taizong's gaze and suddenly grinned, revealing a mouth full of uneven yellow teeth. Child, are you afraid of the beast tide? Don't be afraid of it. Sacrificing blood and flesh to the holy beasts is not extinction, but a return to the embrace of eternity. Their sharp teeth are the boats that ferry us to the land of joy where there is no pain and no suffering. Oh. Close your eyes, and as the breath of the beasts brushes through your hair, you will hear all your departed loved ones calling out that this is not farewell, but only a different way of guarding the earth. Unbridled. Getting killed. Old piker. Li Fuyang, Gao Lishir, and Mao Chang were furious at the words and shouted angrily at the same time. A cold light flashed in Li Fuyang's eyes and he raised his foot and kicked the one-eyed old man to the ground. The brocade guards had already sheathed their swords and were just waiting for an order to put these cultists on the spot. Li Taizong looked indifferent and waved his hand, signaling to be at ease. Walking slowly to the one-eyed old man, he lowered his head and looked at the one-eyed old man with wild eyes and crazy demeanor. Do you still want to continue to act? Pretend to be crazy again, I will order the massacre of all Great Zhou civilians at the border. Do you see the army outside? You know that I have the power to do this. Chapter 66. This is a great man. Li Taizong saw that the three people were still indifferent and were still chanting. His eyes suddenly turned cold and he turned towards the outside of the hall and called out in a deep voice. Huo Daizi. The last general is present. Pull your Hussar Legion out for drills and exercises. Kill people on sight. I'll count your military achievements for you. Huo Daizi's eyes light up. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you'll see what I can do. With that, he turns around and is about to leave. Wait a minute. The one-eyed old man finally couldn't pretend any longer and hurriedly spoke out to stop him. His one-eyed man's eyes are so clear and sharp now, there's no trace of madness left in them. Your Majesty, you are the king of a country, why are you making things difficult for those poor people who are not clothed? Li Taizong sneered and said. With your Huangwu realm cultivation, you can obviously be a powerful party in Great Zhou, why do you want to spread this kind of evil teachings? The one-eyed old man's face was cloudy and did not answer immediately. Believing in those ferocious beasts that have no reasoning but only hunger, how dare you think of it? What's even more detestable is that you also dare to spread this kind of cult teachings to my great Qin land. The one-eyed old man's complexion was cloudy as he whispered. Isn't this the land of the 100,000 mountains? I will give you this eye to poke blindness too? Can't you see that I have already laid claim to this place and built a city and a pass here? From today onwards, this square 1,000 miles of territory all belong to Great Qin. Since this is the case, all the mountains, rivers, grass, trees, people, and even these beasts are all mine. Li Taizong took a step forward with every word. Including you evil people who pretend to be gods and demons, since you stepped into my Great Qin territory, you all have to follow Great Qin's rules. Here, Li Taizong was very much like an emperor in ancient China who didn't want to disclose his name. He looked at the vast land and population and shouted. Erdi, all Erdi, all Erdi. The generals in the hall heard this and glared angrily. Li Fuyao's sword with its cold light was already on the one-eyed old man's neck. Gao Lishur stood aside with a grim face, ready to strike at any time. Mao Qian, on the other hand, led the brocade guards to surround the three of them, blocking off all paths of retreat. The one-eyed old man was trembling, suddenly straightened his back and asked in a deep voice. Then will your dynasty's 500,000 troops be here to defend against the beast tide? Will the people in this 1,000-mile radius be sheltered by His Majesty the Qin Emperor? Huo Zaiwei snorted coldly and pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword. If a soldier doesn't protect the country and the people, just find a pillar and run it over. Li Taizong looked indifferent, but his tone was decisive. I want to open up the border and expand the land, naturally I want to sweep away the 100,000 mountains. The people in my land are the Qin people. As long as they submit to rule and obey the great Qin laws, I will naturally shelter them. Before his words fell, the one-eyed old man suddenly stormed up and came straight at Li Taizong. Li Taizong frowned and took a step back with disgust on his face. Gao Lishur reacted extremely fast, lifting his leg and delivering a heavy kick, knocking the old man to the ground. Old man! You're looking for death. However, the one-eyed old man ignored it and bowed down, sniveling. If His Majesty the Qin Emperor is willing to shelter the people of the Great Zhou border, the old man is willing to lead all the members of the Beast King sect to return to Great Qin. Li Taizong frowned and said. It's not sheltering your Great Zhou people, it's my Great Qin people. The one-eyed old man cried and kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead thumping. As it should be, I will have the entire Beast King cult return to Great Qin. Gao Lixi realized that this matter is strange, and immediately instructed his guards to invite Zhuge Liang to come and discuss. Zhuge Liang's footsteps were light as he walked into the great hall. Li Taizong's eyes narrowed slightly. What this person is showing now is not like a cultist who was compelling people and plotting against them, but rather like an old man who was worried about the country and the people. You've taken great pains to spread the teachings and gather so many followers, and you're just going to willingly submit to Great Qin? The one-eyed old man let out a bitter smile, deep exhaustion flowing from that one eye. If we can let the border people live, why would we need to create the Beast King cult to deceive ourselves and others? Li Fuyang laughed coldly. Is it not simple to live? Your Great Zhou army is not worse than my Qin, shrink the border is not on the line. Your Highness does not know that towering city wall is not only to prevent the beast tide, but also to prevent the border civilians to enter the territory of Great Zhou. What? Your own army defending your own poor people? Li Taizong frowned in confusion. Why? If they were to defend against the beast tide, those civilians couldn't even kill ordinary ferocious beasts, staying outside the borders would just be serving as rations for the ferocious beasts. Speaking of this, Li Taizong's face changed, his pupils shrinking slightly. The three old men with withered faces looked sad. The one-eyed old man said. It seems that His Majesty already knows, that's right, it's to make the people at the border serve as rations for the ferocious beasts. Let them feed the beasts. The ferocious beasts are brutal and hungry by nature. After feeding a portion of the ferocious beasts, the ferocity of the beast tide will be reduced, using the lives of the border pariahs in exchange for smaller casualties for the Great Zhou army. This is the court's calculation. Saying that, the one-eyed old man smiled to himself. Even if you trade thousands of poor people for the life of a single heavenly human realm soldier, that's still earning. The people present were all creeped out. Bastard! Hua Ziwei violently unsheathed his sword. Li Fuyang's face turned pale, and her hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Even Gao Lishur, who had always been calm and collected, revealed a look of disbelief at this moment. Zhuge Liang's face was icy cold. Li Fuyang bit his lips and asked in a deep voice. Then how did you guys survive? The one-eyed old man said with a numb expression. Indeed, the people at the border could not withstand the beast tide, but people would always find a way to survive, no matter what. Those who survived continued to flourish. Moreover, the Great Zhou is also a steady stream of people to drive the border. The first is the death penalty prisoners, and then is the realm of inferior, life expectancy of the elderly, and then finally, is the low talent, lifelong realm of difficult to high women and children. Your Majesty knows that the people outside the high wall nowadays are about to catch up with the high-walled 36 states of the Great Zhou. The 36 states of the Great Zhou prosperity everyone praised when the dynastic holy son of God, but no women and children, no old people, all like the selection of livestock elected to the young and strong cannot be prosperous? The one-eyed old man's eyeless pupils shed tears of blood. The hall fell into silence. Zhuge Liang let out a long sigh. Regardless of the rise and fall of dynasties, the people are suffering. Li Fuyang felt her mouth dry. As an empress in her previous life, she had known many tyrants, but she could not understand the atrocities of the Great Zhou emperor. Li Taizong's gaze was heavy as he asked. What about you guys? Why did you come to this land of bitter fury when you have high cultivation? Why do you want to spread the doctrine of belief in ferocious beasts? The three of them straightened their clothes, even though they were fierce beast fur coats. An extremely standard big salute was performed. Strawman is the son of the Yang clan of Jiannan Prefecture, a student of the Great Zhou Imperial Academy. Grasshopper is the son of the Gao clan of Yunzi Prefecture, a student of the Great Zhou Imperial Academy. I am the son and brother of the Song clan of Kangwu State, a student of the Great Zhou Imperial Academy. Li Taizong said. A son or daughter of a family? Or a scholar? Since you know that the border people are poor, why are you spreading this cult to harm people? The one-eyed old man smiled to himself. Your Majesty, a cup of hemlock wrapped in honey is always better than the choking and heart-burning poison that pierces the intestines. How do we not know that the Beast King cult compels the people and fools them, but it always gives them a little comfort in their hearts? Your Majesty, look at the wounds on our bodies from fighting the beasts. We have read the holy books, but we can't save the world. We can only use this cult to deceive ourselves and others. Speaking here, the three old men could no longer restrain themselves and cried bitterly on the ground. That cry tore their hearts and lungs, as if they wanted to vent out all the humiliation and despair of these years. Li Fuyang was murderous. Your Great Zhou is really rotten. What's the point of keeping such a dynasty? Hua Ziwei waved his Qin sword. Tramp, Your Majesty, destroy his Great Zhou and incorporate the Great Zhou territory into Great Qin. Let me lead the Hussar army to collapse the capital of Great Zhou. Li Taizong's eyes were no longer disgusted. He stepped forward, personally picked up the one-eyed old man who was covered in filth, and solemnly said, This is a great man. A true righteous man. Come to my Qin as an official. Chapter 67, Woe to all the land. These three old men are indeed worthy of admiration. They were originally the sons of a family, but they were also the favorite disciples of the Great Zhou's Imperial Master's office, the disciples of the Son of Heaven. With their family background and talent, they could have easily made their way into the imperial court and become the envy of all. Their family and friends would never have appeared on the list of those deported to the border. But they gave up their bright future. Giving up a life of luxury and fine clothes and food. They gave up their enviable status. They resolutely came to this bitterly cold borderland to campaign for the people who were regarded as beast fodder by the Great Zhou court. Over the decades, their cultivation potential had been drained little by little, their bodies were bruised and battered, and their clothes were drenched in blood. But even so, they still did not abandon these poor people who were not clothed. They preferred to wear the stigma of a cult, but also left a trace of comfort in the hearts of the desperate people. They are little cuties. Are they? No. It's because they've read too many holy books. They can't abandon Xianshou. They can't stand by and watch the people suffer. A soldier must be resolute. There is a long way to go. The city is full of blood, but it is only a thought that saves the people's lives. Li Taizong admired such a person from the bottom of his heart. Compared to those court officials who are full of benevolence and morality but turn a blind eye to the people's plight, these three cult leaders are more deserving of the title of disciples of saints. The three of you should come to Deqin as officials. Li Taizong looked at the three with admiration in his eyes. The one-eyed old man's voice was hoarse, but with a plea. Your Majesty, the old man has nothing else to ask for but for you to shelter the people within your borders. Li Taizong nodded solemnly. This is natural. Anyone who is on my land and abides by the laws of Great Qin is a citizen of Great Qin. As a father, I will protect them. Meng Tian. Li Taizong called out to the outside of the hall. A middle-aged general in black clothes and armor came from outside the hall and knelt down on one knee. The last general is present. I order you to lead your Great Wall Legion to expand the border to Great Zhou. Anyone who dares to stop any Great Zhou soldiers will be killed without pardon. Obey the decree. Li Fuyang spoke out. Second brother, I want to go too. Her brows were heroic, and even though she was a daughter, she was more bold than many men. Her character was just dashing and unrestrained, bold and unrestrained. Even though she was a former empress, she had a chivalrous spirit. Most importantly, there was one thing about her that was very similar to Li Taizong. Fastidious, with anger in her heart, she had to spill it out on the spot. Li Taizong didn't block it, but said in a deep voice. It is possible, but everything must be under the command of General Meng Tian. At this time, Hua Ziwei also pressed on and said aloud. Your Majesty, the last general will also go. Li Taizong nodded his head. Don't follow them, 100,000 hussars can't be deployed here, so take your 800 horsemen and capture a few tongues back. Hua Daizi's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Yes, Your Majesty. Would Hua Ziwei honestly capture a few tongues and return? Of course not. He wouldn't be the same champion husband who ran thousands of miles and attacked the royal court. Does Li Taizong know? Of course he knows. He knows Hua Daizi must not be boxed in and must be allowed to utilize his talents to the fullest. But 100,000 elites are too conspicuous. 800 is just right. Meng Tian led an army of 300,000 men and pushed towards the high walls of the Great Zhou border with a mountainous force. The temperament of this Great Wall army is just like their commander, meticulous and organized. As the army pushes forward, it destroys primeval forests. Mountains were moved and rivers were filled. The army also encountered many barren villages on the way. These villages were built by the people who were driven here. They looked numbly at the slowly advancing Great Qin warriors, their bodies mechanically looking for a place to hide. However, there was no excessive fear in their eyes. To these people who had suffered hardship and were constantly struggling on the line of death. To these people, who were suffering from hardship and struggling on the brink of death, could these people be any more terrifying than the soldiers of Great Zhou who were driving them away? Can they be as terrifying as the cruel and bloodthirsty beasts? By the time they realized that these soldiers did not have any malicious intent towards them, they gradually dropped their guard and walked out of their dilapidated houses one after another, sizing up these well-equipped Great Qin soldiers with curious and vigilant gazes. The soldiers of the Great Wall Legion also looked curiously at these skinny and bony people. They were surprised that all of these seemingly weak stragglers had notable cultivation levels, with most of them reaching the Shanhai realm, the Zhongshe realm, and occasionally, they could even see a few Grand Zhongshe level experts. Only, these people were poorly clothed, with their bodies draped in something made of unknown gray linen, eating black paste-like food made of unknown things. Their thin, bony bodies were covered with scars, and their eyes revealed numbness and despair. The generals of the Qin army had seen this kind of eyes before, and the livestock in those pig pens and sheep pens had this kind of eyes. The Qin generals looked at each other with incredulity written all over their faces. In Great Qin, the cultivation of ordinary people was far inferior to that of these people, but the ordinary people of Great Qin were able to satisfy the basic needs of 3 meals a day, and occasionally ate a few meals of meat. If there is a child with a talent for cultivation in the family, Great Qin will also subsidize the child's cultivation for free. Therefore, it was the first time that the generals of the Great Wall Legion had seen such miserable patriarchs and great masters. Is this really a great master? A young Qin soldier muttered in a low voice, looking at an old man not far away who was gnawing on the bark of a tree. That old man was vaguely emanating the aura of a grandmaster, yet he was hunched over, his hands trembling so much that he could barely hold his food. The generals of the Great Wall Legion threw the dried fruits and snacks on their bodies to these people of Great Zhou with interest. The people of Great Zhou scrambled for these dried fruits and snacks. However, in the end, they left all this food they grabbed for the children. The children were their hope. The land here was soaked in the foul blood of the ferocious beasts, the soil was hard, emitted a pungent sour odor, and could not be cultivated at all. Even if a few crops could be grown, they would be destroyed by the small waves of beasts that came from time to time. Therefore, many of the Great Zhou people at the borders had never eaten anything good since they were born. All they ate was the carrion of the ferocious beasts, paired with some leaves, weeds, and roots. The children held the dried fruits and snacks, savoring them in small bites like rare treasures, with a never-before-seen gleam in their eyes. A young mother kneels on the ground and feeds a little bit of her share of the preserves to the baby in her arms. Her calloused hands trembled uncontrollably as she watched her child reveal the first smile of his life. A centurion looked at his subordinates who were so up in arms and coldly shouted, "Stop playing! Speed up the march!" His cold gaze swept through the crowd and finally landed on the village chief who came forward trembling. This old man of the first level of the celestial realm was hunched over at the moment, with only a few pieces of rags hanging from his thin, bony body. My lord. The old village chief was just about to kneel down and beg. He was interrupted by the centurion's cold and hard words. We have no time to capture you. Surrender to the troops at the back. Looking at the unclothed celestial village chief with his ribs exposed, the centurion frowned. Surrender to Great Qin and pay lip service to long live his majesty the Qin emperor. Great Qin will give you food and clothes. The celestial village chief was stunned, then turned ecstatic in an instant. General, is it true? No need to give us food at any cost? The centurion warned. Be submissive to my Great Qin. Obey the laws of Great Qin. Believe in my Great Qin emperor. Another bold villager timidly asked. This general, do you need us to feed? No, to fend off the ferocious beasts? The many villagers were all looking at this centurion with apprehension. They had long been accustomed to Great Zhou's practice of using the people's blood and flesh to quell the beast tide. If they can exchange themselves for the children to be fed and clothed, it is not unacceptable to them. Fart. Who knew? That centurion glared angrily and cursed angrily. Fight the beasts. I'll use you? That beast is my military honor. Do you want to rob me of my military service? At the mention of military merit, the faces of the Great Wall Legion generals, who had just been interested, instantly turned serious and ironic. Who wants to rob them of their military service? What's wrong with you? The Hussar Legion's little brats flaunted themselves in front of them every day, just because they had outstanding military honors. Now, the Great Wall Legion is looking forward to their military honors so much that their eyes are bleeding. Anyone who dares to rob them of their military honors will be at odds with the 300,000-strong Great Wall Legion. The centurion's voice is like a bell. Listen to me carefully. The beasts are our prey. I'll be the first to say no to anyone who tries to take our honor. No! The surrounding soldiers roared in unison. The celestial village chief understood what the Great Wall Legion meant. He trembled and fell to his knees, his withered hands raised high and knocked down heavily. Hundreds of villagers behind him fell to their knees in unison, and between the dust and dirt, the old village chief shouted with a sobbing voice. We are willing to become the people of Qin. We will be loyal to His Majesty the Qin Emperor for the rest of our lives. Long live the Qin Emperor. The cries from the bottom of his heart echoed through the valley. Tears streamed down the old village chief's wrinkled face as he turned to the villagers and shouted. Remember this. From today onwards, we are the people of Great Qin. If anyone dares to show the slightest disrespect to His Majesty the Qin Emperor, I will be the first to spare him. Similar scenes continued to play out along the Great Wall Legion's march. In another village, when a mother received a noodle cake handed to her by the Qin army, she suddenly hugged her child and bawled her eyes out. My son, you are saved. You are saved. She trembled as she broke the noodle cake into two halves, half of which she stuffed into her child, and half of which she respectfully offered in front of the makeshift Emperor Qin's tablet. A teenager clutched his share of cotton clothes and suddenly rushed towards the marching group, flopping down and kneeling in the center of the road. I want to join the army. I want to join the army. I want to follow you to kill the ferocious beasts. Behind him, dozens of half-grown boys knelt in a row with red eyes. The Qin warrior ignored them. I don't have enough to share. In a village further away, when the villagers heard that they would receive land if they submitted to Great Qin, several gray-haired old men hugged their heads and cried. They tremblingly dug out seeds that had been treasured for years, hopes that should have been sown in the spring and had been treasured for whole decades. Riding on his warhorse, Meng Tian looked at the people who kept kneeling along the way and said in a deep voice to his vice-general. Pass the order down, each battalion will be divided into small teams to help these newly surrendered people set up temporary camps. And then send someone to report back to His Majesty quickly, requesting for more food and clothing to be allocated. He still underestimated the number of these people, who were like weeds, sprouting up from any place where it was difficult to harbor life. The vice-general hesitated. General, this will slow down our army's march. Execute the order. Remember, His Majesty doesn't want a scorched earth, but the Great Qin territory that the people want. As the sun set, a brand new bonfire had risen along the Great Wall Legion's marching route. In the smoke curling up from the cooking fires, the people were holding steaming hot corn rice, and many old men were kneeling down in the direction of the Great Qin cave. The children were wearing brand new rough clothes, running happily between the campsites. This was the first dusk they remembered where they didn't have to be afraid. Chapter 68, Huazaiwei, Your Majesty knows me, I know Your Majesty. On the towering border walls, tightly organized soldiers of Great Zhou patrolled. They had two kinds of duties. One was to defend against the beast tide attack. One was to prevent the Great Zhou people outside the city walls from sneaking into the city walls. Preventing the people of Great Zhou from sneaking into Great Zhou, what a ridiculous order. However, for such an order, these Great Zhou soldiers must strictly carry it out. Even the second order was prioritized above the first. If the city walls let in a few ferocious beasts, they could still be dealt with at their own discretion, but if they let in a few pariahs, then they would have to be given a big demerit. When the demerits accumulated to a certain level, they would be stripped of their military status and driven out of the border city walls. At first, witnessing the people outside the city being torn apart and eaten by the ferocious beasts, these soldiers would also be angry and intolerant. But day after day of bloody baptism had long since worn out their conscience. Now they will only be secretly glad that they are not the ones being eaten, and that they have these neat shields to buffer the ferocity of the beasts. 3 more blood wolves rushed in from the eastern section yesterday. A veteran said absently, holding a straw in his mouth. However, biting a dozen or so pariahs to death and retreated, saving us from having to go out. After these pariahs feed the ferocious beasts, they won't suffer excessive casualties. The defenders on the city walls had reached a consensus long ago. Even if they opened the city gates now, they would never let those pariahs in. After all, exchanging the lives of the pariahs for their own comfort was too good a deal. Their great Zhou Emperor Majesty was truly wise, abandoning some useless people in exchange for the prosperity of the great Zhou territory. It's amazing that there are still some pedants who keep criticizing His Majesty's policies. We should send them all to the border. Feed the beasts with their flesh. I've heard that there's a new army outside the border to defend against the beasts. They're building a city on the border of the 100,000 mountains to house the pariahs, and they say they want to overthrow Great Zhou and kill all of its royal family. The Great Zhou army scoffed at this. Let these ungrateful armies and the pariahs become the belly of the beast together. Lord Commander, the army that calls itself Great Qin is outside. A Great Zhou soldier hurriedly ran to the residence of Commander Fong, who was in charge of the defense here, and reported. The Fong commander yawned, waved his hand, and said with a disinterested face, "Didn't the top give the order? Don't bother with those armies. Don't they like to subjugate those pariahs? Let them take them in. They're all going to go into the bellies of the ferocious beasts anyway." This Commander Fong is at the 4th level of the Xuanwu. He's already the best of the border commanders. You know, the position of commander of this bitterly cold land has always been a hard job with no reward in severe punishment. Those who are strong in the Earth Martial Realm and the Great Zhou are enjoying their lives in the rich states, and experts at the peak of the Xuanwu realm are also occupying important positions. This bitterly cold borderland can only be given to these fringe characters. Commander Fong, you'd better go to the city walls and take a look. The soldier stomped his feet anxiously, his voice carrying a tremor. Commander Fong realized something was wrong and came to the city wall. When he saw the scene across the street, his eyelids jumped. Immediately afterward, he cursed. "I'm going to hell. These people stomped on their noses, didn't they? They did know that the Great Qin army was opening up mountains, building roads, constructing passes, and harboring refugees. However, they never expected that the other side would build the city wall to a place less than a mile away from the Great Perimeter Pass. For cultivators of the celestial realm and spiritual martial realm, a distance of 1 mile was but an instant. So, what is the difference between this Great Qin repairing the city and repairing Great Perimeter's face? What the Qin is saying now is that its face is close to Great Zhou, provocatively questioning Great Zhou. I'm so crazy. If you are not convinced, come and fight. But Commander Fong did not act rashly. Turning around, he commanded. Immediately report this matter to His Majesty for instructions on how to respond. Also, order all battalions to be on heightened alert. No one is to act rashly without my orders. Meanwhile, across the street, the Great Qin army is building a city wall. Meng Tian pulled Hua Ziwei and advised him in a deep voice. General Hussar, where are you going? His Majesty just asked you to catch a few scouts. What are you doing? Behind Hua Ziwei, the 800 Hussar elites were already fully loaded and ready to go. These young knights all hold their heads high, with a warlike gleam in their eyes. Hua Tse-tung proudly tilts his head, his trademark arrogant smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. What for? Naturally, they were going to storm the Great Zhou city walls. As you can see, the highest cultivation level of the Great Zhou army here is only in the middle Xuanwu realm. If you don't send troops now, when will the troops be deployed? The 800 hussars glanced obliquely at the surrounding Great Wall legions. Those eyes are full of complacency, not the least bit intimidated by the 1,000 times more enemies on the walls of Great Zhou. See that? Our general is leading us to earn military honors again. The generals of the Great Wall Legion closed their eyes and stopped looking at these unruly teenagers. Eyes out of sight, hearts out of mind. Meng Tian shook his head and said in a Wang voice. His Majesty has no such orders. And do you want to listen to what you're saying yourself? You are only at the 9th level of Huangwu cultivation. Where do you get the nerve to look down on the Xuanwu middle realm? Hua Daizhi let out a loud laugh that echoed across the city walls. Your Majesty knows me, and I know your Majesty. Your Majesty wouldn't have let me out if you wanted me to be peaceful. Li Fuyang shook his head helplessly and said, General Meng Tian, let him go, second brother does mean that. Meng Tian turned back in surprise. Your Highness, how can you even? In this moment of distraction, Hua Ziwei violently breaks free from his bonds, points his spear, and whistles as he rushes up the towering city wall. Follow me. Kill the enemy on sight. Kill. These teenage knights are like arrows that have left the strings, following the fiery red cloak as they rush towards the towering city wall. Commander Fawn looked at Hua and the 800 hussars who were screaming and rushing over. He was instantly enraged. A mere Huangwu 9th level. It's too much of a bully. Before he finished speaking, Hua Daizi's tiger body shook. Cultivation breakthrough. Xuanwu 1st level. However, the aura that erupted made the Xuanwu 4th level tremble. It's as if he's going to be under the young general's sword at any moment. Damn! What kind of people are these? Chapter 69, Meng Tian, Hua Daizi each have their own ruthless methods. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Hua Daizi's lance has already broken through the air. Commander Fong hastily raises his sword to meet him, and the moment the two blades collide, a deafening roar erupts. Rumble! A thunderbolt from the clear sky that shook the border. Black and red lightning streaked through the sky. The blinding light caused the people at the border to involuntarily close their eyes. When everyone looks over again, Hua Daizi has nailed Commander Fong to the towering city wall. That Commander Fong was gripping the lance that had penetrated his abdomen with both hands, spitting out blood in large gulps. Seeing Hua Daizi walking slowly, his face was hideous and his eyes were red. Why are you attacking my Great Zhou? Does my Great Zhou have a grudge against your Great Qin? Do I, Fong Lin, have any personal vendetta against you? He questioned Hua Daizi. Hua Daizi's face was ice cold, and when he walked closer to Commander Fong, he smiled arrogantly. The midday sun shone on his bloodstained face, and that smile was so chilling and terrifying. Clang! He drew his Qin sword. A flash of cold light passed by. A head flew up high. Commander Fong's final look of death was unsettling. His body slowly slides down, dragging a piercing trail of blood on the city wall. Hua shakes off the blood on his sword, his tone filled with indifference and coldness. Destroying you, what does it have to do with you? The city walls fell into a deathly silence. The Great Zhou defenders watched this scene as if they were dumbfounded. Their proud commander was cut down by his sword in a single glance. One of the Great Zhou's border gates had been breached. For the first time, it wasn't because of a beast, but because of a man. The poor Commander Fong was unable to react until his death. He didn't even have time to open the city defense formation, let alone deploy his troops, before he was shot through the stomach and beheaded by Hua Daizi's sword. The Great Zhou generals on the city walls trembled as they looked at this red-robed and black-armored teenage general. They had been fighting ferocious beasts for years and had long forgotten how to fight with people. On weekdays, at most, they took pleasure in bullying the pariahs whose realms were less than celestial. Hua Zaiwei was murderous and said in a cold voice, "Soldiers are precious, my Hussar Legion will not take prisoners. Kill without amnesty. Kill!" The 800 hussars roared in unison, waving the lances in their hands. Between the flashes of cold light, a head shot up into the sky. They picked the heads of these Great Zhou soldiers off. These 800 hussars were all hand-picked from the 100,000 Hussar legions. All of them were the elite of the elite. Killing moves of the same realm hit them as if they were just packed. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. The fighting spirit of the Great Zhou defenders quickly collapsed and began to scatter in all directions. Although the 800 hussars fought hard to chase them down, some of them still escaped to the hinterland of Great Zhou. The young hussar soldier spat disdainfully on the ground. Don't look at these people's realm as quite high, but they could only fight those irrational ferocious beasts. If they were really allowed to fight with people, they would all turn into papier-mâché. No one objected to the young hussar's words. Because what he said was the truth. Zhao Broken Nu gleefully ran to Hua Zaiwei with an excited gleam in his eyes. Asked, "General, are we going to keep charging? Are we going to rush to the opposite capital?" Hua Daizi glanced at him coldly. "What is this general's cultivation level?" "First level of Xuanwu." "What is the cultivation level of the state minister of the Yogu state where this place is located?" "Earth Marshal 5th Gravity." Zhao Banu said matter-of-factly. Before they came, the bad guys had given the Hussar Legion the situation they had scouted out. So, now, not to mention the cultivation of the Yogu state's state pastor, even who the concubine he sleeps with at night is and for how long, they have investigated everything. Hua Zaiwei's face was chilled. "Do you think a Xuanwu 1st level can beat an Earthwu 5th level? Then surely you can't beat it." Zhao Broken Nu blurted out. "Then why the hell did you let me charge?" Hua Daizi counted up Zhao Banu. "Have I offended you? You're letting me die? My last general." Zhao Banu was momentarily speechless. He was a bit confused. Wasn't it always like this before? Generals often break through their cultivation level while fighting, so what is a mere Earth Marshal 5th level? Zhao Banu shrunk his neck and asked cautiously. "Then General, should we withdraw?" Hua Daizi lifted his chin. "Send someone to tell General Meng Tian to make a big deal out of it at the border, preferably attracting the full attention of the Yogu Prefecture prefect." Zhao Brenyu's face was delighted. "Obey." Hua Zaiwei's gaze is like a torch as he looks in the direction of Yogu Prefecture from afar. Since he already knows where the Yogu Prefecture minister's residence is, why not plunder it? We can't fight a strong Earth Marshal realm warrior head-on, but it's more than enough to raid his lair and loot his family. If you can't beat the state pastor, you still can't kidnap his wife and children? Huadaisi sneered and tapped his finger on the hilt of his sword. He was not the least bit worried that he would be besieged by the Great Zhou army within the Yogu prefecture, which was exactly the situation he was looking forward to. His tactics were to fight when the enemy was tired, and retreat when the enemy advanced. Gradually nibble away and divide and conquer. Huazaiwei looked up to the sky and laughed. Brothers, charge with me. When the 800 hussars heard what he said, instead of having fear in their eyes, they erupted with fervor. They shouted in unison. I am willing to die for General. Huazaixiao rolled onto his horse, his spear pointing straight at the hinterland of Yogu State. The smile was chilling. Remember our rules, don't get attached to the battle, don't be greedy, grab and run. Let the state shepherd have a taste of what it's like to have a broken family. Hoofbeats like thunder, 800 iron horsemen like arrows, toward the hinterland of Great Zhou galloped away. Along the way, the Zhou people only saw a red lightning swept by. Before they could see the appearance of the people, the iron horsemen have already disappeared in the end of the sky. On the next wall, the Great Wall Legion looked enviously at the 800 hussars. The kind of commander-in-chief is the kind of soldier. Huazaizi himself is untamed and spirited, and so are the hussars under his command. They are extremely wild and fearless. In contrast, their Great Wall Legion was much more stable and wouldn't do anything risky. Meng Tian's face was cold as he looked at the young hussar who came over to report the news. The young hussar's eyes were hot as he watched the back of his general and his 800 brothers. That hussar did not have his usual arrogance in front of Meng Tian and smiled sarcastically. General Meng, you won't let me stay, will you? I have too many faults and will make your Great Wall Legion learn the hard way. How about you kick me out? Meng Tian sank his face and scraped this young hussar. In a cold voice, he said. Hurry up and get lost. That young hussar's face was as happy as if he had been pardoned. Bowed deeply. General Meng, you are a good man. I will never speak ill of you to our general again. As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature around him dropped a few points. The young hussar didn't dare to stay, turned on his horse and flew after his 800 brethren. General, wait for me. I haven't caught up yet. Don't leave me behind. Looking at the young hussar who was shouting as if he was fleeing, Meng Tian was all pissed off and laughed. Ha! Is this still a Qin warrior? What's the difference between them and bandits? Huazaori didn't have so many rules and regulations to govern his army, but only one principle. That is to distinguish between reward and punishment. If it's yours, I'll snatch it for you. If it's not yours, I'll chop you off if you dare to reach for it. You can usually lose military discipline, but if you dare to disobey his orders, there is nothing to remember the fault, directly pull out and cut. So, the Hussar Legion has always had two styles. Normally, they are as arrogant as their commander, Huazaiwei, and look down on the other legions of the Great Qin, but once they start fighting, they turn into brazen warriors who are not afraid to die. Even if what told them to cut themselves, they didn't hesitate. Meng Yi, Meng Ten's vice-general and also Meng Ten's own brother, frowned as he looked at the 800 hussars that had disappeared into the sky. General, how should we act now? Meng Tian gathered his expression and resumed that resolute and bold face. The Marquis of Champion will definitely make a big move when he goes deep into the heart of Yogu Prefecture. We have to do everything we can to help him attract the attention of the Yogu Prefecture's minister. After contemplating for a moment, Meng Tian was full of killing intent, like a butcher. He went around arresting the powerful nobles of Yogu Prefecture and the escaped soldiers of Great Zhou. Chop off their hands and feet and hang them on their Great Zhou's military flag on the city walls to attract ferocious beasts to come and partake of them. Meng Yi paid his respects. I will lead the way. Li Fushang at the side directly froze. She imagined that image. Wasn't that the same as immortal fishing? Hanging the bait on the hook and fishing for swimming fish. Only, now the bait has turned into the Big Zhou dignitaries and the Big Zhou soldiers, and the swimming fish has turned into the ferocious beasts in the 100,000 big mountains. She looked at this General Meng Tian with some disbelief. It was unthinkable that this thick-browed general could come up with such a cruel method. It seemed that the general in front of her, who was known for his steadiness, had the same coldness of the iron-blooded Qin army flowing in his bones. She even thought that this was a method thought up by her second brother, Li Taizong. What shocked her even more was that the generals of the Great Wall army around her did not look different, as if this was just a normal tactic. Meng Tian was a stable and steady ruler who loved his soldiers like sons, but he himself was not a soft-hearted person, and he also came out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had always been cruel to his enemies. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the number one warrior of Qin under the militarism of the first emperor. Li Fushan could already foresee that such an insult to the powerful nobles of Great Zhou would surely make the powerful nobles within Great Zhou furious. The state minister of Yogu will definitely come in person. Chapter 70, Fishing for Fierce Beasts on the City Wall. One of the border gates of the Great Zhou had been trampled by the iron hooves of Huazaiwei as well as the 800 hussars. However, those border people who had once daydreamed of entering the pass were now walking in the opposite direction without looking back. They were staggering, but exceptionally determined, ignoring the open city gates behind them. To be honest, they didn't know how strong Great Qin was, and whether the cultivation of their beloved Emperor Qin was stronger than that of Great Zhou's Son of Heaven. They didn't know if Great Qin could successfully fend off the ferocious beasts. All they knew was that Great Qin gave them food and clothing. Most importantly, Great Qin treated them as human beings. Instead of being food for the beasts that could be discarded at will, they preferred to be the people of Great Qin. In the end, they would rather die as people of Great Qin than as beast fodder of Great Zhou. Let's go to Great Qin. If we believe in His Majesty, he will feed us, clothe us, and plow our fields. A gray-haired old man leaning on a wooden staff said to the young man beside him, I will no longer call myself a Zhou. I am ashamed that I was once a Zhou. A middle-aged man viciously tore off the tattered Zhou dynasty clothing from his body. Believe in Emperor Qin. Offer supreme loyalty to His Majesty the Qin Emperor. In the crowd, mothers cling to their children, old men hold each other. They'd rather die in battle as subjects of Great Qin than continue as human sacrifices of Great Zhou. The procession grew longer and longer, with new refugees joining along the way. They brought their humble belongings with them, supporting the old and the young, and marched towards the newly built Hango Pass of Great Qin. Although the future was uncertain, the light of hope shone in everyone's eyes. This was the first time in many years that they felt the dignity they deserved as human beings. However, these pariahs who were heading towards Great Qin's Hango Pass were passing through the Great Perimeter Pass when they were suddenly shocked to a halt by a scene on the city wall. You guys look! What is that? Someone trembled as they pointed towards the Great Perimeter's city wall. That seems to be all the great people of the Yogu province. The crowd looked up and saw that the powerful nobles of Yogu Prefecture, who used to be high and mighty, were currently having their limbs chopped off and hanging like bacon on the Great Zhou's military flag. These dignitaries were usually well dressed and well fed, with tender skin and tasty meat, which was an extremely fine delicacy for the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts that emerged from the 100,000 mountains were oblivious to the people hiding in the shadows, and all of them drooled with foul-smelling saliva as they frantically pounced on the delicious delicacies on the city wall. On the city wall, hundreds of Great Zhou dignitaries were suspended by chains outside the battlements. They had long since lost their once noble stance, and all that was left at the joints of their limbs were bloodied breaks, with the white stubble of their bones exposed. The specially made meat-crushing powder continuously corroded the wounds, and blood continuously dripped down, dragging out long bloody trails on the surface of the city walls. The faces of these formerly high and mighty nobles were twisted and distorted. Some people's eyes protruded, veins throbbing in their foreheads. Some people's lips were bitten to pieces, and blood frothed between their teeth. The youngest ones had already suffered a mental breakdown and let out hysterical laughter. The older ones trembled and murmured the blessings of their ancestors, even though they knew it was useless. They were hung up on the Great Zhou flagpole and flung off the wall like flagpoles by the Great Wall Legion. An old man in a brocade robe was the first to be partaken. 3 wolf-shaped ferocious beasts leapt up at the same time, biting his shoulders, waist, abdomen, and thighs. With a snorting sound of flesh tearing, his torso was ripped alive into 3 pieces. The middle-aged powerhouse hanging on the outermost side witnessed this and became incontinent with fear. Urine flowed down the gorgeous silk pants, mixing with the blood and dripping on the ferocious beast's head. This instead stimulated the ferocity of the beasts. The python-shaped ferocious beast spat out its snake letters and rolled away large chunks of his flesh and blood. Uhu, daughter, the Qin has avenged you. You can rest in peace. An old woman fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Mother! Did you see that? These sky killers have also become food for the ferocious beasts. A teenager hissed with red eyes. Whimpers gradually resounded amongst these Great Zhou pariahs. These people had all been subjects of the Yogu state and had personally experienced the atrocities of the powerful. When the Great Zhou's relocation list came down, these people of theirs were scared to the core and begged for shelter from the powerful nobles of Yogu Prefecture. They weren't begging to be allowed to live, but they were begging the powerful nobles of Yogu Prefecture to shelter their young children, their aging parents. They weren't begging for nothing. Being a slave in the mansions of the powerful nobles could exempt them from moving to the border. They were willing to serve as slaves for life, only asking for their families to be exempted from migration. The nobles did take them in, but they only chose good-looking women and handsome boys. The women were turned into playthings and the boys into child molesters. And all the other people who begged so hard were mercilessly chased away from the city walls. Do you think that's all? No. The pretty-looking women and handsome-looking boys would all be discarded like garbage after the powerful and wealthy had had enough of playing with them. Since it's past the migration date and the gates of the Great Perimeter Pass are not open, the men throw the women and children over the towering walls. Those ferocious beasts would gather under the walls, opening their mouths wide, like fledglings waiting to be fed. A fall to pieces instead ends best. And the powerful men on the walls took pleasure in this. What a heinous crime these people have committed. I remember that rainy day. An old man was shivering. They threw down a dozen girls and children. One girl was still breathing and crawled a dozen steps through the beasts before the crowd erupted in heartbreaking cries of pain. Some people fell to their knees and vomited, others beat their chests. These memories are too painful. Now see, the abuser was retribution. The grief and anger accumulated for many years has finally found an outlet. As the closest state capital to the Great Chin Cave, the undesirable people had long since scouted it out. When stacks of intelligence paperwork piled up on Meng Tian's desk, the always steady general slapped the table with one palm. He was originally concerned about not implicating the innocent, and only wanted to punish those powerful people who had committed the most heinous crimes. But after going through these dossiers, he realized that in this Yogu prefecture, to find one or two innocent people was harder than climbing up to heaven. Out of 10,000 powerful nobles, he might not be able to pick out one who did not have blood on his hands. Li Fuyang drew her sword and went out with a cold face. Initially, she felt that Meng Tian's methods were too cruel. But now, she even felt that it was too light. She went straight to the execution platform and looked at the powerful nobles who had their limbs chopped off, coldly instructing the soldiers who were executing them. Cutting from here would make him suffer for 3 more hours. After chopping off the limbs, sprinkle some minced meat powder and bone powder. Don't be afraid to torture them to death, this will attract the beasts even more. The soldiers looked at the usually dignified Great Chin princess with surprise, only to see a cold light in her eyes. Remember, there is no need to speak of humanity to these. A powerful noble tied to the torture rack sniffed and stared in horror. My lord, spare my life. I can offer my entire family fortune. Li Fuyang sneered and personally picked up a packet of bone transformation powder. Idiot. If I kill you, your family's fortune is also mine in Great Chin. Enjoy it, this is the retribution you deserve. Meng Tian stood at a distance and watched this scene without stopping it. He turned his head to Meng Yi and said, "Pass down the order to intensify the search and arrest. Anyone who has participated in the persecution of the people should not be spared." Chapter 71, State Shepherd's Residence Destroyed. Yogu Prefecture State Pastor Shinrueyuan looked at the pile of letters asking for help. He rubbed his temples in annoyance. These letters all came from the major families in the state. In the past half a month, there have been more than 100 powerful and noble people in the territory of Yogu Prefecture who have disappeared strangely. 3 more have disappeared? Shinrueyuan frowned tightly. Most of these missing dignitaries were not of a high realm, none of them were above the Xuanwu realm. And most of them were mainly old people. For a time, this matter had caused the entire Yu Valley Prefecture to be on edge. There were even some conspiracy theorists who suggested that it was their Emperor Zhou's Majesty who was going to apply that policy of weeding out the untouchables to the powerful nobles. The powerful nobles with low cultivation levels were to be included in the list of useless people and sent to the borders to feed the ferocious beasts. This statement caused an uproar amongst the major families, and 3 families had already sent people to the state pastor's mansion to demand an explanation. These things have caused Shinrueyuan to be so anxious that even the time to favor his concubines has become shorter. How in the world is it now? I thought that I had come to this bitterly cold Yogu prefecture to escape the flurry of the imperial court. Who would have thought that the scourge of the place would also be so troublesome? Just when Shinrueyuan was anxious, there were hurried footsteps outside the door. The attendant came in to report in a panic. "My lord, there is a person who claims to be Commander Fong Lin's personal guard who wants to see you. He said that there is a change at the border." He looks panicked, he doesn't look like he's lying. Change at the border? Don't tell me that the scourge of the beasts has spread. Shinrueyuan said angrily. Fong Lin is his heart, although only Xuanwu middle realm cultivation, but things have always been cautious, everything must first ask for instructions. Shinrueyuan originally intended to transfer him back to the side in a few years to reuse. Now if it is really the spread of the scourge of ferocious beasts, I cannot help but to put this black pot on the head of Fong Lin. Quickly let him in. Shinrueyuan waved his hand irritably. A person dressed as a ragged pariah was quickly brought in front of Shinrueyuan. The first time Shinrueyuan saw him, the disgust in his eyes flashed away. In Great Zhou, the instinctive disdain that powerful nobles had for pariahs had long been deep in their bones. However, this person dressed as a pariah had a robust and muscular body, and most importantly, a cultivation level of the celestial middle realm. At a glance, it was intentionally dressed up. What happened at the border? What did that idiot Fong Lin do? Shinrueyuan asked in a stern voice. Fong Lin's personal guards looked flustered and incomparable, kneeling and sobbing. State Pastor, the border gate was broken by the Qin people. General Fong was also killed by the Qin. What? Shinrueyuan stood up with a sudden start and uttered a shocked voice. The pressure of the earth martial realm erupted uncontrollably. You're kidding me. The Qin man was nothing more than a roving bandit that came out of the cave. How could he have the strength to kill Fong Lin? Fong Lin's personal guards recalled the image of Huogajira blasting Fong Lin to death, their bodies trembling, and a look of fear and shock involuntarily spread across their faces. That red-robed, black-armored teenager had killed General Fong with just one move. General Fong's head was also hung by the Qin on the city gate. Shinrueyuan's face turned red, and a cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes. Continue. Fong Lin's personal guard's voice trembled, his pupils were trembling violently, and his expression was shocked. That Qin man chopped off the limbs of all the adults, coated them with minced meat powder and bone-crushing powder, and attracted ferocious beasts to come and partake of them on the city walls. Nowadays, the wailing of the grown-ups resounded day and night at the border. This group. Shenrueyuan was furious, the powerful aura of the Earth Martial Realm exploded, and the entire study was instantly torn apart under the impact of the violent spiritual energy. Between the wood shavings, he already understood the truth of the recent disappearance of powerful people. It must be the damned Qin people who secretly took them captive. Fang Lin's personal guards prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Shenrueyuan roared through gritted teeth. Qin has bullied people too much. I will personally discuss it. Just then, the prostrate Fang Lin guard suddenly raised his head, his eyes terrified. My lord, save me. Shenrueyuan frowned and looked. Only to see that the guard's skin suddenly became red, and a gust of hot air emerged from his body surface, as if his entire body was being boiled in boiling water. His lips quickly turned purple and black blood began to seep out of his 7 orifices. It was clearly a sign of poisoning. Shenrueyuan immediately transferred a pure spiritual qi to try to save him, but found that the toxin had already penetrated deep into his bones and marrow, and even his internal organs had begun to dissolve. He could only grimace as he watched the informant take his last breath in extreme pain. What was even more horrifying was that the corpse quickly began to liquefy, eventually turning into a puddle of pus that emitted a foul odor. Shenrueyuan stared at the puddle of pus on the ground, his face hard to see. This kind of poison only comes from a rare toad-shaped beast, and Great Zhou has always shunned beasts. It could never have been poisoned by their own people. Then this must be the handiwork of the Qin people. Just think about it, we know that the disguise of Fang Lin's personal guards is full of flaws, so how could the Qin people not see it? The Qin are deliberately asking Fang Lin's guards to send a message to themselves. This was a naked threat. Shenrueyuan thought that this was the Qin warning him not to act rashly. Deceiving. It's too much. Shenrueyuan was so angry that he was trembling and felt like his lungs were going to explode. He turned around violently and yelled at his attendant. Immediately reorganize our troops and send them to Great Qin. But your majesty told us not to. That's my business. You only need to carry out the orders. Shenrueyuan interrupted him in a violent rage. The attendant bowed his head and said yes, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. After Shenrueyuan left in a rage, he immediately recruited his inner circle. Have someone report this matter to the Great Zhou capital. Half a day after Shenrueyuan left with his army, a squad of 800 people came to the hillside not far away. These 800 people were like ghosts and did not make a sound at all. There were only 800 pairs of eyes like torches and flames in the dim surroundings. Huo led the 800 riders all the way, arriving at his capital residence just shortly after Shenrueyuan left. Along the way, they have swept through more than 10 powerful mansions like a gale. Each time as a thunderous strike, the Iron Horsemen rushed the formation and then went away, leaving a mess for the subsequent Great Wall Army to clean up. Those who were lucky enough not to die under the hooves of the hussars would soon realize that their bad luck had just begun. What was waiting for them was to be hung on the flagpole by the Great Wall Legion and become the live bait to lure the ferocious beasts. Compared to being shot by the 800 hussars, this slow and painful death was the cruelest punishment for these evil powerful nobles. On this journey, the 800 hussars had also seen the extravagance of the powerful nobles. It was hard to imagine that the people outside the border did not even have decent food to eat, and the pets fed by the powerful nobles were unimaginably precious delicacies. The people outside the border pass were not clothed, and what they used to wipe the saliva of their dogs was silk made from the silk of the ice-vibrant silkworms, which they threw away after use. Those beautiful women selected from the untouchables acted as beauty paper and beauty pellets. Even so, these women have to kneel down and thank the grace, because in their opinion, to be able to serve as a slave or a maid in a powerful mansion is already 100 times better than waiting for death outside the border. Vermilion door wine and meat stinks, the road has frozen dead bones. Hua Zhaodong looks at the brightly lit state pastor's residence and grins, revealing his eerie white teeth. Zhao Bano softly steps forward and waits in silence for orders. Hua ordered everyone not to make a sound before the war, and many of the hussars had their tongues cut out directly. Anyway, after the war is over, they will grow back after taking a few pills. Hua Zaiwei's gaze like torchfire flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. He slowly raised his right hand and made a dry throat-cutting gesture at the neck. The 800 hussars were suddenly trembling with excitement and silently grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. The knuckles of their clenched blades were white, and a bloodthirsty ferocious light flashed in their eyes. Without any words, everyone understood the meaning of this military order. Kill without pardon. Tonight, there will not be a single survivor left in the state shepherd's mansion. Rumble. It's like a thunderous explosion. The people of the Shen mansion are puzzled. This cloudless night sky, how could there suddenly be a thunderclap? However, only a few breaths later, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, and the color of blood on their faces faded. Not far away, 800 figures were like 800 black and red lightning bolts, wrapped in a monstrous murderous aura as they furiously attacked towards the Shen mansion. Those people had a murderous aura that made people's hearts tremble.
Enemy.
Before the word attack came out, Zhao Banu's spear had already penetrated his throat. With the tip of the spear, the head flew high into the air.
Rumble. 800 black and red lightning bolts struck into the Shin mansion.
The might of their charge directly smashed the mansion's door to pieces, the heavy vermilion-painted gate splitting apart like papier-mâché. Huadaisi, who was at the forefront, swept his spear across the room, and 3 of the guards who had rushed up were instantly chopped off at the waist, spilling their internal organs all over the place. The 800 hussars were like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, blood and flesh flying everywhere they passed. A steward was just about to light a warning beacon when he was nailed to the wall by 3 spears at the same time. In this flash of lightning, the entire Shin mansion has been plunged into a sea of blood. The skyward firelight illuminates the Shin mansion as if it were daytime. Huazai grabs the hair of the Shin mansion's main mother with one hand and drags her slowly forward. This woman who used to be graceful and luxurious is now covered in blood, and her gorgeous brocade robe is tattered and torn as it rubs on the ground. Huazai walks expressionlessly, and whenever the woman in his hand's face slightly changes and her gaze flickers, he doesn't hesitate to swing out a blazing sword light. The sword energy streaked across the room, blasting the Shinryu family members hiding in the shadows one by one. A teenager hiding behind the wigwam was cut off at the waist by the sword energy, and the upper half of his body was still crawling in terror. A few female family members who were huddled in the closet were split in half along with the closet. Why? The main mother of the Shin house hissed and cried. What grudge does my Shin family have against you? The 800 hussars executed the massacre in silence. Their cut-out tongues made the killing even more bizarre and gruesome. Only the muffled sounds of blades entering flesh and the bursts of flames engulfing buildings echoed in the night. Hua grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. Who says you can't kill without a grudge? What reason do I need to exterminate your entire family today? After saying this, he let go of his hand and with a flash of sword light, he cleaved the main mother of the Shin family in half. Chapter 72, Shinryu was confused. Great Zhou capital, deep within the imperial city. Emperor Zhou looked over the books and documents in his hands, and on the desk table lay the secret letter from Yogu Prefecture. However, this Emperor Zhou did not become furious because of the contents of that secret letter, and it did not even arouse the slightest interest in this emperor. He didn't seem to care. That's right, just didn't care. His expression was as light as water, and he did not even furrow his brows. It was as if the invasion of Great Qin, the loss of the border, and Shinruyuan's unauthorized troop movements that were mentioned in the secret letter were nothing more than inconsequential gossip. Every few hundred years, there was always a time like this. This time it was interesting, not an internal rebellion, but one that came out of a cave. Emperor Zhou's eyes were deep, as if he had experienced this kind of change countless times before. Your Majesty. The old eunuch standing at the side wanted to speak. Emperor Zhou waved his hand, signaling him to retire. The sighs of Emperor Zhou resounded within the large hall where only one person remained. Isn't it good to honestly serve as food? Meng Tian stood on the wall of the border pass, his gaze calmly inspecting the newly occupied territory. He ordered his generals to reinforce the city's defenses and build fortifications, while sending out small groups to gradually advance into the hinterland of Yogu Prefecture. Every step was precisely calculated, and every inch of land occupied was immediately set up with a defense system. The battalions were ordered not to venture forward. For every key point you occupy, you must ensure that all parties are able to support you in a timely manner. Violators will be dealt with by military order. Meng Ten commanded Meng Yi. Although he was proud, he was not arrogant. He knew that although the defenders of Yogu Prefecture were unbeatable, it was a vast area, so if he was greedy for success, he would easily fall into the predicament of having too long a front and disperse troops. Therefore, he adopted the strategy of encroachment, steadily expanding his control. When the bad guys reported that Shinruyuan came with his army, Meng Tian did not panic. It was business as usual, silently arranging everything. He noticed that Li Fuyang had left the military camp at some point, but did not send anyone to look for her. This eldest princess had always had her reasons for her actions. Li Fuyang soon returned and brought back a person. Meng Tian was shocked when he saw him. The next day, Shinruyuan led his army directly to the city walls. He sped along, ignoring the cities along the way that were occupied by the Great Wall Legion. In his eyes, the top priority was to recapture the border and free those captured dignitaries. As for the Qin army that occupied the city, in his opinion, they were nothing more than turtles in a jar, which he would be able to eliminate with his own hands when he triumphed. When Shinruyuan arrived at the city wall, he saw that the dignitaries of Great Zhou were tied to the flagpole, being teased by the Qin people like fish bait. Instantly, his anger steamed up, his earth martial realm cultivation exploded, and his figure stormed up, killing towards the city wall. Qin thieves dared to insult my Great Zhou. The Qin thieves came to die. Shinruyuan was furious. The many generals of Great Zhou saw their state shepherd being so valiant and were instantly demoralized, shouting in excitement. Your Majesty, the state shepherd is mighty. Lord State Shepherd is mighty. As Shinruyuan gradually approached the border wall, his figure lurched. He saw a middle-aged general with a resolute and bold face, respectfully following a man. On the side of that man also stood a woman with a captivating appearance. The woman with the captivating appearance pointed at Shin Ruiyuan, who was rushing over, and said, "Second brother, that's him." Li Taizong raised his eyes to look at Shin Ruiyuan, who was at the 5th level of Earth Martial, and nodded with interest. Earth Martial 5th level, indeed it is not something you can deal with.
That's right, Li Fuyang knew that they couldn't deal with an Earth Martial 5th level.
Therefore, it returned to call the parents within the Hango Pass.
Shin Ruiyuan's figure stopped hard in midair, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping his entire body.
For some reason, although that person in honorable clothes was emitting nothing more than a Xuanwu realm aura, he actually had the intuition in his own heart that he would die if he took another step forward. He looked at Li Taizong and questioned in a stern voice, "Are you the Emperor of Qin? Why did you invade my great Zhou?"
Li Taizong looked at Shin Ruiyuan indifferently, as if he was looking at an ant.
When he opened his mouth, his voice was calm but contained an unquestionable majesty. "Great Zhou has lost its virtue, Great Qin should take its place."
Shin Ruiyuan was instantly furious. "Shame on you.
I am busy with government affairs, I do not have time to spend with you, die." Obviously, Shin Ruiyuan was high in the sky, and Li Taizong was standing on the city wall, but everyone felt that Li Taizong was looking down on Shin Ruiyuan from above. The next moment, heaven and earth changed color.
Chapter 73, A General's Duty. Li Taizong made a sword strike, only one sword strike. The sword light was like electricity, instantly arriving. Shin Ruiyuan didn't even have time to react before he was shocked in place by the pressure of human emperor and heavenly emperor contained in that sword light. Puff!
Shin Ruiyuan's chest then exploded into a bone deep wound and blood gushed out. This sword, Li Taizong only used 7 points of strength.
If he had used his full strength, Shin Ruiyuan would have been split in half.
As for why he left Shin Ruiyuan alive, it was because Meng Tian had a great use for Shin Ruiyuan. "Secretary Meng, Shin Ruiyuan is in your hands, I have some important business to attend to, so I'll leave first." Sheathing his sword, Li Taizong spoke calmly.
"Farewell, Your Majesty." Meng Tian knelt down on one knee and bowed respectfully. Li Taizong nodded slightly. He understood Meng Tian's character. This calm general could never be as casual in front of himself as Hua Ziwei.
This was Meng Tian's nature and his insistence as a general. But before leaving, Li Taizong still couldn't help but urge, "Pay attention to safety. If you meet a strong enemy, immediately send someone to inform me."
This time, if Fu Yao had not come to find me, do you still plan to deal with the Earth Martial Realm powerhouses alone? Li Taizong's tone carried an obvious reproach. However, Meng Tian looked firm and said in a deep voice,
"Since ancient times, there have only been subjects who saved the emperor. Where has the Son of Heaven saved his subjects?"
Li Taizong frowned tightly. "There has been since my dynasty."
"Fu Yao, don't go back yet, stay here. If there are still strong people from the Earth Martial Realm coming here, come and find me immediately."
"I know, second brother," Li Fuyang obediently said. Li Taizong shook his head and said no more.
He knew the nature of Meng Tian's stubborn donkey only too well, so it would be better to just leave rather than wasting words.
Li Fuyang walked to Meng Tian's side and said softly,
"General, although my second brother's tone is harsh, he thinks highly of you."
Meng Tian looked solemn. The last general understands. Because of this, it is all the more important for me not to rely on His Majesty for everything. A general should share the king's worries, but not add to them? After Li Taizong left, Shin Ruiyuan was escorted to Meng Tian.
The former governor of Yogu Prefecture had his cultivation blocked, and his hands were firmly bound with special chains. 2 personal guards pressed down on his shoulders one by one and raised their feet to kick him in the knees.
"Kneel down!"
The personal guards shouted sternly.
Shin Ruiyuan snorted coldly and straightened his back.
"I, Yogu Prefecture, only have state shepherds with severed heads, not state shepherds who kneel." The pro-guard showed a vicious face and was about to launch a forceful kick to break his knees, but he was stopped by Meng Tian raising his hand.
Meng Tian said in a deep voice, "Why is General Shun so stubborn? Surrender to my great Qin and you will still be the lord of Yogu Prefecture." Shin Ruiyuan laughed coldly. "Succumb to great Qin?
I was born as a Zhou man, and I will die as a Zhou ghost.
I'll do as I please. You can kill me as soon as possible." Meng Tian continued to persuade him.
"If you surrender to Qin, you can still enjoy your honor and wealth, and your family can continue to live as they are now."
"Threatening me with my family?"
A cold light flashed in Shin Ruiyuan's eyes, and then he suddenly realized.
"I see, you want to use me as a breakthrough to attack other great states, right?"
He struggled to straighten his body, his voice hoarse but full of sarcasm. "If a state pastor surrenders, the heart of the great Zhou army will be shaken. As long as you Great Qin control the state ministers, you can take down the whole great Zhou without bloodshed." Meng Tian's face was somber and he did not retort.
The atmosphere in the tent was suddenly grave. Although Shin Ruiyuan was captured, this insight was truly extraordinary.
He accurately guessed Meng Tian's plan to use the state pastor as bait to dismantle the Great Zhou defenses.
"It seems that I guessed correctly." Shunrua Yuan snorted. It is a pity that you have made a wrong guess. Although I, Shunrua Yuan, am greedy and fearful of death, I will never be the vassal of a fallen country. Meng Tian said. Then your son. Shunrua Yuan stalked his neck and braced himself. I'm telling you, don't even think about threatening me with my family, I, Shunrua Yuan. Having said that, the flash of panic in his eyes betrayed the fear in his heart. Meng Tian laughed coldly in his heart. This Shunrua Yuan was clearly a person of color. At this moment, a bad guy entered the tent silently, presented a secret report to Meng Tian and quickly left. Meng Tian unfolded the report, his brows frowning tighter and tighter, and the anger in his eyes was almost ready to spill out. He raised his head to look at Shunrua Yuan, who was still holding his tongue, and there were a few moments of pity in his gaze. Shunrua Yuan was stunned by this gaze. What's going on? What happened? Meng Tian waved his hand in disappointment and said to Meng Yi beside him. Drag him out, chop off his limbs, apply spices, and attract the ferocious beasts in the mountains for my great Qin, so that he can be considered somewhat valuable. What? Shunrua Yuan was shocked, not understanding why Meng Tian's attitude suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. An ominous feeling of foreboding surged to his heart. What exactly happened? You say it. Tell me. Is it that something has happened to my family members? Meng Tian, however, did not want to bother with him any longer and turned his back to him. Shunrua Yuan was picked up by two of his personal guards and dragged outside. He struggled frantically, his voice hoarse. Tell me. What happened to my wife and son? Meng Tian. Speak up. When Shunrua Yuan's shouts faded away, Meng Yi returned and asked suspiciously. General, what exactly happened? The veins on Meng Tian's face rippled as he forced down his anger and handed the secret report to Meng Yi. Read it yourself. Meng Yi received the secret report, only to see it clearly written. Huadaisi led 800 hussars to bloodwash the Shin mansion. The Shin family was wiped out, the mansion was torched, and there was not a single survivor. Meng Yi looks up in shock. This. Wasn't General Hua only responsible for charging into battle before and leaving us to clean up the mess? What happened this time? I wanted to use the Shin family's household to threaten Shunrua Yuan into submission. But who would have thought that Hua would be so murderous this time? I'd have preferred to have a son. Shunrua Yuan has such a great grudge against Qin, so I can't keep him any longer, so I'll kill him sooner rather than later. Meng Yi persuaded. General, there is no need to worry too much. The Great Zhou armies in the various states are unbeatable, and even without Shunrua Yuan's warping board, we can just as well capture them without a hitch. As the Vice General of the Great Wall Legion, Meng Yi has this confidence and strength. Meng Tian shook his head and said in a deep voice. You don't understand. How many casualties of my great Qin generals can be reduced by draining Shunrua Yuan of his last ounce of value? Even if it's just one less soldier dying, it's worth the effort. He stood up and walked to the entrance of the tent, looking at Shunrua Yuan who was being executed in the distance. We only need to move our lips to save the lives of our soldiers, why not? Meng Yi stood to the side, looking at his elder brother with a burning gaze. In his eyes, Meng Tian was not only an invincible general, but also the elder brother he had followed all his life. Eldest brother, I finally understand why His Majesty honors you. Meng Tian turned his head and showed a rare trace of gentleness on his resolute face. It's just the duty of a general. Remember, Meng Yi. A true general does not prove his worth by killing. Our mission is to guard the land, guard the people, and more importantly, guard every soldier who follows us. Chapter 74, All Wait. Li Taizong's desk was piled up with medals to be approved, and the political affairs he dealt with every day were as constant as a tidal wave. Li Taizong, Zhu Geliang, and Xin Yu, who was within the Great Qin Cave heaven, were busy on their feet every day. As the borders of the Great Zhou continue to fall, the number of refugees coming to the Hangul Pass is increasing day by day. The original magnificent Hangul Pass has been expanded 3 times, but still cannot accommodate this constant flow of people. Luckily, after the capture of Yogu Prefecture, a large area of land was acquired to accommodate the refugees. The most difficult thing to deal with was the food issue. The Qin Cave heaven did not have that much food to feed so many Great Zhou refugees. Li Taizong also couldn't starve the old Qin people for these new Qin people. Therefore, Li Taizong had no choice but to order that the ferocious beasts in the 100,000 mountains be captured and the blood and flesh of these beasts be used as the main food for the Great Zhou refugees. At the same time, Li Taizong ordered down. Prioritize the recruitment of soldiers from these Great Zhou refugees to form a new army. Great Zhou was too big, relying solely on the current Qin soldiers would not be able to defend it even if they fought it down. Not to mention, there is still a long borderline that needs soldiers to defend against the beast tide. Therefore, the formation of a new army was imminent. Great Qin's food would not feed useless people. Li Taizong also needed these refugees to attack the city for him. Soon Great Qin's army began to round up the beasts on a large scale. Teams of elite soldiers went deep into the edges of the 100,000 mountains, slaughtering the captured beasts and transporting them back to be used as rations for the newly adhered people. Under the capture of Great Qin's elite soldiers, the beasts near the border were almost hunted down and killed.
Faced with the plight of depleted beast resources at the edge of the 100,000 Great Mountains, Great Qin adopted a more aggressive approach. From the border where Meng Tan was stationed, several powerful and noble people of Great Zhou were sent to the border, and after applying special spices on their bodies, they were hung at the entrance of the deep mountains. The special odor emitted by this spice successfully lured out the powerful beasts in the mountains. These beasts were huge in size and their strength far exceeded that of the border beasts, but in front of the well-trained Qin army, they still could not escape being hunted down and killed. Great Qin even set up a specialized slaughter team for these beasts. Most of the members of the slaughter team were served by the brocade guards. There was no way who let them deal with corpses every day, handling people and beasts in the same way. The Xiuquan blade precisely peeled off complete animal skins and used these to fill the armor of the new army. The bones of the beasts didn't need much treatment and became the weapons of the new army. The flesh and blood of the beasts were evenly divided and distributed to the newly adhered people of Great Zhou by households. Li Taizong was originally worried that this distribution method would cause a riot. After all, the beast meat tasted sour and hard to swallow. Moreover, there was also a foul aura. This fatal qi would damage one's qi and blood, accelerating one's decay. But the truth was beyond his expectations. Long live His Majesty the Qin Emperor. Countless people kneeled in the direction of the palace at the highest point of the Hanga Pass with tears in their eyes. To them, the flesh and blood of these ferocious beasts was a heavenly delicacy. Before the arrival of Qin, they could only rely on the tainted blood of ferocious beasts mixed with leaves and grass roots to sustain their lives, and that kind of food was not even something that livestock would touch. The old men shed tears as they chewed. They had never imagined that they would be able to eat complete meat in their lifetimes. What was even more surprising was that not only did the fury contained in the meat of these ferocious beasts not harm them, but instead became an aid to cultivation. Many people's cultivation improved greatly after consuming them, and some even broke through their bottlenecks on the spot. These refugees who had been living on the edge of the 100,000 mountains for a long time had surprisingly developed amazing adaptations in their bodies and were able to digest the fatal qi contained in the meat of the ferocious beasts. It should be known that even the elite soldiers of the Great Qin at the spiritual martial realm would need to spend several hours to dissolve the fatal qi after consuming the meat of the ferocious beasts. But these Great Zhou pariahs, whose cultivation levels are generally only at the Xin Hai realm and Zhongshe realm, will at most suffer from abdominal pain for a few moments after eating the beast's meat, and will be able to return to their normal state after suffering from another bout of diarrhea. Moreover, some of these Great Zhou pariahs had even made breakthroughs in their realms after digesting this fierce qi. Even more amazingly, their cultivation speed was more than 30% faster than normal people. No wonder, with the most inferior gong methods and without any cultivation environment, these people were able to cultivate their realms to great masters and celestials. Li Taizong looked at these reports and sighed lightly. The adaptability and endurance of the human race is truly beyond imagination. Only, behind these qualities, how many people cared about how much suffering the human race had gone through? A large amount of ferocious beast blood and meat was distributed. These 100,000 mountains were a natural, infinite granary for these new Qin people. Gradually, an unprecedented emotion spread among the new Qin people. After eating and drinking, they began to gather spontaneously, shouting that they would follow the Great Qin army to kill their way back to Great Zhou. Fight their way to the capital. Overthrow the Zhou emperor. We want revenge. To seek justice for our dead relatives. His Majesty Qin is the only emperor in the world. The cries of countless people were so loud that the scene was close to getting out of control. If Li Taizong hadn't sent a messenger to calm them down, these angry new Qin people could have formed an army and stormed the Great Perimeter Pass without a second thought. Your Majesty, the hearts of the people are available. Zhuge Liang lightly shook his feather fan, the light in his eyes flickered. Li Taizong stood on the city tower, looking down at the agitated new Qin people below. A trace of complex emotions surfaced between his brows. He turned to Zhuge Liang beside him and said, Prime Minister, what do you say about how that Emperor Zhou governs the world? His gaze swept over the new Qin people who were grateful for obtaining the blood and flesh of the ferocious beasts, and his voice was low. Just by giving these people a little bit of the most basic food, they could make them so loyal. If this people's heart was put to good use, why would the ferocious beasts in the 100,000 mountains be enough to fear? This is clearly an inexhaustible natural granary. Zhuge Liang lightly shook his feather fan. Although his face was slightly tired, his wise eyes were still as bright as stars. He smiled faintly. Your Majesty, why do you need to test my humble servant? Haven't you already seen it? Li Taizong's face suddenly clouded over. He got up and gazed at the endless ebony mountains in the distance. The pristine forest-covered 100,000 mountains were like a giant python, tightly entwining the entire Great Zhou territory. As far as the eye could see, it seemed as if the world had only two parts, Great Zhou and the 100,000 mountains. Li Taizong's voice was as cold as ice, captivating the human race as a breeding ground. This world is really interesting. His fingers unconsciously clenched, his knuckles whitening. In the distance, in the shadows of the 100,000 mountains, the scarlet eyes of ferocious beasts could be faintly seen flickering. These ferocious beasts, as well as the towering Emperor Zhou, all seem to be playing their respective roles in this gigantic cage.
Rumble. The Yogu Prefecture was officially incorporated into the Great Qin territory. Pounds of majestic qi rushed into the sky. The supreme heavenly dragon devoured and fed back. Li Taizong's realm broke through to the 6th level of Xuanwu.
With the sharing of experience, the cultivation of Great Qin's ministers has broken through again.
Wait for them all. Chapter 75. Who is the Reaper?
Under the experience sharing, the Great Qin generals made a collective breakthrough and their strength skyrocketed.
The Great Qin elites shed their bones and became even more unstoppable.
Huadaisi leads the 800 hussars like a gale sweeping across the Great Zhou territory. This elite iron cavalry, now everyone's cultivation has greatly improved, charging and killing is even more unstoppable.
Huadaisi is getting stronger and stronger.
What's more, after each fight, Huadaisi and other ministries seem to have disappeared from the Great Zhou territory, and so on the next time they appeared, it was already another city that had fallen. They simply came and went like the wind, and wherever they passed, the enemy was invincible.
The Great Wall Army is steadily cleaning up the mess.
Step by step, the cities captured by Huazaiwei are firmly under their control.
Great Zhou's 2 earthly martial realm state shepherds have also suffered under the siege of Great Qin's 4 sect gods and Huazaisi.
Dianwei's double halberd, Suchu's heavy hammer, Yuqi Jingda's long lance, and Qin Shubao's double mace, together with Huazaisi's godly spear, directly crossed the border and blasted the 2 earth martial realm state shepherds to death. In Great Qin, there were more than just Great Qin emperors who could cross the border.
Who isn't a heavenly pride yet?
In less than a month, 2 more of Great Zhou's great states had fallen.
Great Qin now occupies 3 of Great Zhou's states. The majestic qi luck brought about by the opening of the borders allowed Li Taizong's cultivation to soar.
With the supreme heavenly dragon devouring and feeding back, Li Taizong had already arrived at the 9th level of Xuanwu. It was only a sliver away from the earth martial realm. Under the experience sharing, Gao Lishur and Sen Yu had reached the 4th level of Xianwu. Mao Qian has arrived at the 5th level of Xuanwu. Hua Zhaodi, Meng Ten, and the 4 Great Qin gate gods had all reached the 6th level of Xuanwu.
Yuan Tiangang and Zhuge Liang have reached the 7th level of Xuanwu.
Almost all of the summoned generals have reached the spirit martial realm. There were even a few talented ones who had reached the yellow martial realm.
This is the horror of the experience sharing function.
Every time Li Taizong was promoted, the strength of the entire Qin dynasty jumped.
Great Qin is getting stronger and stronger. Its strength is growing like a snowball.
There are 36 states in Great Zhou, and outside of Great Zhou, there are hundreds of thousands of mountains.
How far will Great Qin's strength grow?
The 100,000 mountains have also been stabilized. Even if the generals of Great Qin paint those dignitaries with spices and hang them in the most conspicuous places along the border, it is still difficult to attract more ferocious beasts. This once dangerous mountain range is now showing some weird peace. The number of Great Qin's new army was also increasing. Thousands of new Qin people joined the army every day, and with their bitter hatred for Emperor Zhou, they practiced exceptionally hard. The blood and flesh of the ferocious beasts stored by Great Qin was also enough to satisfy the training of these new Qin troops. As for the people within the boundaries of Great Zhou, the situation was alarming. Although the people here were fit and pretty, they all had hollow eyes, just like the Walking Dead. They were like animals to be slaughtered in an abattoir, mechanically repeating their daily lives.
Great Zhou practiced an outrageous population policy.
Great Zhou weeded out the less talented and inferior subjects and threw them outside the border to fend for themselves.
Only the young and strong with good talent are left behind.
What's even more cruel is that the people left behind are forced to have a child every 2 years. When the child grows up, he or she has to go through another round of screening.
This way of almost breeding livestock has created the amazing national strength of Great Zhou.
Even after years of fighting with ferocious beasts, the population of Great Zhou was still huge, and the physical quality of the people was outstanding. But the cost of all this was countless abandoned lives, and the numb souls of the survivors. Therefore, once Great Qin pulled out the powerful and wealthy of these great states to kill them, these Great Zhou people surrendered without even resisting. Every time Great Qin captured a city, the people of Great Zhou greeted them with a welcome. The most touching thing was that when these Guan'anyi people recognized those familiar faces in the new army of Qin, those were their expelled parents, lost siblings, and children who were forced to separate. Tears finally welled up in their numb eyes, and hope sprang up anew in their parched hearts.
"Father, it's me."
A young man pounced on the trembling old man in the Great Qin new army.
"Little sister, you are still alive."
A burly man hugged the skinny girl tightly.
Such scenes of reunion continued to play out in every liberated city.
The size of Great Qin's new army once again saw explosive growth. Amazingly, as the battle progressed, not only did Great Qin's army not deplete, but it got stronger and stronger the more they fought. Even the sounds of welcoming Great Qin's royal division had begun all over Great Zhou. The hearts of the people, which had been suppressed for many years, were falling towards Great Qin at an alarming rate. Those who gain the way get a lot of help, those who lose the way get little help.
Thousands of years of tyranny by the Great Zhou dynasty has finally backfired.
The world has suffered from Zhou for a long time.
It seems that everything is moving in the right direction.
The Great Zhou's non-resistance, the beast tide's disappearance, the people's welcome. However, in those ancient lineages that had been passed down for thousands of years within Great Zhou, an eerie atmosphere of silence pervaded. These families had mountains of books in their libraries, cultivation resources piled up into a sea, and their children received the most systematic cultivation since childhood, but strangely enough, no one had broken through to the fourth level of the Earth Martial Realm in the past few hundred years. It's not that they don't have enough resources, but whenever someone's cultivation is about to touch the Earth Martial Realm, the oldest ancestor in the clan will take them away, persuade them for a night, and then stop cultivating, no longer refining. Even when a gifted Qilin child was born every few generations, not only would the family elders not rejoice, but instead they would team up to perform a secret method to pull out part of his spiritual roots, hardening the supreme genius into an ordinary person with fair qualifications. In these ancient families, there were always a few living fossils who had experienced several great eras. They had the status of a powerful family, and their own cultivation was at the Xuanwu realm, saving them from the fate of being thrown outside the pass. However, as they listened to the voice outside that Great Zhou was dead and Great Qin was in power, they sighed softly, bitterness rising in their cloudy eyes.
Another great man of the human race has emerged from the sky? Unfortunately, everything is just in vain.
These living fossils who were close to exhausting their lifespans in the Xuanwu realm began to weep, and although they had experienced several great eras, they still couldn't swallow the pathos. When they were young, they had also followed those great heroes of the human race who had stirred up the wind and clouds and wanted to change heaven and earth. When I followed Patriarch Lin back then, it was the same scene. We broke through 72 cities in a row and were about to attack the capital. An old man who was missing his right arm muttered. His one arm involuntarily trembled, as if he had seen the battle that changed the color of the sky and the earth again. I watched with my own eyes as the sword master's long sword broke, and he himself was smashed to pieces. An old woman sobbed. 300 years ago the amazingly talented Lin's surname Heavenly Pride came out of the 100,000 mountains. 500 years ago, the Heavenly Sword Sex Sword Master whose sword suppressed the 8 directions. 700 years ago. Each time was loud and powerful, and each time was a failure. Even the family clans of these great heroes disappeared. Tens of millions of volunteers were wiped out overnight, hundreds of millions thrown deep into the 100,000 mountains. But sadly and more sadly, the human race has never been a race to resign itself to fate. Every few hundred years, the great heroes who presumed to change the earth and recover the river and mountains would appear again. Every time the end is just as tragic. How can this not let them pathos? The human race, never learns to resign itself to fate. Knowing that you can't do it but doing it, is this the destiny of our race? Outside, the sound of celebration was deafening. Deep within the World Family Shrine, the tears of the old people slipped silently. They had experienced the cycle of hope and despair too many times, witnessing the rise and fall of too many heavenly prides. Every revolt added to the already weak human race, but every few hundred years, there would always be a new rebel who would step forward. Resign yourself to your fate, at least you'll die less. They had said this too many times, but no one ever listened. Just like now, those cheering young people, who would believe that the heyday in front of them would eventually come to nothing. Now that the situation was great, Li Taizong stood alone on the walls of Hango Pass, gazing longingly at the uninterrupted 100,000 mountains in the distance. The afterglow of the setting sun gilded the dark mountains with a layer of blood color, so oppressive that people could not breathe. The low roars that came from deep within the mountains from time to time were even more creepy. Your Majesty, the state pastor of Deer Plains State has been killed by General Hussar. Soon, my Great Qin will be able to capture the fourth state of Great Zhou. Zhuge Liang holds a feather fan and slowly steps up the city wall to report. Aha! Li Taizong is still gazing at the Wuhe mountain range with a deep gaze, and does not have much joy. Zhuge Liang came to Li Taizong's body, the same look at the endless, cannot see the end of the 100,000 mountains. Li Taizong spoke out, breaking the silence. Doesn't Kong Ming feel strange? What is your Majesty referring to? Great Zhou's territory is thousands of times larger than Qin's, and it has such a strict ethnicity screening system. It is only logical that there should be a great number of prideful people. But those so-called strong people who have broken through the earth martial realm are just some unbearable strawmen. Zhuge Liang sniffed and a meaningful smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, ordinary people slaughter livestock, will pick some old and weak, sick and disabled, but the princes and nobles want to eat meat, but there are a lot of requirements, to be tender, to be fresh, to be chicks, to be piglets. The princes and nobles also want to celebrate the new year. At the end of each year, they would bring their carefully bred livestock to the table. And then wait for the next New Year's Eve. Zhuge Liang didn't say anything, but it was like he said everything. Li Taizong's eyes flickered with coldness, and the corner of his mouth hooked into an icy arc. Son of Heaven Shepherd, what a son of heaven shepherd! This great Zhou son of heaven really thinks of himself as a shepherd of ferocious beasts. No wonder those ancient lineages of the great Zhou would rather cut their own roots than dare to cultivate true geniuses. They aren't being cowardly, but rather, they are avoiding the harvest. Zhuge Liang sighed lightly. Passing down the experience from several years ago, the old farmers in the fields knew when to sow, and even more so, when it was time to harvest early.
The city walls fell into a brief silence.
In the shadows of the 100,000 mountains in the distance, the scarlet eyes of ferocious beasts could be faintly seen flickering.
Those truths hidden in the mists of history, just like the reef after the ebbing tide, gradually revealed their hideous outlines.
Great Joe was a farm, and the Son of Heaven was the shepherd of the beasts. The once-in-a-century reincarnation is to harvest the best blood meal. Can't wait, must hold the initiative firmly in our hands. With a wave of his hand, a series of military orders were issued like a blizzard. Pass the order to Huadaisi to immediately lead 100,000 hussars to attack on all fronts. Except for the Tianqi state where the capital of Great Zhou is located, let him gallop. Tell Meng Tan to give up the strategy of playing steadily and take all the 35 states of Great Zhou except Tianqi state as quickly as possible. In addition, stop capturing ferocious beasts and have Qin Shon lead the Black Dragon Forbidden Army to guard Hango Pass.
Li Taizong's voice was unprecedentedly serious.
Sitting back and waiting for death was not his character. He needed huge national fortunes. Zhuge Liang bowed and led the order, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He knew that what Great Qin was about to face might not just be the Great Zhou dynasty, but a reincarnation feast that had continued for an unknown number of years. The moment Great Qin's iron hooves stepped through Tianqi Prefecture, I'm afraid that what awaited them was not just the Great Zhou dynasty, but the counterattack of the entire 100,000 Great Mountains. Li Taizong stood with his hands folded, looking at the gradually darkening sky and muttered, "Since we are going to harvest, let's see who is the real reaper." In the distance, a dull roar came from the depths of the 100,000 mountains, as if responding to this human emperor's challenge. Chapter 76 The King Dies for the Society and the Gods. The thoroughly scattered Huadaisi was simply the god of heaven descending. With his 100,000 hussars, he swept through the territory of Great Zhou. Even the strongest of the earthly martial realm can't withstand the onslaught of Huadaisi's men.
Often, they are cut down in a single glance.
And Meng Tian, who no longer fights steadily, has bared his fangs. This commander of the Great Wall Army is so ruthless, it's chilling. The Great Wall Legion no longer accepts any surrenders. Qin arrows pour down like a torrential downpour, shooting a resisting city into hedgehogs. Great Qin's iron hooves crushed countless city gates, and a Zhou flag was reduced to ashes in the flames. Great Zhou's 35 states other than Tianqi state also fell one by one. Great Qin's territory expanded at an alarming rate, bringing with it national fortunes like a rushing river. Li Taizong's cultivation was climbing upwards, and with the feedback from the Supreme Heavenly Dragon, it had reached an unprecedented height. The mechanism of experience sharing allowed the strength of Great Qin's sharp warriors to skyrocket, and in the later stages, even those reclusive Earth martial realm powerhouses wouldn't be able to last more than a single round in front of Great Qin's generals. However, in the midst of this overwhelming offensive, Great Qin also encountered tenacious resistance. The three states of Jiannan, Yunzhe, and Kangwu were particularly fierce in their resistance, almost to the point where they would rather die than surrender. These three states are the hometowns of the three old men of the Beast King sect, and the Yang, Gao, and Song clans have been rooted here for thousands of years. The people of these three states are tough and have a strong character. Even if the three old men of the Beast King sect personally persuaded them, they were unable to shake the determination of the children of these clans. They would rather live or die with Great Zhou than be slaves to their country. On the day of the city's collapse, these clansmen fought to the last soldier. Women, children, old and young, all killed themselves and died for their country. Li Taizong looked at the devastated three states and could only sigh helplessly. He ordered to bury these clansmen who would rather die than submit, giving them the last dignity. Thinking about it, if they could raise three old men of the Beast King sect who were so rigid, how could their clan be soft bones? Looking at the pathos of the three Beast King sect old men, Li Taizong said in a deep voice, "Don't blame me." Although the three old men had tears in their eyes, their gazes were firm. In their eyes, there is only heaven and earth, the king and relatives, not the people of the world. Let them perish with the Great Zhou, also counted as a good death. This cleansing made Li Taizong deeply realize. In this land, there are both willing to be a slave of the obedient people, there are also rather bend the hard bones. The latter is often the true backbone of the human race. Only hate, this kind of righteous people cannot be used for him. That Great Zhou emperor really deserves to die. With the fall of the last Zhou flag, Great Qin's territory has expanded to an unprecedented scale. Li Taizong's cultivation level has also reached the peak of the 9th level of Earth martial arts. Under the experience sharing, Yuan Tiangang and Zhuge Liang came to the 7th level of Earth martial. Huazaoti, Meng Ten, Dianwei, Suchu, Qin Shon, and Yuchi Gong all came to the 6th level of Earth martial. Gao Lishur and Sun Yu, on the other hand, have reached the 4th level of Earth martial arts. Nearly 500,000 Qin warriors under his command have all come to the Huangwu realm. Yuan Tiangang, who was at the 7th level of the Earth martial arts, stayed at the palace to collect information. He investigated the emperor of the Zhou dynasty. He even recorded the detailed map of the Great Zhou in his study. He even heard the conversation between the emperor and the beast. The Emperor of Zhou called the ferocious beast a mountain lord, while the ferocious beast called the Emperor of Zhou a shepherd. The information revealed in the conversation between the two made this well-informed bad marshal couldn't help but be creeped out, so it turned out that the so-called Heaven's Son herdsman was actually a literal grazing human race. The ancestors of those ancient lineages still couldn't bear the idea of the great and powerful of the human race being buried in the mouths of ferocious beasts. They secretly sent a letter to Li Taizong. The content of the letter is simple. I hope your majesty will save the living forces. As well as a detailed map of the 100,000 mountains. It marked a hidden path to escape to the outside world. That path was forged with the lives of countless human ancestors. These living fossils of the lineages had witnessed the amazing breakthroughs made by Great Qin in a short period of time, and they knew that this was the mercy of the heavens on the human race. But even so, they still didn't think that Great Qin would be able to defend itself against those terrifying beasts from the depths of the 100,000 great mountains. Those were beasts that surpassed the heavenly martial. Fierce beasts that would wantonly eat up even the strongest of the heavenly martial realm. Therefore, they took out their last card to escape to the outside world. Li Taizong silently accepted this token of appreciation, and specially ordered Meng Tian and Hua Jiaoyi to take extra care of these few lineages and not to encroach on their territories. However, at the Grand Court meeting on the next day, he personally threw the secret letter into the burning firepot in front of all the generals. The expression was indifferent and murderous. It is only right for a king to die for his community. I will never run away. I will never give up my people. I will live and die with you. The moment the tongues of fire engulfed the letter paper, the entire Great Qin boiled over. The Great Qin generals' blood surged and they chanted in unison. The Emperor is mighty. The Emperor is mighty. The Emperor is mighty. Hua Daizi's voice was the loudest. The young general was so excited that his eyes were red with excitement, and he couldn't wait to put his spear on his horse and go through fire for his majesty. Afterward, Li Taizong grabbed Zhuge Liang's wrist with a sly glint in his eyes. Kong Ming, did you memorize that map? Zhuge Liang lightly raised his eyebrows and covered his face with a feather fan, revealing a meaningful smile. Oh? Didn't His Majesty burn that secret letter in public? Why do you want the map for your escape now? Don't play dumb. Li Taizong lowered his voice, his eyes flashing. That map is extremely detailed about the deepest part of the 100,000 mountains. I want to conquer the 100,000 mountains, I can't do without that map. Zhuge Liang suddenly changed dramatically, his face was as white as paper, and the feather fan in his hand fell to the ground with a snap. He stammered and opened his mouth. Your Majesty! That map! Li Taizong's heart sank violently, and he said with remorse. Blame me, I was so excited about this. Before the words fell, he saw Zhuge Liang suddenly show his face and smile, calmly pulling out a special parchment from his sleeve, picking up the vermilion pen and starting to wield the ink. Between the strokes of the pen, every danger of the 100,000 mountains, every secret passage jumped off the paper, and that secret letter on the map is not different. Li Taizong was first stunned, then let out a loud laugh. Good you Zhuge village man. Chapter 77, Let the Feast Begin. Great Qin's iron cavalry is like a black cloud pressing down on the city, encircling the last frontier of Great Zhou, Tianqi State. However, surprisingly, even in such a situation, the Emperor of the Great Zhou still as usual on the court, read the papers, deal with political affairs, as if outside the city of millions of Qin army does not exist. Li Taizong did not hide the truth of the world from today's new Qin people. Great Zhou was a captive farm for ferocious beasts, and the Emperor of Great Zhou was the son of heaven who herded people on behalf of ferocious beasts. This brutal truth was printed as notices and posted in every state and county. The clan elders of those ancient lineages were shocked beyond words when they learned of this. They couldn't figure out why this human magnate would tell the people such a cruel truth. Wasn't he afraid that the people would be disorganized and the military would be shaken? Nevertheless, they respected this human magnate's decision and secretly pushed and helped spread the whole truth. However, something that shocked them even more happened. When the notices were posted all over the streets and alleys, and when the truth spread to every corner, those who were once the people of Great Zhou, now the people of New Qin, were only briefly shocked for a moment before continuing to sharpen their swords and guns and reorganize their armaments. There was no panic, no riot, not even too much talking. An old man with white hair stood in front of the notice, looked at it for a long time, and suddenly smiled. What's the difference? The ferocious beasts outside the pass eat people, and people inside the pass eat people. His voice was not loud, but it silenced the people around him. He was a group of people who were whisked away to the outside of the border at a very early stage, and his strong will to survive has allowed him to live to this day. The things that he had experienced were also more numerous. For them, outside the pass, they had to face the onslaught of ferocious beasts in the 100,000 mountains, with no food or clothing. Inside the pass, to be the livestock of the powerful nobles of Great Zhou, to be the swine of the imperial court, not even the dignity of survival. A cup of poisonous wine with sourness and bitterness, and a cup of hemlock mixed with honey water. The endings were the same, so how different was it? A young man wiped the spear in his hand and said to his companion, "At least now, we are fighting for ourselves. If we die, we are also individuals. These words spoke to everyone's heart. For the first time in Great Sheen, they felt the dignity of being a human being. Even if the truth was cruel, it was still better than living a lie. As the clan elders of the ancient families watched this scene, they finally understood Lee Taitsong's intentions. This human magnate was not destroying the hearts of the people, but rather awakening the bloodlust in the bones of the human race. The human race had never been a race that resigned itself to fate. When a person wasn't even afraid of death, what else could scare him? The people of Great Zhou had lived numbly for thousands of years, starving and suffering for thousands of years. These people, who had suffered so much, had been corralled like livestock and harvested like grass for generations. Their silence is not cowardice, it is the accumulation of strength. Their obedience is not submission, but biding their time. The suppressed anger of a community that has endured for thousands of years is enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. Great Zhou Kyoto, Imperial Palace. The Emperor of the Great Zhou stood with his arms folded, overlooking the boundaries of the human race from the Great Hall. Even deep in the palace, he can still clearly feel, from all sides of the heart-palpitating anger, that his hundreds of millions of civilians suppressed thousands of years of indignation, at this moment as a volcano-like eruption. The corners of the Emperor of the Great Zhou's mouth rose up with a hint of sarcasm. How dare a group of ants look up to the heavens? This farce should come to an end. The Great Zhou Emperor suddenly turned around and said to the empty palace, "Mountain Lord, is this feast that I have prepared for you still satisfactory?" The temperature inside the hall plummeted. In the shadows, a blurry silhouette slowly emerged. The figure appeared to be human-like and inhuman, with a suffocating pressure surrounding it, and its mere presence caused a subtle distortion in space. The existence known as the Mountain Lord let out an ethereal and vast voice. "Yes, you can prepare to break through Yu-Wu." Emperor Zhou, who had always been joyful and angry, could hardly hide his excitement at this moment. With his arms raised flat, he solemnly bowed down and saluted, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. "Thank you, Mountain Lord. But before the feast begins, first deal with the little rats in your palace," the Mountain Lord suddenly said. The Emperor of Great Zhou's pupils suddenly shrunk. "What? How could someone in this world sneak into my palace?" Before the words fell, the Mountain Lord's illusory figure flickered and an invisible ripple swept out. The carved beams and paintings were reduced to pieces in an instant. Between the gusts of wind, a black shadow flew out from the corner of the hall, his black robe hunting, the bronze mask covering his face cracked under the impact. The bronze mask on his face cracked under the impact, revealing the intact skin inside. The Qin? The Emperor of Great Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure that fell to the ground. The black-robed man leapt up in a tumble, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Under the bronze mask, a hint of shock flashed in Yuan Tiangang's eyes. He had been lurking for months, but he was discovered at the last minute. This Mountain Lord was definitely more than a heavenly martial cultivation. That use of space was definitely above a heavenly martial. The Mountain Lord's illusory figure shifted slightly, and there were a few hints of teasing in his voice. "Interesting, this mouse, it's a bit stronger than usual. Your human race is really interesting, even though it is strictly guarded. A heavenly pride comes out after every few hundred years. I'm a little jealous of your human race." The Emperor of Great Zhou looked at Yuan Tiangang with cold eyes. He couldn't imagine that there was someone in this side of the world who could sneak up on him without a sound. It seems that the population policy will have to be a bit heavier in the future. Yuan Tiangong's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Suddenly his body swayed and his figure suddenly turned into dozens of residual shadows fleeing in all directions. Each of the residual shadows had the same breath, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Sculpture small skills. The Mountain Lord snorted lightly, and the void suddenly solidified. All the remnant shadows shattered at the same time. Yuan Tiangong's real body was strangled by an invisible force and lifted to mid-air, unable to even move his fingers. The Mountain Lord's voice suddenly became dangerous. "Let me see, which unknowing thing dares to pry into the seat's secrets this time? You go and lift his mask." Emperor Zhou held back his anger and lifted his hand, lifting the mask of that body. The face under the mask was very handsome. It wasn't Yuan Tiangong's already disfigured face at all. When Emperor Zhou saw the other person's face clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted. The face of the person in front of him was very familiar to Emperor Zhou. It was a powerful person from the Earth martial realm under his command. "You have betrayed me?" But soon, he realized something was wrong. The voice was shocked and twisted. "You actually refined my beloved into a puppet?" What shocked Emperor Zhou was that with the cultivation of his beloved's earthly martial third level, he was able to be controlled to such an extent without revealing anything. Yuan Tiangong's eyes suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a bizarre arc. His voice suddenly turned into the characteristic raspy accent of a bad martial. "Zhou Huang, Mountain Lord, in the coming day, this martial will personally take your lives." Zhou Huang shouted angrily, and a terrifying heavenly martial killing stance coalesced in his palm. However, it was too late. Yuan Tiangong's body suddenly swelled up like an inflatable, and a piercing golden light came out from under his skin.
That was the sign of an Earth Martial Realm powerhouse's lifelong cultivation detonating in an instant. Rumble. The entire Golden Palace was annihilated in an instant by the earth-shaking explosion. The violet energy shockwave swept across thousands of feet, leveling half of the palace. In a dark alley in the capital of Great Zhou, the real Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands folded. He looked at the mushroom cloud rising in the direction of the imperial palace, and the corners of his mouth under his bronze mask rose slightly. This great gift of this marshal will surely impress the two of you. Afterwards, he turned around and hid into the darkness. After the smoke and dust cleared, the Emperor of Great Zhou looked gloomily at the huge pit at the center of the explosion. This was the first time in his life that he felt genuine scorn in these Earth Martial Realm humanoids who had always been regarded as ants. The Mountain Lord's figure became more and more illusory. You underestimate your clan's heavenly pride even more than I do. Let the feast begin, my clan can't wait. Deep within the 100,000 great mountains, the hissing and roaring of ferocious beasts rose and fell to resonate through the clouds. Countless ferocious beasts were dripping with foul-smelling saliva and anxiously pawing at the ground with their sharp claws, but they all suppressed their instincts and waited for their leader's call. There was a strict hierarchy within the ferocious beasts. In this dark forest, the suppression of bloodline rank far outweighed the constraints of reason. Thousands of Earth Martial Realm fierce beast kings were prostrate at the very front, their scarlet eyes flashing with greed. These ferocious beasts that had already opened their spiritual intelligence knew more about restraint than ordinary ferocious beasts, and also knew better how to enjoy this upcoming feast. Eat! Eat! A ferocious beast king shaped like a giant tiger roared lowly, with undried black blood still hanging on its sharp fangs. Obviously, it was less than hungry and ate part of the weak ferocious beast first. At the same time, Li Taizong also received a message from Yuan Tiangang, immediately ordering his men to attack Tianqi Prefecture. Li Taizong sneered. This harvesting, it's about to begin. Zhuge Liang lightly shook his feathered fan. Your Majesty, the ferocious beasts are going to harvest the human race, while we are going to harvest this heaven and earth. Chapter 78. What do you take the human race for? Between the shaking of the earth and the shaking of the mountains, the Earth Martial Realm fierce beast kings from the depths of the 100,000 great mountains finally launched a general attack. Thousands of mountainous fierce beast kings led hundreds of millions of fierce beasts to rush towards the human race's border from all directions. These thousands of beasts were all at Earth Martial Realm cultivation. Between their roars, they were gulping down a horrifying aura. Between the hundreds of millions of beasts, the deep virgin forests were trampled down, and the hills were cracked. In front of the Hango Pass, the Xianhuang indestructible formation simultaneously erupted with dazzling light. The array patterns intertwined into a heavenly net, strangling the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts that were the first to rush in into a bloody mist. The 9 prisons boundary suppression formation erupted with a brilliant blood aura, and the aura of the ancient ferocious beasts within it blatantly erupted, shocking the tide of beasts in front of them. Countless blood-colored chains stretched out from the void, dragging tens of thousands of ferocious beasts into that hell-like grand formation, grinding them down deeply. Not only did the flesh and blood of these ferocious beasts not wear down the 2 overwhelming great formations, instead, they continued to nourish the power of the great formations. The might of the 2 great formations was such that even the Earth Martial Realm ferocious beasts could not be spared. There were already a few beast kings that had already lost their lives. However, Hango Pass is the only one. The 100,000 mountains enclose the entire human territory. The rest of the passes are shaky without the 2 great formations to guard them. In front of a border pass. Roar! Eat them! Eat them! The demonic ape-type ferocious beast in the lead at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts looked up to the sky and roared, his arms pounding his chest and spewing out a fierce aura that covered the sky. An uncountable tide of ferocious beasts surged behind him. The earth trembled under the hooves of billions of beasts, and the sky was obscured by the dust raised. Another place. A vicious tiger-style king of ferocious beasts roared to the heavens. A single claw tore apart the border wall. Countless ferocious beasts swarmed in. Similar scenes were staged at all the border gates except Hango Pass. However, this time, the pariahs were no longer sitting idly by, holding weapons made from the bones of ferocious beasts and wearing armor made from the fur of ferocious beasts. With red eyes, they watched in anger as the beasts stormed their homes. They were no longer livestock to be slaughtered, but human beings. The human race, the leader of all spirits. The hatred of these former Great Zhou pariahs for the beasts had long since reached a point of no return. They wanted to eat its flesh and drink its blood. Knock out their bones and suck out their marrow. This time, they would not flee. Now, the orders of the Qin general leading them are no longer the Great Zhou generals charge me. They charge with me. Kill. Kill them. Slaughter them completely. Amidst the roars, the new Qin army formed up. At the front of the formation, the great Qin general was holding a blood-colored sword with a powerful astral aura wrapped around the blade. He crushed the ground with 1 foot, and his body was like electricity as he rushed straight into the tide of beasts. He was only at the Xuanwu realm cultivation, yet he brazenly rushed towards that ferocious beast at the Earthwo realm. In Great Qin, everyone had the courage to fight beyond the realm. Kill. The new army of Great Qin and the beast tide, the two tides collided. Although these beings were not of a high realm, the torrential tidal wave of the collision had the feeling of the sky crashing into the earth. The beasts wielded their sharp claws and tore at each other with their sharp teeth. The human race was even more ferocious, completely fighting with wounds for wounds. The human race was the most vindictive race. Once they are allowed to seize the opportunity and see the hope of revenge, you will see these people who are even more ferocious than the ferocious beasts. The demon ape-style fierce beast roared furiously and slammed both of its fists into the ground. The ground instantly exploded and dozens of Great Qin Ruesher were sent flying. It laughed as it rushed towards that Great Qin general, its giant fists wrapped in a furious baleful aura, smashing down hard. A cold light flashed in the eyes of that Great Qin general, his sword slashed horizontally, its astral body like a blood moon, and he fought against the demon ape's fist. Boom! Waves of air exploded, and all the beasts and Qin troops within 100 feet radius were sent flying. The Qin general's armor cracked inch by inch, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The tiger's mouth holding the sword was already torn, but his hand holding the sword didn't move at all. The corners of his eyes were cracking, struggling to carry the demonic ape's fists. But his spine never bent for a second. My Great Qin generals would rather bend than bend. Similar tragic scenes were staged throughout the entire defense line. In front of the various passes, the Great Qin generals used their Xuanwu realm cultivation to challenge the Earth Martial realm beasts. But none of them retreated. Just as the defenses of the passes were about to collapse, four auras that changed the color of heaven and earth suddenly descended. A roar that cracked the heavens came from the sky. A roar that split the heavens. Dianwei came bare-chested, hideous scars coiled on his bronze-colored body. He threw away his twin halberds, and his huge bushy palm directly clasped the demonic ape's head, his gnarled muscles instantly rippling. With a snort, the ferocious beast that weighed 10,000 pounds was actually torn into two halves alive, and the hot beast blood poured over him like a waterfall. Death! Su Chu's arm muscles coiled like gnarled dragons, and his iron pincers like hands clasped the jaws of the vicious tiger-type beast. With a bellowing cry, the head of this Earth Martial Realm ferocious beast was twisted hard 360 degrees, the sound of the cervical vertebrae snapping was heart-stopping. Sinister beast! Qin Xun's double mace bloomed with blinding cold light. Each shadow of the mace accurately bombarded the king of the ferocious beast's cranium, and the skull, which was as hard as metaphysical iron, finally burst under the successive heavy blows, with red and white objects splattering for several feet. Really looking for death. Yukagon's long lance turned into a dark light, instantly piercing through the chests of the three fierce beast kings. The moment the tip of the long lance penetrated the body, the violent aura exploded inside the beasts, twisting their internal organs into minced meat. Wherever the four generals passed, the ferocious beasts fell like waves of wheat. Great Qin's four gate gods appeared to instantly turn around the precarious defense. Without the Tianwu realm, Hangzhou Pass is impregnable. The four of them then began to rush to assist the various passes. These four are the enemies of 10,000 people, slaughtering earthly martial realm beasts like pigs and dogs. They were covered in black blood, and their bodies were huge. Except for Qin Xiong, the other three had fierce faces. They were 10,000 times more terrifying than the beasts. Compared to the grueling battle with the beasts at the border, the battle in Tianqi Prefecture went exceptionally well at first. The countless cities in this great state where the capital of Great Zhou was located only put up some token resistance before opening up and surrendering one after another. The Great Qin army quickly approached the capital of Great Zhou. However, right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Thick black clouds rolled in like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire Tianqi Prefecture in an instant. The earth trembled, mountains collapsed, and countless famous mountains and rivers crumbled with a roar. Roar! Deafening roars came from the depths of the earth. From those crumbling famous mountains and rivers, the ferocious beasts that had been sleeping for hundreds of years raised their voices to the sky. They broke out of the ground, their massive bodies covering the sky, and the aura emanating from each of them was suffocating. These ferocious beasts were actually at the heavenly martial realm. The higher the realm of the ferocious beasts, the stronger their desire for blood and flesh. In order to alleviate that hunger that had tormented them for hundreds of years, they chose to slumber in the famous mountains and rivers of the Tianqi Prefecture, waiting for a sufficiently sumptuous feast. And now, with the Great Qin's elite force approaching the city, it was undoubtedly a well-prepared feast for them. As for why they stayed in Tianqi Prefecture, it was of course because those who were able to invade the capital of Great Zhou were the best of the best. To the beasts, they were the best of the best. The beasts that had been starving for hundreds of years pounced on the Great Qin army. They wanted to devour everything. They want to fill their never-ending hunger with flesh and blood. The long spear in Huodaizi's hand suddenly erupts with a blinding light of thunder, and the thunder power condensed at the tip of the spear instantly penetrates the skull of a heavenly martial realm ferocious beast. The berserk thunder force raged within the beast, shattering all of its internal organs. The mountainous beast collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, the dust splattered up covering half of the sky. The young general stood proudly on top of the beast's corpse, the thunder snake wrapped around his spear still not dissipated. For a supreme pride like him, killing strong enemies across borders had long been a common occurrence. So what if he was at the heavenly martial realm? In his eyes, it was just a matter of one shot. However, there are too many beasts at the heavenly martial realm. Again. Hua grinned, and his spear came out like a dragon. In the capital of Great Zhou, Emperor Zhou smiled indifferently. He overlooked the tragic battlefield without the slightest ripple in his eyes. He had long been accustomed to such scenes. How many years had it been, these so-called human race prides were always this insouciant? There had been too many human race magnates in the past who had fought at the foot of the national capital. There was no shortage of supreme celestial pride of the heavenly martial realm among those human magnates. However, they still died, not even leaving their bones behind, becoming blood food for the ferocious beasts. The roars of the beasts outside the city grew more and more violent, but Emperor Zhou did not even frown. These heavenly martial realm fierce beasts were merely appetizers, the truly terrifying existences were still to come. Every mountain lord was a terrifying existence beyond the heavenly martial realm, and there could be more than one such mountain lord in the 100,000 mountains. It was impossible for the human race to win. Being obedient and becoming a blood meal was the best ending. Again. It's like this again. The ancestors of the ancient lineage were in a rage, their withered fingers pinched deep into their white hair. They had experienced this reincarnation too many times, each time witnessing the most radiant prides of the human race fall under the fangs of the ferocious beasts. Run away. Don't fight against the ferocious beasts anymore. The ancestors tore at their lapels, their voices so hoarse that it was as if they were squeezed out. Their pupils trembled violently, as if those several great catastrophes from hundreds of years ago had resurfaced before their eyes. Each time, the same supreme celestial pride led an army to attack the imperial city, the same deadly battle when the ferocious beasts awakened, and in the end, the entire army was gnawed to the bones. Another ancestor fell to his knees, his 10 fingers scratching out bloody marks on the lapis lazuli. There is only hope if we live. There is hope in living. This wail contained hundreds of years of despair and helplessness. These old undead know better than anyone else that every one of the heavenly pride that rushes up now is feeding those sleeping beasts with their lives. The black clouds in the sky gathered thicker and thicker, as if they were about to crush the entire city. The ancestors looked at Huazaiwei, who was still fighting in the distance, and muddy old tears slid down their wrinkled faces. They knew that another cycle had begun, and another batch of human heroes were going to become the dish of the ferocious beasts. Just as those heavenly martial realm ferocious beasts were about to wail on the Qin people. Boom! A bright and dazzling golden light suddenly tore through the sky, and the thick dark clouds were hardened and split open by a 10,000 feet crack. As the void trembled, a giant hand that covered the sky broke through the air, and 2 fingers entwined with the supreme celestial dragons exuded the majesty of suppressing the ages. The auras of the human emperor and the heavenly emperor intertwined and filled the air, and the entire sky trembled. The terrifying heavenly might caused all living beings to tremble. Those heavenly martial realm beasts that were originally ferocious suddenly froze in place, and for the first time, the color of fear surfaced in their scarlet pupils. Even the mountain lord who was waiting in the shadows to enjoy his meal froze. Someone please explain what is this? That large hand that grabbed dozens of heavenly martial realm ferocious beasts that were about to devour the human race. Roar! Frantic! No matter how much these ferocious beasts struggled and roared, the sharp claws and teeth couldn't even leave a trace on the golden light. In the next moment, deafening roars made heaven and earth change color. What do you take the human race for? Before the words fell, the giant hand clenched violently. Poof! A rain of blood poured down from the sky, and dozens of ferocious beasts comparable to mountains were actually crushed and exploded. Those heavenly martial realm ferocious beasts that made countless human races scared were as fragile as ants in front of this giant hand. P.S. Seeing as I wrote a small 6,000 words today, everyone points to the free rush. WW. Chapter 79, The Heroic Soul of the Human Race, How Can It Be Desecrated? A rain of blood rained down from the sky above the Tianqi prefecture. The remains of dozens of heavenly martial realm ferocious beasts transformed into a roiling blood mist that poured down, coloring the entire Great Zhou state as scarlet red. The wailing and roaring sound before that pro-crush explosion still surrounded the sky above the heavenly Qi state. The emperor of the Great Zhou was shocked and drenched in the rain of blood. His face was splattered with black and red spots of blood, but he was oblivious to it, only staring at the large illusory hand that was dissipating, his pupils trembling violently. How is this possible? A hoarse low growl squeezed out of his throat, his nails pinched deep into his palm. In an instant, thoughts swirled. To crush and explode dozens of heavenly martial realm ferocious beasts with the lift of a hand, such strength had completely exceeded his cognizance. In this heaven and earth, the strongest human race was him, and he was only at the 9th level of heavenly martial, but when did the human race have such a great power? Could it be that the human race's great powers from beyond the 100,000 great mountains had come to rescue the human race? A terrifying thought suddenly flashed by. Legend had it that beyond the 100,000 mountains where the ferocious beasts were entrenched, there were even more powerful human kingdoms. If it was really them coming across the border. For a moment, the Great Zhou Emperor's face suddenly twisted. He had secretly reached an agreement with the fierce beast Mountain Lord all these years in order to stay alive, using the great Joe human race as tribute in exchange for the fierce beast's promise. If that was really the case, then with his countless crimes. No. It won't be. He shook his head nervously, but the fear welling up in the bottom of his heart gnawed at his sanity like a viper. With his crimes, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to live or die. He cursed in his heart. Are these ferocious beasts all trash? I am asking you, what do you take the human race for? Amidst the furious shouts like the sky dome exploding, a second sky-covering hand rumbled and coalesced in the void. This palm was even more magnificent and horrifying than before, with palm lines like mountains and gullies. It was unimaginable that the two very different auras of the human emperor and the heavenly emperor were contained in one large hand. The two supreme auras that should have repelled each other were perfectly blended at this moment, emitting a supreme pressure that suppressed the ages. The ultimate majesty, strong and domineering. Newt. An eagle cry that pierced the clouds suddenly sounded. A famous mountain exploded in the distance. From the depths of the source, a black eagle-type beast with a wingspan of 1,000 feet rose into the sky. The vertical black feathers were like divine swords. Fierce aura filled the sky. The monstrous baleful aura dyed the clouds an inky color. Human race. I'm going to eat you to help me break through the heavenly marshal. The hissing of the black eagle beast stirred up a hurricane. This black eagle is at the peak of the 9th level of Tianwu. Its aura is terrifying. The aura alone was enough to kill an Earth Martial Realm cultivator. The beast's words enraged the owner of the large hand. The killing intent of the owner of the large hand completely erupted. The 5 fingers suddenly blossomed with blinding divine light, and the slaughtering and killing light that erupted from the palm lines was like a river of stars dropping down. The black eagle ferocious beast's storm of baleful aura flew into ashes the instant it touched the palm prince's killing light. Today, I will kill all of your ferocious beasts at the Tianwu First Realm. This proclamation was like a heavenly constitution, shaking the void. The large hand slapped down with a destructive force. However, the heavenly martial 9th realm's black eagle fierce beast let out an ear-piercing shrill whistle. The feathery hairs of its body stood up, and its pitch-black feathered wings glowed with a metallic luster amidst the baleful aura. Jia, the human race is also worthy of judging this seat? Thousands of black feathers left the body and even turned into a sky of black sword rain in the air. What was even more terrifying was that each black feather sword was entwined with 2 very different auras. The monstrous aura of a ferocious beast and the pure and extreme human sword intent. That was the sword intent of the Sword Lord. The elders of the World Clan who were watching the battle from afar suddenly trembled violently, and a few aged ancestors even fell directly to their knees, their withered fingers digging deeply into the ground. That was the sword intent of the human race's magnificent Sword Lord from a few hundred years ago. Back then, the human race's sword master had fought the heavenly martial realms Joe Emperor and 6 heavenly martial realms ferocious beasts alone with one sword. It was this black eagle that sneaked up from behind and lifted the Sword Lord's heavenly aura with its sharp claws. What's even more outrageous is that it pecked the sword master's brain marrow in front of millions of people. Not only did it eat the sword master, it even refined the sword master's sword intent into its feathers. Several white-haired clan elders spewed out large mouthfuls of blood. They had followed the sword master, and now they were furious to see the sword master humiliated after hundreds of years. At this moment, the sword formation formed by the black-feathered swords in the sky had already taken shape. Where the sword blades were pointing was precisely the large hand that emanated majesty. Rumble. Accompanied by a huge sound. The sword formation was actually holding on to that big hand. Creepily, those black feathers actually pierced into the golden light of the great hand. This was the first time since the start of the war that an attack was able to shake this mysterious great hand. What an ironic scene this was. The overwhelming sword intent of the human race's great heroes was actually used by the ferocious beasts to slaughter the human race. Using your human race's sword to kill your human race. The black eagle fierce beast laughed wildly, and between the vibrations of its wings, tens of thousands of black feathered swords poured down once again with their piercing whistles. The owner of that large hand became even angrier, and the response became even colder. You can't kill me with 10,000 deaths. Rumble. He seems to have urged something. The big hand suddenly haunted with endless majestic and domineering sword intent. That sword intent is not sharp, but rather a will to suppress the ages. Taiya sword intent. It is not the sharpness of ordinary sword intent, but contains the suppressive power of the orthodoxy of the human way. Under the support of the Taiya sword intent, the large hand directly crushed the black feather completely. No. This was impossible. The black eagle ferocious beast was shocked to realize that no matter what kind of killing moves it erupted with, the large hand wrapped in sword intent pushed horizontally. Its own cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of Tianwu was like child's play in front of this force. It desperately spat out its life essence blood to escape, but it was firmly locked by that big hand. Rumble. Tens of thousands of black feather swords exploded at the same time, but instead of the expected destructive energy, what erupted was azure sword light as pure as water.
The sword intent left behind by these sword masters finally freed themselves from their bonds, turning into a brilliant rain of light between heaven and earth. It's your turn. No. With a desperate scream, the black eagle fierce beast was clutched by a giant hand. However, what was creepy was that the large hand did not directly crush it. Instead, it very slowly closed its 5 fingers, slowly stabbing the Taitsong's sword intent into its body. Ah! The black eagle ferocious beast let out an unprecedentedly mournful scream. The Taiya's sword intent was like billions of red-hot steel needles, starting from the roots of its feathers, searing its flesh and blood and crushing its bones inch by inch. The most painful part was that these sword intent specifically targeted its divine soul, allowing it to remain absolutely conscious to feel every bit of pain. What you have done to the human race, I will return it to you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The thumb of the large hand suddenly pierced into the head of the black eagle fierce beast. Just as it had tormented the sword lord back then, at this moment, it also tasted the pain of its divine soul and flesh being lynched inch by inch. The index finger sliced through the ferocious beast's throat, causing all of its screams to turn into breathless whimpers. When its body turned into mush and the last strand of the fierce beast's soul was annihilated, this fierce beast that had tormented the human race for thousands of years finally disintegrated completely. It died in an extremely painful manner. The physical body was turned into a rain of fishy blood, the divine soul was twisted into countless pieces by the sword intent, and even the mark was completely erased. The black feathers floating in the sky suddenly emitted a clear sword sound, and those sword intent that had been imprisoned for hundreds of years were finally freed. They transformed into countless blue points of light in the golden light, rising up to the sky like a meteor shower flying against the sky. That was the last sword intent of the swordmaster, bidding farewell to the human race. The human race's great heroes are not something that you people can insult? That icy cold voice made the ferocious beasts tremble. The clan elders of those ancient lineages had long since burst into tears as they knelt long and hard in the direction where the rain of light had dissipated. However, the human race's anger that burned the sky and boiled the sea had just burned, and the earth-shattering vengeance had just begun. Chapter 80, Mountain Lord? Worm. The rain of blood in Tianqi Prefecture never stopped. Those ferocious beasts that had awakened from the famous mountains and rivers were currently heading towards their demise in the most miserable manner. Their wails pierced through the curtain of rain and echoed for a long time amongst the shattered mountains and rivers. The Emperor of Great Zhou sat quietly on the roof of the palace, allowing the bloody rain to soak through his dragon robe. After the initial shock, he calmed down instead. If it was a human power from beyond the 100,000 great mountains that had descended, he would just resign himself to his fate. Moreover, that human powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat the Mountain Lord. There was more than one Mountain Lord in the boundless 100,000 mountains. Moreover, Mountain Lords weren't the highest class of ferocious beasts. Boom! 10,000 miles of dark clouds suddenly cracked open a gap spanning 10,000 miles. When there were very few heavenly martial realm fierce beasts left, the true body of the owner of that giant hand gradually manifested. In the midst of countless horrified gazes, the owner of that giant hand that suppressed the heavens and earth finally revealed his true form. 12 tasseled flat heavenly crowns, black and gold imperial robes. Emperor of Qin, Li Taitsong. When that majestic face was fully revealed, the entire battlefield suddenly fell into dead silence. When Li Taitsong's true face was completely revealed under the light of the sky, the clan elders of those ancient families suddenly froze collectively, with incredulous expressions appearing on their wrinkled faces. A few old men with white hair staggered a few steps forward. A few days ago, they had urged this magnificent hero who had come out of the cave heaven to leave Great Zhou. But now, this magnate used his strength to tell them, no need. The emperor would not flee. The human emperor will shelter the human race. The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. The oldest world family elder suddenly fell to his knees, muddy tears rolling down his furrowed cheeks. He trembled and stretched out his hands as if to touch that unattainable figure. Thousands of years, our human race has finally waited for a true emperor. The old crone next to him had long been sobbing uncontrollably. She shivered and worshipped. Thank you, Your Majesty Emperor Qin, for doing justice for the swordmaster, for the human race's heroic souls. This is not an illusion. Is my human race finally going to end this life of captivity? An old man murmured, as if he saw countless human race heroic souls sinking and floating. At last, is this Emperor Qin, sent down from heaven, going to restore the human race? In the pouring rain of blood, the array of Great Qin's sharp warriors did not move. They had long recognized their own majesty from the terrifying imperial might that suppressed heaven and earth. Under the heavens, who else could have such a mighty power that swallowed the world except for the Emperor of Qin whom they had sworn allegiance to? The Hussar Legion had already killed close to the capital of Great Zhou. Hua Zaiwei's roar is the first to tear through the battlefield clamor. Long live your majesty. This young champion marquis is like a Shura coming out of a sea of blood. His black armor has long been drenched in the blood of ferocious beasts, congealing into a dark red scab. But his eyes were brighter than ever, and his burning will to fight made the blood rain around him steam into mist 3 feet away.
The lance in his hand is still dripping with beast blood, and the thunderous light entwined around the body of the lance shows the realm that Huazaiwei has just broken through. Earth Martial 9th level. Huadaisi had grown up on the battlefield. Although there is still a difference between Li Taizong's terrifying strength that can casually kill a heavenly martial 9th level. But this young champion Marquis looks around the battlefield proudly, and wherever the tip of his spear points, all beasts below the 6th level of Tianwu retreat. Battling across the border is like drinking water. After all, who isn't already a supreme heavenly pride? What? The Emperor of Great Zhou rose up in a frenzy. His eyes were wide open, his pupils contracting violently as he stared at the figure on the sky dome. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could it be him? The hiss almost tore his throat. The great Qin Emperor, a great man who had come out of the cave heaven, the rebel leader that he had scoffed at as a mole cricket shaking the trees, was now descending in such a destructive manner? How could he be so powerful in a short period of time? Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a human emperor? However, what was even more astonishing was yet to come. Buzz. Right at this moment, a strange buzz suddenly resounded in the heavens and earth. Only to see Li Taizong slowly converge the pressure around his body, the aura that suppressed the 8 wastelands actually receded like a tidal wave, finally revealing a realm cultivation that shook the hearts and minds of all the peepers. Earth Martial Arts 9th level. Impossible. It is definitely an illusion. Using an illusion in front of me, this person is not simple. The shrill whistle did not come from the Emperor of Great Zhou, but from the broken void. It was from the illusory and fluttering Mountain Lord. As an old monster that had survived for thousands of years, it was all too aware of how difficult it was to cross the gap between realms. Between an Earth Martial and a Heavenly Martial, it was a gap between life levels. Not to mention that a Mountain Lord level existence like it could exterminate 1,000 Earth Martials by blowing its breath. It had thought that this person was at least above the realm of Heavenly Martial, and had silently prepared a killing move. Who knew that this person was actually an Earth Martial 9th level that was like an ant in its eyes? Therefore, it subconsciously thought that this Emperor Qin was definitely an illusion created by a human powerhouse. Pretending to be a god. I'd like to see which human great power you are. The Mountain Lord's black mist violently churned and suddenly split into 9 doppelgangers. The 9 doppelgangers formed seals at the same time, and a dense black mist suddenly surfaced in the heavens and earth. The black mist enveloped the heavens, seemingly dragging everyone into the illusion. This ferocious beast Mountain Lord's greatest skill was illusion, so it had always remained hidden behind the curtain. However, in the next instant, a scene that all the spectators would never forget appeared. Li Taizong only glanced at it lightly. Bug. The 10,000 Tribulation Star pupil was unleashed. Invoking the power of the stars and descending the Star Failure Scourge. The Mountain Lord's true form had nothing to hide. One of the functions of the 10,000 Tribulation Star pupil was that it could see through illusions and disguises that did not exceed 2 great realms. This Mountain Lord's realm did exceed Heavenly Martial, but it wasn't enough. Killing thoughts erupted as the 2 supreme heavenly dragons roared behind him. With a might that tore through heaven and earth, they killed towards the Mountain Lord's true body. With his true body being seen through, that Mountain Lord's eyes were horrified. It was inconceivable that a Mountain Lord with such a profound realm would fear a human at the Earth Martial realm. Chapter 81 Kicking the Mountain Lord. What the Mountain Lord was most proud of was its illusionary killing moves. For thousands of years, it had used illusions to confuse countless human powerhouses, causing them to kill each other in a frenzy or fall into a blood meal in despair. But at this moment, under the gaze of that pair of pupils that were as brilliant as the stars and as deep as the abyss, all of its disguises were actually peeling off like thin ice meeting the blazing sun, layer by layer. Who the hell are you? You are definitely not someone who came out of the small cave heaven. The Mountain Lord's voice was hoarse and distorted. His jagged mouth cracked to its limit, revealing densely packed sharp teeth. It couldn't comprehend how a human at the Earth Martial realm could easily see through the illusions it had cultivated for thousands of years. Why were those mists, which even a peak heavenly martial powerhouse could not recognize, null and void in this person's eyes? Noisy. Li Taizong's voice was icy cold as the 2 supreme heavenly dragons gulped golden flames. The moment the black mist in the sky touched the golden flames, it was like snow meeting boiling oil, emitting a piercing melting sound. The corner that was originally covered by the illusion was completely exposed in broad daylight, and the Mountain Lord's true body could no longer hide. When the black mist cleared, all the spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. The Mountain Lord's real body was as skinny as a young fox, with a jagged skeleton. His body was covered with short black hairs that emitted a ghostly light, and there was a blue mist of blood flowing under his skin. The head is eyeless, with only a jagged mouth that splits to the base of the ears. Surrounded by evaporating mist, its feet don't touch the ground when it walks, and its tail splits into 7 wisps of smoke like tentacles, each of which has an opening and closing pseudo-eye suspended at the end. Compared to those mountain-like beasts, this mountain master is very small, but the appearance is extremely bizarre and horrifying. It was like a creature that only appeared in dreams. It was this kind of weirdness that defied common sense that gave people the creeps just by looking at it. What kind of monster is this? Everyone stared in disbelief at the twisted being with white eyes. This monster shaped like a nightmare was the true manipulator of the Great Zhou dynasty for thousands of years. Even Emperor Zhou looked at the Mountain Lord's true form with white eyes. He had never imagined that the true form of the Mountain Lord he was loyal to was such a horrifying appearance. That horrifying human race policy all originated from this monstrous monster that was less than 3 feet. The Great Zhou human race had finally seen their greatest enemy for thousands of years. Aha! The illusory nightmare Mountain Lord let out an ear-piercing whine. The sound was sometimes like the wailing of a dying crone, sometimes like the cries of a child, and in an instant it turned into a mixture of young men and women hissing. It frantically twisted its 7 tentacles, and a spiteful light erupted from its pseudo-eyes. This hunter that was best at hiding behind illusions and manipulating everything had become a clown surrounded by spectators at this moment. Its favorite thing was to hide behind illusions and manipulate it all. Even when eating, it would coax the food into the illusion and use it patiently. Now that all pretenses were torn off, the Mountain Lord felt panic. This had nothing to do with realms. It was as if a person was suddenly stripped naked on the road and all eyes were focused on him. Li Taizong's gaze narrowed slightly. What kind of evil spirit was this? This was very different from all the evil beasts he had seen. Those bloodthirsty behemoths at least followed the heavenly law of the weak and the strong, while this thing in front of him was clearly an evil thing that took pleasure in playing with people's hearts. Clang! The Taiya sword was unsheathed. A bright sword light was like the rising sun, wrapped in the righteousness of humanity that suppressed all evils and chopped straight down. Wherever the sword light passed, even space was left with golden burn marks. Hiss! The 7 tentacles of the illusory nightmare Mountain Lord suddenly straightened, and the pseudo-eyes at the end opened angrily at the same time. Between the opening and closing of the pseudo-eyes, he looked at Li Taizong angrily. It doesn't matter which human power you are. I, Phantom Nightmare, will kill you today. The 7 pseudo-eyes erupted with killing thoughts, shattering the clouds of the 10 directions. Ghostly blue pillars of light blossomed from the pseudo-eyes, tearing through space. Rumble! The sword light and the pillar of light collided in midair, and the shockwave that erupted lifted the entire ground in 1,000 feet radius. To everyone's shock, the unrivaled Taiya sword light was shattered alive by the ghostly blue light pillar. The remaining pillar of light continued its momentum and went straight for Li Taizong's heart. Your Majesty! Huadaizi's eyes were wide with rage, and the thunderous light of the stinging gun in his hand exploded. In this flash of lightning, Li Taizong smiled. Instead of avoiding it, he took a step forward to meet the pillar of light, and his eyes under the 12 tasseled crown suddenly became even deeper. You're going to use a teal technique in front of me? You don't know what you're doing. When Li Taizong's eyes opened and closed, it was as if he was hiding a deep cosmic starry sky. Billions of stars were sinking and floating in it. Rumble! Hooking the power of the stars, the purple gold star decay tribulation materialized in front of everyone's eyes for the first time. This was the star failure calamity, the destructive power that erupted when the stars came to an end, and at this moment, it was even invoked by Li Taizong with his pupil technique and materialized on Earth. In front of this kind of heavenly might, the blue pillar of light was easily torn apart like a thin sheet of paper. However, this was only the beginning. The star failure calamity bombarded the Mountain Lord Illusory Nightmare's body. Ah! What is this thing? The Illusory Nightmare Mountain Lord let out a mournful and miserable howl as blue mist like blood spurted out wildly from all parts of its body. Its ethereal glittering fur dried up and cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its sharp claws and teeth fell off one after another. What was even more terrifying was that the mist filaments wrapped around its body were rapidly dissipating. It wasn't an ordinary injury, but rather, its longevity had been hardened and chipped away. The calamity of star decay was not just a physical body that decayed, but also a lifespan. The Illusory Nightmare Mountain Lord twisted frantically, the blue light in its 7 pseudo-eyes flickering on and off. It could clearly feel that its own lifespan was being crazily devoured by this purple gold robbing light. The original evil body that never aged was actually rapidly decaying like a wind candle at this moment. The 1,000 heavy sea market. The Illusory Nightmare erupted with its strongest killing move. In an instant, the 7 pseudo-eyes opened and closed to release ripples, distorting the space within half of the heavenly apocalypse state into a superimposed illusion. It was actually trying to drag the living beings in half of the apocalypse state into the illusion. Worm! Seek death! Li Taizong's eyes blazed even brighter. No matter what kind of illusion, the Illusory Nightmare's every move could not escape these eyes. The black hair behind the flat heavenly crown danced, 12 tasseled beads clashing in the gale. This moment's Li Taizong was too domineering and overwhelming. Buzz! 3 distinct supreme auras erupted at the same time. The Human Emperor World Suppressing Technique, 9 Dragon Human Emperor Tao, and Heavenly Emperor Scripture all operated at the same time, and every inch of his muscles erupted with a killing light that made heaven and earth tremble. Li Taizong stepped into the air, each step causing the 1,000 illusions realm to tremble violently. Nothing could stand in his way. A fist blasted out. The silhouettes of 3 supreme heavenly dragons entwined around the fist. Ka-ching! A spatial shattering sound that sent chills down everyone's spine rang out.
Before this fist could reach the body, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the space in front of them like mirrors. One must know that this was a spatial collapse that could be triggered by the unconstructed U martial realm. It was unimaginable that even before he was at the UU level, his killing move was able to tear through space. In the midst of countless horrified gazes, this 1,000-heavy sea market, which was claimed to be able to trap and kill the UU realm, was blown to pieces by this punch. The illusory fragments splashed like glass, each one reflecting the terrified remnants of the illusory Nightmare Mountain Lord. Poof! With 6 explosions in a row, the 6 pseudo-eyes of the illusory Nightmare Mountain Lord exploded into blood mist on the spot. Its monstrous body collapsed like a ragdoll, and blue misty blood gushed out from every pore. The most terrifying thing was that the splattered blood was vaporized into nothingness in mid-air by the lingering fist intent. Who the hell are you? The only remaining pseudo-eye of the illusory Nightmare Mountain Lord trembled frantically, its voice filled with unprecedented panic. It finally realized that although this human in front of it only had a cultivation of the Earth martial realm, its life level completely crushed its U martial realm existence. What was even more terrifying was that the technique the other party was carrying was too heaven-defying. It was able to easily behead him, a U martial realm, against all odds. This human race was already enough to be called a young supreme. No way. We must not fight him. We must inform the other mountain lords. The illusory nightmare's heart was alarmed, and it immediately decided to flee. Although it was a mountain lord, what it was best at was illusion and concealment. Fighting head-on was not its strong suit. Thunder! Space was torn apart by its sharp tentacles. Above the heavenly martial realm, there are the 3 realms of Yuwu, Zuwu, and Hangwu. The so-called Yuwu is an existence that can control the power of space. Up and down the 4 directions for the Yuwu realm, strong people can travel through the void, shrinking the ground into inches. And Zuwu is involved in the mystery of time, ancient and modern future for Zu. However, the way of time is too ethereal. Even if it is the Zeus martial realm, strong man can only slightly perceive the flow of time. The biggest advantage of the Zeus martial arts is that the longevity skyrockets, up to 100,000 years. As for the legendary Flood realm, that was already a great power that could open up a cave and create a world of their own. As a Yuwu realm powerhouse, the illusory Nightmare Mountain Lord's use of the power of space had long been perfected. With a shake of his body, he was about to disappear into a spatial rift, a Yuwu realm intent on escaping. Even a powerhouse of the same rank would find it difficult to stop him. The human race, wait for the wrath of the 100,000 great mountains. Phantom Nightmare was about to jump away. You want to run away? Did I allow you to escape? Li Taitsong snorted coldly, his right hand suddenly formed an arcane magic seal. Boom! A bright golden light erupted from his palm, instantly transforming into countless chains of symbols, even after the attack, directly wrapping around the edge of the spatial rift. Half of the illusory Nightmare Mountain Lord's body had already drilled into the void, but he was shocked to find that the rift was closing rapidly. Those golden chains spread out like living creatures, entangling it to death. It struggled frantically, the power of the Yuwu realm erupted, and the space around it continuously collapsed, but it was never able to break free. No! In the midst of its desperate hiss, Li Taitsong took a step out. The space where Li Taitsong was originally located shattered. He stepped directly on top of the spatial crack. The void under his feet was frozen like a mirror, not even a single ripple had risen. He just looked down on the illusory Nightmare Mountain Lord, who had half of his body stuck in the void, the stars in his eyes slowly rotating. I would like to see where you can escape to? Li Taitsong's eyes were filled with murderous light as he blasted a fist towards the illusory nightmare's body at close range. Before the fist's blade arrived, the Phantom Nightmare Mountain Lord's twisted body began to crumble apart inch by inch, blue misty blood gushing out from every pore. The illusory nightmare was terrified. His entire body began to shiver, and his divine soul shook. Ah! The illusory Nightmare Mountain Lord trembled madly as its 7 tentacles struggled desperately, but even space was completely imprisoned. It felt an absolute suppression from the level of life. This human was clearly below it in realm, but it was as if it was standing in a higher dimension looking down on it. The illusory nightmare was engulfed by Li Taitsong's punching power, his flesh was torn apart and his divine soul was riddled with holes. Death! Li Taitsong kicked at him. This kick directly exploded the illusory Nightmare Mountain Lord's tattered body on top of the Great Zhou capital's city wall. With a loud bang, the entire section of the city wall collapsed, and only a dissipating blue mist remained in the smoke. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. Only the figure of Li Taitsong standing with his hands in the air hangs high in the 9 heavens, and his eyes under the 12 tassels of the Pingtian crown are as bright as stars. The might of heaven shook the world and overwhelmed all beings. Inside and outside the capital of Great Zhou, whether it was human generals or lurking ferocious beasts, all of them were shivering under this pressure. The mountain master is dead? The emperor of Great Zhou sat paralyzed in his dragon chair, his face as white as paper. His greatest weapon, just like that, was kicked and blown up under the city wall? The crowd of ancient families watching the battle from afar had long since burst into tears. How many years has it been? The human race has finally waited for a human supreme being who can suppress the mountain lord.
Huadaisi led the hussars to charge into the national capital. Great Qin officially occupies the national capital. The national fortune rises again. Li Taizong's cultivation has broken through, officially becoming a heavenly marshal. Chapter 82 Emperor Zhou, where are you going? The strength displayed by Li Taizong completely overturned everyone's perception. The 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm had defeated the Yu Martial Realm, which was an unparalleled feat that spanned 2 entire realms. Who would dare to believe that there was such a heaven-defying thing in this world if they didn't see it with their own eyes? The clan elders of those ancient families ordered almost simultaneously. Quickly! Bring out my most formal clothes. I want to pay homage to His Majesty the Qin Emperor immediately. The clan elders of the Yun clan's beards were trembling with excitement. Withered fingers crushed the sandalwood armrests to pieces. These old men who had lived for nearly 1,000 years were dancing like children at the moment, their cultivation of the 9th level of earth martial arts uncontrollably exuding, shaking the ceiling of the ancestral hall with a rustling sound. The tablets dedicated to the ancestors all began to tremble. Old ancestor, take it easy. This is all the tablets of the ancestors. The head of the Yun family stepped forward to hold the trembling ancestor tablets so that they wouldn't fall. Ancestors are nothing. The one I'm going to see is the human emperor reincarnate. What do you know? The old ancestor kicked away the incense burner that was in the way, his cloudy old eyes bursting with essence. Similar scenes were staged at the same time in all the great clans. In the Shin family's ancestral land, 3 old crones who had been in seclusion for 100 years broke out, with cobwebs still hanging from their bodies. They screamed and rummaged through their boxes, ripping out the Shin bird tattooed downs from the bottom of their boxes to compare them, and the surging aura collapsed half of the ancestral ground where they had been in seclusion. Where's my crown? Quickly find the ancestral crown. Second sister, you're stepping on the hem of my skirt. Don't argue. Where's my golden trousseau? The head of the Shin family looked at the rubble flying in the sky and caught the ancestral tablets falling from the sky without tears. The most exaggerated was the Shao family. The old ancestor, who had always been majestic, was running around the courtyard barefoot, pulling at his thinning white hair as he ran. Get the car ready. No, prepare the flying boat. I want to be the first to face the saint. The aura of the peak of the earthly martial arts swept across the area, and half of the Shao family's houses were lifted up into the sky. Old ancestor. Those sons and daughters sent to the 100,000 mountains. The young master of the Shao family had just opened his mouth when he was slapped on the back of the head by his own old ancestor. Right. Quickly get them back. The Shao family's old ancestor suddenly paused, trembling like sifting chaff. He even burst into old tears as he spoke. Let all those children come back. No need to go to their deaths. This scene seemed to open a certain gate. More than a dozen repressed hundreds of years of breath suddenly rose up in the sky in the major families, these deliberately stagnant in the 9th level of the earth martial arts old ancestors, at this moment have broken through the shackles into the heavenly martial arts realm. Ha. Painful. The Yun clan's old ancestor laughed up to the sky, and the rotting aura that was entangled around him was swept away. With a wave of his hand, the heart demonic calamity that had trapped him for 300 years was cut through with a single stroke of his sword, and majestic vitality flowed through his parched body again. The faces of the Yun family's executives turned green. The old ancestor's breakthrough was a good thing, but the destruction he caused was also greater. Not good. My Yun family's ancestor tablet. The ancestral alchemy room. My Yun family's 100-year-old elixir nursery. The wailing was accompanied by the laughter of the old ancestors as the various families experienced a great calamity. The ancestral homes of each family had been destroyed to the core. These family executives still didn't dare to reprimand, and could only break their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. Who dared to rebuke their own family's ancestor who could slap them to death? These white-haired old monsters were unconcerned. They looked at each other and laughed, a youthful luster shining in their eyes. For hundreds of years, they had pretended to be dim-witted, pretended to be corrupt, and even intentionally allowed their cultivation to stagnate just so that they could act as outcasts to preserve their family fires in the event of the ferocious beast's reckoning. Now, that blood-soaked human battle flag had finally waited for the moment to fly again. The great Zhou Emperor had long since packed up his things and prepared to escape. He didn't have any martyrdom to become a man of benevolence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a traitor to the ferocious beasts. Emperor Zhou muttered nervously, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. The 100,000 great mountains are vast and sprawling, so it may not be impossible to find a new place to herd. When I break through the Yu knot, I will never come back again. Li Taizong's terrifying strength brought him too much shock. He never wanted to see that Emperor Qin again. At the moment he turned around to escape, the door of the temple suddenly opened without any wind, and a handsome young man 8 feet tall with a feathered fan appeared in the doorway. Zhuge Liang lightly shook his feather fan, his smile not reaching his eyes. Where is Emperor Zhou going? The great Zhou Emperor's complexion was aghast. He actually sensed danger in this earth martial 9th level cultivator. Clang! Swish! 2 sounds of swords being sheathed. A golden flying fish suit and a covering black-robed man. Mao Chang and Yuan Tiangang.
Your crimes are too numerous to mention.
By order of His Majesty, you are to be executed on the spot. I told you I'd take your life. Sheen again? Any one of you is a great talent. What can you do? However, he didn't put these three people in his eyes. He was at the 9th level of Tianwu, one level higher than these people. These Qin people could be destroyed with the flip of a palm. Emperor Zhou was first stunned, then laughed out maniacally.
The pressure of the heavenly martial ninth gravity exploded, and the entire palace trembled.
You're the only ones?
I'd like to see if each and every one of the Qin people can cross the border and kill the enemy. Before the words fell, a sudden change occurred.
Sinner, I'll kill you by 1,000 cuts.
Emperor Zhou, I'll your mother. Li Fuyang's sword light was like the Milky Way hanging upside down, crossing over from outside the hall. The roof of the hall suddenly explodes, and Hu dives down wrapped in 10,000 feet of thunder.
Chapter 83, Emperor Zhou?
Pig Emperor. When Li Taizong slowly stepped into the great hall, the heavy smell of blood was actually mixed with a pungent stench. This always majestic emperor unconsciously frowned as his gaze fell on the wretched figure on the ground. This Zhou emperor, who had once looked down upon the world, not only was his nose bruised and swollen, but the top of his head was also dripping wet with a suspicious liquid, emitting a strong foul odor. It seemed like someone had put a bubble of water on his head.
Li Taizong's gaze slowly swept over the people in the hall.
Zhuge Liang stood still with his feather fan in hand, looking as usual, but the slightly twitching corners of his mouth revealed the laughter he was forcibly holding back.
Yuan Tiangang stood with his arms folded, still as cold as an iceberg.
Mao Chang wiped his embroidered spring sword expressionlessly, but what was reflected on the blade was clearly a face that was red from holding back laughter. Gao Lishur, needless to say, would not be able to
cough. A light cough caught everyone's attention.
Only to see Li Fuyao standing beside the temple pillar with her face red in the face, her eyes closed tightly as if she was recuperating, but her fluttering eyelashes and tightly gripped sword hilt showed that this former empress was trying her best to restrain something. Then there was only that unruly Hu Daisy.
Li Taizong's gaze finally settled on Hu Daisy.
This young champion marquis was leaning on the pillars of the hall, his spear casually slung over his shoulder, his face filled with the arrogant expression of "I did it, what can you do about it?" Seeing His Majesty looking over, he immediately straightens his back and stands straight, his unruly behavior instantly converging, like a good boy.
Hua! Go! Sick!
Li Taizong drank word by word. The face under the 12 tassels of the crown could not be seen to be happy or angry. The entire hall was instantly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone held their breath. Just when everyone thought that His Majesty was about to get angry, they saw Li Taizong suddenly turn around, his black and gold imperial robe arcing in the air.
Well done, next time when you do this, carry some people on your back. My sister is still here.
There were more than a few moments of helplessness in his voice. The people in the hall were first stunned, then laughed. Only Emperor Zhou was paralyzed on the ground with his face ashen, the liquid on top of his head still dripping. And when that black and gold imperial robe came into view, Emperor Zhou's cloudy pupils suddenly contracted. He struggled to raise his head, his neck veins bulging as he squeezed out a hiss from the depths of his throat.
Li Taizong. I am also a king. Do you condone your subordinates insulting a king like this? Snap. Gao Lishur slapped Zhou Huang's face. It directly slapped half of Emperor Zhou's face and dented it. Several blood-stained teeth splashed out. The already bruised and swollen Zhou Huang instantly turned into an even bigger pig's head. How dare you? Is His Majesty's name something that a petty king like you would dare to call out? You! Blood spilled from the corners of Emperor Zhou's mouth as he glared at Gao Lishur with eyes wide open. He had ruled the great Zhou for 1,000 years, but had he ever imagined that one day he would be slapped in public by an eunuch? How had he ever thought of being pissed on the top of his head by a bratty teenager? That feeling of humiliation that went deep into his bones made him want to break the person in front of him into pieces. Just at the moment when he opened his mouth to scold Gao Lishur, bang! A big foot directly stepped on his face, stomping his angry curses hard back into his throat. Letting a few of them join forces against you, you are proud enough. Li Taizong stood with his hands behind his back, his right foot stepping on Emperor Zhou's face and grinding it slowly, as if he was crushing an insignificant ant. Li Taizong's words were flat to the extreme, not feeling that he was insulting Zhou Huang. Rather, he felt in his heart that this was the case. To have the five of them, Zhuge Liang, Yuan Tiangang, Mao Qian, Hu Zhaodong, and Li Fushan, join forces against each other, this was also unparalleled in history. Emperor Zhou's face twisted and distorted under Li Taizong's boots, his cloudy eyeballs bulging from congestion. He desperately tried to struggle, but found that he couldn't even move a single finger. Li Taizong bent down slightly. Do you know why you have survived until now? The force of his foot grew heavier, and Emperor Zhou's skull made an unbearable clicking sound. As if it would burst open like a watermelon the next moment. Because you can't just die so painfully. You have to pay back the thousands of years of blood revenge of the human race. There was a sudden flash of electricity and thunder outside the hall, and a ghastly white lightning bolt illuminated Li Taizong's icy cold side face. Mao Cheng, how is the matter I asked you to do? Mao Cheng said. Your Majesty, everything is ready. He waved his hand, and the brocade guards outside the palace immediately moved into action. The sound of heavy iron doors opening and closing came faintly, interspersed with the hissing of wild beasts. An incense stick later, a room full of wild boars and ferocious beasts was ready. Zhou Huang's pupils suddenly contracted as he seemed to have a premonition of something and began to struggle frantically. Unfortunately, his entire body's cultivation was blocked. He couldn't even move a single finger. He could only watch as Yuan Tiangang took out a scarlet red elixir from his sleeve. This pill is called the sun-burning heart pill. After taking it, it will make one's qi and blood flow backward, and make one's body burn with desire, so much so that even the sight of a stone will make one's body burn with desire. Yuan Tiangang was also considered a Taoist priest, and the pills he made were extremely potent. His eyes under his mask glowed with a cold aura as he pinched Zhou Huang's chin and shoved the elixir into his mouth. The elixir melted in his mouth, and Zhou Huang's face instantly turned red. He felt an evil fire rise from his dantian, quickly spreading to all his limbs and bones, and it was as if the blood in his body was about to boil. What was even more terrifying was that although his consciousness was unusually awake and could clearly feel every bit of change, however, he could not control his body. This was an instinct. One's consciousness cannot be controlled. Throwing him in this state into that room full of boar-like ferocious beasts, what would happen was anyone's guess. I'm still the son of heaven. A son of heaven has a son of heaven's way of dying. Poisoning, swords and knives, fire, cooking, lynching, I can accept them all. Li Taizong, however, smiled icily. Don't you love to be ridden by ferocious beasts? I will let you ride on the head of a ferocious beast today. Throw him in. With Li Taizong's order, the brocade guards dragged up the hot Zhou Huang and walked towards the special cell outside the hall. Through the doorway, one could see hundreds of large boar-like ferocious beasts locked up inside, each with red eyes and tusks, obviously specially treated. No! Don't! Emperor Zhou's screams tore through his heart as he tried to self-destruct his divine soul. However, he was imprisoned by the means that Zhuge Liang and Yuan Tiangang had jointly executed. He is now truly begging for death. Li Taizong, you shall not die. I curse you. His curses came to an abrupt end as the heavy iron door had closed with a bang. Immediately afterward, the excited hissing of wild beasts, the sound of clothing tearing, and some creepy movements came from inside the cell. Li Taizong stood with his arms folded, listening to the sounds coming from inside without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Gao Lishur stepped forward. Your Majesty, the ancestors of those ancient lineages are already waiting outside the hall, requesting an audience. Shen. Yuan Tiangang counted with his fingers and said softly. Your Majesty, based on the potency of the medicine, it will take about 3 days and 3 nights. As he said that, his eyes unconsciously drifted towards the special cell outside the hall, and the sounds coming from inside made even this well-informed bad marshal blush. Yuan Tiangong's meaning was simple. It was a bit indecent to meet the characters from all sides here. Li Taizong, after a little contemplation, also felt that it was inappropriate and nodded his head. Yuan Cheng is right. Then I'll leave this place to Yuan Cheng's care. Yuan Tiangong's face stiffened at his words, and he was about to excuse himself, but he saw that Li Taizong had already left with a group of people, leaving him alone to face the cell that was constantly emitting eerie noises. Before he left, Hua turned back and winked at Yuan Tiangang. Elder, enjoy yourself. Yuan Tiangang sighed as he listened to the filthy sounds inside from outside the cell. He had to admit that this was the toughest mission of his life. This undesirable marshal, who had seen a lot of big storms, looked up to the sky inside. This marshal shouldn't have talked too much. Chapter 84 Dense Farming. Li Taizong pacified those ancient lineages of Great Zhou. Unlike those lineages that reigned supreme in the Great Qin Cave heaven and fished and fleshed out the people, these families that had survived the vicissitudes of life had come out of the desperate situation surrounded by ferocious beasts on a very different path. The Yun family's old ancestor tremblingly unfolded a blood-stained map. It was a much more detailed map of the 100,000 mountains. That was what the Yun family's children had earned over the millennia by going forward and back, using their lives to explore the 100,000 great mountains. The densely packed red dots on the map connected into a thin, winding line that stretched from the borders of Great Zhou all the way to the unknown distance. The red dots in some places were extraordinarily dense, obviously having gone through countless failed explorations. Every red dot on this was a fresh human life. The Shao family's old ancestor held out a thick roster. On it was a directory of the sons and daughters who had been sent to the 100,000 mountains over the past 1,000 years. So far, all of them had fallen in the 100,000 mountains. The edges of that roster had already been turned over to furry edges, obviously often being rubbed. The same was true for the Shen family. Almost all of the male children of the older generation had perished in the 100,000 mountains. Only 3 old crones were left behind to silently support the huge Shen family. Li Taizong listened to these sobbing accounts in silence. One could only say that powerful external conflicts often forced internal unity.
These families chose the most tragic way to fight in a desperate situation, openly submitting to the ferocious beasts to preserve their bloodline, but secretly using the lives of generations to find a way out for the human race. Li Taizong let out a long sigh and said to Zhuge Liang beside him, "How many righteous people there are in Great Zhou." The sound in the cell lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and Yuan Tiangang stood guard outside for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day, silence finally returned to the cell. Yuan Tiangang breathed a long sigh of relief and was about to get up and move his muscles when he heard familiar footsteps coming from behind him. "Yuan Qing, it's been hard on you these 3 days." Li Taizong patted his shoulder. Yuan Tiangang shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, I am finally relieved." Li Taizong smiled faintly and commanded, "Open the door." 2 brocade guards stepped forward and the heavy iron lock clicked open. As the cell door slowly pushed open, an indescribable fishy odor hit the face, smothering the crowd as they backed away. Even the knowledgeable Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose, his brow wrinkling into a Sichuan character. He couldn't even stand it with his mask on. When the odor dissipated a little and the crowd could see the scene inside the cell, they were immediately creeped out. Goosebumps fell all over the place. Hundreds of large boar-like beasts were lying on the ground, most of them were already dead, and the few that were still twitching had no air left. These ferocious beasts were covered in scratches and bite marks, and a few of them had even been torn in half alive. In the center of the cell, Zhou Huang was sitting perched on his back, his clothes uncovered, his body covered in suspicious filth. His originally rich body was now shriveled up like a skeleton, his skin taking on an abnormal greenish-gray color, but his eyes were frighteningly bright, and he was panting heavily. Worthy of being a former peak heavenly martial powerhouse. Even though his cultivation was blocked, with just the strength of his physical body, he had actually consumed hundreds of ferocious beasts alive during the 3 days and 3 nights of fierce battle. Ho ho! It is I who has won. Emperor Zhou sat paralyzed in a pool of blood, his dry, cracked lips trembling as he squeezed out these few words. His pupils were already lax, turbid saliva was constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his hands were twitching nervously, living like a slave who had been tortured to the point of insanity. Li Taizong slowly stepped forward, his imperial boots stepping on the blood-stained dirt without staining it. He condescendingly scrutinized the former emperor, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then returned to the bottomless calm. "I was going to kill you directly. But do you still want to pretend in front of me?" Emperor Zhou was as if he hadn't heard, still maintaining that demented look. He even suddenly hugged a dead ferocious beast beside him, gently caressing it like a rare treasure, and humming an off-key tune in his mouth. Li Taizong suddenly smiled. This smile made even Yuan Tiangang, who was standing by the side, involuntarily shiver. The heart secretly said, "Your Majesty is having some ghostly idea again. Since you like it so much." He suddenly raised his hand and a golden light struck into Emperor Zhou's body. Only to see the dried-out skeleton-like body begin to twitch violently, the blood vessels under the skin wriggled and swelled like earthworms, and the muscles bulged back up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, Emperor Zhou unexpectedly returned to his original form. "Yuan Qing, feed him 10 more of that elixir of yours. Prepare thousands more ferocious beasts for him. This time, let Mao Chang guard it for you." Although Yuan Tiangang was wearing a mask, his eyes were filled with a gloating smile. "I will arrange it now." After saying that, 10 scarlet pills suddenly appeared in his hand. Emperor Zhou had fully come to his senses at this moment, and the terror in his eyes was almost turning into substance. He crawled on his knees and flung himself at Li Taizong's feet, his forehead thumping in the filth. "Your Majesty, kill me. The guilty king knows he is wrong. The sinful king knows he is wrong." Li Taizong shook his head, his face cold, his tone chilling. "You have been the monarch of Great Zhou for nearly 1,000 years, and too many people have died because of you. I can't let you die easily." Emperor Zhou trembled violently, his fear transforming into monstrous rage in an instant. He raised his head violently, his eyes red as blood. "Li Taizong, you shall not die. What do you think you are? The savior of the human race?" The maniacal roar echoed within the cell, the muscles on Emperor Zhou's face twisted into a hideous appearance. "I tell you, the 100,000 Great Mountains were boundless, and Great Zhou was nothing more than one of the farms. There are countless powerful and ferocious beasts in the 100,000 Great Mountains. Even if you can reverse the Yu martial realm, so what?" He laughed hysterically, white foam spilling from the corners of his mouth. "Do you know how the thousands of caverns in Great Zhou came to be? The great powers of the flood were all their blood food. Just wait for the wrath of the ferocious beasts." Li Taizong indifferently listened to Emperor Zhou's hysteria without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Only when Emperor Zhou finished roaring did he slowly speak. "I know, but until the day you die of exhaustion, your punishment will not stop." After saying that, he gently waved his hand. 2 brocade guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the still cursing Emperor Zhou down like a dead dog. The hissing of his fading away still echoed on the way. "You will regret this. All those who defected to you will die. The ferocious beasts will tear your souls apart, so that you will not be able to live forever."
What awaited him were the scarlet pills and the boar ferocious beasts day after day. Li Taizong turned around and looked outside. Dark clouds covered the direction of the 100,000 mountains. Yuan Tiangang stepped forward and whispered. Your Majesty, what he said might be true. I know, but I will not retreat. Is Secretary Yuan willing to travel with me? Yuan Tiangang suddenly laughed and worshipped. Your Majesty, although success is not certain, success is determined. There was more than just the Great Qin Cave Heaven in Great Zhou, there were thousands of cave heavens labeled on that imperial palace's maps. Cave heavens are only created by the great powers of the flood. Thousands of unowned cave heavens represented the lives of thousands of flood wasteland great powers. This represented a certain war a long time ago where thousands of flood great powers had fallen. As the line of sight continued to pull away, the breathtaking truth gradually unfolded. The imperial palace turned into a speck of dust, the national capital shrunk to an ink dot, and the heavenly apocalypse state turned into a blur of color. When the field of view rose to a sufficient height, the entire vast territory of the 36 states of Great Qin was just a pinpoint-sized point of light on the pitch-black curtain of the 100,000 great mountains. Around this shimmering light, countless terrifying shadows were coming from all directions. The ancient ferocious beasts of the 100,000 great mountains ran towards this out-of-control farm. That ferocious aura engulfed the firmament. An even more terrifying panorama unfolded. The eye of the needle where Great Qin was located was but one of the densely packed dots of light on this boundless, pitch-black cloth. Each shimmering ember was a gathering place for the human race that had been captive to ferocious beasts. The path that those ancient lineages had dribbled out with their blood generation after generation was nothing more than a way to another breeding ground. The entire world of the human race was filled with darkness, death, decay, and despair. The scene suddenly drew closer, once again coming to the imperial palace. Li Taizong stood with his arms crossed, his voice echoing over the empty and silent palace. Lonely, cold, majestic, and domineering. Wait for me to conquer. Chapter 85 Signed Human Emperor Supreme Body. Great Qin replaced Great Zhou and naturally took over those thousands of cave heavens. The aborigines in those cave heavens were living a more miserable life than the people of Great Zhou. Not even selected, every few decades, after a generation grows up, half of them are randomly selected and thrown into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. The rest of the people will then start the day-to-day man-making program. Due to the high pressure of the population policy of Great Zhou, all kinds of human genocide happened to the human race inside those caves. When Great Qin's iron cavalry stepped into the first cave heaven, everyone was shocked by the sight before them. Under the gray sky, millions of human races were crammed like livestock in muddy pens. They were unclothed and bone-thin, their eyes staring vacantly at the army that had suddenly appeared. The most creepy thing was that these people automatically split into two columns. One column silently walked towards the depths of the fence, while the other stood still and waited to be picked. Half lived to continue reproducing, and half were chosen to be thrown deep into the mountains. The eyes of the people in these caves have long been numb, and it doesn't matter to them which half. The Great Zhou is dead. From now on, there will be no more selection. You are all free. The Great Qin sharpshooter proclaimed in a loud voice. The only thing that responded to him was a deathly silence. The human races in these caves did not show too much joy either. They became true walking corpses. Perhaps only their next generation would be able to get rid of them like this. A woman holding a baby looked up blankly. Adults don't choose? Her dry, cracked lips quivered. Then what are we supposed to do? The young officials accompanying them hid their faces and wept. They were all idealistic young men personally selected by Zhuge Liang. At this moment, seeing this human tragedy, they could no longer hold back their hot-blooded hearts. These people have lost even the most basic survival instincts. They live only to reproduce only to be selected. Thousands of years of reincarnation had long since worn away all humanity. As the number of cave heavens taken over increased, Li Taizong's face became more and more sullen. The situation in some of the cave heavens was even more shocking. In order to fulfill the procreation targets set by Great Zhou, tragic dramas of brother and sister committing adultery, and father and son sharing wives abounded. In a small cave heaven, the soldiers even found a horrifying nursery. It was filled with dead babies deformed by inbreeding. Reporting to the Prime Minister, the 1320th cavern has been taken over and the people are disaggregating themselves. Zhuge Liang's spring-like face had long disappeared, and his face was as gloomy as water. He looked in the direction of the 100,000 mountains, and the light in his eyes flickered. Crusade! It must be crusade! Great Qin's civil and military officials' hatred towards Emperor Zhou and the ferocious beasts had also increased by a few points. The Great Qin court directly exploded. It's really cheap to lock him up with the boar. Right. It's time to throw in those lizards, giant rats and ferocious beasts like hyenas as well. Lord Yuan's medicine is still too mild. My family has an ancestral recipe. The etiquette of the Qin court is not as strict, so all sorts of tiger and wolf words are pouring out of the civil and military officials. The eyelids of Mao Chang, who was standing at the foot of the royal steps, were jumping wildly. These civil and military officials are so happy to talk. You're not the one overseeing Emperor Zhou. The brothers of the brocade guards guarding Emperor Zhou are going crazy. Months of grunting have caused one of the brocade guards to hallucinate. One lad even reflexively vomits when he hears a pig squeal. You know, these lads are the murderous brocade guards. They didn't even frown when the 80 general punishments were inflicted in the imperial prison, but they were made a little jumpy by that Emperor Zhou and the boar ferocious beast. Several requests. My lord. Send me to the most dangerous place. My lord, I want to contribute to Qin. Let me go to the 100,000 mountains to scout the way. A man should be buried in a horse's hide. Mao Chang's thoughts were racing. Li Taizong suddenly spoke out. Indeed, we can't let him eat so well. Let's follow Aiching's suggestion and throw in ferocious beasts like lizards, giant rats and hyenas. But Aiching's ancestral recipe should be taken back.
I'm afraid he'll die if the medicine is too strong. Mao Chang stood at the temple, his face instantly became brilliant. First it turned red, then green, and finally a pale white. It was as if he could already hear the wailing of the brocade guards under his command. The boar alone was torture enough, and now lizards, giant rats, and hyenas had to be added to the mix? I obey the decree. Mao Chang squeezed out these few words with difficulty, and in his heart, he had already begun to mourn for those few brothers in charge of the guards. Secretary Mao? I see that you don't look too good. Li Taizong's voice pulls Mao Chang back to reality. Mao Chang forced out a smile that was worse than crying.
I am happy for Emperor Zhou.
A chorus of stifled laughter resounded in the courtroom. Even the always serious Zhuge Liang couldn't help but have a feather fan covering his face and his shoulders shaking suspiciously. Even Yuan Tiangang in the shadows had a gloating smile under his eyes.
Late at night, Li Taizong summoned Zhuge Liang and Sun Yu. Kongming, Wanruo, you two honestly tell me, can today's great Qin withstand the coming tide of ferocious beasts?
Sun Yu's fingertips rubbed over the jade pendant in his bosom, and after a long moment of contemplation, he rhetorically asked, how confident is your majesty in dealing with the flood realm beasts? Li Taizong didn't hide anything, his voice was horribly calm. Can be decapitated Zeus martial arts, flood realm can fight with one. Sun Yu sighed, got up, and bowed deeply.
You is willing to travel with your majesty. Li Taizong waved his hand and Sun Yu bowed and exited. He looks to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang, he is still lightly shaking his feather fan, is so cloudy and light.
As if nothing in the world could disturb his calmness. Your majesty, whether or not the great Qin can win, I can't see through it. Zhuge Liang suddenly smiled, that smile with some freedom and determination. Thinking about it, there are only 8 words, bow to the best of your ability, and die before you die. Li Taizong can fight with the flood realm beasts. But in the big Qin, only Li Taizong has the power of the flood realm. The 100,000 great mountains had powerful beasts that had destroyed thousands of flood realm powers. Once they come to suppress great Qin will be in danger. This situation is like the night a few years ago when Li Taizong just got the Jade Seal of Passage. Only, the difference this time is that he is no longer alone. Sign in times refreshed. Sign in. Li Taizong responded mechanically. It had been a long time since he had exploded something new. The daily check-ins were just fixed to add soldiers to the Black Dragon Prohibition Army, the Hussar Legion, the Brocade Guards, and the undesirable people. Of course, he wasn't disappointed. Today's Great Qin was too big, and it was the time when manpower was needed. It was just that the items in this signing were destined to be extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, Human Emperor Supreme Body. Human Emperor Supreme Body. It is rumored that this physique is the result of the human race's destiny in the ancient era, and only the strongest person who carries the destiny of the heavens and reigns over the 8 wastelands can be awakened. The person who carries this body will have a bloodline like molten red gold, bones imprinted with ancient divine patterns, and when he raises his hands and throws his feet, he will cause the mountains and rivers to resonate, and all the souls will submit to him. Li Taizong looked at the Human Emperor Supreme Body's introduction with astonishment. Since obtaining the system, he had obtained all the inheritances related to the Human Emperor, the Taiya Sword, the 9 Dragons Human Emperor Dao, the Human Emperor World Suppressing Technique, and now this Human Emperor Supreme Body. All of them are Human Emperor items. Can it be that I am really the reincarnation of a Human Emperor? Is the system nothing more than a transit station? This thought crossed his mind like lightning, but it passed in an instant. Right now was not the time to look deeply into it. System, load the Human Emperor Supreme Body. Human Emperor Supreme Body loading. In an instant, the entire hall trembled violently. A muffled sound like divine thunder emanated from Li Taizong's body, every bone crackled, and his blood veins boiled like magma. The Human Emperor Supreme Body was successfully loaded. Boom! The moment the Human Emperor Supreme Body was loaded, a brilliant golden light broke through the roof of the temple and went straight into the sky. The sky in the east suddenly surged with 10,000 feet of purple energy, pouring down like a heavenly river pouring down. The clouds in the west then transformed into a golden haze, mirroring the purple aura. All the Qin people looked at the sky in shock. There was the direction of the imperial palace. Sun Yu's face was astonished.
Prime Minister, this. Zhuge Liang glanced at it and continued with the political affairs at hand. Oh, Wenruo, you're still not used to it since you just arrived. As long as there's enough pressure from the outside, His Majesty won't know where to pull out a card that's strong enough to change the tide of battle. Therefore, you sometimes need to exaggerate the actual situation at the right time, so that His Majesty will get stronger and stronger. Sun Yu looked like he suddenly realized something. Prime Minister, you wouldn't just now. Zhuge Liang showed his condescension for the first time. That's right. I lied to your Majesty. As long as a great formation is set up by me in adverse martial, even a Flood Realm powerhouse can fight. The 5 formations that Li Taizong signed out benefited Zhuge Liang and Yuan Tiangang. With the ability of the two of them, and with enough resources, they could set up great formations powerful enough to fight against Flood Realm powerhouses. The purple chi and golden haze turned into endless nutrients, nourishing Li Taizong's body. The violet and gold chi wrapped around Li Taizong as if it had a spirit, and with every strand of breath that didn't enter his body, his flesh and blood crystallized for a minute. When the last purple chi was absorbed, red-gold blood veins could be faintly seen flowing under his skin, and ancient innate Tao patterns emerged on the surface of his bones. At this moment, if an old human race antiquary who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years was here, he would definitely burst into tears and call out that the human race had a successor. This purple gas and golden haze has existed in the human race's chi river since ancient times, and the human race chi occasions accompany each other. Only the successive human emperors or the son of destiny who awakened the human emperor's supreme body could invoke it and absorb it. Human emperors didn't even necessarily have this physique, so one could imagine how rare and powerful this physique was. Of course, a person with the human emperor's supreme body would not necessarily become the successor of the human emperor. After all, the human emperor also had sons that he had devoted himself to cultivating. But, those who possessed this physique were definitely candidates for the future human emperor. Before growing up, there would be countless aged human sages escorting them. Chapter 86, Your Majesty Smells Good. Rumble. That purple chi and golden haze had changed more than just Li Taizong's life level. Those afterglows were still crazily raising Li Taizong's cultivation level. Tianwu 2nd level. Tianwu 3rd level. Li Taizong's aura climbed at an astonishing speed, crossing a small realm with every breath. What was shocking was that such a terrifying rate of ascension didn't have the slightest feeling of a weak foundation. It was as if that violet and gold chi was tailoring the most perfect Tao foundation for him. Li Taizong, who was enveloped in the purple chi and golden haze, was surrounded by a multitude of visions. The golden light transformed into a dragon circling around, the phoenix silhouette roared to the heavens, and the unicorn bowed its head in submission. The golden lotus of the great Tao blossomed from the void, each petal inscribed with ancient Tao patterns. Purple gas condensed into a vast river of stars, the sun, moon and stars slowly orbiting around him. There are even the shadows of mountains and rivers floating under his feet, as if the entire heaven and earth are paying homage to him. At this moment, Li Taizong's black and gold imperial robe was windless, and his eyes under the 12-tasseled crown were as if they contained the entire starry sky. He merely stood there as if he had become the center of the universe, the master of all realms. This human emperor's supreme body seemed too heaven-defying. Right at the moment Li Taizong made his breakthrough, the entire Great Qin's national fortune suddenly churned violently. The originally calm sea of qi rolled over as if it was boiling, and the golden power of the national fortune rushed up to the sky, mirroring the purple qi and golden haze in the sky. The purple chi and golden haze were companions of the long river of the human race's chi. The origin between the national fortune and the human race's chi was extremely deep. As a result, the afterglow of this purple chi and golden haze caused Great Qin's national fortune to begin to skyrocket. And this, in turn, tickled the supreme heavenly dragon within Li Taizong. Aang! A heaven-shaking dragon roar suddenly emanated from within Li Taizong's body. The original 2 supreme heavenly dragons split into 3 under the nourishment of the national fortune. The newborn heavenly dragon had a purple gold body, and the dragon's eyes contained the silhouette of the human race's long river of qi. 7th level of heavenly martial. Tianwu 8th level. Tianwu 9th level. Just as the cultivation was about to stagnate, the 3 supreme celestial dragons suddenly fed back a power that was pure to the extreme. Yuwu 2nd gravity. It didn't stop until it reached the Yuwu 3rd level. At this moment, Li Taizong's life essence was elevated too high. Is this the Yuwu realm? The use of the way of space. Li Taizong's index finger gently crossed. Snort! The space in front of him was slashed open, revealing the void behind that swallowed even light. This was only the most rudimentary use of space, yet it was even more stable than the spatial passage that the illusory nightmare mountain lord had tried his best to tear open back then. Li Taizong felt that if he encountered that Yuwu realm mountain lord illusory nightmare again, he wouldn't need to use his undercard anymore, he could kill him with a single glance. Moreover, the use of the spatial way allowed Li Taizong to shrink into a small space, appearing anywhere in the 36 states of Great Qin at any time. As a result of Li Taizong's elevation, under the sharing of experience, the realms of all the people of Great Qin began to rise as well.
A perfect illustration of what it meant for one person to achieve the Tao, and all the others to do the same.
Zhuge Liang was the strongest, directly crossing the Tianwu and reaching the Yuwu first realm. Mao Qian, Yuan Tiangang, Hu Zhaodi and Meng Tan, as well as the four great Qin gate gods, all reached the peak of the 9th level of Tianwu. Gao Lishur and Sen Yu had reached the 7th level of Tianwu. The Black Dragon Forbidden Army, the Hussar Legion, the Brocade Guards, and the Undesirable People, all had realms as low as the 7th level of Xuanwu. Taking out any one of them would be able to subdue the heavenly first palace of that year. The 3 spiritual power grand formations and 2 defense grand formations also bloomed and became even more powerful. The experience was shared, counting the great formations as well. Meanwhile, in the Wanxiang Scripture Pavilion, not long after the heavenly martial realms techniques had been generated, the Yu martial realms techniques began to slowly emerge on the topmost floor. The great Qin crowd was naturally excited, and only our Fuyang sister was tearless. Asked Zhuge Liang and Yuan Tiangang for a few handfuls of pills to restore her cultivation. Great Qin became so powerful that Zhuge Liang, holding a feather fan, led the civil and military officials to step into the great hall to report their joy. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, a clear, elegant and extraordinary fragrance came to his face, causing everyone to involuntarily stop in their tracks. This fragrance made all the people of Great Qin's face aghast. This was. Sun Yu's eyes widened violently, and the jade tablet in his hand almost fell to the ground. As the scribe who was most concerned about incense in the dynasty, he had never smelled such a subtle scent before. Like orchid, like sandalwood, with a few points of freshness, but also contains an indescribable majesty. The ministers looked at each other and finally focused their eyes on the imperial throne. Li Taizong sitting in the dragon chair, surrounded by a purple-gold halo. The fragrance was emanating from his body, and as he breathed in and out, it flowed through the hall. Because of the human emperor supreme body, the current Li Taizong was an absolute human treasure medicine. It emitted a strange fragrance all the time. The breath between exhaling and breathing can get rid of all diseases. A drop of blood can make the dead flesh white bone. This fragrance can be sinew that accumulates smoked out a lot of good smell. The words just fell. Outside the temple suddenly came a commotion. Only to see the imperial garden and the cranes, deer actually gathered to the hall outside, one by one long neck, greedily sucking in the air wafting aroma. What was even more exaggerated was that those exotic flowers and plants that hardly bloomed once in 100 years were actually blooming at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment. At this moment, 4 words appeared in the hearts of the crowd unanimously. Your Majesty smells so good. Chapter 87 finished. I am still childless. Great Qin was now a much stronger nation. And Li Taizong has never been a sitting duck. Instead of waiting for those ancient and powerful ferocious beasts to fight over, Great Qin should take the initiative and attack their nests. He immediately announced. Prime Minister, you will arrange the battle. I will first set off the nests of the ferocious beasts around Great Qin. Moreover, the more Great Qin opens up its borders, the stronger Great Qin's national fortune will be, and Li Taizong's cultivation will be able to rise rapidly. He ordered Meng Tan and the Great Wall Legion as the way. The 4 Great Qin gate gods and the Black Dragon Forbidden Army as one way. The undesirables assisted them. The conquest began towards the deeper reaches of the 100,000 open mountains. This is when the detailed opinion maps of the 100,000 K mountains from those ancient lineages came in handy. Today's Great Qin is not what it used to be, specializing in picking the ones with more red dots on them to fight. After bullying the human race for thousands of years, it's Qin's turn to bully them. Li Taizong gazed at the bloodstained ancient map, his fingertip tapping on one of the winding routes. This was the escape route that countless ancient families had paved with their blood, but now it was going to become an expeditionary route for Great Qin's iron cavalry. Hu Zhaodi! Li Taizong called out solemnly. The young champion marquis stepped out from the crowd and bowed on one knee. The last general is present. I order you to lead the Hussar Legion of 100,000 and follow this road for an expedition. Li Taizong was not asking Hu to run away, but rather he was going to let him go to other people's borders. The passageway that those ancient families had explored with their lives for generations could very well lead to another gathering place of the human race that had been captive to ferocious beasts. Huojua's mission was to go and subdue them. The national fortune brought about by turning the human territory into Qin territory is not comparable to the 100,000 mountains where people are rare. The last general will live up to your Majesty's trust. Hu Zhaodi's eyes burned with wariness. It was only when he was out on the battlefield that Hu Zhaodi acted less like a foppish teenager. The generals looked enviously at Hu Zhaodi, who was favored by His Majesty. This young champion marquis used his battle results time and time again to show that His Majesty's favor was not for nothing. With Hu Zhaodi's cultivation as high as the 9th level of today's martial arts, Li Taizong had nothing to worry about him. Together with the Hussar Legion's elite fighting force, it was enough to allow Hu Zhaodi to roam across the 100,000 mountains. Moreover, this kid's Qi Hongda is truly the favorite of the heavens. Those ferocious beasts with weak realms could be found no matter where they hid, and those with strong realms couldn't find the Hussar Legion no matter what means they used. Li Taizong could almost imagine those ancient ferocious beasts storming out in a fury. Is the 100,000 mountains his lair? Damn, taking trails I've never even heard of. How did they find a loophole in the dragnet laid down by Laozi? Alas, another farm has fallen and the mountain master there has been killed. On the day of the expedition, the flags outside the border were covering the sky. 100,000 hussars with iron armor and dragon-blooded war horses neighing. Hua Zaixiao is still in his red robe and black armor, and lightning flashes on the lance in his hand. Li Taizong personally put on the cloak for his beloved general. His movements were meticulous and his voice was low. Li Taizong's gaze fell on Hua Zhaoi's young and handsome face. There was no majesty of a king in that gaze, but more of an unspeakable concern. Remember, military success is a small matter, make sure to preserve yourself. I can lose my territory, but not you, Marquis of Champions. Turning his head to Zhao Banu and Li Dang, he exhorted. Zhao Banu, Li Dang, protect your general. The two vice-generals kneeled on one knee, their armor clanging. Don't worry, your majesty, the last general will absolutely die in front of the general. A flicker of movement flashes through Hua Daizi's eyes. At this time of the expedition, his majesty's greatest concern was not whether the mission could be accomplished, but his safety. This warmth makes his grip on the gun a few points tighter. Departure. Hua Daizi rolls onto his horse and points his spear forward. 100,000 iron horsemen surged like a torrent into the dark rolling mountains, raising dust in the sky. Li Taizong watched the army go far away until the last flag disappeared into the horizon. Li Taizong was trying to let Hua Zaiwei muddy the water in the 100,000 mountains. It would be even better if he could occupy a human territory the size of Great Zhou. At that time, the national fortune would skyrocket and the higher Li Taizong's cultivation would be. The higher Li Taizong's cultivation level, the stronger Hua Zaiwei and the Hussar Legion will be when they share their experience. It was a virtuous cycle that was formed. After sending Hua Daizi away, Li Taizong had a lot of peace and quiet in the past few days. This bear of a child, Hua Daizi, was never a stable master. Li Taizong shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but pull up a smile. That kid is like a blazing flame wrapped in golden light. Wherever he goes, he has to crackle along. If he was idle for a moment, he would simply make Li Taizong's heart hang in the balance even more than the ancient ferocious beasts in the 100,000 mountains. The most extreme is that he can be known as a modest gentleman, warm and gentle as jade called Sunyu Sunwanrua, angry to whisk his sleeve away. Even the face of the ripples have risen out of the red. It is said to be Hua Zhaodi on a whim, had to pull the scribe known for his strategy and culture than try to hit the bird with a flying stone. The result of the stone did not hit the bird, but Sunyu regarded as a treasure, never leave the jade pendant to crash a gap. Can the clay bodhisattva are forced out of 3 fire? Hua Zhaodi this trouble ability, really is the peak of excellence, breathtaking But Hua Zaizi this away, this huge palace, less that often ringing clamor, and there is some coldness. Perhaps the influence of Empress Yi as well as his birth mother, Xiao Wanrong, was too great for him back then. Li Taizong has never taken a wife so far. Not to mention the heir to the great Qin Empire. This is by no means just a private matter for the emperor, but a top priority that concerns the country's capital and touches the nerves of the world. The empire was expanding wildly under the iron cavalry and strategy, and its strength was advancing at an eye-popping speed. However, the emperor who looks down upon the world has no empress, no first son, and no rightful heir to the empire. Among the Li Qin clan, the only one who can keep up with Qin's soaring power is Li Fuyang. The courtiers almost every 3 to 5 will be careful to play a book. The word's earnest, the core is that the unbreakable truth. His Majesty is in the prime of his life. He should set up the central palace early and give birth to a dragon heir, in order to set the foundation of the country, and to settle the hearts of the world. Whenever this time, Li Taizong, the original calm as a deep pool of ancient well eyes will suddenly narrowed slightly. He did not shout in anger, not even a word, just that slightly narrowed his eyes, slowly swept through the group of ministers bowed down. This is Li Taizong want to kill aura. The courtiers are afraid of him, do not dare to mention this matter. In this huge palace, there is only one person who can make Li Taizong in the face of this taboo topic, convergence of that horrifying sharpness. That was Prime Minister Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang did privately advise Li Taizong. His words were euphemistic, but every sentence hit the nail on the head, from the stability of the kingdom to the hearts of the people, pleading with His Majesty for the sake of the gods of earth and grain, to take in a wise queen early, to open up the branch and spread the leaves. That time, Li Taizong did not narrow his intimidating eyes. Instead, he raised his head violently, stared wide-eyed, and looked straight at Zhuge Liang. There was no anger in those eyes, but an almost childlike bluntness and heart-stopping sincerity. Without the slightest hesitation, as if the words had long been rehearsed 1,000 times in his mind, they came out clearly and unmistakably. Prime Minister, if I fail, you can take the world for yourself. Zhuge Liang immediately bowed down, almost not scared to death. However, Li Taizong's expression was unusually calm, even with an almost naive stubbornness. Li Taizong did say this from the bottom of his heart, without the slightest hint of any other thoughts. But it was this unreserved trust and almost naive straightforwardness that made Zhuge Liang feel an unprecedented huge pressure. My good majesty, what do you take me for? The night that I obtained the human emperor's supreme body. Gao Lixi looked at Li Taizong's back under the candlelight as he was reviewing the Zhangfu, and a thin pang of acidity rose in his heart. His Majesty is not close to women, nor is he good at men's style. This brilliant, large palace, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of beauties, so empty that you can hear your own heartbeat. His Majesty seems to be tireless, either in this imperial study to read the scrolls until the east is white, or called Zhuge Prime Minister or Sun Wenshi all night long talk about military and state plans, and often end up with a foot to sleep in the side of the hall. The days are as bitter as an ascetic. Just when Gao Lixi secretly sighing, a sudden change. Li Taizong suddenly slapped his thigh. Finished. This cry of alarm carried an unprecedented, almost panicked sense of despair. Gao Lixi was scared out of his wits, snatching forward with an arrow step. His voice changed tone. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! What's wrong? But the dragon's body is sick? Countless horrifying thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Was it a backlash? Did he go mad? Or was it the impact of the river of qi that injured his origin? He had heard that His Majesty's human emperor's supreme body had a deep connection with the human race's long river of qi. Li Taizong slowly raised his head, his face an almost frozen, extremely serious expression. He spoke with a great sense of absurdity and disbelief. My life level is too high. It is difficult to find a woman in the world who can bear my qi and give birth to an heir. An existence whose life level was too high was extremely difficult to give birth to an heir. Like the true dragon and the true phoenix, with a lifespan of millions of years, they are extremely lucky to have one or two heirs with their own kind. Forcing the true dragons to have no choice but to give birth to heirs with 9 other races, this was the origin of the 9 sons of dragons. The human emperor's supreme body has a higher level of life and is connected to the human race's long river of qi, so it is difficult for an ordinary woman to bear the power of qi, let alone give birth to an heir. When Gao Lixi heard this, she looked anxious. With a crying voice. Your Majesty, slave girl will go to the Prime Minister. Zhuge Liang always had a way. However, he was stopped dead in his tracks by Li Taizong. The eyes were full of threats. If you dare to tell Kong Ming about this, I won't spare you. Keep this in your stomach. Keep your mouth shut. Rotten in the gut. Do you hear me? Then he muttered in a low voice. Alas, too high a level of life is not a good thing. I have too much difficulty in giving birth. We must not let Kong Ming and the others know, or else they will surely deride me. Chapter 88 The Bits of Empire, Yu Fei. Li Taizong was a bit tearless. I regret that I should not listen to the Prime Minister. Although the matter of having trouble having children was a bit sad, the system gave him the greatest comfort. Ding! The number of check-ins is refreshed. Check-in. Li Taizong responded habitually. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 summoning times. Whether to summon immediately. The system light screen unfolded in front of his eyes. Li Taizong's gaze landed on the word summoning count 2, and the boredom he had felt for days was suddenly swept away. Even though he had already summoned many times, every time he was faced with such an opportunity, he still couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. I wonder which Chinese Ingjie it is this time. Every time he summoned an Ingjie, it was enough to resolve the situation that Li Taizong faced before him. Li Taizong recalled every summoning before, when there was no one around to serve him. Gao Lixi was summoned when he was surrounded by enemies, the bad Marshal Yuan Tiangang descended when he needed to rule the country, Zhuge Liang came when the foreigners attacked, the champion Marquis Huazaudi appeared when the border was in emergency, Meng Tian led the Great Wall Army to come to help him. This time, it should be a military general again. Li Taizong muttered. Facing those powerful beasts in the 100,000 mountains, he really needed more supreme fierce generals. Li Taizong thought about it. In terms of force alone, it seemed like there were only those few. A name that shook the ancient world flashed through his mind. Xiang Yu, the Western Chu hegemony king who was strong and powerful. Li Siyuan Shao, the flying tiger general who was no match for Li. Lu Bu, the number 1 general of the 3 kingdoms. Zhao Zilong of Changshan, the first general of the 3 kingdoms. Li Yuanba, the best warrior of Sui and Tang dynasties. Tianbao General Yuan Chengdu. No matter who it is, Li Taizong is looking forward to it. System, use 2 summoning times. Ding! The system is in the process of summoning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the 1 million Yu family army. Ding! The system is summoning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning Yu Fei. What? Li Taizong violently stood up from the dragon chair, his eyes wide open, disbelief written all over his face. He stared dead on at those 2 words on the light screen, as if he wanted to make sure that he hadn't misread them. The majestic imperial pressure erupted uncontrollably, and the gilt dragon chair under his seat instantly exploded into countless pieces. Yu Fei? Li Taizong's voice rarely carried a tremor. This loyal national hero, this return of our mountains and rivers of the famous generals of the resistance against the Jin dynasty, this was 12 gold medals recalled by the loyal and good generals of the wrongful death. Surprisingly, it is Yu Fei. The Yu Fei who served his country with loyalty. In the light curtain, a tall figure gradually solidified. That magnificent body.
Clad in heavy armor, the armor was full of traces left by swords and knives. His waist was hung with the Lichuan divine lance, his face was as tough as iron, and his eyes were as bright as electricity. That Yufei will armor slowly off, look forlorn, seems to be ready to accept the end of the unwarranted. Yufei behind the back of the 4 words of loyalty to the country is vaguely visible, flooded with blood-colored light. Li Taizong looked at Yufei behind the 4 words of blood, his heart welled up a burst of sourness. This loyal and righteous general should have made a splash in history, but his ambition was not fulfilled because of the weak ruler and treacherous officials.
Pengjiu ah. Li Taizong sighed lightly as he looked at the scars on Yufei's armor with heartache. Each wound reminded him of the great victory of Zuxianzhan recorded in the history books, of the 12 gold medals that urged him to die, and of the cup of poison wine in the wind and rain pavilion. He seemed to see, in that stormy southern Song dynasty, how Yufei supported half of the country with one man's strength. He was on the verge of recovering the central plains, but had to retreat with hatred. Obviously can trample on the yellow dragon, but can only write the last pen in the sky. Chapter 89 The Honest Yu Pengjiu. Li Taizong gazed at the light screen in the body of the great general, heart welled up unspeakable respect. In his heart, Yufei's status and Zhuge Liang is not the same, are able to save the tide of the great heroes. Zhuge Liang represents the ultimate of the civil ministers, his loyalty of bowing and scraping and the talent of the heaven and earth. In Li Taizong's heart surpasses Guan Zhong's power and strategy, Zhang Ziya's tactics, and Wang Mang's talent of ruling the world. Even if these 3 were summoned as well, they could not hold a candle to Zhuge Liang's position in his heart. This special friendship made Li Taizong willing to entrust the Jiangshan without reservation. Just like some time ago, Li Taizong could hold Zhuge Liang's hand and say to him, "If I don't measure up, you can take this to Qin world for yourself." But this is something he would only say to Zhuge Liang. Yufei, in Li Taizong's mind, is the ultimate in military generals. Yufei's own commander-in-chief talent is that of the 5 ancient Chinese commanders, Han by Li Yue and Yu. Is the same as the prime minister, can save the sky tilt of the absolute hero. However, what is even more rare and valuable is that Yufei's heart of sincerity. Let's talk about Han Xian, who was honored as a soldier's immortal, but he always had his own little mind, and was finally denounced for his involvement in Minister Chen's rebellion, and was killed by Empress Lu in the Changle Palace in a conspiracy with Xiao He and had his 3 clans put to death. While it is true that the birds of prey are hidden by the bow of a good man, the death of Han Xian was by no means a simple case of injustice. The arrogance of this god of war had already planted the root of the problem. Even Lu Bang looked down on him, and Xiao He, who had recommended him, was becoming more and more contemptuous. There were few people in the world who could meet his eyes. When Han Xian was captured, he still said unconvincingly that I regret not using the plan of Kuai Che. This kind of unrepentant attitude, even Xiao He such as the courtiers have decided that it should be killed. Besides, Bai Qi, like Han Xian, was also an arrogant person. Only, Han Xian was arrogant from the inside out, while Bai Qi was proud in his bones. This famous general of Qin, during the Battle of Handan, thought of destroying Zhao in one fell swoop, but was forced to retreat by the king of Qin. Later, when the king of Qin raised his troops again, he excused himself. To the messenger of the king's palace, he said, "I am suffering from an old wound, so it is difficult for me to lead the army." This was a clear excuse. Who doesn't know that even though he was in his 60s, he could still shoot a 3-stone bow? But the resentment in his heart made him resist the order rather than serve the king who was suspicious of him. In the end, he was sentenced to death. Li Jing, on the other hand, is nothing to write home about. In his time, the emperor was more capable of fighting than him. Although Li Jing was suspected of being a wise guy, Li Er was never jealous of him. When the 30-year-old Li Er looked at the 50-year-old Li Jing, his eyes flashed with the appreciation of a chess match. An emperor who could break 100,000 soldiers with 3,000 at Hudian Pass, why would he need to be afraid of a veteran general who was 20 years older? As for Wei Qin, he was the most politically intelligent of the 5 commanders. He was not only able to fight, but also had a good understanding of the situation in the court and the mind of the emperor. He could not only be a great general, but also a minister of state. Wei Qin was a wise man in his later years, restraining himself from being a great general. After all, to be able to end up under the hands of Lu Xiaopu, you can imagine Wei Qin's wisdom. The later Lu Xiaopu has long since not been the wise and lucid true dragon, but the evil dragon that creeps over the empire. These 4 people are either arrogant or have insightful political wisdom. Only Yufei Yupengju is such an honest man. Only Yufei Yupengju is such an honest man. He wants to wash away the shame of Jingkang and recover the lost land. The smoke of the great victory of Zuxianzhan has not yet dispersed. The iron horsemen of the Yu family army have been looking at the yellow dragon. Yuejia army sharpened their swords, just waiting for the commander-in-chief's order. Can be a snow Jingkang shame. At this moment, 12 gold medals came one after another. If it were Han Xian, he would have already pointed his sword at Linen. The soldier who once forced Lu Bang to become the king would not be willing to be manipulated by others. He will take the power of the victory, first take the central plains, and then go down to Jiangnan to capture the dragon in the south.
Let Zhao's son of heaven know what is called the emperor's version of the flying bird is over and the good bow is hidden. And if they were replaced by famous generals like Li Jing and Wei Qing, who were well versed in the art of power, they would have paid even less attention to that ridiculous gold medal. They would have continued their northern expedition and consolidated their position with even greater successes, so that the king would not dare to act rashly even if he was suspicious. When the success of the time, and then calmly retired, enjoy their old age. But Yu Fei is Yu Fei. He silently put away the leech gun, ordered the withdrawal of the army. At that moment, he was not thinking about the fame that was within his reach, but the 4 words that his mother had stabbed on his back with her own hand. When the Yu family army pulled out of camp and returned south, the people of the northern part of the country knelt all over the official road along the way. The gray-haired old man grabbed the ground with his head, and the young children cried and cried. Yu Fei rolled over and dismounted from his horse, kowtowing deeply to the people in the dust, and was equally distressed to the point of being unable to extricate himself. A commander-in-chief, bowing down to the people. Even though he knew that he would be in danger, he still chose to follow the order to leave the army. The moonlight at the windstorm pavilion was exceptionally cold. When the jailer handed him the poison wine, Yu Fei calmly drank it. He did not question the heavens like Bai Qi, nor did he repent like Han Xin. He just wrote down the words "heaven and earth are clear" on the confession and went to his death openly. It is precisely for this reason, Yu Fei and Zhuge Liang's end is the ancient Chinese history flush with the intention to be difficult. And against such honest people, Li Taizong has his own set of methods. He took a deep breath, forced down his inner excitement, and loudly called out, "Where is Yu Pingju? The last general is here." The response resounded like iron. The golden light outside the great hall was great. A towering figure gradually solidified in the light, iron armor, and hunting robes. When the light dissipated, a general appeared. It was Yu Fei. Li Taizong opened Yu Fei's attribute panel. Character, Yu Fei. Realm, 9th level of Zuwu. Technique, the law of protecting the kingdom of mountains and rivers. Surprisingly, it was the 9th level of Zeus Martial. Li Taizong hadn't even reached this realm. It seemed that the ferocious beasts that he was going to encounter this time were not trivial. Yu Fei walked into the main hall, his gaze was like a torch, his eyebrows condensed with a solemn killing aura that had not melted in 1,000 years. The leeching spring gun at his waist trembled slightly. Yu Fei pays his respects to His Majesty. Yu Fei respectfully knelt down and bowed. Li Taizong took 3 steps down the jade steps and personally helped up this soulful, loyal and brave general. His palm held Yu Fei's iron wrist tightly, it was cold to the touch, but he could feel the hot blood rushing under the armor. The eyes of the 2 men met in the air, and at this moment, the regret that spanned 1,000 years dissipated at this moment. "Pengjiwa, I need you." Li Taizong's voice trembled, his eyes red as blood. He pulled Yu Fei to his desk and unfolded the Zheng folders of the ferocious beast rampage for Yu Fei to see. With Li Taizong's blood-curdling narration, the miserable conditions of the human race that were captive to the ferocious beasts were presented one by one. Children were used as blood food, young and strong people were enslaved to death, women were reduced to reproductive tools. The more Yu Fei listened, the more veins rippled on his face, and his chest rose and fell violently. The anger in his heart was about to burn him out. Li Taizong's voice was getting hoarse, every word seemed to be squeezed out of his chest. "Great Qin is going to encounter a great enemy, the Flood Realm's ferocious beast is coming, I am only at the Yuwu realm, it is difficult to resist that ferocious beast." Hearing Li Taizong's words, Yu Fei's heart thumped. Could it be that His Majesty is going to abandon the country and flee? Although he had no memory of it, this behavior of His Majesty made him tremble violently from his soul. The shadow brought by the southern Song courtiers to Yu Fei was difficult to wash away even across time and space. However, Li Taizong's words changed. "I observe that Pingju is the 9th level of Zuowu?" Yu Fei subconsciously responded. "Your Majesty is clear," Li Taizong said. "Then Pingju can lead the army and escort the people to flee to the various caves, I will block the ferocious beasts for Pingju." Boom! Yu Fei was struck by lightning and his knees hit the ground hard. "Your Majesty must not." His hissing voice carried an unprecedented panic. "Is there any reason in heaven for a king to defend the enemy and a general to flee for his life? I would rather die in battle than to live on." Li Taizong helped Yu Fei up and said, "I will give Pengju millions of troops." Yu Fei was resolute. "I ask your Majesty to allow me to lead my troops to defend the country's gates. Even if Yu Fei dies, I won't let the scourge of the beast jeopardize your Majesty." Li Taizong grabbed both of Yu Fei's arms with both hands. His eyes are glistening. "Good. Then I will fight alongside Pingju. If I can die with Pingju, I will have no regrets." "Your Majesty." "All right, I won't say anything demoralizing." At this moment, the 5 words of the million Yu family army in the system flickered with light.
Yuezha army, Yufei of the southern Song dynasty formed the freezing death not to demolish the house, starvation death not to take captive the Iron division, with the back of the Weiwei army as the elite, the original Maza knife to break the gold army Iron pontoon, with the stacking of formations in order to step to overcome the cavalry, the recovery of 6 counties in Xiangyang, the creation of placebo victory, so that the gold people lamented the easy to shake the mountain, shaking the Yuezha army is hard to shake. Chapter 90, It's over, the joke's on you. Li Taizong looked at Yufei's back as he left the main hall. He slowly leaned towards the back of his chair, the corner of his mouth unconsciously hooked up a hint of a smile that carried a few moments of relaxation, as well as a hint of undetectable witticism. It was fun to tease an honest man like Yufei. This kind of bone-deep integrity and simplicity was rare amongst a dynasty full of civil and military personnel. Just like the ones he summoned, all of them were smart people. Zhuge Liang even teased himself from time to time. Above the court is also mostly smart and capable people, everyone is carrying a mind. Like Yufei, such a pure nature, on the contrary, let a person feel friendly, teasing up also has many less scruples, only feel relaxed and happy. The night is dark, the depths of the palace is silent. Yufei temporarily resides in the side hall. Candle flame flickering in the hall, reflecting the magnificent posture of Yufei. Yufei stared at the blank stone wall in front of him, but in front of his eyes constantly flashed the scene in the hall. His Majesty's trembling hands unfolding the blood-stained folders, the maps labeled with each and every cave that had been ravaged by the ferocious beasts. What was even more infuriating was that these ferocious beasts had forced His Majesty to beg for death. The sire he assisted was a good sire, allowing himself to escort the people to the cave heavens, and he himself was going to stay behind to block the ferocious beasts for them. Bang! Yufei slammed his fist on his chest. The armor muffled. The 4 words, dutifully serving the country, on his back were about to burn through his back. Blood seeped out. His chest rose and fell violently, and those eyes that were usually as calm as an abyss were now burning with appalling fury, as if he wanted to burn everything in front of him. Those ferocious beasts slaughtered innocents and trampled on mountains and rivers, while he could only watch the people suffer. Watching His Majesty being humiliated. The figure projected on the stone wall was constantly distorting, it was Yufei's aura that was leaking out of control due to his extreme anger. His whiskers and hair stood on end, the crown of his hair had long since crumbled, and his black hair flared like an angry lion. The knuckles of his clenched fists were white, his nails sunk deep into his palms, and blood dripped down along the lines of his iron armor. He only felt that his entire body was on fire. These 2 words were squeezed out from between his teeth. He stared at the blank stone wall in death, as if he had seen those ravaging ferocious beasts in the 100,000 mountains, the trampled mountains and rivers of the human race, and His Majesty's back as he faced the flood of ferocious beasts alone. These images gnawed at his heart like a poisonous snake. Hateful! Hateful! Yufei let out a low roar and fiercely stood up, grabbing the leeching spring gun that stood by the wall. The cold light at the tip of the spear flashed, as if it was echoing the anger in his heart. He looked at the blank wall, and with a shake of the spear, the tip of the spear was like a pen, carving harsh words on the wall. Anger, by the end of the wall. Each stroke was like a knife and axe, carrying a monstrous rage. His hair almost stood up, his body's chi and blood surged, itching to immediately lift his spear and kill those ferocious beasts and exterminate them all. The rain breaks. The tip of the gun continued to stroke, and the words became more and more wild. When he thought of the people wailing under the claws and teeth of those ferocious beasts, and remembered the humiliation of His Majesty being forced to bow down, the anger in his heart grew even more intense. Raising his eyes to the sky, he let out a long roar. The tip of the spear suddenly lurched, Yufei's throat rolled and he actually sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The beads of blood splashed on the stone wall, coloring the words long whistle scarlet. Bravely. These 4 words were almost stabbed out with the tip of the spear, and the entire wall seemed to be shaken slightly by his anger. Yufei's hand holding the gun was bruised and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Yufei wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and continued to swing his gun to carve the words. This time, his movements were much more composed, but the killing intent contained in the tip of the gun was even more condensed. 30 years of fame and dust, 8,000 miles of clouds and the moon. The tip of the gun traveled like a dragon, and the words penetrated deep into the stone wall. When it was engraved to him, waiting for leisure and whitening the head of a young man, Yufei suddenly remembered the scene where His Majesty said that he would break the back alone, and the lance in his hand trembled violently. Empty sorrow. These 3 words almost penetrated the entire stone wall. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Mr. Yu hereby makes an oath. He turned around violently, his leeching springs gun pointing straight at the sky, his voice like thunder. If I don't exterminate all the ferocious beasts, I will not swear to be a human being. Outside the temple, the night wind suddenly rose, swirling up the fallen leaves. It was as if even heaven and earth were responding to his oath. The next morning, Yufei silently put on his armor and left, heading to the schoolyard to review the Million Yu family army. And Li Taizong stared at the words sobbing blood full river red. He really did not think that he yesterday a stimulus, let Yufei wrote the previous world that shocked the world of the ancient Song.
This full river red is not the original version, will be inside the hatred of the Gene people all replaced with the hatred of the beast.
Zhuge Liang followed, his feathered fan stopped in mid-air.
He read word by word, and with each sentence, the feather fan in his hand tightened its grip. His face became more and more complicated. With Zhuge Liang's eyesight, he was naturally able to see how sad and angry the author was when he wrote this lyric. Even when Zhuge Liang read it word by word, he felt his chest burning, itching to go into battle and kill the enemy immediately. This lyric is really a word by word, a hammer, all cracked stone avalanche clouds, fierce and majestic, the vast gas rushing to the sky.
Zhuge Liang looked at Li Taizong with an odd expression on his face. Your Majesty, what exactly did you say to that general you? He knew this self-same Majesty too well.
On the surface, he was an emperor who shook the 8 wildernesses with might, even his shadow made people tremble. In reality, he would often come up with ideas for people close to him that weren't in tune. When he was still in the Great Qin Cave heaven, His Majesty used to pull him to discuss state affairs day and night and sleep against his feet. Li Taizong did not immediately respond to Zhuge Liang when he saw the blood on the word Changshao on that wall.
Heart thumped. That was clearly Yu Fei's heart blood sprayed out in anger. The horse. The joke is over. Li Taizong cursed himself in his heart. Although at their level, spitting out a little blood was nothing at all, but seeing his Pingju angry like this, Li Taizong was still heartbroken.
My Pingjua, how can you be so truthful?
Zhuge Liang looked at his own Majesty's unpredictable face and was about to open his mouth to inquire. However, he saw Li Taizong turn around violently. He couldn't care less about Zhuge Liang and immediately ran towards the outside of the palace. Pengju, come back. I am lying to you. Zhuge Liang looked at His Majesty who was running away and thought of the silent general he met on the road. Suddenly he felt a headache coming on.
These two people, one straight to the point of desperation, the other trying to test the waters with no sense of proportion, are really a perfect match.
Chapter 91, The map is long useless.
Hua Daizhi leads the 100,000 Hussar army to trek through the 100,000 mountains. Don't look at 100,000 people, but compared with the vastness of the 100,000 mountains, it is like a drop in the ocean, so small that it can almost be ignored. Hua Zhaodi led the way at the front. Many days of trekking not let this pampered Chang'an dude tired, but let it more and more spirit. Eyes like a torch, but wherever there is movement in the nearby jungle caves, he can be the fastest to detect. Whenever he encounters a fork in the road, he doesn't even pause for a while and casually leads his army in one of the directions. This almost child's play way of marching, but let the Hussar army repeatedly attack the nest of the beasts. What was even more peculiar was that they had killed an unknown number of earthly martial realm and heavenly martial realm beasts in the nests they had destroyed. However, they had never encountered any ferocious beasts above the Yu martial realm. Rumble. The valley trembled, and that mountain peak was broken apart by the torrent. Another beast nest was reduced to rubble by the onslaught of the iron horsemen. The wolf-shaped ferocious beasts of the earth martial realm wailed and collapsed, with 3 feathered arrows stuck in their throats. The giant python of the heavenly martial realm was nailed to the rock wall by more than a dozen lances, its scarlet letter still holding the same stance as it did when it attacked. The third squad was in charge of cutting, while the others were on guard. With Hua's order, the Hussar army moved swiftly. These teenage boys were mind-blowingly skillful. The most tender hind leg meat of the wolf-shaped ferocious beasts was picked off in its entirety. The python's poisonous glands were carefully taken out, and even those tough scales were stripped off in their entirety. In a short time of half an incense burner, the most precious parts of the earth martial and heavenly marshal's bodies were removed. What was even more amazing was that the flesh and blood of these ferocious beasts, which would have been eroded by the fury chi, had now become a great tonic for the Hussars. The unruly teenagers didn't build a fire or stop to eat, holding the bright red pieces of ferocious beast's meat in their hands and gorging themselves on it. They were all handsome teenage boys, but at this moment, this scene gave a drastic contrast. Mouth full of blood, face hideous, living like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. The reason for not making fire without stopping is to march quickly, so the Hussar Legion can only drink blood like this. Ka-ching! Zhao broke a new bit off the animal tendon in one bite, and blood dripped down his chin onto his armor. He casually wiped his face and continued chewing. The surrounding Hussar soldiers did the same. The raw, torn and flayed way of eating filled the entire army with a primitive and bloody odor. However, our delicate Chang'an dude didn't like this way of eating. Specially ordered to properly handle the most honorable places in those ferocious beasts. When the roasted golden flesh and blood of the beasts nourished the aroma, those blood-drinking teenagers salivated and gulped. The Hussar Legion didn't feel bad about it, instead they felt it was justified. It was like how only the alpha wolf in a wolf pack could enjoy the heart of its prey. After swallowing the flesh and blood of these ferocious beasts, a faint blood-colored aura wrapped around them. They had actually completely adapted to the ferocious beast's baleful aura, and were even able to transform it into nourishment for cultivation. The Hussar Legion's ability to adapt to the environment was extremely strong, and they were already able to digest the fierce beast's fatal chi for cultivation just like those great Zhou people. Therefore, allowing Hua to lead these bratty teenagers into the 100,000 mountains is no different than a rat leader leading a group of rat nests into a rice bin.
Behind Huadaisi, Li Dang flipped over the public opinion map given by His Majesty. The map was crumpled and the dense mountain and river markings on it were like a mess in his eyes. He was grimacing and scratching his ears. Like a confused rhesus monkey, his fingers gestured wildly on the map. Where have we gotten to? As the son of the lost General Li Guang, this man perfectly inherited his father's lost gene. Even though the map was extremely detailed, Li Dang was still confused. As a good friend, Zhao Banu's eyes contained sarcasm. Save your breath, you're such an elm, it's weird to understand. And even if you can read it, you still don't know our exact location. Zhao Bana poked Li Dang's head with his knife sheath. Li Dang looked up sharply, his eyes glaring round. What do you mean? Li Dang raised his head and stared at Zhao Bana with wide eyes. Zhao Bana suddenly lowered his voice and mysteriously came closer. It means that back when we entered the 100,000 mountains and encountered the first fork in the road, the general threw the map away. He pointed to Huazaiwei's upright back in front of him. Now where we are, only the general knows. As if to corroborate this statement, Huazaiwei suddenly turned around and glanced at the two of them. The tip of Sting's spear flashed with a flash of lightning, frightening Li Dang so much that his hand shook and the map almost fell into the mud. What are you chatting about? Huazaiwei's voice was tinged with teasing. Looking at a map for half a day, studying how to get back to Chang'an? Li Dang reddened and rolled up the map with his hands in a frenzy. I am looking for a campsite for tonight. Looking for tonight's campsite. Zhao Banu answered without changing his color and smoothly took the map from Li Dang's arms. This kid didn't say that the valley in front is suitable for camping. At night, the 100,000 mountains are so dangerous that even the adventurous and aggressive Huazaiwei would order the people to set up camp. Huadaisi sweeps over the two of them with a smile or not, and suddenly picks up the map in Zhao Banu's hand with the tip of his spear. Under the gaze of the crowd, the precious map was instantly burned to ashes by lightning. It's long since useless. Besides, there's no need to set up camp tonight. Hua pointed towards the narrow valley between the two peaks, where the light had begun to dim. Toward this place, moving at full speed, one could make it to the new human frontier before nightfall. There was an uproar in the ranks. The soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. Zhao Broken Nu said incredulously. General, really? Although they had followed Huazaiwei for a long time, they still marveled at Huazaiwei's wild imagination. In Huazaizi's eyes, it was as if these 100,000 mountains were not a magic cave, but rather his family's backyard. The corner of Huadaizi's mouth hooked into a smile. What do you elm brains know? Then, without further explanation, he began to accelerate. The crowd was also silent as they followed Huazaiwei. They only know that generals never make mistakes only in the military. Huazaizi, this person, is the best at taking advantage of the situation and adapting to the local conditions. After he memorized the detailed map, he went deep into the 100,000 mountains, relying on his extremely keen observation to judge the direction. Coupled with a little bit of his strong luck, he did not hesitate even when he encountered uncertain intersections. At this moment, Hua led his team quickly through the valley. The rocky walls on both sides were towering and the light was getting dimmer and dimmer. He was sure that there was a human settlement ahead. After entering this area, he noticed a change in the air, the rotten odor lessened, and he could vaguely smell the scent of smoke and fire, as well as the faint odor of blood. It wasn't from the ferocious beasts, but from the human race. He can almost 100% conclude that the new human race frontier was not far away. If those ancient lineages were to know that it took several generations for them to trickle out a route, and Huazaiwei had very casually found a new route, he didn't know how they would feel. Chapter 92 Heavenly Soldier. The Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty had been established for 1,000 years. The strength of the country is on par with the Great Zhou Dynasty. The country's lord, Yun Hongxi, was a strong person of the 9th realm of heavenly martial arts, and he always wore that bronze mask above the court. Folklore had it that the face under the mask was covered with sword marks. That was the mark left on his face by a human hero who fought to the death. It was worth mentioning that one of the branches of the Flying Cloud royal cloud family was the Yun family, an ancient lineage now belonging to Great Qin. Back then, someone from the Yun family left the 100,000 mountains in search of a way to live, and came to Great Zhou after a lot of hard work. I thought it was a new world, but I didn't want it to be another hell. One thing that made the Feiyan dynasty different from Great Zhou was that the Feiyan dynasty did not hide the truth. All the Feiyan nationals knew that they were livestock that had been captive raised by ferocious beasts. All knew that those hundreds of heavenly martial realm fierce beasts and Yu martial realm fierce beast mountain lords were mountains that they could never cross. All knew that those ferocious beasts only allowed the herdsman's Flying Cloud Kingdom ruler to be a heavenly marshal, the rest but had a breakthrough, they would be caught and eaten. The earth martial realm was the way to live, and the heavenly martial realm was the way to die. These words were engraved on the entrance stone monuments of every city in the Feiyan dynasty. The geniuses of the major domestic families suppressed their cultivation year after year, clearly able to break through but not daring to cross that line. The first son of the Qingyang family, Qingyang Che, reached the 9th level of earth martial arts at the age of 48, and has not made an inch of progress in the 10 years since then, paralyzing himself with strong alcohol every day.
Yihani, the daughter of the general's family who guarded the northern border, set a record of reaching the 7th level of earth martial arts at the age of 30, but on the night of her birthday, she severed her own meridians, and her cultivation remained at the 7th level of earth martial arts forever. Pill King Valley's once-in-a-thousand-years genius, Su Shenxiang, pinched and crushed the elixir that he had spent so much effort refining that night. Throwing the formula into the furnace, her face was covered with tears reflected by the fire. Tianji Pavilion, Mo Xian stabbed his own eyes with a silver hairpin and hissed to the sky.
Now that I can't see the heavenly chi, are the mountain lords satisfied?
Deep within the palace, Princess Yunxiang stabbed the golden needles into her acupuncture points one by one. To Yun Hongxi, she said, "Father, my daughter's Linglong Tongxin body is now a wasted body."
The beacon towers at the border also lit up with wolf smoke every month.
Those tides of beasts surging out from the depths of the 100,000 mountains seemed to be reminding the dynasty of its true situation. A 3-year-old child can accurately tell the pattern of the beast tide. The small tide is once in March, the medium tide is once a year, and when the 100-year-old tide comes, it will be the end of the heroes of the human race. However, knowing that they would die, these human heroes would still draw their swords on the hundreds of heavenly martial realm ferocious beasts. Regardless of the era or place, the courage of that moth to the flame and the soul of the human race was the same. Thus, these strenuous and unrelenting human magnates of the Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty were all the more tragic.
Truly knowing that they couldn't do it, they did it.
And on this day, for some reason, an earth-shaking roar came from the depths of the 100,000 great mountains, and blood-colored clouds obscured the rising sun, shrouding the entire Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty in scarlet. Before the human heroes could rise up, those heavenly martial realm ferocious beasts and mountain lords couldn't wait to start their harvest. They swarmed out from the deep forests, from the underground abyss, and from above the clouds, as if they were stimulated in some way, and frantically pounced on the human frontier.
However, what was even more amazing was that these ferocious beasts didn't eat these human giants. Instead, they captured and imprisoned them all.
Although they looked at the human martial artists and continuously drooled. But the ferocious beasts only roughly dragged them towards the border, facing the direction of the 100,000 great mountains. On top of the city wall of the border pass, Lord Yun Hongxi of the Flying Cloud Kingdom stood with his arms folded, his bronze mask glowing with an icy luster under the blood-colored skylight. And the great figures of the Feiyin Imperial Dynasty also came. They came with mixed feelings. In front of them were dozens of human magnates who were chained up. Yun Hongxi's gaze, however, rested on one of the beautiful women. Although he was wearing a mask, everyone could see that he and the woman had the same lavender eyes, a characteristic unique to the Flying Cloud Imperial clan. Yun Hongxi was silent for a moment and slowly spoke.
"Do you all know your sins?"
Bah! Although Tianji Pavilion Mo Xian's eyes had gone blind, he accurately faced Yun Hongxi's direction and angrily cursed. "If it is not 30 years in advance, I will kill you, old dog." Under the sunlight, the faces of these human giants also gradually became clear. It was Qing Yang Che, Yihani, Su Shenxiang, and Mo Xian. The woman who was so beautiful was none other than Yun Hongxi's daughter, Princess Yunxiang of the Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty. At this moment, where were they once disheveled? Although their clothes were tattered, their eyes were radiant and their expressions were solemn. The most shocking thing was that they were no longer at the earth martial realm either. All of them exuded a heavenly martial realm aura. Yun Hongxi suddenly laughed, a few moments of appreciation in his laughter. "You guys are really good at pretending. Not only have you fooled me, even Lord Mountain Lord has been hoodwinked by you. If Lord Mountain Lord hadn't opened the feast earlier, I would have really fallen into your hands." He looked towards Yunxiang. "Why?" A hint of fluctuation finally appeared in Yun Hongxi's voice, and his violet eyes under the bronze mask trembled slightly. He stared at Yunxiang dead on, as if he was truly looking at his own daughter for the first time. "You are my daughter. It's the princess of the Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty. As long as I break through Yuwu and leave this cage, you will be able to rightfully ascend to Tianwu and become the new empress." Yunxiang closed her eyes, her expression sad and angry. "I would rather have never been born in this world. I am ashamed of having your blood flowing in my veins."
And right at this moment,
Qing Yang Che raised his head violently, his gaze was like a sword as he looked straight at the Qing Yang family head. "I, Qing Yang Che, am ashamed of having a father like you. In order to stay alive, you personally sent your clan into the mouths of beasts. Today, I would rather die than recognize you again." Yihani slowly stood up straight. Despite the chains, her spine was still straight as a sword. "You taught me the art of the sword, but you want me to cut my own meridians. You taught me martial arts, but you want me to bow my head forever. Today, I would rather die than kneel." Su Shenxiang let out a low laugh, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he laughed incomparably. He said to the Pill King Valley Master, "You don't deserve to be my Su Shenxiang's master. You asked me to refine pills to save people, but forced me to refine poison to kill people. You asked me to help the world, but you want me to help the world. Today, I'd rather die than be at your mercy. Please behead me. Please behead me. Please behead me." A roar of rage, like thunder exploding, echoed beneath the blood-colored dome. Yun Hongxi and the various great figures' faces shifted as they stood in place, silent for a long time.
"Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, those hundreds of heavenly martial realm ferocious beasts laughed maniacally. The mountainous toad mountain lord lifted his giant foot and violently stepped down. Rumble. The border wall collapsed with a loud bang, debris splattered, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. That toad mountain lord's body covered the sky, its skin was covered with highly poisonous pustules, each one glowing with an eerie green poisonous light. It grinned with a huge mouth, and its fishy salivation hung down like a waterfall. You are the fresh ingredients I have specially prepared for the adults. It stretched out its barbed tongue and licked one of the earth martial realm nobles behind Yun Hongxi into its stomach. Those ancient and powerful lords are about to pass by. If we don't start the feast in advance, how can we show our sincerity? An ear-piercing, shrill laugh erupted from the group of ferocious beasts, who had long since learned that those true overlords from the depths of the 100,000 great mountains were about to pass through the Flying Cloud Imperial dynasty. In order to curry favor with these supreme lords, they couldn't wait to harvest the pride of the human race ahead of time, just to offer the freshest blood meal. The great figures of the Flying Cloud Imperial dynasty, including Yun Hongxi, looked fearful, afraid that they too would become the blood food of the ancient ferocious beasts. On the other hand, those imprisoned human race magnates looked sorrowful and did not show a trace of fear. They had decided to be righteous long ago, so would they be afraid of death? Just as the ferocious beasts were wantonly insulting the human race, the distant skyline suddenly darkened. It wasn't ordinary dark clouds, but thunderstorm clouds that covered the sky. The dark clouds flashed with piercing purple golden thunder, each one as thick as a mountain, containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The adults are coming. For the first time, the Toad Mountain Lord's voice took on a tremor of fear. The more than 100,000 figures in that dark cloud gradually became clear. The person at the head was wrapped in world-destroying thunder. It was as if he had torn apart the sky. With a furious roar, wherever the waves of sound passed, space crumbled inch by inch. Fierce beast. I'll enter your grandma. Chapter 93, Fierce Beasts? Fooder. The Toad Mountain Lord's compound eyes contracted at the same time, and in its eyes was a sight that it would never forget. The figure wrapped in world-destroying thunder was getting closer and closer, each step shattering the void, and the purple golden lightning that wrapped around his body scorched the aura for 100 miles in a radius. Everyone's race? For the first time, the Toad Mountain Lord's voice trembled. It had lived for thousands of years and had seen countless strong people of the human race, but it had never felt such a terrifying sense of oppression. The might contained in that thunder reminded it of the time when it had faced the Lord whose body was entwined with thunder deep within the 100,000 mountains. The crowd from the Flying Cloud Imperial dynasty tilted their heads to the sky, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. There were speculations in their hearts. Was it a human powerhouse that came out of the 100,000 great mountains? Yi Han Yi's voice trembled. Could it be that a human powerhouse has come to save us? Qing Yang Che stared at the figure dead on. Or maybe it's a human powerhouse from another farm? When this statement was made, the hearts of the crowd became even more excited. If it really was a human powerhouse from another farm, that meant that they had managed to drive the Mountain Lord away there. With such strength, there was hope for the Flying Cloud dynasty to escape the clutches of the ferocious beasts as well. Right at this moment, a peak heavenly martial realm crow ferocious beast suddenly lifted its wings in excitement. Its scarlet eyes reflected the figure of the 100,000 cultivators in the dark clouds, and its saliva couldn't stop flowing. Gah! So many human races. All of them are blood food above the Xuanwu realm. The crow ferocious beast shrilled greedily. After eating them, this seat will be able to make a breakthrough. Because they had to entertain the lords, they, the heavenly martial ferocious beasts, were very hungry. Right now, there's a free buffet laid out. Gah! Good people. Quickly enter my belly. The crow beast's 100 feet long black feathered wings violently unfolded, raising a foul-smelling hurricane. The crow ferocious beast transformed into a black light that shot straight up into the clouds, its sharp beak opening to an exaggerated degree as if it wanted to swallow the entire thundercloud in one bite. Stupid. The Toad Mountain Lord watched this with cold eyes, but he didn't move to take half a step back. All the pustules on that skin covered in poisonous tumors were writhing uneasily. As an old monster that had lived for thousands of years, it knew all too well that a human race that could rampage through these 100,000 mountains was by no means simple. The Toad Mountain Lord's poison glands contracted violently all over its body. It knew too well what kind of terrifying existence was hidden in this 100,000 mountains. The various farms were far away from each other, and certain places even their mountain lord didn't dare to venture into. Who knew what old monsters were sleeping in certain mountains? Those old monsters don't care if you are a human or a ferocious beast. When they are hungry, they grab them and eat them. It had once seen with its own eyes that a Jiaolong mountain lord who didn't know the heights of heaven tried to traverse a great mountain, only to be swallowed and chewed by a moss-covered mouth sticking out of the mountain just as it stepped into the edge of the Forbidden Land. Those forbidden lands were too terrifying. This was also the reason why it had developed a poisonous sore. The meat was scarce and hard to eat. Wouldn't a human race that could come across the farm be that simple? How on earth did these humanoids cross the Forbidden Lands?
The Toad Mountain Lord quietly backed away, its poisonous claws already ready to tear through space to escape. How dare you? How dare you block the general? Li Dare said in a Wang voice. His arms were gnarled with muscles, and the bow was pulled so hard that it creaked, and the astral energy condensed on the bowstring even tore out thin black cracks in the air. Shoo! The arrow came out like a dragon. This arrow was too blazing. The green-colored astral wind wrapped around the arrow body burned the air along the way and distorted it. The raven beast had just sensed the danger when the arrow had already penetrated through its left eye, carrying a shower of black blood out of its tail, and nailed the center of the brow of a red-armored beast at the back without any loss of momentum. Ga? The crow ferocious beast's one eye stared round, as if it hadn't yet understood what had happened. The next second. Boom! Its body exploded into a sky of blood mist in mid-air, with broken flesh and bones spilling out like rain. The fierce astral energy contained in that arrow directly exploded this heavenly martial 6th-level ferocious beast into a corpse. It caused the crowd and the beasts to be in an uproar. The Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty's side was shocked at how powerful that human race was. Princess Yunshan's violet eyes widened roundly. So powerful. An arrow killed the heavenly martial ferocious beast? In contrast, a wail erupted from the Hussar army formation. A heavenly martial fierce beast. A fine ingredient. It was just blown away. Crow wings can be roasted and eaten, the heart of the beast is even better off. That all feathers can still be a big loss, a big loss. General Li will have to eat less. Otherwise the brothers do not agree. Right. Do not agree. Li Dang didn't respond to the flirting of his fellow soldiers with a dark face, but just drew a heavy arrow from his pouch again in silence. The ferocious beast's side completely exploded. Is this still a human race? A single arrow had exploded the 6th heavenly martial crow brother? If you people had told us that you were this powerful, why would we still keep you in captivity? What these beasts don't know is that Li Dang himself is at the peak of the 5th level of Tianwu cultivation. Combined with his archery skills, which were only slightly inferior to Hua's, killing a ferocious beast whose realm was one level higher than his was really nothing. One must know that his father was Li Guang, who had unrivaled archery skills. The one who shot an arrow through a boulder and scared the Huns so much that they honored him as the Flying General. In his previous life, he was also a tough guy who dared to shoot against Hua Zaiwei. Of course, he didn't dare to shoot for real in the end. After all, everyone knows that if Hua Zaiwei shot him dead, Emperor Wu of Han would be able to say that Li Dang was killed by a deer's antlers without a change of color. But if he dared to let Hua go sick rub some skin, his Li family 9 clans are afraid that even the next day's sun cannot see. The compound eyes of the Toad Mountain Lord rotated madly, its fat body suddenly contracted violently, and the poisonous mist around it exploded. It violently tore open a spatial crack, and without looking back, it drilled in. This is still a fight. That deputy general is so terrifying, I'm afraid the main general is going to go against the heavens. Rushing away is the best policy. However, just as half of its body had already disappeared into the spatial rift, a furious roar wrapped in world-destroying thunder exploded. You're running away from your mother. This behavior of its offended Hua Zaiwei. Seeing that it was too late to rush over, Hua Zaixiao's hair rose in anger, and the thunder spear in his hand suddenly erupted with a piercing purple gold light. His body was gnarled with muscles, his right arm pulled back like a full moon, and the veins on his entire arm bulged out from the excessive force. A throw with all his strength. Rumble. The instant the thunder gun came out of his hand, the air in a 100-mile radius was drained. The thunder wrapped around the gun body transformed into a thunder dragon with teeth and claws, and wherever it passed, the space crumbled by inches. The speed was so fast that it actually pierced the Toad Mountain Lord's bulging belly with a single shot before it completely disappeared into the spatial rift. Go Chuan! A mournful scream resounded through the clouds. The Toad Mountain Lord was carried backwards by the lightning spear and flew out, smashing heavily into the mountain wall 10 miles away. The lightning spear nailed it to the rock wall in death, the thunder light pulsating from the spear constantly scorched its festering skin, and a charred stench of a roasted toad immediately filled the air. Lao Zi let you run. Hua Daizi let out a bellowing cry, and the dragon-scale warhorse under his crotch let out a long neigh, its 4 hooves shattering the void as it charged with the momentum of 10,000 thunderbolts. Only to see him roll over and dismount, his big hand like an iron pincer grabbing the Toad Mountain Lord's scarlet tongue that is covered with barbs, the muscles on his arm are gnarled and his veins are rippling. Give me down. Snort. A chilling tearing sound. The mountain-sized beast was actually yanked down from the rock wall by him. Sticky venom spewed out, but instantly vaporized when it touched Hua Daizi's lightning. Hua Zaizi carried the twitching Toad Mountain Lord. The rage in his eyes was almost turning into substance. This 1,000-year-old monster's skin was covered in disgusting poisonous tumors, emitting a sickening, fishy odor. Covered in poisonous sores, you can't even eat it. Forget about stepping on you. Hua frowned in disgust as his right leg suddenly exploded with thunderous light. Wait. Spare your life. The Toad Mountain Lord is so scared that his poison glands are spewing out. I know the secret of the 100,000 mountains. I know the locations of the other farms.
I also know the sleeping places of those ancient beings. Me. Noisy. Hua didn't even give it a chance to finish, and his right foot, wrapped in destructive thunder power, ruthlessly stepped on the Toad Mountain Lord's heavenly aura. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. Purple golden lightning erupted from within the Toad Mountain Lord's body, and its huge body exploded like an overinflated skin bag. Foul-smelling poisonous blood, broken flesh, and poison glands splattered like torrential rain, only to be purified into wisps of green smoke by the thunder in mid-air. The ground in a 10-mile radius was shaken by the aftershock of this kick and caved in 3 feet, spiderweb-like cracks spreading all the way to the foot of the distant mountain. When those heavenly martial beasts that had survived saw this scene, they were directly scared to death and paralyzed to the ground. This human powerhouse had actually stomped this Toad Mountain Lord alive. The martial artists of the Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty were dumbfounded. Princess Yunxiang stared at the upright figure standing in the thunderlight, her violet eyes reflecting the brilliant thunderlight, her slender fingers unconsciously clenching the corner of her coat. Was this a true human powerhouse? Her voice was so light that it was almost inaudible, but it carried an unprecedented shock and yearning. Qin Yangche murmured in a low voice as the color in his eyes shifted. A great man should be like this as well. Su Shinxiang, a highly cultivated healer, also couldn't help but burst into foul language. What kind of fierce man is this Tama? Mo Xian swung his head frantically. What in the world is going on? He was blind and his cultivation was confined, so he didn't know what had happened. Those great figures of the Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty looked at all of this in fear. There was only one thought in their hearts. Escape. Must flee immediately. They had helped the ferocious beasts suppress their fellow clansmen all these years, and the crimes they had committed were too numerous to mention. Would these human powerhouses spare them? Kingdom Lord Yun Hongqi's bronze mask clicked open a crack, revealing his face underneath in a mixture of fear and terror. His right leg unconsciously took half a step back, and the aura in his body worked crazily, about to vanish. However, swish! A figure was faster than him. Someone had already escaped before him. Did I tell you to move? Stand over there. Chapter 94, The human race can be so powerful. Did I tell you to move? Stand there for me. However, after Hua finished his sentence, that person turned a deaf ear, his body's blood light grew even more, his speed was 3 times faster, and he looked like he was about to vanish. Looking for death. Hua Jaizi's eyes lightened up, and his right hand grabbed in the air. Boom! A purple thunderbolt fell from the sky, transforming into a giant hand of thunder 100 feet in circumference in his palm. The giant hand has 5 fingers like pillars in the sky, and the palm is densely covered with thunder patterns, each pattern containing destructive power. Shun. Hua Daizi's palm gently presses downward. The thunderous hand then roars down, its speed seemingly slow, but actually as fast as lightning. The man looked up in shock, only able to let out a mournful scream. No! Bang! In a shocking explosion, this great figure of the Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty was swatted onto the ground like a fly. In the midst of the raging lightning, his protective blood deity instantly vaporized, and his flesh was crushed into mush by the terrifying pressure within 1,000th of a second. When the thunder hand dissipated, only a giant handprint 10 feet deep was left on the spot, palm lines clearly visible. At the center of the handprint, a puddle of fuzzy flesh and blood was deeply embedded into the ground, not even a piece of intact bone was left behind. The people of the Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty were scared out of their wits. Several ministers directly went limp, their crotches wet. Yun Hongqi's face under his mask was as white as paper, and he no longer dared to have the slightest thought of escaping. Hua Zaixiu looks at his right hand in size. No wonder His Majesty likes to slap people to death. It is indeed refreshing. He then coldly scanned the crowd. Who else wants to try? The scene was deathly silent, even the sound of breathing was clearly audible. Zhao Broken Nu added a timely sentence. The general is asking you guys. Puff. The chancellor was the first to fall to his knees, his forehead knocking heavily on the ground. Spare my life. I am willing to pay for my sins. Immediately after that, the entire court fell to their knees in unison, kowtowing as if they were pounding garlic. Only Princess Yunxiang and Qin Yangche and the others are still standing upright, their eyes full of pleasure. Hua Zaizi rolled onto his horse, the front hooves of his dragon-blooded warhorse raised high, emitting an earth-shattering neigh. He steered his horse to the front of the people of the Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone's face like thunder. Suddenly, he frowned and turned his head to look at the remaining 100 heavenly martial realm ferocious beasts, the corner of his mouth hooking into a cold smile. With a cold heave. Start the meal. With this order, the 100,000 hussars immediately erupted into earth-shattering shouts. Kill! Those 100,000 hussars didn't wear out their traces and charged towards those hundreds of heavenly martial ferocious beasts. The iron cavalry surged towards the ferocious beasts like a tidal wave, and the sound of their hooves shook the earth. Although these young boys and girls were young, they all had stern eyes and a fierce will to fight. They had fought bloodily for many days in the 100,000 mountains, and had long since transformed their bones, each of them exuding a chilling killing aura. Roar! Hundreds of heavenly martial ferocious beasts let out desperate roars as they fought to the death. A giant ape ferocious beast with a reddish body pounded its chest with both fists, and its violent airwave overturned dozens of cavalrymen. 100 feet giant python beast flung its body, and poisonous mist filled the air. A 6-winged griffin rose up into the air, its claws like swords. However, a rain of arrows poured down from the sky, each arrow entwined with aura, accurately nailing into the vitals of the beast. Several heavenly martial realm hussar generals even took action themselves. With the presence of heavenly martial realm martial artists such as Zhao Banu and Li Dang, these heavenly martial beasts couldn't make any waves. The giant 8 beast's canopy was smashed. The 6-winged griffin's head shot up into the sky. The 100-foot python was crushed. The battle ended faster than expected. In less than half an hour, hundreds of heavenly martial fierce beasts were all ambushed and their corpses piled up. Those ferocious beasts that were once feared were now neatly arranged in the center of the camp like livestock to be slaughtered. The hussar army's fireheads moved neatly to set up hundreds of giant iron pots, with the blazing fire reflecting on their dark faces. The air was gradually filled with the rich aroma of meat, mixed with the scent of various spices, which made people's appetite greatly stirred. These fireheads are specially responsible for Huazaizi's diet, but today these hussars made a great achievement. Huazaizi let them make a good meal for his generals. These hussars have been drinking blood in the 100,000 mountains for many days, and now they can finally eat hot cooked food. They couldn't wait to sit around the pot, their eyes staring straight at the chunks of meat rolling around in the pot. This piece of leg meat is mine. I'll take that rib eye. The innards are mine. The people of the Flying Cloud dynasty watched this scene as if they were dumbfounded. Those unattainable heavenly martial beasts in their eyes were actually being handled by these hussars like pigs and sheep at this moment. Slaughtered, steamed, and roasted. What shocked them even more was that some thirsty hussars directly cut open the arteries of the beasts and tilted their heads back to drink the scalding beast blood. Bright red blood flowed down the corners of their mouths, looking particularly horrifying under the firelight. Painful. This blood was strong enough. The flavor is really good. Give Nigong another bowl. The bigwigs of the Flying Cloud Imperial dynasty watched this scene with trepidation, their hearts about to beat out of their chests. These usually high and mighty princes and nobles, at this moment, their legs were shaking like sieve chaff, and a few of them were even directly paralyzed, their crotches wet. Eating ferocious beasts and drinking their blood was still too creepy for them. State Lord Yun Hongxi unconsciously took half a step back, his violet eyes filled with disbelief. The chancellor beside him rolled his throat and muttered. This who exactly is the captive livestock? Princess Yunshan, Su Shinshan, Yi Hani, Qing Yangche, and the other great heroes of the human race murmured in low voices. It turns out that the human race can also be this powerful. Mo Xian hissed in a low voice. I can't see Chapter 95, Only my great Qin Feiyan state. The people of the Feiyan imperial dynasty stood silent, not even daring to utter a single breath as they watched the Hussar legion feast on the meat of the ferocious beasts. These normally majestic courtiers were as if they were under a spell of immobilization at the moment, not even daring to move a finger. None of them dared to act rashly without Huadaizi's word. The sense of oppression that this god of murder gave them was simply too powerful. When that torch-like fire-like eyes swept over, it was like having a sharp sword pressed against one's throat, making one's body go cold. It was as if one was about to be killed by this god of murder in the next moment. To kill at the drop of a hat, Huadaizi is a humanoid beast in their eyes. No! His soldiers are all beasts. They're even more terrifying than those beasts. The minister of the household wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his sleeve and muttered in his heart. He couldn't help but shiver as he watched a young hussar soldier tear open the chest cavity of a ferocious beast with his bare hands, pulling out the still slightly beating heart and gnawing on it like an apple. Although Princess Yunshang and the other human hussars were full of questions, they didn't dare to rush forward to ask. These hussar generals were eating too ferociously. Some people were directly holding the leg bones of the ferocious beasts and gnawing on them. Some people were using daggers to pluck out the eyeballs as snacks. It was said that they were cooking, but looking at the beast's flesh and blood that emitted a rich and ferocious aura, how could these proud soldiers care about this? These are all great tonics to help them cultivate. So they ate both raw and cooked food. First, they drink blood, and then take a bite of cooked reset the fishy bitter taste in their mouths. This is what my human army is. Yi Hani sighed in a low voice, but her eyes glittered with yearning. As a 1,000-year-old daughter of the general's residence, she had grown up in a military camp since she was young, but those so-called elite soldiers of the Flying Cloud Imperial dynasty were simply unimpressive compared to this iron-blooded army in front of her. She noticed a detail. When these hussar generals were eating, their weapons never left their bodies. Some people wiped their lances while gnawing on meat, some people suddenly stopped while eating and instinctively checked their arrow pouches. This kind of vigilance engraved into the bones was something that could only be sharpened after experiencing countless life and death battles. Don't look at these soldiers as extremely relaxed on the surface, but she had no doubt that at this moment, if there was a hint of wind blowing, these seemingly relaxed generals would turn into the most terrifying killing machines in an instant. Qin Yangche suddenly realized something and his pupils contracted violently. You guys look at their armor. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see that those seemingly ordinary black battle armor was covered with dense scratches and dents. Each wound was glowing with a bizarre black light, and they were clearly marks left behind by heavenly martial realm ferocious beasts. These wounds. Su Xinxian's voice was shaking as a healer. With injuries like these, a normal person would have died more than 10 times already. He suddenly realized something and jerked his head up. They didn't fall from the sky, but all the way from another farm to kill them alive. Princess Yunshang suddenly understood something, and her violet eyes flooded with watery light. This means that there are already captive human frontiers liberated. My Feiyan dynasty has also ushered in this day today. Right at this moment, Wadaisi slowly rose. All the Hussar generals immediately stopped eating and stood up in unison. The ferocious warriors who had been feasting just moments ago all straightened their backs at this moment, and the unruly colors on their faces instantly converged, replaced by a frighteningly solemn and murderous aura. The whole action was so neat that it was scary, and the team of 100,000 people didn't make a single unnecessary sound. Even those soldiers who were gnawing on the bones immediately swallowed the food in their mouths and casually wiped the corners of their mouths with the backs of their hands that were stained with animal blood. Had enough to eat? Hua Zaiwei's voice was soft, but it sent shivers down the spines of the people of the Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty. Willing to die for General. 100,000 iron horsemen simultaneously pounded their chests, the roar they made shaking the flying birds in a 100-mile radius. Hua nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were piled up like mountains. Pack it up. As soon as the words fell, the Hussar army immediately split into several squads. Some were responsible for stripping the precious materials, others collected the ferocious beasts' crystal cores, and still others made the remaining flesh and blood into easy-to-carry jerky. The entire process was well organized, showing the terrifying execution power of this army. Hua Zaiwei swept a glance at the people of the Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty. His voice was as cold as ice. This general is pressed for time and does not talk much. Who is the current master of the Flying Cloud Imperial Dynasty? As soon as the words fell, the air seemed to freeze at this moment. Lord Yun Hongxi of the Feiyan Kingdom's face instantly turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Swish! Just in the instant before Yun Hongxi had the chance to react, the sound of neat footsteps suddenly rang out from his side. This lord of the country looks around in shock, only to see that the civil and military officials who were clustered around him only moments ago have now taken a step back in unison, exposing him alone in front of Hua Zixi. He was furious. You guys? These courtiers usually show all sorts of loyalty, but now they are all a bunch of rats. The chancellor lowers his head and pretends to straighten his sleeves. The great general stares at the ground as if he has suddenly taken a keen interest in gravel. Even his most favored little eunuch is hiding at the end of the crowd at the moment, itching to shrink into the cracks in the ground. Hua sneered, his eyes filled with contemptuous mockery. Looks like it is you. Yun Hongxi stiffened, his violet eyes flickering madly. Suddenly, this lord of the kingdom who had ruled Feiyan for nearly 1,000 years actually flung himself to his knees and crawled towards Hua Zixi in a snotty manner. General! The young king is willing to submit. I don't know which heavenly dynasty general belongs to. The young king is willing to lead Feiyan to submit his country and be a vassal forever. With that, he kowtows with a thud, his forehead hitting the gravel ground, blood gurgling down the edge of his sword-scarred cheek. I only ask the general to spare my life. I would like to offer all the treasures accumulated by the imperial dynasty for 1,000 years. His voice got lower and lower, and finally became almost a whimper. I also know the location of other farms. This scandalous behavior dazzled the crowd of Flying Cloud. Princess Yunshang bit her lips in death. She violently closed those amethyst-like eyes, no longer willing to look at Yun Hongxi one more time. What surged in her chest was not only anger, but also an indescribable sense of shame. The Yun family has been rigid for generations, how could this kind of scum come out? To the distant future, there is the Cloud family's old ancestor, Yun Badian, who alone broke into the depths of the 100,000 mountains and shook the nests of the ferocious beasts with a body of flesh and blood. Legend has it that he fought to the last moment, but still straightened his spine, and used his blood to carve the 4 big words of the human race unyielding on the mountain wall. And his descendants became the great Zhou Yun family. Closer to home, there is the Cloud Warrior Song of the Cloud family of the Great Zhou dynasty, who defended the border for 300 years with his own strength, and eventually transformed into a stone statue with a sword, which still stands on the border, deterring ferocious beasts from committing crimes. There is also Princess Yunshang, a heroine who would rather die than submit. And there aren't many members of the Yun family left in the Flying Cloud dynasty today. They were all killed by Yun Hongxi and the beasts in the uprising yesterday. Yun Shang's nails sank deep into her palms, blood dripping down her fingers. It's just me, the Fei Yun family, that has produced such a life-hungry villain. General, don't. Bang! Yun Hongxi's mournful pleas for mercy ended abruptly. With a muffled sound, Princess Yunshang violently opened her eyes, and what came into her eyes was a scene that she would never forget. Her father, Flying Cloud Dynasty's State Lord Yun Hongxi, had his head explode like a ripe watermelon.
Red and white things splashed everywhere, but when they touched Huadaizi's body 3 feet, they were shaken away by the invisible chi. Huadaizi withdraws his sword with a cold face. He hadn't even unsheathed his sword. Just like that, he smashed Yun Hongshi's head with the scabbard. You should be glad it was this general who killed you. If it had fallen into His Majesty's hands. He paused, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a creepy cold smile. You go over with the boar for the rest of your life. The proud general of the Hussar Legion similarly sneered. That great Joe Lord is locked up day and night with a wild boar in heat, begging for death. A cold light flashed in Huazaiwe's eyes, and the sword in his hand was raised once again. Bang! 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 A series of muffled thuds echoed across the border like thunder. The Chancellor's well-maintained old face is still frozen in a fawning smile, the great general's armor is still clattering, and the obese body of the Minister of Rights is still trembling. Their heads then exploded one after another in a flash. Red and white things blossomed in the air like fireworks, only to be shattered into blood mist by the overwhelming chi energy emanating from Huazaiwe's body just as they were about to splash down to the ground. Several important ministers who had been powerful in the imperial court were reduced to headless corpses on the ground without even being able to utter a scream. Those who helped the evildoer die. Huazaishiao's voice was unhurried, but it made the remaining Feiyan courtiers feel like they were falling into an ice cave. His scabbard was not even stained with a trace of blood, as if he had just swatted a few flies with his hand. The remaining Feiyan nobles were silenced and fell to their knees, their faces pale. Even Qing Yangche and the other human magnates were also changing colors. They were caught off guard by Huadaizi's sudden killing hole. Huazaishio looked towards Princess Yunshang, his sword brows slightly raised. You look quite similar to him, what is he to you? Princess Yunshang said. He is my father. Oh? Huazaiwe's eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura around him suddenly became dangerous. Qing Yangche, Yi Hanyi, Su Shenxiang and Emotian immediately blocked in front of Yunshang. General, all of us do not share the same fate as the Feiyan powerhouse. This time, the ferocious beast's feast opened early, we were bound, if not for the general's heavenly might, we would have already fallen into the ferocious beast's blood food. Although Princess Yunshang is the daughter of Yun Hongxi, she has never succumbed to the beasts, and she has given up her qualifications as the successor of the Feiyan dynasty to work with us to liberate the Feiyan dynasty. Hua did not respond immediately, but slowly stepped forward. With every step he takes, Qing Yangche and the others feel the pressure multiply, but they still protect Yunshang in front of her. Huadaizi suddenly let out a light laugh. With a flip of his wrist, the saber, which was still stained with blood and brain matter, came out of his hand, slicing a cold light in the air. Princess Yunshang subconsciously caught the sword, and the cold, heavy touch in her hand made her tremble. The warm blood remaining on the scabbard flowed down her fair fingers. It was stained with the brains of her father and a dynasty full of powerful men. Hua Zhaodong said. You hold this sword and take control of the Flying Cloud dynasty as fast as you can. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, this general wasn't that unreasonable. Yunshang knelt on one knee, holding the blood-stained sword in both hands. The Feiyan imperial dynasty is willing to become a vassal state of the celestial dynasty. Swear allegiance to the death. No. From today onwards, this is my great Qin's Feiyun prefecture. Yunshang shuddered, then bowed heavily. Yunshang leads the way. The entire Feiyan prefecture swears allegiance to great Qin to the death. Huan nodded slightly. Go and do it, no one will dare to hinder you while you hold this sword. Turning to Li Dang, he said. Send 3,000 iron horsemen to assist her, within 3 days, I want to see the flag of Feiyan Prefecture replaced. Promise. Chapter 96 Great Qin Realm Breakthrough. The Feiyan Imperial Dynasty quickly changed to the Great Qin's flag. Effective immediately, there was no more Flying Cloud Dynasty, only the 37th state of Great Qin, the Flying Cloud State. Only, this state was a bit small and large, not much different from the current Great Qin territory. 3 days later, in the Feiyan Palace, Yunshang and the other great men of the human race respectfully pay homage to Huazaiwei. Huadaizi nodded his head in delight. You guys did a good job. Huazaizi didn't know anything about politics, much less ruling a country. However, he had someone copy a copy of Great Qin's guidelines for governing the country and told Yunshang to carry them out. Kill those who are rebellious. This is what he learned from Li Taizong. You continue to implement Great Qin's guidelines. I'm going to the next human frontier. General. Qing Yangche, Yi Hanyi, Su Shenxiang and Emotian stepped forward and knelt on one knee. We are willing to follow General. Yunshang also wanted to speak, but she knew that she had to stay behind to govern Feiyan Prefecture and could only tighten her lips. Huazaiwei glanced at them. These people were all human heroes, all possessing heavenly martial realm cultivation, and they weren't considered to be dragging his Hussar Legion down. However, he said to Emotian. The others are fine, but forget about you. What are you, a blind man, getting involved in? My Hussar Legion does not raise invalids. Emotian's face instantly turned red. Although he had stepped into the heavenly martial realm and possessed the ability of raw human flesh and bones, the divine souls in his eyes had long been annihilated, and he simply could not regain his sight.
He could only be a blind man for the rest of his life. Su Shinxiang patted his shoulder, her tone sincere. Old Mo, you stay, Yunxiang also needs you to assist. Flying Cloud states such a big mess cannot leave you ah. Although his words were sincere, he clearly had a gloating smile on his face. He was bullying the blind for not being able to see. And although Mo Xian was blind, he was well aware of his best friend's virtues. He immediately cursed angrily. You're laughing at your mother. You stinking fortune teller. The fortune teller is in a hurry. Huazizi doesn't bother to pay attention to their clamor, and turns around to walk outside the palace. The 100,000 hussars have been waiting in formation for a long time now, their iron armor is thick, and their battle intent is sky high. Yunxiang took a deep breath and suddenly raised her voice. General! When Feiyan Prefecture is stabilized, I will lead the army to help. Huaziwei waved his hand with his back to her, his thunder gun pointing straight into the distance. Sons and daughters! Continue to pioneer for my Great Qin. Great Qin is mighty. 100,000 iron horsemen roared in unison, the sound waves shaking the Feiyan Imperial Palace. Huaziwei's figure transformed into a thunderous light that rushed up into the sky, and the army surged out of the imperial city like a torrent, heading towards the next captive human territory. Inside the palace, Missouri Shan looked at the direction the army was heading away and suddenly laughed coldly. Stinky Longzhong, you think I really can't go? He pulled out a piece of turtle armor. The tortoise armor was clearly engraved with the words Hussar Partial General Mo Xian. Su Shinxiang was dumbfounded. You even dare to forge the Hussars' military post? Bull! This was engraved by General Hua himself 3 days ago. Mo Xian is smug. I may be blind, but I have the ability to do arithmetic. The general cherishes his talent, so how could he leave me behind? It's just that the general's mouth is a bit poisonous, always talking about me being blind. Yunxiang held her forehead inside. So are you guys leaving or not? I'm going to go. The two of them spoke in unison. In the Hussar army, the blindfolded Mo Xian was holding a compass with a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. Treadmill. Previously, I calculated that your lair was hiding from you. He cursed in a low voice as his fingers flicked rapidly on the compass, deducing where the ferocious beasts were entrenched. Now I'm going to find them one by one and you all to death. His expression gradually twisted, even transmitting a sense of resentment. Over the years, he had been forced to act like a wimp, even destroying his own eyes, just to live under the watchful eye of the ferocious beasts. Now, he was finally able to take his revenge in an honorable manner. Those of them hated the fierce beast too deeply. However, within 2 seconds, he could no longer maintain his expression. Huazai roared from the very front. Where is that blind fortune teller? Where's the dead one? General! Coming! Hua, who already has his own navigator, has another fortune teller. Great Qin, Chang'an. The supreme celestial dragon hovers in the sky, its body winding, devouring the endless aura of heaven and earth and then feeding back down. Li Taizong was sitting deep in the palace, purple and gold aura intertwined around him, his breath climbing up. Boom! Yuwu 6th level. At the same time, under the experience sharing, the realms of all the people of Great Qin insanely rose. The realms of the higher-ups all came to the Yuwu realm. It was the newcomer Yufei who still didn't understand the situation, only knowing that his cultivation had somehow advanced a hair's breadth. It touched the barrier of the Flood realm. The 1 million Yu family army under his command even proved a series of breakthroughs. The entire military camp was awash in aura and haze. Zhuge Liang lightly shook his feather fan and walked with a smile. Ha, General, you need not be surprised, this is His Majesty's divine power, where the people of Great Qin can share the national breakthrough. Yufei's tiger body shook, immediately kneeling on one knee, towards the direction of the palace to deeply worship. I, Yufei, thank you for your Majesty's gift. Deep within the palace, Li Taizong slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body, as well as the new side of the territory's chi-luck in the underworld. Li Taizong was a little confused. With a sweep of his divine sense, he instantly sensed that the chi of Flying Cloud State had been completely integrated into Great Qin, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Good brat! I only asked you to stir up the water. Who knew that this kid had actually brought down an imperial dynasty? Chapter 97 Bloodthirsty Beast Tide vs Furious Qin People. After replacing the Great Zhou, Li Taizong utilized the Taizong sword to erupt the power of the Flood realm for a short while and shifted the Great Qin cave to the Tianqi state, bringing all the former Qin people to the 36 states of Great Qin to develop. Moreover, it expanded the 9 prison boundary suppressing formation and the Xianhuang indestructible formation to the entire 36 states of Great Qin. Nowadays, with these two arrays protecting Qin's borders, ordinary beasts don't dare to approach the borders of Great Qin by half a step. Great Qin also does not need to deploy too many troops to guard the long border. Li Taizong even put the 5 elements return to the source of the ascending dragon formation, the circumference of the stars and dukes to attract the Yuan formation and the 9 skies gathering spirit formation in today's Qin set down. When the 5 elements reverting to the source and ascending dragon formation was in operation, the earth's spiritual chi rose like a dragon. When the Star Dipper leader formation was opened, the starlight of the nine heavens fell down like a waterfall. The nine heavens spirit gathering formation roared, purifying and quenching the aura of the entire heaven and earth. Great Sheen's aura concentration skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mountains and rivers were revitalized, and cultivators broke through as if they were drinking water. Therefore, Great Sheen spent a period of time in tranquility. But everyone knew this tranquility wouldn't last. This tranquility was just the silence before the storm. Once Great Sheen was attacked by a beast tide again, it meant that the ancient ferocious beasts of the Zuemu or even the Flood Realm were coming. At that time, the entire Great Sheen would once again be plunged into the quagmire of war with the ferocious beasts. Instead of hiding the upcoming war, the Great Sheen court made it known to the world. The news spread, and at first the Sheen people did panic. No one was not afraid of death, especially with their current happy life. They were too afraid that the happiness in front of them would disappear. But soon the panic was replaced by a monstrous rage. We just want to live, why should we destroy our homes? In that case, let's fight. Then kill. Kill until you beasts are afraid. Kill until you get used to the human race being honored. Anger became the best boundary-breaking elixir. Ordinary cultivators who had no experience to share hardened themselves and relied on their blood and courage to impact the bottleneck. Some burned their lifespan to forcefully break through the barrier, some broke into the ancestral land to seek opportunities, and some even charged straight to the edge of the 100,000 mountains to fight for their lives. Breakthrough. Break through again. Kill the whole bunch. In the entire Great Sheen, no one was afraid to fight anymore. On the contrary, they're getting impatient. Why isn't the tide of beasts coming? I'm missing a few beasts to test out my new sword technique. Come on. Don't you want to destroy my people? The current Sheen may still not be able to fight the ancient beasts of the Yu realm single-handedly. But it's still enough to fight to the death against the tide of beasts that are like locusts crossing the border. Please fight. Please fight. Kill the beasts. Pay the debt of blood. Waves of voices gathered from all over the 36 states, reverberating like thunder in the sky above Chang'an City. These people, who had been enslaved by the beasts for thousands of years, were now all red-eyed and eager to kill the 100,000 mountains. The whole of Great Sheen was transformed into a sophisticated war machine. Even the children in the city were imitating the Hussar armies charging when they were playing. A smile spread across Li Taizong's face. Pressure is motivation. This proposal from Kong Ming was quite good. Prime Minister Zhuge had said to him, instead of keeping the people on edge, it's better to ignite their anger. Hatred, sometimes sharper than hope. Now it seems to be working far better than expected. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of Li Taizong's eyes. That black shadow suddenly tore through space, and Yuan Tiangong's figure stepped out of the void, his face unprecedentedly grave. He knelt down on one knee, his voice urgent. The 100,000 mountains are moving. A Zeus martial realm ferocious beast aura has been detected. There are even tens of millions of ferocious beasts assembling, and they may attack at any time. Li Taizong's eyes suddenly turned cold as he slowly rose from the dragon chair. The very moment he stood up straight. Dang! 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 All the war drums in Chang'an City roared autonomously even though no one was beating them, and the sound waves shook the palace. Buzz! At the border of the 36 states, the 9 prisons boundary suppression array and the Xianhuang indestructible array simultaneously erupted into pillars of light, illuminating the entire Great Sheen territory as if it were daytime. Even the ordinary people were inexplicably palpitating, and looked in the direction of the 100,000 mountains in unison. Is it finally here? Li Taizong's eyes rose with a cold aura, and he waved his big sleeve. Roar! 3 supreme heavenly dragons rose up from within him, their roars shattering the clouds in the 9th heaven. With the power of national fortune, his voice instantly spread to every corner of Great Sheen. Sheen people, listen. The battle you want. It's here. Kill all the ferocious beasts in front of you. Rumble. All over Great Sheen the response began. Kill the beasts. Fight for Great Sheen. Fight for His Majesty. 9 deaths without regret. The waves of voices rose higher and higher, and the chi of the entire Great Sheen territory actually boiled and tumbled under this unanimous will to fight. The supreme celestial dragon in the sky above Chang'an City raised its voice to the sky, and in the sound of the dragon's roar, all the Sheen people only felt that their blood was burning all over their bodies. As if in response to the Great Sheen's heaven-shaking war cry. A terrifyingly ferocious roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the 100,000 great mountains. Roar! Wherever the waves of sound passed, 10,000 feet of mountains collapsed, and thousands of miles of rivers were instantly cut off. Tens of millions of ferocious beasts surged out from their nests, densely packed like a black tide, and wherever they passed, the earth cracked and the living beings were extinct. Terrifying ferocious aura rose up to the sky, transforming into a black cloud that covered the sky, coloring the entire dome of the sky into a suffocating dark red. Countless hideous beast shadows were vaguely visible in that black cloud, exuding a creepy sense of oppression. Carrying a monstrous killing force, it swept towards Great Sheen. Rumble.
For earth-shaking roars exploded at the same time, and the space at the 100,000 great mountains shattered inch by inch like a mirror. The four heaven-shielding Zeus martial realm beasts stepped through the void and came, each step causing the earth to collapse in a 1,000-mile radius. Roar! A sheep should have the consciousness of a sheep. A fire harvest beast whose body was made of lava, each step left a burning magma trail on the earth, and wherever the 9 long flaming tails swept through, even space was scorched with pitch-black cracks. Hiss, what a delicious taste of fear. This seed will enjoy your souls and make your bones into new decorations. A bone dragon vicious beast was perched in the void, ghostly flames of the underworld wrapped around its body composed entirely of eerie white skeletons. The centipede ferocious beast was a 100-section body made up of 10,000 bone blades, each section inlaid with a hideous human face. His bone blades rubbed together, emitting a piercing, shrill laugh. How dare you draw your sword on me? A section of its torso suddenly cracked open, revealing the half-digested human cultivator inside. Ha ha! The last one that was so brave is screaming in my stomach. On the far right was a demonic spider-fierce beast. Its abdomen with a diameter of over 100 feet was covered with densely packed compound eyes, each of which was releasing a different mental toxin that would send one into a frenzy just by looking straight at it. It's been a long time since I've had a full stomach. Be good and kneel down and beg for forgiveness, maybe I'll let you die a painful death. Behind these four Zeus martial realm fierce beasts was an even more appalling beast-tied army. There were countless densely packed beasts of the earth martial and heavenly martial realms. There were even mountain lord level Yuwu beasts leading the way. The entire heaven and earth was enveloped by a distorted ferocious aura, the sun and moon were devoid of light, and the stars were hidden. Just at the moment when the wave of world-destroying beasts led by the four martial beasts was about to crash into the two defensive formations, there was a shocking scene that caused all the beasts to be surprised. A scene that stunned all the beasts appeared. The two defensive formations even cracked open dozens of gaps on their own from the inside. Raising their eyes, the 10 million Qin people's eyes were red and their chests were heaving violently. The head of the Qin army commander with big eyebrows and big eyes was furious, and his killing intent was as solid as substance. It was unimaginable that such a loyal and heroic face was so angry that it was twisted at this moment. Kill. Defense? No. Press out. Kill. Chapter 98 Fierce Beast Melee. Yu Fei led the million Yu family army to rush out from it, colliding head-on with the beast tide. Boom! The moment the two torrents collided, the heavens and the earth were still for a moment. Then an earth-shattering roar erupted. The battlefield instantly turned into a millstone of flesh and blood. The front row of heavy shield soldiers collided with the earth martial fierce beasts, and the sounds of bones and flesh cracking were endless. Tens of thousands of beasts were skewered into a gourd of flesh and blood as the lance soldiers arrayed and stabbed. The iron cavalry of the two flanks of the Dewey army sliced in like sharp blades, tearing apart the beasts' battle line. In the center of the battlefield, Yu Fei was holding the Lichuan divine lance, and he was actually killing the four Zhuwu beasts alone. He was actually going to fight the four Zeus martial beasts all by himself. Arrogant. Looking for death. How dare you? How dare you insult me? The four great Aegis beasts roared. In the face of the four Zeus martial beasts' destructive killing moves, Yu Fei's body suddenly erupted with bright golden light. The mountain river protector law was activated to its peak. The mountain river shadow manifested behind Yu Fei. Plundering my borders and killing my countrymen, I vow to eat your flesh and blood today. Yu Fei's hair burst in anger. The moment his hair crown exploded, his long hair danced wildly like an angry dragon, resembling a demonic god. The Lichuan divine spear erupted with a sharpness that pierced through the heavens. The spear then penetrated the left eye of the fire harvest, and lava like beast blood gushed out. Another move of the horseback lance picked off 3 vertebrae of the bone dragon. The centipede was kicked by Yu Fei, breaking hundreds of blades and feet. The spears rained down on the spider's eyes. The 4 ferocious beasts were shocked and furious as they realized that this mole cricket's spear power actually contained a power so powerful that it terrified them. How did such a human hero appear in the great mountain of 100,000? Is the mountain lord here a dry eater? Another spear attacked, and fire harvest was instantly covered in holes. The flames all over his body were going out. Impossible. The fire harvest retreated in terror. How could a mere human? The bone dragon swirled with gusts of wind against Yu Fei's leeching springs divine spear. This would be a madman. The centipede and spider retreated directly to the second battlefield, not entangling with Yu Fei. Yu Fei's spear didn't decrease in strength, instead, he became more and more courageous. Behind him, the million-strong Yu clan army advanced step by step against the pressure of the beast tide. However, just as Yu Fei led the Yu family army to tear through the beast tide's defenses, the ground suddenly shook deep within the 100,000 mountains. The ground suddenly shook in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Tens of millions of ferocious beasts once again broke out from their deeper dens, sweeping across the battlefield like a black wave of death. The Yu clan's attack was immediately stalled, and the army was pressed back 3 miles. The might of the Yu family army was hard pressed back. Hold on to the top. Yu Fei shook back the fire hordes with a shot and turned back to roar. But see everywhere.
The heavy shield soldiers were pushed back by the tide of beasts. Multiple gaps appeared in the lance array. The cavalry on both flanks were forced to contract their defenses. Yufei's moves were wide open, wanting to quickly kill these two Xiaomu fierce beasts. However, these two Zhuowu beasts had learned their lesson and didn't fight with Yufei at all. They kept meandering, making it difficult for Yufei to instantly kill them. In the nick of time. Dang! 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 Dull and neat footsteps came from the Great Qin border. Only 300,000 black-armored generals advanced like a moving great wall. Meng Tan comes stepping through the air with a bronze halberd in his hand. Punju, don't panic, I'll help you. In a flash, hundreds of thousands of Great Wall legions joined the battlefield. The Great Wall Army and the Yu family army instantly formed a perfect match. The Great Wall Army and the Yu family's army have similar fighting styles, and there's a perfect understanding between them. Yu's gun formation fills the gap in the Great Wall's defenses. The Great Wall's heavy shields open up charging lanes for the backstone cavalry. Crossbowmen from both sides cover the sky with crossfire. Meng Tian stared at those Yuwu realm ferocious beasts in the battlefield from the rear. Mei Yi. Follow me into battle. I am willing to go with my brother. The two brothers smashed into the beasts like meteors. Meng Tan's halberd swept across the battlefield, and the three heavenly martial beasts were chopped off at the waist. Meng Yi's spear came out like a dragon, directly penetrating the head of a heavenly martial ferocious beast. The two of them immediately fought with the 6 Yuwu realm mountain lords. The two of them fought back to back, and the 1,000 feet around them turned into a forbidden zone of death. The two ferocious beasts, the centipede and the demonic spider, broke away from the battle with Yufei and blasted their way towards the ordinary generals. The centipede bone blade emitted an ear-piercing shrill. Can't kill that human race. Can't kill you guys? The demonic spider's thousands of compound eyes in its abdomen flashed at the same time as it laughed. The wounds he pierced on me, I'll get them back on you ants. Just as they were charging towards the Great Qin Ruesher with murderous vigor, for heaven-shaking roars exploded the heavens, the sound waves shaking the two ferocious beasts' figures to a standstill. Two bugs. Come and fight with the grandfathers. At the edge of the sky, 4 divine lights broke through the air. The 4 Great Qin sect gods led the Black Dragon Forbidden Army to kill. Qin Xiong, Yukagon, Dianwei, Su Chu. Immediately battled the centipede and the demon spider. Clang! Qin Xiong's bronze mace collided with the centipede's bone blade, bursting into flames. Those broken copper and iron of yours are worthy of being called blades? Yukagon's long lance swept across the room, smashing dozens of the demonic spider's compound eyes. What are you staring at your grandfather for? Dianwei's halberds twisted into the centipede's joints like a whirlwind. Give me a break. Su Chu's giant hammer slammed into the spider's abdomen. Smash to death, you filth. The centipede and the demonic spider were in a state of shock and rage, screaming in agony. Impossible. You're only in the Yuwu realm. Why are you so powerful? These 4 people's realm was less than the Yuwu realm, yet they were able to press the two of them at the peak of the Yuwu realm to fight. It was simply 4 humanoid Tyrannosaurus rexes. This is too unreasonable. The remaining 10 or so Yuwu realm mountain lords rushed towards the Great Qin border gate. The Great Qin powerhouses were all out, and the border gate was empty. The leading 9-headed Lion King laughed. We will break their lair today. The 2-winged demon tiger licked its sharp claws. I don't believe you still have strong men in Qin. Just when they were full of joy, they saw 2 gaps. A black-robed man with a golden dragon and a flying fish suit. Behind him are tens of thousands of men. In one place, there is an elegant scribe. The scribe looks like a soft touch. They immediately ran in the direction of that elegant scribe. And this choice immediately made that covering black-robed man and the golden dragon flying fish suit look odd. That elegant scribe smiled faintly and gently pushed up his sleeves. Warmly said, "Getting acquainted, in the following Zhuge Liang. You can also address me by my title. Marquis of Wu."